Completely different verdicts. In Europe, they were criticized as too big, too simple, too complex, or just plain wrong for the land. But in the United States, those same machines became trusted workhorses, farm legends, and even industry changers. Today, we're counting down 7 tractors that failed in Europe, but succeeded in the US. And the real story isn't just about horsepower, it's about soil, scale, and mindset. Number 7. Waterloo Boy Model R. If there's one tractor Europe rejected, but America embraced, it's the Waterloo Boy Model R. Introduced in 1914 by the Waterloo Gasoline Engine Company, 4 years before it was acquired by John Deere, the Model R wasn't built to impress, it was built to work. At its heart sat a horizontal 2-cylinder, 4-stroke engine running on cheap kerosene. Output was rated at about 12 drawbar horsepower and 25 horsepower on the belt pulley. The transmission, just 1 forward gear and 1 reverse. Curb weight came in at roughly 2.7 tons. But here's where it gets interesting. The Model R featured an open design, most moving parts exposed. Farmers could grease fittings, tighten bolts, and fix problems right in the field. Massive steel wheels with aggressive lugs clawed into the vast, dry soils of the American Midwest. It was loud. It shook. It fired with that unmistakable pop-pop rhythm. And American farmers loved it. Why? Because it was affordable to run, brutally durable, and simple enough that almost anyone with basic tools could keep it alive season after season. Now take that same machine to England or France, and everything changes. Heavier clay soils meant 2.7 tons could sink fast. Steel wheels compacted wet ground and damaged delicate field structure. Smaller European plots made its wide turning radius a liability. And to mechanics raised on precision engineering and smoother multi-cylinder engines, the Model R felt crude and outdated. At the 1919 Lincoln tractor trials, it was criticized as too heavy, inefficient under local conditions, and lacking flexibility. A failure in Europe. But in America, it helped lay the foundation of a farming empire. Number 6. Allis-Chalmers WC. In the middle of the Great Depression, when farms were collapsing and cash was scarce, Allis-Chalmers took a gamble. The WC, launched in 1933, wasn't built to be luxurious. It was built to be affordable, fast, and versatile. Under the hood sat a liquid-cooled inline 4-cylinder engine, offered in gasoline or distillate/kerosene versions. It wasn't just about power, it was about mobility. The WC became one of the first tractors capable of road speeds up to 15 to 20 kilometers per hour, dramatically cutting travel time between fields. Its lightweight U-channel frame kept the structure rigid without adding bulk. And from the factory, many units rolled out on pneumatic rubber tires, a radical shift from steel wheels. Then came the boldest feature, the narrow tricycle front end. 2 closely spaced front wheels delivered an ultra-tight turning radius, perfect for row crop farming. Add in a quick-attach implement system, and farmers could switch from plowing to cultivating in minutes. It wasn't just a tractor, it was a general-purpose workhorse. In America, it was a breakthrough. Lower purchase price during economic crisis. Rubber tire demonstrations, complete with professional drivers racing WCs on tracks, proved smoother rides and higher speeds. It matched the wide, relatively flat fields of the Midwest perfectly. But take that same machine to Europe, and cracks began to show. On the rolling hills of England, Austria, and southern France, the tricycle design raised real safety concerns. Narrow front tractors were more prone to side rollovers on slopes. European farmers preferred wide front stability. Early rubber tires also struggled in wet, heavy clay soils, common in Northern Europe, where steel lugs or tracks still dominated for traction. And fuel economics mattered. With higher gasoline taxes and diesel technology advancing through brands like Marshall and Lance, the WC's gasoline engine became costly to operate overseas. In the US, it helped save farms. In Europe, it never quite found its footing. Number 5. Massey Ferguson 399. At first glance, the MF 399 looked like Europe's kind of tractor, built by a British-rooted brand, Powered by legendary Perkins engineering, it should have dominated its home turf. Instead, it quietly became an American favorite. The 399 was the largest and most powerful model in the Series 300 lineup. Early versions ran the proven Perkins 6.354 inline six-cylinder diesel. Later models upgraded to the stronger 6.0-liter Perkins 1006. Output ranged from roughly 95 to 104 horsepower, right in the sweet spot for midsize operations. Transmission options started with a 12x4 manual gearbox, later evolving into an 18-speed highline setup with optional speed shift. Buyers could choose 2WD or 4WD. But here's what truly defined the 399. It was purely mechanical. No complex electronics, no fragile control modules, hydraulics, transmission, linkages, everything was lever and gear simplicity. Farmers called it nearly indestructible. That long-stroke six-cylinder engine delivered smooth, dependable torque year after year. In the United States, that formula hit perfectly. Cattle farms and mid-size operations wanted a 100-horsepower tractor that could run hay equipment, balers, and mower conditioners without electronic headaches. Compared to heavier machines from Deere or Case 1H, the 399 was lighter, more agile, and easier to maintain. When something broke, it could be fixed in the barn with basic tools. Resale value stayed strong because reliability was unquestioned. But in late 1980s Europe, the market was shifting fast. Farmers were demanding quieter, more refined cabs. Competitors were introducing advanced power shift and electronic control systems. Against high-tech rivals and even Massey's own more modern 3000 series, the 399 suddenly felt old school. Its cab was considered noisy, its manual gearbox outdated, and for heavy reversible plowing in wet European clay, critics argued the chassis was too light, the wheelbase too short. So while Europe moved toward comfort and electronics, America embraced mechanical muscle. In Europe, it felt behind the times. In the US, it became a dependable legend. Number 4, Oliver 70. In the mid-1930s, when most tractors still looked like exposed machinery on steel wheels, the Oliver 70 arrived looking futuristic. Under its hood was something rare for the era, a liquid-cooled inline six-cylinder engine. At a time when many competitors relied on slow-turning one- or two-cylinder designs, Oliver went smooth and high-revving. Buyers could choose gasoline or distillate versions. Output measured roughly 18 to 20 drawbar horsepower and 28 to 30 horsepower on the belt. Transmission options included 4 or even 6 forward speeds, and with the 6-speed, road speeds could reach an impressive 21 kilometers per hour. But numbers only tell half the story. The Oliver 70 featured streamlined bodywork, enclosed side panels, and a clean hood design that made it resemble a 1930s sedan more than a farm tractor. That high-speed six-cylinder engine ran noticeably smoother than the two-cylinder competitors of the day. Less vibration, less fatigue, more refinement. In America, that combination was electric. Farmers working vast fields valued speed between jobs. A 6-speed gearbox meant faster plowing and quicker transport across large properties. The smoother engine reduced exhaustion during 12-hour workdays. Oliver even offered multiple configurations: row crop, standard tread, and orchard, making it adaptable across diverse U.S. farming needs. But in Europe, practicality overruled prestige. A 6-cylinder engine meant more spark plugs, more piston rings, more parts to maintain. European farmers often preferred ultra-simple 1- or 2-cylinder designs, like those from Lance, for minimal upkeep. Fuel costs were another issue. Gasoline was far more expensive in Europe, and diesel efficiency was gaining ground. The Oliver's higher revving gas engine suddenly felt costly, and that beautiful, streamlined body? It complicated field repairs and could trap heat under heavy load in dense clay soils. On wet ground in England or France, critics argued the tractor lacked the low-end weight distribution needed for optimal traction. In the US, it symbolized progress and pride. In Europe, it felt over-engineered and expensive, a stylish success in America. a practical misfit overseas. Number 3. Allis-Chalmers D14. When the D14 arrived in the late 1950s, it didn't just replace the aging WD-45, it rewrote what a mid-size tractor could do. Under its sleek, modern sheet metal sat a 149 cubic inch, about 2.4 liters, inline four-cylinder engine delivering roughly 34 to 38 drawbar horsepower. Compact, efficient, and lively. But the real revolution wasn't just under the hood, it was in the drivetrain. The D14 featured Allis-Chalmers' unique power director system, effectively giving operators 8 forward and 2 reverse speeds. With a simple hand lever, drivers could shift from high to low on the go without touching the clutch. In the 1950s, that was groundbreaking. Then came the engineering genius. The traction booster hydraulic system automatically transferred weight to the rear wheels under load, increasing grip and allowing the D14 to pull implements larger than its horsepower rating suggested. And the power adjust rear wheels? Farmers could change rear track width using the tractor's own power. No jacks, no heavy lifting. Just rotate and lock. Brilliant. In the United States, it was a perfect fit for family farms. Switching from plowing to row crop cultivation was fast and efficient. Gasoline was affordable, cold starts were easy, and ergonomics were ahead of their time. The D14 felt advanced, but still mechanical and dependable. But Europe told a different story. By then, the 3-point hitch system, popularized by Ferguson, had become the standard across the continent. The D14 used Allis-Chalmers' proprietary snap coupler system. Effective, yes, but incompatible with most existing European implements. For farmers, that meant replacing equipment, a costly barrier. Farm sizes were also smaller. What felt mid-size in America felt slightly oversized in tighter European fields. And fuel economics mattered. Diesel had already taken over Europe. Gasoline-powered tractors were seen as expensive to run, and even diesel variants couldn't match established European diesel reputations. In America, it was innovative and versatile. In Europe, it was incompatible and out of step. A mechanical masterpiece at home, a tough sell abroad. Number 2. John Deere 3020. When the 3020 replaced the 3010, it didn't just refine the formula, it perfected it. In 1960s America, this machine became the benchmark for what a modern row crop tractor should be. At its core were 3 engine options: gasoline, LP gas, and most famously, the 4.4-liter, 270 cubic inch, 4-cylinder diesel. Output hovered around 70 PTO horsepower, a sweet spot for serious field work without stepping into heavyweight territory. Buyers could choose the 8/2 reverse synchro range transmission or the game-changing 8/4 reverse power shift. With power shift, operators could change gears under load without clutching, a cutting-edge feature at the time. And then there was hydraulics. Deere's closed-center hydraulic system delivered instant, consistent pressure, meaning faster loader response, smoother implement control, and serious lifting authority. Add power steering, a high central operator platform, wide visibility, and intuitive control placement. And suddenly, this wasn't just muscle, it was refinement. In the United States, the 3020 became the gold standard. Midwest farmers loved the power shift advantage when pulling hard through changing soil. The diesel engine earned a reputation for running thousands upon thousands of hours. Its row crop configuration made it ideal for corn and soybean country. Versatile, durable, efficient by American standards. But in Europe, the reception was colder. Fields were smaller, roads narrower. With its size and weight, the 3020 felt oversized for many British, French, and German farms. On wet clay soils, compaction became a concern. Its turning radius couldn't match nimble domestic European designs. Fuel economy also came under scrutiny. European buyers increasingly favored smaller displacement engines, often turbocharged, to extract more efficiency per liter. High road speed mattered overseas too, as tractors frequently hauled trailers between villages. German brands were optimizing for that. The 3020 wasn't, and while Deere adapted, European farmers were deeply committed to standardized three-point mounted implements, whereas Deere's heritage leaned heavily toward trailed equipment. In America, it defined a generation. In Europe, it felt just a little too big and just a little too American. Number 1. Ford 6000. At launch in 1961, the Ford 6000 wasn't just another model, it was Ford's bold attempt to challenge Deere and IH at the top. Bigger, more powerful, more advanced. Under the hood sat a 6-cylinder inline engine, offered in gasoline or diesel, displacing about 3.6 liters. PTO output ranged roughly from 60 to 70 horsepower, but the real headline was the Select O-Speed transmission. 10 forward speeds, 2 reverse, full power shift. No clutching required. In the early 1960s, that was space-age technology. Add a tilt steering wheel, dual-speed PTO, 540 over 1,000 revolutions per minute, a hydraulic system with an accumulator to maintain pressure, and bold new blue and white styling. And the 6000 looked like the future. But the future came with problems. Early Select O-Speed units suffered reliability issues, especially under heavy load. In the US series, however, Ford did something unprecedented, a massive recall and upgrade campaign. Tractors were brought back, transmissions rebuilt, and many were rebranded as the improved Commander models. That commitment preserved farmer loyalty. On large American fields, the ability to shift seamlessly while pulling planters or tillage equipment genuinely boosted productivity. Brand trust, built from earlier Ford legends, bought the 6000 a second chance. Europe was less forgiving. Farmers there were accustomed to simple, rugged machines like the Fordson Major. The 6000's transmission was mechanically complex, and many local mechanics lacked the training or parts to service it. When failures occurred, downtime stretched. Fuel economy was another concern. The 6-cylinder engine consumed more than the efficient 4-cylinder diesels common in Europe. And physically, the tractor felt oversized for mixed farming tasks and narrow rural roads. In America, it became a flawed innovator redeemed by support and scale. In Europe, it earned a reputation that stuck, a technological gamble, a partial comeback at home, and a mechanical misstep overseas. So what do you think? Were these tractors misunderstood or simply built for American fields from the start? Sometimes success isn't about better engineering. It's about the right machine in the right place. If you enjoyed this deep dive into transatlantic tractor history, hit like, subscribe, and tell me which model surprised you most. And remember, in farming, context is everything. From the early days of diesel experimentation to the raw muscle of high horsepower giants, these tractors didn't just work the land, they reshaped farming itself. Each machine on this list introduced breakthrough technology, shattered horsepower limits, or changed what farmers believed was possible. Today we're counting down 10 incredible diesel tractors that made history, icons of steel, torque, and innovation that define modern agriculture and still command respect decades later. Number 10, Versatile 1150. Built between 1981 and 1985 in Winnipeg, Canada, the Versatile 1150 wasn't just a big tractor, it was a turning point in diesel tractor history. At its core was the legendary Cummins KTA 1150C, a turbocharged 6-cylinder engine with an enormous 18.8-liter, 1,150 cubic inches displacement. This monster delivered up to 470 gross horsepower and around 400 drawbar horsepower, placing it among the most powerful agricultural tractors of its era. Power was sent through an articulated 4-wheel drive drivetrain with either an 8-speed manual or 12-speed power shift transmission, allowing the 1150 to pull massive implements with relentless force. It could handle tillage tools over 40 feet wide, dramatically reshaping large-scale farming across the North American prairies. A gigantic 400-gallon, 1,514-liter fuel tank kept it working for endless hours, while its weight, over 30 tons when ballasted, maximized traction. Despite its size, the versatile 1150 was surprisingly agile. Its articulated frame allowed 40 degrees of steering in each direction, and plus or minus 10 degrees of vertical oscillation, keeping all four wheels planted on uneven ground. Even more impressive for the early 1980s was its electronic monitoring system, using warning lights, digital displays, and audible alarms to alert operators to potential issues. With a price of about $187,000 in 1985, over $500,000 today, the versatile 1150 earned its place among the 10 incredible diesel tractors that made history, a true prairie monster and an enduring icon of raw agricultural power. Number 9. Deutz D40. Introduced in the late 1950s, the Deutz D40 became one of the most influential tractors of post-World War II Europe, especially in Germany. As part of the Deutz D series, with the D40L arriving in 1962, this machine played a key role in bringing mechanized farming to thousands of small and mid-sized farms. Power came from a 3-cylinder, air-cooled diesel engine producing around 35 horsepower. Not flashy, but perfectly suited to the realities of the era. An 8-speed forward and 2-speed reverse transmission gave operators precise control in the field, while rear drum brakes delivered simple, dependable stopping power. One of its most advanced features was the Deutz Transformatic hydraulic system, which automatically adjusted implement depth during plowing, keeping work consistent even as soil conditions changed. What truly defined the Deutz D40 was its legendary reliability. The air-cooled diesel design eliminated radiators and coolant, reducing failures and making maintenance fast and affordable. Farmers valued its straightforward construction, easy repairs, and ability to work endlessly in fields, orchards, and rural roads. The Deutz D40 wasn't built to impress with size or horsepower. It earned its reputation by helping an entire generation of European farmers rebuild, modernize, and move forward after the war. Number 8. John Deere Model R. Launched in 1949, the John Deere Model R marked a historic turning point, not just for the company, but for the entire American tractor industry. This was John Deere's first diesel tractor, and remarkably, the company chose to do it their own way. At its heart was a massive 6.8-liter, 2-cylinder horizontal diesel engine, producing about 43 horsepower at the drawbar and nearly 49 horsepower at the PTO, serious output for the post-war era. Because cold-starting large diesel engines was a major challenge, the Model R used a brilliant solution: a small 2-cylinder gasoline pony engine. This auxiliary engine warmed and spun the main diesel before engaging it, a complex but highly effective system that became iconic. Power was delivered through a 5-speed mechanical transmission, and the tractor weighed around 7,400 pounds, giving it impressive traction in the field. The Model R also introduced a revolutionary feature for John Deere: a live independent 540 RPM PTO with its own clutch. For the first time, operators could stop the tractor while keeping implements running, dramatically improving efficiency and control. Built from 1949 to 1954, with over 21,000 units sold, the Model R proved that diesel power was the future. Durable, fuel-efficient, and boldly engineered, it laid the foundation for every diesel John Deere that followed. Number 7. Massey Ferguson 135. Unveiled in 1964 at the Smithfield Show in England, the Massey Ferguson 135 quickly became one of the most successful and trusted tractors ever built. Designed for small and medium farms, it delivered exactly what farmers needed. No more, no less. Power came from the legendary Perkins AD 3.152, a 3-cylinder diesel engine with a 2.5-liter displacement, producing around 45 to 47 horsepower, perfectly balanced for everyday agricultural work. The MF135 was offered with a 6-speed forward, 2-reverse gearbox, while the optional 12-speed multi-power transmission changed everything. It allowed operators to shift between high and low ranges under load without stopping or using the clutch, an enormous advantage in changing field conditions. Weighing about 1,850 kilograms, the tractor combines stability with agility, making it equally effective in open fields, orchards, and tight farmyards. Its rear hydraulic system, capable of lifting roughly 1,292 kilograms, 2,850 pounds, was built on the proven Ferguson 3-point hitch, delivering precise draft control and excellent traction. But what truly made the MF-135 legendary was its rock-solid durability. Simple mechanics, minimal electronics, and easy servicing allowed many units to remain in daily use for decades. Produced from 1964 to 1975, with hundreds of thousands built, the Massey Ferguson 135 became the backbone of global farming and a diesel icon trusted across generations. Number 6, Allis-Chalmers D14. When the Allis-Chalmers D14 debuted in 1963, it instantly changed expectations for row crop tractors. This was the first Allis-Chalmers machine to push beyond 100 horsepower, and at the time, it became the largest and most powerful row crop tractor on the market. Production ran from 1963 to 1969, with the most formidable version being the Series 2, introduced in 1965. At its core was the Allis-Chalmers 426 turbocharged diesel, a 6-cylinder engine with a 7.0-liter, 426 cubic inches displacement. In Series 2 form, it produced around 128 horsepower at the PTO, a staggering figure for the mid-1960s. Power was managed through a mechanical transmission featuring the innovative Power Director system, giving operators smoother control under heavy load. The tractor weighed roughly 11,700 pounds, anchoring its power firmly to the soil, while a 52-gallon rear-mounted fuel tank supported long working days. The D21's bold industrial design set it apart. Wide fenders, a massive stance, and a roomy operator platform built for serious fieldwork. Turbocharging pushed it firmly into the new era of high-horsepower farming, helping American farmers handle larger implements and cover more acres faster than ever before. More than just a machine, the Allis-Chalmers D14 became a symbol of the North American muscle tractor era, a raw, powerful diesel legend that still commands respect in collections and tractor pulling events today. Number 5, Case 930. Produced from 1960 to 1969, the Case 930 became one of the most successful tractors of the 1960s, perfectly blending raw diesel power with durability and operator comfort. At its core was a J.I. Case 6-cylinder diesel engine, offered in 6.6-liter, 401 cubic inches, and later 7.0-liter, 426 cubic inches versions, delivering around 80 to 85 PTO horsepower. Known for excellent lugging ability and fuel efficiency, the 930 was built to handle heavy tillage day after day. Depending on configuration, the Case 930 came with either a 6-speed forward/1 reverse transmission in Wheatland form or an 8-speed forward/2 reverse gearbox for row crop models. Power was sent through a 2WD drivetrain, while a 48-gallon, 181.7-liter fuel tank supported long hours in the field. Operating weight ranged widely, from about 3.8 to 6.8 tons, depending on setup and ballast. What truly set the Case 930 apart was its forward-thinking Comfort King design, introduced in later D-Series models. A suspended, adjustable seat and improved operator platform dramatically reduced fatigue, a rare luxury in early 1960s tractors. Offered in multiple configurations, from standard to row crop and Western Special, the 930 proved incredibly versatile. Reliable, easy to maintain, and built like a tank, the Case 930 became a symbol of America's diesel mechanization era and a tractor many farmers trusted for a lifetime of work. Number 4, Farmall MD. Introduced in 1941, the Farmall MD changed agricultural history forever. It was the world's first mass-produced diesel row crop tractor, proving that diesel power could be practical, efficient, and reliable for everyday farming. Built by International Harvester, the MD was designed at a time when diesel engines were still considered difficult to start and expensive to operate. But this tractor shattered that reputation. Under the hood sat an IH 4-cylinder diesel engine, displacing 4.0 liters, 247.7 cubic inches, in the MD and 4.3 liters, 264 CID, in the later Super MD. Output was modest by modern standards, around 33 horsepower at the drawbar and 36 horsepower at the belt. But its pulling power and fuel economy were game-changing in the 1940s. Power was delivered through a 5-speed mechanical transmission, driving a 2WD row crop layout, with an operating weight of about 2.4 tons. What made the Farmall MD truly revolutionary was its dual-fuel starting system. The tractor started on gasoline, warming the engine, then seamlessly switched to diesel once running, eliminating cold start problems that plagued early diesel designs. Compared to gasoline tractors of the era, the MD used significantly less fuel, saving farmers money during long hours in the field. Produced from 1941 to 1954, the Farmall MD proved diesel could dominate agriculture, inspiring generations of tractors that followed and cementing its legacy as a true mechanical breakthrough. Number 3, John Deere 4020. Built from 1964 to 1972, the John Deere 4020 became the benchmark by which all modern farm tractors were judged. As part of John Deere's revolutionary new generation of power, it delivered a balance of strength, reliability, and advanced features that farmers had never experienced before. At its heart was a 6.6-liter, 404 cubic inches, 6-cylinder diesel engine, producing around 95 horsepower at the PTO and 84 horsepower at the drawbar, ideal for medium and large farms pushing for higher productivity. Power flowed through an 8-speed synchro-range transmission as standard, with the groundbreaking power shift available for operators who demanded seamless gear changes without using the clutch. The 4020 was primarily 2WD with optional front-wheel assist and weighed about 4.3 tons in diesel power shift form, giving it excellent traction and stability. One of its biggest leaps forward was the closed-center hydraulic system, delivering faster response and precise control for multiple implements at once. Combined with improved operator ergonomics, better visibility, and optional climate-controlled cabs, the 4020 transformed long workdays into something far more manageable. With over 184,000 units produced, legendary durability, and unmatched versatility, the John Deere 4020 didn't just succeed, it redefined what a diesel tractor could be and set the standard for generations to follow. Number 2, Ford TW35. Built between 1983 and 1989, the Ford TW35 stood at the absolute peak of Ford's TW series, representing the brand's bold answer to the high-horsepower tractor wars of the 1980s. Under its squared-off blue hood was the most powerful version of Ford's legendary 6.6-liter, 401 cubic inches, inline-6 diesel, now turbocharged and intercooled. The result was roughly 170 PTO horsepower and up to 150 drawbar horsepower, delivering relentless pulling force for heavy tillage. Power was managed through a 16 forward/4 reverse transmission equipped with dual power, allowing instant high-low shifts under load without touching the clutch, perfect when soil conditions suddenly changed. The TW35 also featured a massive hydraulic system capable of lifting around 4,400 kilograms, 9,700 pounds, while operating weight range from 6.5 to 7.5 tons, depending on configuration. One of its most recognizable features was the unique shoulder tank fuel system, with auxiliary tanks mounted beside the hood to add front-end weight and extend working hours. Inside, the advanced TW cab offered exceptional visibility, low noise, and comfort rarely seen at the time. With optional 4WD, the Ford TW35 became a true diesel brute, built to work long days, pull wide implements, and dominate the toughest fields of its era. Number 1, Ford 8N. Produced from 1947 to 1952, the Ford 8N became one of the most influential tractors ever built. While it left the factory powered by a gasoline or TVO engine, not diesel, its historical impact, and its later diesel conversions, earned it legendary status in agricultural history. At its core was a 2.0-liter, 119.7 cubic inches, four-cylinder engine, producing about 23 PTO horsepower and 27 engine horsepower, paired with a 4 forward/1 reverse transmission, a major improvement over earlier Ford models. Weighing roughly 1,100 kilograms, 2,410 pounds, the 8N was compact, nimble, and easy to handle on small farms. Its greatest breakthrough was the Ferguson-designed 3-point hydraulic hitch with draft control, which transformed how tractors and implements work together. This system allowed tools to be mounted quickly and safely, dramatically improving efficiency, and it later became the global industry standard. With more than 530,000 units produced, the Ford 8N was affordable, reliable, and accessible to post-war farmers. Its rugged design also made it a perfect candidate for aftermarket diesel conversions, often using Perkins engines, turning many 8Ns into fuel-efficient diesel workhorses that survived for decades. Finished in its iconic red and gray paint, the Ford 8N wasn't just a machine, it was the tractor that put modern mechanized farming within reach of the world. Different eras, different countries, different engineering philosophies, but every tractor on this list changed agriculture forever. Built to pull harder, last longer, and push limits, these diesel legends help farmers feed the world and transform how fields were worked. If you enjoyed this journey through historic diesel power, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment below. Which tractor impressed you the most? Some tractors were built to plow fields, others were built to solve problems. And then, there are the ones that make you stop and ask, who thought this was a good idea? Today we're diving into 8 weird old tractors that actually existed. Machines so unusual in design, sound, or origin that they feel more like engineering experiments than farm equipment. From one-cylinder giants to rebadged rivals and steam-powered monsters, these tractors rewrote the rules of agriculture. Stay with us, because number 1 is unlike anything wearing its badge. Number 8, John Deere Model L. At first glance, the John Deere Model L looks small, simple, almost harmless. But beneath its modest size lies one of the strangest chapters in John Deere history. Produced from 1937 to 1946, the Model L wasn't built to dominate large fields. It was designed for small farms at a time when horses were still doing much of the work. What makes it truly bizarre is what powered it. In its early years, John Deere, famous for building its own engines, used a Hercules 2-cylinder engine paired with a Ford 3-speed non-synchronized transmission. For Deere, relying on outside components was almost unthinkable. It wasn't until 1940 that the company finally installed its own engine. The Model L produced just 10.5 horsepower on the belt pulley and about 9 horsepower at the drawbar, weighing only 1,515 pounds, 687 kilograms. Its compact dimensions, 91 inches long, 49 inches wide, and 57 inches tall, made it far smaller than any Deere tractor before it. Even stranger, the engine was mounted vertically, not horizontally like traditional John Deere 2-cylinders, leaving an unusual open space between the engine and the driver. Despite its size, the Model L featured independent rear brakes, adjustable rear wheel spacing, and even an optional electric starter, a rare luxury at the time. More importantly, it became John Deere's first true utility tractor, created to replace animal power and open an entirely new market segment. Not the most powerful, not the most famous, but the John Deere Model L proves that even a legendary brand had to break its own rules, earning its place among the weirdest old tractors that actually exist. Number 7, SFV Vierzon 201. This tractor doesn't start with a key, it starts with fire. The SFV Vierzon 201, built in France by Société Française de Vierzon in the 1950s, looks like a simple, boxy machine, but its technology feels closer to the age of steam than modern diesel. What makes it truly strange is its heart, a single-cylinder, two-stroke semi-diesel hot bulb engine. With a massive 3,210 cubic centimeter cylinder, the Vierzon 201 produces around 22 to 25 horsepower at just 1,000 RPM. That power comes slowly, deliberately, accompanied by the unmistakable deep pop, pop, pop rhythm unique to hot bulb engines. Unlike modern diesels, combustion happens inside a preheated bulb, not through high-pressure injection. Starting one was an event. Operators had to heat the hot bulb with a blowtorch for several minutes, then use a separate gasoline starting system, hand crank or electric starter. Only after the bulb reached the right temperature could the engine switch over to diesel, or even kerosene or vegetable oil. Despite its enormous cylinder, the Vierzon 201 weighed only about 1,200 kilograms, surprisingly light for its class. A 5-speed forward gearbox with one reverse gave it flexibility in the field, especially on smaller European farms recovering after World War II. Single-cylinder, multi-fuel, flame-started, and sounding like nothing else on Earth, the SFV Vierzon 201 isn't just old. It's a mechanical relic from a time when tractors demanded patience, skill, and a torch. And that's exactly why it earns its place among the weirdest old tractors that actually exist. Number 6. Hanomag WD. This doesn't feel like a tractor from the past. It feels like a machine caught between two worlds. The Hanomag WD series, first introduced in 1924 with the WD26, was Germany's earliest attempt to redefine agricultural power. While most farms still relied on heavy steel-wheeled machines, Hanomag pushed forward with something radically different, lighter, faster, and strangely adaptable. Early WD models used a 4-cylinder gasoline engine producing around 26 horsepower. By 1927, later versions increased output to 28 horsepower and introduced an advanced multi-fuel system. These tractors started on gasoline, then switched to kerosene once warmed, allowing farmers to run on cheaper, more available fuel, a rare capability at the time. Visually, the WD marked a major shift. Later variants featured 4 wheels with pneumatic tires, abandoning traditional iron wheels, and signaling the transition toward modern tractor design. Built for plowing and general farm work, it combined compact size with surprising mobility. But the Hanomag WD's strangest role came far from the fields. A reinforced version of its chassis became the WD Schlepper, 25 PS, used by the German military as a 37mm anti-tank gun tractor. An agricultural machine repurposed for warfare, an unsettling but undeniable part of its legacy. Even more influential, Hanomag would later introduce one of the world's first true diesel tractors in 1931, reshaping the future of farm machinery. By 1939, Hanomag dominated the German tractor market, part farm tool, part military platform, and fully ahead of its time. The Hanomag WD isn't just weird, it's a turning point in tractor history, and that's why it belongs on this list. Number 5. Huber Model LC. This tractor didn't collapse from weakness, it collapsed from refusing to evolve. The Huber Model LC, built in Marion, Ohio between 1936 and 1941, was part of Huber's ambitious modern farmer lineup. At the time, Huber ranked among the top 10 tractor manufacturers in the world, and the Model LC represented everything the company believed in: strength, durability, and permanence. At its core sat a massive Waukesha 4-cylinder gasoline engine, displacing 334 cubic inches, 5.5 liters. Featuring a valve and head design and replaceable cylinder sleeves, it produced about 31 horsepower at the drawbar and an impressive 43 horsepower on the belt. Verified by Nebraska Tractor Test number 291. On paper, the numbers were formidable. The tractor weighed 3,900 pounds, stretched 130 inches long, and was built around a rigid unit frame chassis, a design Huber had perfected as early as 1926. Unlike conventional tractors, the frame, transmission, and drivetrain formed a single solid structure. It made the LC incredibly tough, but painfully resistant to change. The LC variant featured an arched front axle, designed specifically for cultivating, paired with a 3-speed mechanical transmission and manual steering. Operators often described it as awkward and bulky, with its long frame and truck-style rear axles, giving it a feel unlike anything else in the field. As competitors advanced, Huber fell behind. The engines that once defined reliability could no longer compete with lighter, more efficient designs. By 1942, Huber exited agricultural tractor production entirely. Overbuilt, unyielding, unadaptable. The Huber Model LC wasn't just a tractor, it was a warning, and that's why it earns its place among the weirdest old tractors that actually exist. Number 4. Ursus C45. This tractor doesn't start with a key, it starts with patience, fire, and raw strength. The Ursus C45, produced in Poland from 1947 to 1959, is one of the strangest post-war tractors ever built. It wasn't just inspired by the German Lanz Bulldog D9506. It was effectively a reverse-engineered copy created when Poland urgently needed agricultural machines and had almost nothing left after World War II. At its heart is a monstrous single-cylinder, 2-stroke hot bulb semi-diesel engine. With an astonishing 10,300 cubic centimeters displacement, the C45 produced around 45 horsepower, delivering power in slow, violent pulses rather than smooth rotation. The result was a deep, rhythmic, pop, pop, pop sound that could be heard across entire fields. Starting one was a ritual. Operators first had to heat the hot bulb with a blowtorch for 10 to 20 minutes. Once hot enough, the steering wheel was removed and fitted onto the flywheel, allowing the engine to be hand-cranked into life. No electricity, no shortcuts, just technique and muscle. The tractor used a 3-speed transmission with one reverse, reached a top speed of 20 kilometers per hour, and could run on low-grade fuels such as diesel or kerosene, perfect for post-war shortages. Early models rode on steel wheels, later upgraded to pneumatic tires. Despite its brutal starting process, the C45 was legendary for durability. Some engines reportedly ran over 12,000 hours without major overhaul. Loud, primitive, incredibly tough. The Ursus C45 wasn't designed for comfort. It was built for survival. And that's exactly why it belongs among the weirdest old tractors that actually exist. Number 3. Foster Wellington. This isn't just an old tractor, it's a machine from a completely different age. The Foster Wellington, built by William Foster and Company, in Lincoln, England, wasn't a tractor in the modern sense at all. It was a self-propelled steam traction engine, first produced from 1889 onward, at a time when steam still ruled the roads and fields. The Wellington line came in multiple sizes, rated from 4 to 8 nominal horsepower, though real output was far higher. These steam giants burned coal or wood, and special export versions for South America even used straw-fired boilers. Smaller models weighed around 5 tons and could be operated by a single person, while later hybrids like the massive Foster Daimler approached 14 tons. Despite their size, Wellington engines could cruise at about 7 miles per hour, 11 kilometers per hour. Massive rear driving wheels defined their silhouette, with later versions even experimenting with pneumatic tires. Their purpose wasn't limited to farming. They powered threshers, generated electricity for shows, hauled heavy loads, and even served military roles. What truly makes the Wellington strange is timing. While the world was moving toward gasoline and diesel, Foster continued refining steam. In 1911, the company partnered with Daimler, creating a hybrid monster, a 105-horsepower 6-cylinder gasoline engine, started by a separate 3-horsepower single-cylinder BSA engine mounted just to crank it. Complexity at its peak. Even more astonishing, Foster later used tractor chassis to build the world's first armored combat tanks in World War I, Steam-powered, multi-purpose, and caught between centuries, the Foster Wellington wasn't just outdated, it was the final roar of the steam age, and one of the weirdest machines to ever wear the name tractor. Number 2. Massey Harris Model 25. This tractor was never meant to be revolutionary, it was meant to buy time. The Massey Harris Model 25, produced from 1932 to 1946, began life as a stopgap machine. After acquiring the Wallace brand, Massey Harris needed a quick replacement for the Wallace 2030 while planning something bigger. What they created instead became one of the most unusual long-running tractors of its era. Power came from a 4-cylinder gasoline engine, rated at about 26 horsepower at the drawbar and 41 horsepower on the belt at 1,200 RPM. It started on gasoline, then could switch to kerosene or diesel, offering flexibility during fuel shortages. A 3-speed mechanical transmission, carried over from the Wallace 1220, handled the power, with mechanical rear shoe brakes providing control. The real shock was the structure. The Model 25 used an advanced unit frame design formed from a single curved boilerplate steel casting. The engine block, transmission, and frame were fused into one rigid piece, lighter, stronger, and radically different from the bolt-together tractors of the time. Weighing around 5,000 pounds, it measured 135 inches long, 65.5 inches wide, and 57 inches tall, with steel or pneumatic wheels available. Its engine was equally forward-thinking, featuring replaceable cylinder liners, a hemispherical combustion chamber, and a full oil filtration system with replaceable elements. Later relatives even offered a strange twin power option, extra belt horsepower at the cost of locking the drivetrain in neutral. What began as a temporary fix survived 14 years, evolving from dark blue to styled red with straw yellow wheels. Built by necessity, perfected by accident. The Massey Harris Model 25 wasn't just weird, it redefined what a temporary tractor could become. Number 1. Massey Ferguson 97. The tractor that tops this list isn't weird because it failed, it's weird because it was never truly what it claimed to be. Built between 1962 and 1965, the Massey Ferguson 97 arrived during a critical transition period for the company. At a glance, it looked like a proper Massey, painted in red and gray, carrying the famous badge. But beneath that familiar skin was a shocking truth. The MF97 was not engineered by Massey Ferguson at all. It was in reality a Minneapolis Moline G705 or G706, assembled by a rival manufacturer and rebadged to quickly fill Massey Ferguson's need for a high horsepower tractor. Power came from a massive 504 cubic inch, 8.3 liter, inline 6-cylinder engine, liquid-cooled and unmistakably Minneapolis Moline in design. Output reached around 108 horsepower at the engine, delivering roughly 101 horsepower at the PTO. Buyers could choose diesel or LP gas, paired with a 5-speed manual transmission and a single reverse gear. The MF97 was offered in 2-wheel drive or mechanical front-wheel drive, with early 4-wheel drive models using heavy-duty Elwood military-derived front axles, later replaced by Coleman axles with a complex internal universal joint system. Even in 2-wheel drive form, the tractor weighed about 7,825 pounds, signaling serious pulling power. But the oddities didn't stop there. Instead of a foot pedal, operators engaged a right-hand clutch lever, an unusual and sometimes confusing setup. More concerning, the powerful 100-plus horsepower engine was paired with drivetrain components originally designed for far lower output, raising durability concerns if abused. The Massey Ferguson 97 is badge engineering at its boldest, a competitor-built tractor, sold under another name, born out of urgency. And that's why it stands at number 1, because the strangest tractor on this list was never truly a Massey Ferguson at all. These machines weren't just tractors, they were bold ideas frozen in steel. Some pushed technology forward, others took risks that the industry never repeated. But every one of them tells a story about an era when engineers weren't afraid to experiment. So which of these weird tractors surprised you the most? Would you dare to drive one today? If you enjoy rare machines, forgotten designs, and true mechanical history, hit like, subscribe, and join us for the next journey into agricultural legends. When you think of powerful tractors, you probably picture modern machines packed with electronics and massive tires. But decades before today's giants, engineers were already building mechanical monsters that pushed farming to its limits. These tractors were rare, overpowered, and often misunderstood, designed to conquer endless fields and brutal workloads. Today we're counting down rare muscular tractors you've never seen before. Machines so extreme, they still feel intimidating today. If you think vintage tractors were slow, quiet, and underpowered, the Oliver Super 99 GM exists to completely destroy that myth. Produced between 1954 and 1958, this machine was considered one of the most powerful agricultural tractors of its era, and its reputation came from something truly radical hidden under the hood. The Super 99 GM was powered by a General Motors 371 diesel engine, a 3-cylinder, 2-stroke, supercharged power plant borrowed straight from industrial and heavy-duty applications. According to the Nebraska tractor test, it delivered around 83.4 horsepower at the PTO, an astonishing figure in the mid-1950s when most competitors still relied on less aggressive 4-stroke designs. The engine's high-pitched, thunderous exhaust gave it a legendary nickname that still echoes today, Screamin' Jimmy. That raw power was sent through a 6-speed manual transmission with 2 reverse gears, driving the rear wheels in a 2WD configuration. Weighing approximately 7,960 pounds, 3,610 kilograms, the Super 99 GM put its horsepower to the ground with authority, capable of pulling 5 to 6 bottom plows with ease. A jaw-dropping feat for its time. But this tractor wasn't just brute force. It was also surprisingly advanced. The Super 99 GM offered independent PTO, a hydraulic system with a remote control circuit, and even optional power steering, placing it among the best-equipped tractors of the 1950s. This rare blend of industrial muscle, modern features, and limited production has turned the Oliver Super 99 GM into a highly sought-after collector's machine today. Loud, aggressive, and brutally strong, this is not just a tractor, it's pure mechanical intimidation on wheels. When people think of Ford tractors, they imagine blue mid-size farm machines, not a 14-ton articulated monster built to dominate thousands of acres. But between 1977 and 1982, Ford unleashed something very different, the Ford FW60, the most powerful tractor the company ever put into series production. The FW60 was the result of a unique Ford-Steiger partnership. Steiger built the massive articulated chassis in Fargo, North Dakota, while Ford supplied the drivetrain, cab, and iconic blue and white paint. At its heart sat a brutal power plant, a Cummins 5903 diesel, a 14.8-liter turbocharged V8 producing an astonishing 335 gross horsepower. In official testing, it delivered around 270.87 drawbar horsepower, placing it firmly among the elite big-frame tractors of its era. Power was sent through a 10-speed forward/4-speed reverse manual transmission with an optional 20-speed setup, driving a full articulated 4WD system. With an operating weight of approximately 31,100 pounds, 14,106 kilograms, the FW60 could put every bit of that power to the ground. This was a tractor designed for deep tillage, massive plows, heavy cultivators, and industrial-scale seeding equipment. The kind of work that never stops and never slows down. Fuel capacity was equally extreme, with a tank holding roughly 225 gallons, 851.6 liters, allowing it to work all day without interruption. The cab came standard with air conditioning, hydraulic dry disc brakes, and an open center hydraulic system, offering both comfort and control despite the machine's intimidating size. Rare, overbuilt, and often overlooked, the Ford FW60 stands as a forgotten titan. proof that Ford once played in the absolute heavyweight class of agricultural muscle. Long before articulated giants took over big acre farming, J.I. Case shocked the industry with a tractor that refused to follow tradition. Built from 1966 to 1969, the Case 1200 Traction King wasn't just powerful, it was revolutionary. This was Case's first true four-wheel drive agricultural tractor, and it introduced steering technology that most farmers had never seen before. Under the hood sat the J.I. Case 451T diesel, a 7.4-liter, 451 cubic inches, turbocharged inline-six built for pure torque. In official Nebraska tractor tests, the 1200 Traction King produced 119.9 horsepower at the PTO and around 106.2 drawbar horsepower, putting it firmly in the heavyweight class of the late 1960s. Power flowed through a rugged Clark R 500 six-speed manual transmission, driving a full-time 4x4 system designed to keep all four wheels pulling, no matter the conditions. But the real headline feature was its hydraulic four-wheel steering system, something almost unheard of at the time. Operators could choose between four steering modes: conventional front-wheel steering, rear-wheel steering via lever or pedal, coordinated steering with front and rear wheels turning opposite directions to drastically reduce turning radius, or the incredible crab steer mode, where all wheels turned in the same direction, allowing the tractor to move sideways across the field. Decades later, this still feels futuristic. Instead of designing a brand new chassis, Case cleverly adapted the heavy-duty frame from the W12 Terraloader industrial loader, giving the 1200 Traction King a brutally strong foundation. Weighing roughly 16,585 pounds, 7.5 tons, and carrying a 90-gallon, 340-liter fuel tank, it was built for long days of deep tillage, massive implements, and relentless high-draft work. Rare, unconventional, and massively overbuilt, the Case 1200 Traction King wasn't just a tractor, it was a glimpse into the future of agricultural muscle. Before articulated giants ruled the plains, International Harvester quietly unleashed a machine that was almost unbelievable for its time. Built roughly between 1961 and 1968, the IH4300 wasn't just another big tractor. It was International Harvester's first true 4WD agricultural tractor and a bold step into the world of extreme horsepower. At the core of this monster sat the legendary IHDT817 diesel, an enormous 817 cubic inch, 13.4-liter, turbocharged inline-six. Rated at around 300 gross horsepower, the IH4300 instantly became one of the most powerful farm tractors on Earth in the early 1960s. At a time when many farmers were still transitioning out of two-wheel drive, International Harvester jumped straight into full permanent 4x4, designed for maximum traction and nonstop heavy draft work. Power was delivered through a manual transmission, sending torque to all four wheels without compromise. This tractor wasn't built for finesse. It was engineered for industrial-scale tillage, deep plowing, and massive implements across thousands of acres. The IH4300 was assembled by IH's Hoff Division in Libertyville, Illinois, a branch known for heavy industrial equipment, and that heritage showed in its brutally strong chassis and overbuilt construction. What truly sets the IH4300 apart is its role in history. It marked International Harvester's entry into the high-horsepower 4WD market, laying the groundwork for the articulated and big-frame tractors that would dominate agriculture decades later. Few were built, fewer survived, and even fewer were ever seen working in the field. Today, the International Harvester 4300 stands as a rare, intimidating relic of raw mechanical ambition, a forgotten pioneer that proved brute force could reshape modern farming. In the early 1960s, while most tractors were still evolving slowly, John Deere made a leap that shocked the industry. The result was the John Deere 8010 and 8020, the company's first articulated 4WD tractors and the first John Deere machines to break the 200 horsepower barrier. These weren't just rare, they were almost mythical. The story begins in 1960 when roughly 100 units of the John Deere 8010 were built. Under the hood was a wild choice for a farm tractor: the Detroit Diesel 671E, a 7.0-liter, 425 cubic inches, two-stroke inline-six, better known in trucks and industrial equipment. It produced 215 horsepower, with around 150 horsepower at the drawbar. Absolutely massive numbers for the time, backed by the unmistakable scream of a GM two-stroke diesel. But raw power exposed weak links. The Spicer 9-speed transmission in the 8010 suffered serious overheating issues. In a move almost unheard of, John Deere recalled every 8010 in November 1963. Those machines were rebuilt, upgraded, and reborn as the John Deere 8020. Produced from 1961 to 1964, the 8020 fixed the flaws with a revised 8-speed or 9-speed manual transmission, improved cooling, power steering, air brakes, and optional 3-point hitch. Both models retained a massive 19,700-pound, 8.9-ton frame, full-time articulated 4WD, and a 120-inch wheelbase, giving them surprising maneuverability for their size. Only about 85 units of the 8010/8020 ultimately existed in usable form. Today, they stand as some of the rarest and most valuable John Deere tractors ever built. Proof that even giants must sometimes fail boldly before changing farming forever. In the late 1970s, the North American tractor wars were all about size, strength, and endurance. Massey Ferguson answered that challenge with a machine that looked intimidating even at idle. The Massey Ferguson 4880, produced from 1978 to 1983. This wasn't just a big tractor. It was Massey's declaration that they belonged in the high-horsepower battlefield. At the heart of the 4880 was the legendary Cummins 5903, a massive 14.8-liter, 903 cubic inches, turbocharged V8 diesel. Rated at 320 gross horsepower, it delivered roughly 270 horsepower at the PTO, giving the 4880 the muscle needed for deep ripping, heavy tillage, and non-stop industrial-scale farming. The sound, torque, and sheer presence of that V8 made it impossible to ignore. Power was managed through an advanced 18 forward/6 reverse partial power shift transmission, sending torque to a full-time articulated four-wheel drive system. With an operating weight of around 34,000 pounds, 15,422 kilograms, the tractor planted itself into the soil, turning raw horsepower into unstoppable pulling force. Despite its size, the articulated frame allowed a surprisingly tight 17-foot turning radius, making it more agile than it looked. Massey Ferguson didn't forget the operator. The 4000 series cab was among the most spacious and comfortable in the industry at the time, featuring standard air conditioning, heating, and an 8-way adjustable seat, critical for 12-hour days in the field. A 1,000 RPM independent PTO came standard, with an optional Category 4 3-point hitch, giving the 4880 impressive versatility. Fueled by a massive 190-gallon, 719-liter tank, built on a brutally strong articulated chassis, the Massey Ferguson 4880 was engineered to work hard, work long, and never back down. A true heavyweight rarely seen, but never forgotten. We end with a legend, a tractor that didn't just compete, but changed the horsepower race forever. Built between 1965 and 1969, the Allis-Chalmers D14 Series 2 was a shockwave through the farming world, becoming the first Allis-Chalmers tractor to exceed 100 horsepower and one of the most muscular two-wheel drive machines of its era. Power came from the formidable Allis-Chalmers 3400 Mark II diesel, a 7.0-liter, 426 cubic inches, turbocharged inline-6 engineered for relentless fieldwork. In official Nebraska Tractor Test 939, the D21 Series 2 produced an impressive 128.85 horsepower at the PTO, along with approximately 117 drawbar horsepower. For the mid-1960s, these were elite numbers, especially for a tractor that was still primarily rear-wheel drive. That power was managed through an 8 forward/2 reverse manual transmission, delivering smooth, predictable control under heavy loads. With an operating weight of roughly 12,800 pounds, 5.8 tons, the D21 Series 2 achieved an exceptional balance of traction and agility. While 2WD was standard, a rare factory 4WD option existed, making surviving examples incredibly valuable today. The turbocharged engine didn't just boost output, it improved torque delivery and fuel efficiency, allowing the D21 to pull large plows and heavy tillage equipment all day without fading. Operator comfort also took a leap forward, thanks to a flat operator platform and optional cab, a major upgrade over earlier Allis-Chalmers designs. Built for the vast fields of the American West, the D21 Series 2 symbolized the shift into the modern high-horsepower era. Rare, iconic, and brutally effective, this tractor didn't just make history, it rewrote the rules of farm muscle. At first glance, the white 288 doesn't look like a muscle tractor at all. No wild articulation, no 4-digit horsepower, no oversized tires screaming for attention. But that's exactly why it belongs on this list. Introduced in August 1982, the white 288 was part of the legendary Field Boss lineup, built in the USA to replace the 270 and 285. Under its clean, no-nonsense hood sat a Perkins 6.35 4.4 diesel, a 6-cylinder, water-cooled workhorse displacing 354 cubic inches, or 5.8 liters. PTO output ranged from 86 to 88 horsepower. Modest on paper, but brutally effective in the field. What made the 288 feel stronger than its numbers was how everything worked together. The 18-speed mechanical transmission with a 3x6 over-under setup allowed operators to stay in the power band without wasting torque. Available in both two-wheel drive and mechanical front-wheel drive, the tractor delivered excellent traction for its size, especially on mixed terrain. Hydraulics were another quiet advantage. White refined the system for faster response and consistent lift, while the spacious cab reduced fatigue during long days, something farmers immediately noticed. This wasn't a tractor built to impress at auctions. It was built to outpull expectations hour after hour. The white 288 proves that muscle isn't always about raw horsepower. Sometimes it's about balance, durability, and a drivetrain that refuses to quit. A true sleeper muscle tractor, strong where it actually mattered. In 1954, horsepower numbers didn't impress farmers, performance did, and that's where the Farmall Super MTA changed everything. Built by International Harvester for less than a single year, the Super MTA became one of the rarest and most respected Farmall tractors ever made. Under the hood was a 264 cubic inch, 4.3-liter, inline 4-cylinder engine, offered in gasoline, diesel, and LP gas versions. PTO output reached 47 to 50 horsepower, with drawbar power around 44 to 45 horsepower. Serious strength for its era. But the Super MTA wasn't just about raw output. It introduced technology that felt almost unfair in the field. The torque amplifier system allowed operators to shift on the move, instantly dropping into a lower range without clutching. When the plow hit hard ground or the load climbed a hill, the tractor didn't stall, it dug in harder. A 10-speed forward transmission, combined with live hydraulics and IH's first independent PTO, meant the Super MTA could keep working while others had to stop. Implements stayed running. Productivity stayed high. Time was saved. At the peak of IH's legendary letter series, the Super MTA represented the ultimate evolution. Stronger, smarter, and more capable than anything before it. With limited production of roughly 27,000 units, it became both a powerhouse and a collector's icon. The Farmall Super MTA proves that true muscle isn't about size. It's about control, innovation, and the moment a tractor refuses to slow down when the work gets tough. Before big horsepower was even a concept, Case built something that simply relied on mass, displacement, and brute force. This was the Case LA, the biggest, heaviest, and most powerful tractor J.I. Case had ever put into a farmer's field. Introduced in 1940, the Case LA sat at the very top of the Case lineup for over a decade. Power came from a massive 403 cubic inch, 6.6-liter, inline four-cylinder I-head engine, built in-house by Case. It ran on gasoline or kerosene in early years, with LP gas added later. Output reached around 53 horsepower at the PTO and 41 horsepower at the drawbar. Huge numbers for the 1940s. But horsepower was only part of the story. The LA weighed in at roughly 7,500 pounds, over 3.4 tons, before ballast. Heavy cast iron wheels, a thick cast radiator housing, and an overbuilt frame gave it relentless traction. A 4-speed manual transmission, including a 10-mile-per-hour road gear, turned that weight into unstoppable pull. Rated as a 4 to 5 plow tractor, the Case LA was designed for serious farms that demanded non-stop heavy work. Optional electric start, hydraulics, and even air brakes on military LAI variants pushed it far beyond most competitors of its era. Today, that same mass and giant displacement make the Case LA a legend in vintage tractor pulling. Raw, heavy, unapologetic. This wasn't just a tractor, it was pure agricultural muscle, forged long before the horsepower wars even began. Some muscle tractors weren't born from careful planning. They were born from necessity and raw ambition. Introduced between 1962 and 1965, the Massey Ferguson 97 was not an ordinary Massey at all. After a factory fire crippled production, Massey turned to Minneapolis Moline, and what came back was a monster. Based on the Moline G705 two-wheel drive and G706 four-wheel drive, the MF97 hid one of the largest engines ever fitted to a row crop tractor of its era. Under that long, intimidating hood sat a 504 cubic inch, 8.3-liter, inline 6-cylinder engine, available in diesel, gasoline, or LP gas. Output reached 108 to 112 horsepower, with roughly 101 PTO horsepower, numbers that shattered expectations in the early 1960s. Power was fed through a 5-speed manual transmission to either two-wheel drive or front-wheel assist four-wheel drive, giving the tractor traction to match its size. This was no showpiece. The Massey Ferguson 97 was rated as a 7-plow tractor, capable of pulling massive tillage equipment through heavy prairie soil where smaller machines simply gave up. Its sheer displacement delivered torque in waves, not bursts, perfect for nonstop, heavy draft work. The MF97 joined the elite 100 horsepower club years before it became common. With its stretched nose, brute force engine, and unexpected Moline DNA, it became the most aggressive tractor Massey had ever sold. This wasn't just muscle, it was industrial-scale power, wearing red. By the end of the 1960s, horsepower numbers were climbing fast, and Allis-Chalmers decided not to hold back. Released in 1969, the Allis-Chalmers 220 was one of the most advanced and intimidating muscle tractors of its time. At its heart was a turbocharged 426 cubic inch, 7.0-liter, inline 6 diesel, a massive power plant designed to deliver torque at low RPM, right where heavy field work demanded it. Later models pushed output to around 131 horsepower at the PTO, with 117 horsepower at the drawbar, placing the 220 among the strongest farm tractors of the early 1970s. That power was backed by serious hardware. A rugged 8-speed manual transmission sent torque to a chassis weighing nearly 14,500 pounds, over 6.5 tons. But what truly separated the 220 from its rivals was its mechanical front-wheel drive, MFWD option, still rare at the time. Instead of wasting horsepower and wheel slip, the tractor clawed forward, converting raw engine strength into real, usable pull. This combination allowed farmers to run wider tillage tools, cover more acres per day, and keep working in conditions that stopped two-wheel drive machines cold. Visually, the 220 looked the part too. Square hood, twin headlights, wide stance, pure industrial muscle. The Allis-Chalmers 220 wasn't just powerful for its era. It marked the moment turbocharging, Four-wheel traction and heavyweight design came together, turning horsepower into dominance. When people hear muscle tractor, they picture towering machines with triple-digit horsepower. The Bush Hog D410 breaks that expectation completely. This wasn't a big farm tractor at all. The D410 was a heavy-duty garden and grounds tractor, built for commercial mowing, property maintenance, and light farm work. Exact factory specifications are scarce today, but among collectors and vintage equipment circles, the D410 is remembered for one thing above all else: strength far beyond its size. Bush Hog designed the D410 with durability as the priority. Thick steel construction, a compact but aggressive stance, and a drivetrain meant to survive continuous hard use made it very different from ordinary lawn tractors of its era. While it didn't compete with full-size agricultural machines and raw horsepower, it delivered exceptional torque and cutting capability for dense grass, weeds, and brush, jobs that would quickly overwhelm standard garden tractors. That's where the muscle reputation comes from. In its class, the D410 could do work normally reserved for much larger equipment. It wasn't about speed or comfort. It was about pushing through overgrowth, handling rough terrain, and running day after day without failure. Exactly what Bush Hog built its name on. Today, the D410 is rarely seen outside auctions, old footage, or private collections. Its limited production and no-nonsense design have made it a cult favorite among enthusiasts who understand that muscle isn't always measured in horsepower. Small frame, heavy-duty bones. The Bush Hog D410 proves that real muscle can hide in unexpected places. If horsepower had a sound in the late 1950s, it would be the Oliver 995 coming across a field at full load. Produced from 1958 to 1961, the Oliver 995 Lugmatic was unlike anything farmers had ever experienced. Instead of a traditional tractor engine, Oliver installed a General Motors 371 two-stroke diesel, a supercharged three-cylinder power plant displacing just 213 cubic inches, 3.5 liters. Small on paper, absolutely ferocious in reality. Thanks to its two-stroke cycle and built-in blower, the GM diesel fired a power stroke every revolution, delivering relentless torque. Tested output reached around 85 horsepower at the PTO and 71 horsepower at the drawbar, placing the 995 among the most powerful tractors of its era. Strong enough to handle 12 to 14 plows under the right conditions. But raw engine power was only half the story. The 995 used a 6-speed transmission paired with an Allison hydraulic torque converter, known as Lugmatic. When load increased and speed dropped, Lugmatic automatically multiplied torque. No clutching, no shifting, no loss of momentum. The tractor simply dug in harder. Weighing roughly 11,200 pounds over 5 tons, the Oliver 995 turned that constant power into unstoppable traction. And then there was the sound. The deep, booming roar of a GM two-stroke diesel, instantly recognizable and impossible to ignore. The Oliver 995 wasn't just strong, it was mechanical aggression, engineered into one of the most unforgettable muscle tractors ever built. When the muscle tractor era reached its peak, John Deere answered with something bold, and only built it for 2 years. Produced from 1971 to 1972, the John Deere 4620 was the final and most powerful evolution of Deere's standard two-wheel drive, new generation row crop tractors. It replaced the 4600 and immediately raised the bar. Under the hood sat a 404 cubic inch, 6.6 liter, inline 6 turbocharged diesel, built to deliver raw, continuous power. Tested output reached roughly 136 horsepower at the PTO and 116 horsepower at the drawbar, numbers that put it at the top of Deere's lineup at the time. But power alone didn't make the 4620 legendary. A popular option was the 8-speed power shift transmission, allowing operators to shift on the move under heavy load without stopping or clutching. When pulling big tillage tools, the tractor stayed in the power band, converting turbocharged muscle directly into forward motion. Weighing around 12,000 pounds, over 5.4 tons, the 4620 had the mass to put its horsepower to work. It handled 6 plow and larger equipment with ease, running long hours on big-acre farms where downtime wasn't an option. Reliability became his reputation. Wrapped in John Deere's iconic green and yellow new generation design, the 4620 looked exactly as strong as it performed. Short production, big power, and no compromises. The John Deere 4620 wasn't just a tractor. It was the final statement of classic American muscle, built for fields that demanded everything. These machines weren't built to look powerful. They were built to work and dominate. From two-stroke diesel monsters to turbocharged legends that only live for a few years, these tractors prove that muscle isn't about speed. It's about torque, weight, and endurance. If you enjoyed this list, hit like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments. Which muscle tractor shocked you the most? Because in farming history, real power never whispers, it pulls. From small family farms to massive agricultural empires, some tractors did far more than work the land. They reshaped farming itself. They weren't always the biggest or the most advanced, but they earned what mattered most: the trust of millions of farmers worldwide. Record-breaking sales, legendary durability, and designs that defined entire generations. Today, we count down the 10 best-selling tractors in farming history and uncover why these machines conquered fields across the globe. Number 10. Massey Ferguson 135. Introduced in 1964, the Massey Ferguson 135 didn't just replace the MF35, it launched the legendary MF100 series and redefined what a reliable farm tractor should be. Produced until 1975, the MF135 earned its place as one of the best-selling tractors in farming history thanks to a rare balance of strength, simplicity, and real-world efficiency. At its core was the famous Perkins AD 3.152 three-cylinder diesel engine, delivering around 45 horsepower. Not flashy, but perfectly tuned for long hours of hard work. In some markets, farmers could also choose the Continental Z145 gasoline engine. Early models came with a 6-speed manual transmission, later upgraded to 8 speeds, with an optional 12-speed multi-power gearbox, an advanced feature for its era. Steering was handled by a recirculating ball system, while the high-capacity hydraulic system, with a 30.3-liter reservoir, powered a Category 1 rear hitch capable of lifting up to 1,292 kilograms. That meant this compact tractor could plow, lift, and run implements far beyond what its size suggested. But numbers alone don't explain its success. The MF135 became legendary because it was easy to maintain, fuel-efficient, and nearly indestructible. With spare parts widely available and a design farmers could fix themselves, it stayed in service for generations. Over 340,000 units were built at the Banner Lane factory in the UK alone. Proof that the MF135 wasn't just popular, it became a global farming icon. Number 9. Case IH Magnum 190. Built between 2009 and 2013, the Case IH Magnum 190 represents the modern evolution of one of the most successful tractor families in farming history. Designed as a high-performance row crop tractor, the Magnum 190 was made for large-scale operations, where downtime is not an option. Power comes from a 6.7-liter FPT 6-cylinder turbocharged diesel with intercooling, delivering a rated 190 horsepower. But under load, power boost systems could push output close to 250 horsepower when it mattered most. Buyers could choose between advanced 18 or 19-speed full power shift transmissions or a continuously variable CVT, allowing precise control across fieldwork and transport. Hydraulic performance was equally serious, with a pressure flow compensated system delivering around 150 liters per minute, feeding heavy modern implements with ease. At the rear, lift capacity reached 5,800 kilograms standard and up to 7,199 kilograms with optional upgrades, all supported by an operating weight of roughly 8.6 tons. Inside, the Surveyor cab set Magnum apart, offering excellent visibility, climate control, and long-day comfort. But the real reason the Magnum 190 earns its place among the best-selling tractors in history is the Magnum legacy itself. Since the original Magnum Revolution of 1987, this series has defined durability, resale value, and global trust. Even today, used Magnum 190s remain highly sought after. Proof that Magnum wasn't just built to work, it was built to last. Number 8. Ford 8N. Produced from 1947 to 1952, the Ford 8N was more than just a tractor. It was a turning point in agricultural history after World War II. Powered by a simple but dependable 2.0-liter inline four-cylinder gasoline engine, the 8N delivered around 23 to 27 horsepower at the drawbar. On paper, those numbers seem modest. In reality, they were revolutionary for small farms transitioning from horses to machines. The Ford 8N featured a major upgrade over its predecessors with a 4-speed manual transmission and improved braking layout, allowing tighter turns and better control in the field. Weighing just over 1,090 kilograms, it was compact, agile, and perfectly sized for family farms. But the real breakthrough was its integrated Ferguson 3-point hitch hydraulic system, paired with a PTO speed of roughly 545 revolutions per minute at 1,500 engine revolutions per minute. This system allowed the tractor and implement to work as one, dramatically improving safety, efficiency, and ease of use, a design that became the global standard. Affordability sealed its legacy. With a launch price around $1,404 in the early 1950s, the 8N was within reach of average farmers. In just 5 years, over 530,000 units were built, making it one of the best-selling tractors of all time. Even decades later, thousands remain operational. Proof that the Ford 8N didn't just sell well, it reshaped farming itself. Number 7. Farmall H. Introduced in 1939, the Farmall H quickly became one of the most influential tractors of the 20th century. Built by International Harvester until 1954, it was designed at a time when farms were rapidly moving away from animal power, and the H was perfectly positioned to lead that transition. Power came from the IHC 152 inline 4-cylinder 2.5-liter engine, capable of running on gasoline, kerosene, or distillate. Output ranged from roughly 19 to 24 horsepower at the drawbar and up to 27 horsepower at the PTO, enough to reliably pull two 14-inch plow bottoms, a serious workload for its era. The Farmall H featured a 5-speed manual transmission with a top speed near 27 kilometers per hour, making it both productive in the field and efficient on the road. Its narrow tricycle front end allowed it to maneuver cleanly between crop rows, while the adjustable rear axle, ranging from about 110 to 200 centimeters, made it adaptable to a wide variety of row spacings. Weighing around 1,757 kilograms, it struck an ideal balance between traction and efficiency. What truly cemented its place among the best-selling tractors in history was impact. With over 391,000 units produced, more than 420,000 including the Super H, it became a cornerstone of mid-size farms. Affordable, durable, and stylish for its time, the Farmall H didn't just sell in huge numbers, it changed how farming was done. Number 6. John Deere Model B. First introduced in 1935, the John Deere Model B became one of the company's longest-running and most successful tractors, remaining in production until 1952. Designed as the smaller, more affordable companion to the larger Model A, the Model B was perfectly suited for small and mid-sized farms that needed efficiency without excess. Its heart was the legendary 2-cylinder horizontal engine, famously nicknamed the Johnny Popper, with displacement evolving from about 2.4 to 3.1 liters over the years. Depending on year and fuel type, output ranged from roughly 12 to 28 horsepower. The Model B could run on gasoline, kerosene, or distillate, keeping operating costs low during tough economic times. Early versions used a 4-speed transmission, later upgraded to 6 forward gears after 1947, paired with a narrow tricycle front end ideal for row crop farming. Weighing around 1,485 kilograms, it delivered strong traction without compacting soil excessively, and its unmistakable pop-pop exhaust sound became a signature heard across rural America. What secured the Model B's place among the best-selling tractors in history was sheer longevity and trust. Nearly 300,000 units were produced over 17 years. Constant updates, electric start, lighting, and the power trawl hydraulic system kept it relevant. Durable, economical, and iconic, the Model B didn't just support farmers. It helped build John Deere into a global powerhouse. Number 5. Belarus MTZ80. Introduced in 1974 by the Minsk Tractor Works, the Belarus MTZ80 became a symbol of Soviet-era engineering, built for one purpose: survive anywhere and keep working. Designed to operate in extreme environments, from Siberian winters to tropical heat, the MTZ80 earned a reputation few tractors can match. Power comes from the D244 cylinder liquid-cooled diesel engine, producing around 80 horsepower, paired with a rugged 18-forward, 4-reverse manual transmission that gave operators precise control in every task. The MTZ80 features hydraulic power steering, a strong rear 3-point hitch with a lifting capacity of about 3,200 kilograms, and a top speed approaching 35 kilometers per hour. Standard models use rear-wheel drive, while the closely related MTZ82 adds 4-wheel drive for even tougher conditions. Simple construction meant easy cold starts, low fuel consumption, and repairs that could be done in the field with basic tools. What secures the MTZ80's place among the best-selling tractors in farming history is sheer scale. More than 1.5 million MTZ80 and MTZ82 units have been produced and exported to over 100 countries. Affordable, brutally durable, and endlessly adaptable, many are still working today. The MTZ80 didn't chase luxury or electronics. It delivered raw, dependable power, and the world bought it by the millions. Number 4. Mahindra 275Di. In a list dominated by American and European legends, the Mahindra 275Di represents a different kind of success, one built on volume, efficiency, and everyday reliability. Widely used across India, the world's largest tractor market, the 275Di became one of the most popular workhorses of modern agriculture. At its core is a water-cooled 3-cylinder ELSDI diesel engine, with displacement ranging from about 2.0 to 2.2 liters, depending on variant, producing roughly 39 horsepower, with versions spanning from 35 to 42 horsepower. Power is delivered through a partial constant mesh transmission with 8 forward and 2 reverse gears, designed for durability and low maintenance. Operators could choose mechanical steering or dual-acting power steering, while oil-immersed disc brakes ensured reliable stopping even in dusty field conditions. The hydraulic system lifts around 1,200 kilograms, up to 1,500 kilograms on certain variants, and a 6-spline PTO running at 540 revolutions per minute delivers between 25 and 34 PTO horsepower, enough to handle a wide range of implements. What truly secures the Mahindra 275Di's place among the best-selling tractors in farming history is scale. It became the top-selling tractor model in India and helped Mahindra rise to the position of the world's #1 tractor manufacturer by volume. Affordable, fuel-efficient, and built to last, the 275Di doesn't chase prestige. It wins by feeding millions. Number 3. Allis-Chalmers Model B. Launched in 1937 and produced until 1957, the Allis-Chalmers Model B proved that a tractor didn't need to be big to make a massive impact. Designed by legendary industrial designer Brooks Stevens, the Model B targeted small family farms looking to replace horses with affordable mechanization. Power came from a compact 2.0-liter inline 4-cylinder engine running on gasoline or distillate, producing around 13 to 18 horsepower at the drawbar. Modest output, but perfectly matched to its lightweight design. The Model B used a simple 3 forward, 1 reverse transmission and topped out at about 12 kilometers per hour, Weighing just 950 kilograms, it was one of the lightest tractors of its era, reducing soil compaction and fuel use. A breakthrough torque tube frameless design connected the engine directly to the transmission, eliminating heavy frame rails and giving operators exceptional visibility over row crop implements. Independent mechanical brakes on each rear wheel added precise control, while the arch front axle allowed it to work cleanly between crop rows. What made the Model B one of the best-selling tractors in history was accessibility. Priced at just $495 at launch, it opened mechanized farming to thousands who could never afford larger machines. Over 125,000 units were sold, and its iconic Persian orange styling turned farm equipment into industrial art. Small, smart, and revolutionary, the Model B reshaped farming from the ground up. Number 2. Fiat 640. Produced mainly between 1973 and 1980, the Fiat 640 became one of the most successful tractors ever built by Fiat, and a true symbol of durable European engineering. At its heart was the legendary Fiat 8000 45.02 four-cylinder, liquid-cooled diesel engine, displacing 3.5 liters and producing around 64 horsepower at 2,400 revolutions per minute. This engine earned a reputation for being nearly indestructible, easy to start in harsh conditions, and exceptionally fuel efficient, qualities that made the 640 trusted far beyond Italy. Power was sent through a rugged mechanical transmission with 8 forward and 2 reverse gears, or an optional 12-3 setup, giving farmers flexibility across fieldwork and transport. Steering assistance could be mechanical or hydraulic depending on version, while the hydraulic system delivered a rear lift capacity between 1,850 and 2,185 kilograms. Weighing roughly 2,260 kilograms in 2WD form, the Fiat 640 balanced traction and maneuverability, reaching road speeds close to 30 kilometers per hour. What places the Fiat 640 among the best-selling tractors in farming history is scale and adaptability. Licensed production in countries like Turkey, Pakistan, and across Eastern Europe pushed global numbers into the hundreds of thousands. Simple, fully mechanical, and easy to repair, many Fiat 600s and 40s are still working today. It wasn't just a tractor, it was a global farming solution. Number 1. John Deere 4020. Produced from 1964 to 1972, the John Deere 4020 is more than a bestseller. It is the benchmark by which modern row crop tractors are measured. As the flagship of John Deere's revolutionary new generation lineup, the 4020 arrived at a moment when farms were growing fast and demanded real power. Under the hood sat a 6.6-liter, 6-cylinder, liquid-cooled diesel engine delivering nearly 100 horsepower at the PTO, a massive leap in productivity for its time. Farmers could choose the smooth Synchro-Range 8 forward/2 reverse transmission or the advanced PowerShift gearbox, allowing full gear changes without clutching. A pressure-compensated, high-flow hydraulic system powered large modern implements with ease, while hydraulic disc brakes delivered confident stopping power. Weighing about 4,300 kilograms, the 4020 combined stability with speed, and optional cab equipment brought unheard-of comfort, lighting, and visibility to long workdays. What truly secured the 4020's place at number 1 is impact. More than 180,000 units were sold, an extraordinary figure for a high-horsepower tractor in the 1960s. It redefined what one machine could handle, from 6-row equipment to nonstop fieldwork. Reliable, powerful, and timeless, the John Deere 4020 didn't just sell in huge numbers. It reshaped modern farming forever. These tractors prove that real success in farming is never about hype. It's about reliability, efficiency, and performance where it truly matters, in the field. From pre-war legends to modern workhorses, every machine on this list earned its legacy through decades of hard labor and farmer loyalty. If you enjoyed this journey through farming history, like the video, subscribe and comment your favorite tractor. True legends don't fade, they keep working. Most people think tractors are just slow, boring farm machines. But history tells a very different story. Across decades, engineers and farmers built machines so extreme, so unconventional, they barely looked real. Some were insanely powerful, some were shockingly small, others completely changed the rules of farming forever. Today, we're counting down craziest tractors you won't believe were ever real. And trust me, number one is on a whole different level. Roomley line drive. At the dawn of agricultural mechanization, when farmers still trusted reins and horses more than engines, Advanced Roomley introduced one of the most unbelievable machines ever imagined, the Roomley line drive. This wasn't just a tractor. It was a radical experiment designed to feel like horse farming, even though it was made of steel and gears. Instead of sitting on the tractor, the operator controlled it remotely using long reins. Just like driving a team of horses, the tractor moved ahead on its own, while the farmer stood behind on the plow or harrow, pulling the reins to steer a powerful mechanical machine. The goal was simple but daring: make nervous farmers more comfortable transitioning from horses to tractors by keeping the same familiar control method. Developed by Advanced Roomley, the line drive was never meant for mass production. In fact, only 2 prototypes were ever built, making it one of the rarest tractors in history. Technically innovative for its time, the concept attempted to create a horse-style interface for a machine that clearly didn't behave like one. And that's exactly why it failed. Steering a heavy tractor from a distance proved dangerous, slow to react, and completely impractical, especially in emergency situations or rough terrain. The lack of direct control made it clear that some traditions simply couldn't be carried into the mechanical age. Today, the Roomley line drive is remembered not for productivity, but as a bold and bizarre reminder of how far inventors were willing to go in the early days of farming technology. With its rain-controlled steering and near-mythical rarity, it stands as one of the craziest tractors you won't believe were ever real. Vickers VRR 180 Vigor. In the years following World War II, Britain faced the massive challenge of rebuilding its land, and Vickers Armstrongs, a company famous for tanks and heavy weapons, decided to bring military engineering straight into agriculture. The result was the Vickers Civ R180 Vigor, a crawler tractor built between 1951 and 1958 that looked, moved, and behaved like nothing else on a farm. Under its armored-inspired body sat a Rolls-Royce C6 SFL, supercharged inline-6 diesel, displacing 12.17 liters and delivering an extraordinary 190 horsepower. Even more unusual was its dry sump lubrication system, allowing the engine to run reliably on extreme slopes, a feature borrowed directly from combat vehicles rather than farm machines. Power was sent through a 3-speed mechanical gearbox with a high-low splitter, giving 6 forward and 2 reverse gears, with a later option for a Rolls-Royce hydraulic torque converter. But the true insanity lay beneath the chassis. The VR180 used a tank-derived suspension based on the 1930s Tetrarch light tank, featuring 4 large, fully articulated road wheels. This allowed the tractor to maintain traction at high speed and float over rough ground in ways traditional crawlers simply couldn't. Weighing around 16 tons, the Vigor could reach nearly 10 miles per hour, 16 kilometers per hour, almost double the speed of rivals like the Caterpillar D8. That speed, combined with its advanced suspension, made it incredibly capable, but also demanding to maintain. Fuel consumption could climb to 9.8 gallons per hour, while clutch wear and track stability limited its appeal. In the end, only around 1,500 units were produced, leaving behind one of the boldest and most extreme experiments ever attempted in agricultural machinery history. Lanz Bulldog Raupe. Long before modern diesels demanded clean fuel and precision engineering, Heinrich Lanz, AG of Germany, built a tractor that answered only to heat, momentum, and raw mechanical will. The Lanz Bulldog Raupe, the tracked version of the legendary Bulldog series, became infamous for its enormous single-cylinder, hot bulb engine and operating rituals that looked more like blacksmith work than farming. At its core was a two-stroke, single-cylinder hot bulb engine running an ultra-low compression ratio of around 5:1. In larger models, displacement reached a staggering 10.3 liters, 10,300 cubic centimeters, producing roughly 45 horsepower at just 630 RPM. There was no rush for revs here. Power came in slow, violent pulses. Cooling was equally primitive and reliable, using evaporative cooling or later thermosiphon systems, eliminating pumps and reducing failure points. Introduced in the early 1930s, the Raup crawler version replaced wheels with heavy steel tracks, giving the Bulldog relentless traction on mud, hills, and broken ground. The drivetrain was massively overbuilt to survive constant torque shocks from that giant piston, allowing the tractor to crawl where others bogged down. What truly made the Lanz Bulldog Raup legendary was its behavior. This engine could burn almost any flammable liquid: diesel, kerosene, vegetable oil, tar oil, even crude oil, a lifesaver during fuel shortages after both World Wars. Starting it was pure spectacle. Operators heated the hot bulb with a blowtorch for up to 20 minutes, then manually cranked the flywheel to awaken the beast. Early models didn't even include reverse gear. To back up, the engine had to be shut down and restarted in the opposite direction, reversing its rotation. Once alive, the Bulldog announced itself with a slow, thunderous pop, pop, pop exhaust rhythm. Unmistakable, unforgettable, and unlike any tractor ever built. Unimog 72000. There is no single model officially called Unimog 72000, and that confusion already hints at why the Mercedes-Benz Unimog belongs on this list. Unimog isn't a normal tractor at all. It's an entire family of ultra-versatile machines, originally conceived as an agricultural vehicle, then pushed far beyond anything a tractor was ever meant to be. Developed shortly after World War II and later produced by Mercedes-Benz, the Unimog was designed as a multi-purpose farming machine with extreme off-road capability. But instead of evolving like a tractor, it evolved like a military-grade utility truck. Powered by robust Mercedes-Benz diesel engines, Unimogs delivered far higher road speeds than traditional tractors, allowing them to drive legally on public roads while still pulling, powering, and operating farm equipment. The real magic lies underneath. Unimog is famous for its portal axles, a rare design that lifts the axles above the wheel centerline, creating massive ground clearance without raising the vehicle's center of gravity. Combined with coil spring suspension and a flexible ladder frame, the Unimog can crawl over rocks, trenches, deep mud, and steep slopes that would instantly stop conventional tractors. What makes Unimog truly insane is its identity crisis. It can mount implements front, rear, and mid-mounted, run PTO-driven agricultural tools, tow heavy loads, and then accelerate down the highway like a truck. Over the decades, the same platform has been transformed into snowplows, fire engines, military transports, drilling rigs, expedition vehicles, and farm tractors. Built for the harshest environments on Earth, the Unimog blurs every line between tractor, truck, and off-road machine. A shape-shifting mechanical workhorse that refuses to fit into any single category. John Deere 830, articulated tandem. This machine was never meant to exist, at least not in any John Deere catalog, the John Deere 830. Articulated tandem wasn't a factory model, but a bold, hand-built solution created in the 1960s on the Canadian prairies, where farmers desperately needed more pulling power than any standard tractor could provide. Built by mechanic Glenn Munro in Alberta, Canada, this monster was formed by joining two John Deere 830 diesel tractors into a single articulated machine. Each 830 carried its own massive 7.7-liter, two-cylinder diesel engine, the largest and final two-cylinder design John Deere ever produced. When linked together, the tandem delivered roughly 135 horsepower at the drawbar, an enormous figure for the era, especially for two-cylinder technology. The engineering was as radical as the idea itself. The front axles of both tractors were removed and steering was handled by a hydraulic articulation joint in the center. Instead of turning wheels, the entire machine bent in the middle, working much like modern articulated four-wheel drive tractors decades before they became mainstream. Operation required pure mechanical ingenuity. Throttle, clutch, and gear controls were transferred to the rear operator's position through an intricate system of mechanical linkages, allowing one driver to command both engines in unison. Starting procedures remained separate, but once running, the two tractors behaved as a single, unified beast. Only around 97 tandem units were reportedly built locally, making them extremely rare today. More than a curiosity, the 830 articulated tandem stands as proof of what happens when necessity pushes farmers and mechanics to invent their own future, long before manufacturers caught up. Bungart's U1D. At first glance, the Bungart's U1D looks harmless, almost like a garden machine, but appearances are deceiving. Built in 1950s Germany by Bungart's and Company. Of Munich, this compact two-wheel tractor became legendary for delivering strength that completely defied its size. The U1D was powered by an unusual two-stroke diesel engine from steel, commonly the 131A or 131B, with a displacement of about 763 cubic centimeters. Despite its modest scale, the engine produced roughly 14 horsepower, delivering massive low-end torque thanks to its diesel two-stroke design and air cooling system. This wasn't about speed, it was about relentless pulling power. Unlike conventional tractors, the Bungart's U1D was a single-axle, walk-behind machine. The operator either walked behind it using handlebars or rode on a trailing implement such as a plow or small trailer. Designed for small farms, vineyards, and orchards, it could operate in tight spaces where full-size tractors were completely impractical. What made the U1D truly unbelievable was its strength-to-size ratio. In public demonstrations, this tiny tractor famously dragged machines many times its size, including full-size Deutz tractors, across exhibition grounds, shocking crowds who expected it to stall instantly. The secret was simple: torque, traction, and gearing optimized for pulling rather than speed. The choice of a two-stroke diesel was highly unconventional for agricultural machinery, but it gave the U1D brutal torque delivery and outstanding durability. Combined with its compact layout and low center of gravity, the Bungart's U1D shattered the idea that real power only comes in large packages, earning its place as one of the most unexpected and audacious tractors ever built. Fair D180H. Among machines built purely to shock, the Fair D180H stands out for a very different reason. Produced in Germany from 1954 to 1959 by Fair, later Deutz-Fahr, this compact tractor didn't rely on bizarre mechanics or experimental layouts. Instead, it became legendary by doing everything right, so efficiently that it rewrote expectations for small agricultural tractors. At its heart was the rock-solid MWM AKD 112Z air-cooled diesel, a two-cylinder 1.8-liter engine producing 24 horsepower. While many tractors of the era still depended on water cooling systems prone to leaks and freezing, the D180H's air-cooled design eliminated radiators, coolant, and antifreeze entirely. Fewer parts meant fewer failures, a critical advantage for post-war European farmers. Power was sent through a 5-speed manual gearbox with one reverse, plus an additional creeper gear for ultra-slow, high-torque work. Weighing around 1,453 kilograms, 3,203 pounds, the D180H was light enough for small fields, yet strong enough to handle demanding daily tasks. A 12-volt electric starter added modern convenience rarely found on tractors in its class at the time. What makes the Fair D180H truly remarkable is its reputation. With approximately 8,021 units produced, it became the best-selling tractor in Fahr's history. Farmers valued its fuel efficiency, ease of repair, and unshakable reliability. In a world obsessed with size and power, the D180H proved that smart engineering, simplicity and economy could be just as revolutionary, earning its place among the most unexpectedly crazy tractors ever built. Fendt Diesel Ross F18. Long before high-horsepower giants dominated the fields, Fendt quietly unleashed a machine that would redefine what a tractor could be. Built in Marktoberdorf, Germany, the Fendt Diesel Ross F18 was produced from 1937 to 1949. And while its size looked modest, its technology was decades ahead of its time. At the heart of the F18 was a rugged Deutz MAH 716 single-cylinder diesel engine. With a displacement of 1.8 liters, 1,808 cubic centimeters, it delivered around 18 horsepower at 1,400 RPM, producing strong, steady torque ideal for agricultural work. Weighing roughly 1,500 kilograms, the Diesel Ross F18 balanced traction and efficiency, proving that smart design mattered more than brute force. What truly set the F18 apart and earned it a place among history's craziest tractors was its independent PTO system. At a time when most tractors could only power implements when the tractor was moving, the F18 allowed operators to engage or disengage the PTO independently of travel speed. This breakthrough meant mowers, threshers, and other attachments could keep running even when the tractor stopped, dramatically improving precision, safety, and productivity. The F18 was also part of Fendt's early vision of a compact, integrated multi-purpose tractor, capable of mounting implements directly to the machine rather than relying solely on trailed equipment. Combined with the fuel efficiency and reliability of its diesel engine, this made the Diesel Ross F18 an economic and practical choice in pre- and post-war Europe. By 1949, production of the Diesel Ross line had surged to around 20 units per month, confirming its commercial success. The Fendt Diesel Ross F18 wasn't loud, oversized, or extreme. It was revolutionary, laying the foundation for the modern agricultural tractor as we know it today. International Harvester 4100 and 4300. Coming in at number 8 on Crazy Tractor Designs, you have to see to believe the International Harvester IH 4100 and especially the IH 4300 look less like farm tractors and more like machines stolen straight from a construction site. And that impression isn't wrong. These were IH's first serious attempts at high horsepower, rigid frame four-wheel drive tractors in the early 1960s, an era when most farmers still trusted small front wheels and massive rear tires. The IH 4100, built from 1965 to 1968, used a turbocharged 7.0-liter inline-six diesel producing around 144 engine horsepower and roughly 130 PTO horsepower. It featured an 8-forward, 4-reverse transmission, weighed between 15,000 and 19,000 pounds, and could be ordered with either 2-wheel or 4-wheel steering, an extremely radical option for its time. Then there was the monster, the IH 4300. Produced between 1961 and 1965, it carried a colossal 13.4-liter, 6-cylinder diesel pushing close to 300 engine horsepower and over 200 drawbar horsepower. With a weight exceeding 23,000 pounds, full-time 4-wheel drive, and optional crab steering that allowed it to move diagonally, this tractor was decades ahead of what most farms were ready to handle. What truly made both machines look insane was their bright industrial yellow paint. Built at IH's Half Construction Equipment Plant, they left the factory wearing the same color as loaders and bulldozers, not the iconic IH red. Massive size, experimental drivetrains, gearbox issues under heavy load, and farmer skepticism meant sales were tiny. Only about 4,400 IH 4300 were ever built. Commercial failures, yes, but unforgettable pioneers of the high-horsepower four-wheel drive tractor era. Detroit 4416. Taking the number 7 spot on Crazy Tractor Designs, you have to see to believe the Detroit 4416 is one of those machines that feels more like an experiment than a finished product. Built around 1947 by the short-lived Detroit Tractor Company, This compact tractor tried to blur the line between agriculture and construction, decades before multi-purpose equipment became a buzzword. At first glance, the Detroit 4416 looks small and almost ordinary, but its real madness lies in how it was meant to work. Instead of being locked into one role, it was designed to accept quickly removable front-mounted attachments. A farmer could run it as a conventional agricultural tractor, then strip it down and mount a front dozer blade or a loader, turning it into a miniature bulldozer or material handler in a matter of time. Precise engine specifications are scarce today, adding to the mystery, but Detroit planned to use Chrysler industrial gasoline engines, with diesel options discussed for larger variants. What mattered more than raw power was flexibility. The tractor was marketed for farms, construction sites, and industrial work. One machine, many jobs. What makes the 44-16 truly strange is its context. Designed independently by Chief Engineer Al Rowe, it was a bold outsider vision. Some versions were even intended to carry tools and equipment, acting like a mobile service or nurse tractor on the job site. Unfortunately, Detroit Tractor Company collapsed after producing only a very small number of machines. Low sales and a short production run turned the 4416 into a mechanical ghost. Rare, obscure, and almost unheard of today. Not a success story, but a fascinating glimpse into a forgotten, wildly creative chapter of tractor history. Grey drum drive. Built in Britain in the early 20th century, around the 1910s, the grey drum drive looks like a machine created before anyone truly agreed on what a tractor should be. This rare and bizarre design completely abandoned traditional rear wheels, replacing them with a single enormous steel drum mounted at the back of the machine. A gasoline or oil engine was mounted at the front, but instead of driving tires or tracks, all power was sent directly to the rear drum. As the engine turned, the drum rotated and pushed the tractor forward. There was no clear line between drivetrain and implement. The same component provided traction, propulsion, and field work at the same time. That giant drum was the heart of the madness. While moving, it compressed, leveled, and smoothed the soil like a built-in land roller. In theory, this meant fewer attachments and a simpler farming process. In reality, it created serious limitations. Steering was awkward, turning radius was poor, and maneuvering on uneven or confined ground was extremely difficult. The design also lacked versatility. It worked well for rolling and flattening land but struggled with deeper cultivation tasks. As conventional wheeled tractors rapidly improved, the grey drum drive's unusual concept became obsolete. Produced in very small numbers by the short-lived Grey Traction Engine Company, the drum drive failed commercially. Yet its strange fusion of drive system and farm implement makes it one of the most daring and unforgettable experiments in early tractor history. Beaver GRT6. Produced in extremely limited numbers during the 1950s, the Beaver GRT6 is one of those tractors that instantly makes you stop and ask, why would anyone do this? At a time when steering wheels were already a well-established standard, Beaver went in a completely different direction by removing it entirely. Instead of a traditional round steering wheel, the GRT6 used a tiller-style steering lever. The operator sat in the seat and controlled the tractor's direction using a long control arm, pushing or pulling it to steer. This system was more commonly found on specialized industrial machines or compact equipment, not on agricultural tractors expected to work fields day after day. Very little technical data survives today, largely because production numbers were so small and the manufacturer itself remained obscure. What is known is that the Beaver GRT6 was a compact tractor, likely intended for small-scale farming, gardening, or specialized tasks where tight maneuverability mattered more than raw power. The tiller steering may have been designed to improve control in narrow spaces, but it also demanded a completely different driving technique. That steering system is exactly what makes the GRT6 such a crazy design. Farmers trained on steering wheels would have found it unfamiliar and potentially uncomfortable, especially during long work hours. The concept appears to have been an experiment or a niche solution rather than a practical mainstream tractor. With low production, limited adoption, and a design that never caught on, the Beaver GRT6 faded into obscurity. Today, it stands as a rare reminder that tractor designers once weren't afraid to challenge even the most basic rules of how a tractor should be driven. Lanz Bulldog HR2. Built in Germany between 1926 and around 1931, the Lanz Bulldog HR2 is often remembered as one of the most mechanically outrageous tractors ever put into mass production. This machine didn't chase speed, comfort, or refinement. Instead, it embraced brutal simplicity and pushed it to an extreme that still feels unbelievable today. The HR2 was the first model in Lanz's famous 10-liter Bulldog series. At its heart sat a massive horizontal single-cylinder, two-stroke semi-diesel engine with an enormous displacement of about 10.3 liters. Despite its size, it produced only around 28 horsepower and ran at an incredibly low engine speed of roughly 500 RPM, so slow you could literally watch the flywheel and moving parts in action. Power was sent through a simple 4-speed manual gearbox, usable in both forward and reverse. What truly makes the HR2 a crazy design is how it operated. The engine could burn almost any combustible liquid: diesel, kerosene, crude oil, vegetable oil, and even waste oil. This made it priceless in times of fuel shortages. Starting it, however, was an event. The operator had to heat the hot bulb chamber with a blow lamp for up to 20 minutes until it glowed red hot, then manually crank the engine to life. Even more bizarre, the engine could run backward if started in reverse rotation, eliminating the need for complex reversing gears. With very few moving parts, the HR2 was nearly indestructible. Loud, slow, smoky, and unforgettable, the Lanz Bulldog HR2 wasn't just a tractor, it was a rolling monument to extreme simplicity and engineering audacity. Case 300. Built in the United States from 1956 to 1959, the Case 300 doesn't look crazy at first glance. In fact, it appears calm, conventional, and almost conservative. But the madness of this tractor isn't in wild shapes or strange layouts. It's hidden inside the engineering. At a time when most tractors were simple and fixed in their abilities, the Case 300 quietly introduced ideas that were far ahead of their era. The Case 300 was part of J.I. Case's new 300 series, powered by a liquid-cooled 4-cylinder gasoline or kerosene engine. It delivered around 34 horsepower at the drawbar and roughly 40 horsepower at the PTO, making it a strong and capable mid-size farm tractor. Standard models used a basic 4-speed manual transmission, but this is where things got interesting. Buyers could option the tractor with Case's innovative dual-range transmission, offering 8 forward and 2 reverse speeds. This allowed operators to switch between high and low ranges to perfectly match ground speed to the job, plowing, cultivating, or transport without changing tractors. Another advanced feature was the hydroelectric hydraulic control system, which used electrically actuated hydraulics to fine-tune implement depth with precision that felt futuristic in the mid-1950s. Weighing around 2,000 kilograms and available in multiple configurations, including single front wheel, dual front wheel, and industrial versions, the Case 300 was highly modular. It wasn't flashy, but it was brilliantly adaptable. The crazy part is how modern it felt. Reliable, flexible, and still working on farms today, the Case 300 proved that sometimes the boldest designs don't look strange at all. They simply work better than anything else around them. Harris Power Horse. Built in California between roughly 1949 and 1964, the Harris Power Horse may be one of the most unbelievable tractor designs ever attempted. This was an early 4-wheel drive machine, but its true insanity had nothing to do with horsepower or size. The earliest versions didn't even have a seat or a steering wheel. Instead, the Power Horse was literally controlled with reins. Produced by the Harris Manufacturing Company in Stockton, California, This compact four-wheel drive tractor used a chain-driven drivetrain and a variety of engines, including Chrysler industrial six-cylinders and later Detroit diesel two-cylinder units. A typical PH53 model with the Chrysler engine produced around 48 horsepower. Power went to all four wheels, while steering and braking were handled through planetary gear systems that controlled each side independently, very similar to track machines. On early models, the operator didn't ride the tractor at all. They sat on a towed implement, like a small buckboard, and guided the machine using reins connected to control levers on each side. Pull the left rein, the tractor turned left. Pull the right, it turned right. Pull both, and the machine stopped. It was farming, by horse logic, without the horse. This system demanded serious skill. A hard pull at the wrong time could stop the tractor abruptly, or even cause it to reverse, creating a very real danger for the operator. Later versions added steering levers and seats, but the skid steer style control remained. With a turning radius of roughly 1.4 meters, it was incredibly maneuverable, decades ahead of its time. Commercially, it failed, but the Harris Power Horse stands as a bizarre hybrid of old-world farming and futuristic design, a true missing link between animal power and modern skid steer machines. DO-130. If there is one tractor design that truly earns the word crazy, it is the DO-130. Developed in Britain in the early 1960s, this machine didn't start as a clean sheet factory concept. Instead, it began as a farmer's solution to a problem no manufacturer was willing to solve: how to get massive four-wheel drive pulling power without a single large engine. Created by British farmer George Pryor, the DO-130, also known as the DO dual drive, was produced between roughly 1961 and 1964. Its design was shocking in its simplicity and boldness. Rather than building one bigger tractor, Pryor joined two complete Fordson tractors together, nose to nose, using a heavy-duty central articulation joint. Each half carried its own four-cylinder Fordson engine, usually Power Major or Super Major units, producing about 65 horsepower each. Together, they delivered a combined output of around 130 horsepower. The result was a permanent four-wheel drive machine with articulated steering. Hydraulic rams allowed the tractor to bend up to 40 degrees in either direction, giving this massive twin-bodied machine surprisingly tight maneuverability. Weight was evenly spread across all four driven wheels, creating exceptional traction for deep plowing and heavy draft work. Visually, the DO-130 looked like a mechanical Frankenstein. Two tractors fused into one, no cab, no conventional steering layout, and a driving position mounted on the rear unit. But it worked. In a time when Britain had no factory-built 100-plus horsepower, four-wheel drive tractors, the DO-130 delivered brute strength where it mattered most. Strange, homemade, and wildly effective, the DO-130 wasn't just crazy. It became an icon and a direct ancestor of modern articulated four-wheel drive tractors. These tractors weren't built to be normal. They were built to solve impossible problems. And in the process, they became legends. Now I want to hear from you. Which tractor blew your mind the most? Leave a comment, smash the like button, subscribe for more insane machines, and I'll see you in the next video. When you think of tractors, you imagine tough, reliable machines built to work, not to shock your eyes. But history hides a darker side of farm engineering. Some tractors were so strange, so awkward, and so brutally ugly that people still struggle to believe they ever existed. These weren't jokes or customs. They were real machines built by major manufacturers, used in real fields. From six-wheeled monsters to futuristic failures, these designs pushed engineering too far. Brace yourself. This is 10 ugliest tractor designs you won't believe exist. Number 10. International Harvester 7488. Introduced in 1985, the International Harvester 7488 is often remembered as one of the strangest and ugliest tractor designs ever put into production. With its long, awkward proportions, center-articulated 2+2 layout, and unbalanced stance, the 7488 looked more like a prototype that escaped the factory than a finished farm machine. And in many ways, it was exactly that. Only 16 units were ever built, making it the final and rarest tractor in IH's Super 70 series. Beneath that controversial exterior was serious muscle. The 7488 used a turbocharged, intercooled 7.6-liter inline, 6IH diesel, producing 235 horsepower, with 200 horsepower at the PTO. Power was delivered through a Synchro Tri-6 partial power shift transmission with 18 forward and 6 reverse gears, controlled by a hydraulic wet disc clutch. Its articulated four-wheel drive 2+2 chassis was designed for maximum traction and heavy tillage. Weighing around 20,175 pounds, 9,162 kilograms, with a 115.5-inch wheelbase, hydraulic wet disc brakes, and a factory air-conditioned cab, the 7488 was built to work. Yet its awkward looks and a relatively weak rear lift system hurt its reputation. Today, that failed design and extreme rarity have turned the 7488 into a collector's obsession. An unbelievably ugly tractor that became priceless once it disappeared. Number 9. Renault 50-12LB. At first glance, the Renault 50-12LB doesn't look terrifying or powerful. It looks wrong. Built in the 1990s as a light-duty utility tractor, its boxy nose, oddly tall stance, and mismatched proportions earned it a reputation as one of the ugliest tractors ever to roll out of France. Designed strictly for function, style was clearly an afterthought. Power comes from a rugged Deutz F 3L912 diesel, a 3-cylinder, air-cooled engine with 2.8 liters of displacement. Early versions produced just 44.3 horsepower, later upgraded to about 51 horsepower, delivering 154 Newton-meters of torque at 1,600 revolutions per minute. It wasn't fast, but it was reliable. Power is sent through an 8 reverse gearbox with a mechanical shuttle, while some later models offered a 12/12 transmission. Weighing roughly 4,850 pounds, the rear-wheel drive 5012LB featured hydraulic power steering, wet disc brakes, and a single dry disc clutch. Fuel capacity sat at 62 liters, with agricultural tires size 7.50-16 front and 14.9-28 rear. Ugly, underpowered, yet endlessly practical. The Renault 50-12LB proves that even the strangest designs can earn their place in farming history. Number 8. Steyr 8170 Turbo. The Steyr 8170 Turbo is one of those tractors that looks intimidating and awkward at the same time. Built in Austria during the 1980s, its tall, blocky hood, oversized cab, and heavy industrial stance gave it a raw, almost military appearance. Functional to the extreme, the 8170 ignored aesthetics completely, earning its place among the ugliest tractor designs ever built. Under that brutal exterior sits a serious powerhouse. The 8170 is driven by a Steyr WD61 2.89 turbocharged diesel, a 6-cylinder inline engine with 6.6 liters of displacement. It delivers 150 horsepower at 2,200 revolutions per minute and an impressive 589.9 Newton-meters of torque at just 1,500 revolutions per minute, built for non-stop heavy field work. A massive 245-liter fuel tank allowed it to run all day without stopping. Power is sent through a manual transmission to a full 4-wheel drive drivetrain, while an air brake system, common on European heavy tractors, made it capable of hauling enormous trailers at speeds up to 40 kilometers per hour. Weighing several tons and often fitted with front and rear ballast, the 8170 relied on sheer mass and traction. Ugly, loud, and unapologetically industrial, the Steyr 8170 proved that beauty meant nothing when raw strength ruled the field. Number 7. Allis-Chalmers 7030. Built in the United States between 1973 and 1974, the Allis-Chalmers 7030 shocked farmers with a design that looked more industrial than agricultural. Its tall hood, squared-off body lines, and oversized glass cabin made it appear bulky and unbalanced. The bright orange paint was impossible to ignore, but neither was how strange this tractor looked in the field, earning it a reputation as one of the ugliest machines of the 1970s. Behind that awkward shell was real strength. The 7030 was powered by the Allis-Chalmers 670T turbocharged diesel, a 7.0-liter inline-six. It produced about 130.9 horsepower at the PTO and 111.2 horsepower at the drawbar, spinning at 2,300 revolutions per minute. Power flowed through the famous Power Director transmission, offering 20 forward and 4 reverse gears, allowing smoother speed changes under load. Hydraulic wet disc brakes, hydrostatic power steering, and a 45.4 liters per minute hydraulic pump gave it serious working ability. The rear hitch could lift over 3,000 kilograms, while the independent 540/1000 PTO handled heavy implements with ease. The massive Acra Glow cab was advanced for its time, quiet, climate-controlled, and offering excellent visibility. Ugly on the outside, surprisingly refined inside, the Allis-Chalmers 7030 proved that function often came at the cost of beauty. Number 6. Fendt 726 Vario. The Fendt 726 Vario proves that even the most advanced tractors can divide opinions. Introduced in its Gen 7 form from late 2022 onward, this machine is packed with cutting-edge technology, but its oversized hood, aggressive lighting, and bulky modern styling have caused many to label it one of the ugliest designs ever to wear the Fendt badge. Under that futuristic shell is extreme performance. The 726 Vario is powered by the AGCO Power Core 75, a 7.5-liter inline-six diesel delivering 262 horsepower with dynamic performance boosting output to nearly 282 to 283 horsepower when hydraulic or auxiliary systems demand more. Torque peaks at an astonishing 1,318 Newton-meters at just 1,300 revolutions per minute, thanks to the fuel-saving Fendt ID low-speed engine concept. Power flows through the latest Vario Drive CVT TA190, automatically distributing torque between axles with no manual range shifts. Despite its size, the tractor can reach 60 kilometers per hour at only 1,450 revolutions per minute. Hydraulics are equally extreme, offering 165 liters per minute standard, upgradable to 220 liters per minute, with rear lift capacity of 11,050 kilograms. Ultra-smart, brutally efficient, and visually controversial, the Fendt 726 Vario shows how modern power can come, wrapped in an unexpectedly ugly package. Number 5. Deutz Fahr in Track 2002. Released in the early 1970s, 1972 to 1975, the Deutz Fahr in-Track 2002 is one of the most bizarre tractor designs ever attempted. With its engine and cab mounted in the center of the chassis and a massive flat-load platform placed in front, this machine looked less like a tractor and more like a farm truck that lost its way. Ugly, awkward, and completely unconventional, the in-Track 2002 shocked farmers the moment it appeared. Power came from the legendary Deutz F4 L912 diesel, a 4-cylinder, air-cooled engine with 4.1 liters of displacement, producing around 62 horsepower. It wasn't fast, but it was reliable. A mechanical gearbox, typically 8 forward and 4 reverse gears, sent power to the rear wheels, with the option to convert to 4WD. Weighing roughly 3,200 kilograms, the in-Track 2002 could reach 30 kilometers per hour and lift up to 2,650 kilograms using its rear 3-point hitch. The real shock, however, was its front-load platform, designed to carry tanks, sprayers, or heavy equipment directly in front of the cab, delivering unmatched visibility and balance. Commercially misunderstood and visually strange, the Deutz Fahr in-Track 2002 failed its era, but became a cult classic that proved ugly ideas can still shape the future. Number 4. Fendt Trisix Vario. Unveiled as a radical prototype at Agritechnica 2007, the Fendt 36 Vario looked like nothing else on Earth. With 3 axles, 6 massive wheels, and extreme proportions, it appeared more like a science experiment than a tractor. Its sheer size and bizarre layout instantly divided opinions and earned it a place among the ugliest tractor designs ever imagined. But beneath that shocking exterior was outrageous engineering. Power came from a MAN D267 inline-6 diesel, displacing 12.4 liters, featuring twin-stage turbocharging and intercooling. Output reached 500 horsepower, climbing to nearly 540 horsepower, with an incredible 2,400 newton-meters of torque. To handle that force, Fendt combined 2ML 260 Vario CVT transmissions, distributing power evenly across all 3 driven axles. Steering was equally extreme. Developed with CF, the Servocom system allowed both front and rear axles to steer, dramatically reducing turning radius. At speeds above 30 kilometers per hour, rear axle steering locked automatically for stability, allowing a top speed of 65 kilometers per hour, unheard of for a tractor this large. Weighing around 19,000 kilograms, empty and stretching over 7.6 meters long, the Tri-6 was monstrous, overcomplicated, and undeniably ugly. Yet this failed experiment quietly shaped the future of Fendt's most powerful tractors. Number 3. Valmet 1502. Built in Finland between 1975 and 1980, the Valmet 1502 is one of the strangest tractors ever to leave a factory. With its 3-axle, 6-wheel layout, this machine looked more like an off-road military vehicle than a farm tractor. Long, bulky, and awkwardly proportioned, the 1502 instantly shocked farmers and secured its reputation as one of the ugliest tractor designs in history. The bizarre layout had a purpose. The rear bogie axle increased ground contact, improving traction and ride comfort while reducing soil compaction. In extreme conditions, chains could even be wrapped around the rear wheels, turning the tractor into a semi-tracked monster. The downside? Its massive size resulted in a huge turning radius, making tight fieldwork a nightmare. Power came from Valmet's first-ever 6-cylinder engine, the Valmet 611CS, a 6.6-liter turbocharged diesel producing around 135 horsepower and 549 newton-meters of torque. Weighing up to 7.5 tons and stretching over 5.3 meters long, it demanded respect just to move. Only about 28 units were ever built, making the Valmet 1502 incredibly rare. Ugly, impractical, yet unforgettable, it laid the groundwork for Valmet's future high-power tractors and became a collector's obsession decades later. Number 2. Ford County 944. Built in the UK between 1971 and 1975, the Ford County 944 looks less like a farm tractor and more like a steel cube on wheels. With its 4 equal-sized tires, boxy hood, and short muscular stance, the 944 completely ignored elegance. It was built for traction, not beauty, and that decision earned it a permanent place among the ugliest tractor designs ever made. Under the harsh exterior sat a reliable Ford 256 turbo diesel, a 4.2-liter inline-4 producing roughly 90 to 94 horsepower. Torque peaked at around 324 newton-meters at just 1,600 revolutions per minute, delivering strong low-end pull. Power was sent through a mechanical 8-forward, 2-reverse gearbox to a full AWD system, with all 4 wheels the same size. A county trademark designed to maximize grip in mud, clay, and forest terrain. Weighing about 4,010 kilograms, the 944 punched far above its class in heavy tillage and logging work. Built on the proven Ford 5000 platform, it also benefited from excellent parts availability, even decades later. Offered with a cab or open platform, comfort was secondary to function. Ugly, compact, and brutally effective, the Ford County 944 proved that raw traction can still become legendary. Number 1. Z-Tour Initrac. Unveiled around 2005, the Z-Tour Initrac wasn't just ugly, it was shocking. Designed as a concept tractor, Inatrac looked like a machine from the future that farmers weren't ready to accept. With its central-mounted cab, flat front equipment platform, and ultra-industrial shape, it barely resembled a traditional tractor at all. Many loved the ideas. Almost everyone hated the look. The goal behind Inatrac was radical innovation. By placing the cab in the center of the chassis, Zatter aimed for near 360-degree visibility, especially toward the front-mounted working area. The design was fully modular, allowing tanks, sprayers, counterweights, or tools to be mounted both front and rear for maximum flexibility, at least in theory. Because it never reached production, specifications were projected rather than finalized. Zetor planned a 6-cylinder diesel producing roughly 170 to 200 horsepower, paired with advanced 4WD, a power shift or CVT-style transmission, and electronically controlled hydraulics. Target top speed was 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, with front axle and cab suspension, joystick controls, and a fully adjustable air-suspended seat. Technically visionary, visually disastrous. The Zetor Inatrac failed as a product, but succeeded as a warning. Sometimes the future looks too ugly to accept. So which of these tractors truly deserves the title of ugliest ever made? Some were powerful, some were innovative, and some were complete disasters, but none of them are forgettable. Ugly or not, each one left a scar on tractor history and proved that engineering experiments don't always look beautiful. If you enjoyed this countdown, hit like, subscribe for more insane tractor stories, and comment which machine shocked you the most. Even crazier designs are coming next. Think tractors are only massive, dirt-chugging giants? Think again. Today we're shrinking the farm as we count down 36 of the tiniest tractors ever built. From vintage garden wonders to custom-built machines so small, they look like toys. Except they actually work. You won't believe some of these designs even made it off the drawing board, let alone onto the field. Ready to see the world's smallest powerhouses? Let's dive in. Number 36, Cub Cadet Original. At first glance, the Cub Cadet Original looks almost harmless. Small, compact, easy to underestimate. But in 1961, this little machine did something no one expected. It completely redefined what a garden tractor could be. Introduced in January 1961 by International Harvester and built in Louisville, Kentucky, the Cub Cadet Original was the first garden tractor ever produced by a major American tractor manufacturer. And IH didn't treat it like a toy. They built it like a real tractor, just scaled down. Power came from a Kohler K161 single-cylinder, air-cooled engine displacing 16 cubic inches and producing 7 horsepower, with later versions pushing even more. That power fed into a rugged 3-speed transmission borrowed directly from the larger International Cub farm tractor, driven by a V-belt. This wasn't lawn equipment, it was agricultural engineering in miniature form. What truly set the Cub Cadet Original apart was its construction. A heavy tractor-style frame, real proportions, real durability. While competitors sold riding mowers, IH sold a machine that could actually work. Front dozer blades, rotary mowers, dump carts, snow throwers, spike-tooth harrows, and even a 3-point hitch option turned this tiny tractor into a multi-tool for serious outdoor labor. Visually, it stood out as well. Instead of IH's traditional red, the Cub Cadet Original wore a distinctive yellow and white two-tone finish, signaling that this was something entirely new. The result? Massive success. Sales exploded far beyond expectations. By 1963, IH upgraded the design with shaft drive systems to eliminate belts and improve reliability even further. The Cub Cadet Original proved one unforgettable truth. A tractor doesn't have to be big to be real, and this tiny machine earned its place in history. Number 35, John Deere 110. In 1963, John Deere made a move no one expected. Known worldwide for massive farm tractors, the company stepped into the growing garden tractor market with something shockingly small, the John Deere 110. This wasn't a side experiment. It was Deere's first garden tractor ever, built to directly challenge the Cub Cadet Original and proved that small could still mean serious work. At its heart was a Kohler K181T single-cylinder gasoline engine, air-cooled, displacing 18 cubic inches and producing 7 horsepower. Those numbers may sound modest, but paired with a real 3-speed manual transmission, the 110 delivered tractor-style control and durability. Later versions in the late 60s and early 70s pushed things further with optional variable speed drives, allowing smooth speed changes without stopping or shifting. Advanced technology for a machine this size. The engineering didn't stop there. The John Deere 110 featured a low-slung chassis and the innovative straddle mount frame, positioning the operator low and centered. The result was better balance, greater stability, and reduced fatigue during long work sessions, something most small machines of the era couldn't offer. This tiny tractor was built to do real jobs. With mower decks, front blades, tillers, snow equipment, and utility trailers available, it could mow lawns, prepare soil, clear snow, and handle light grading with ease. Even its sales strategy was unconventional. Deere promoted the 110 through mail-order advertising via local dealers, bringing professional-grade equipment straight into suburban America. Built with John Deere's legendary standards, many 110s still run today, proving once again that a real tractor doesn't have to be big to be real. Number 34, Allis-Chalmers Model G. At first glance, the Allis-Chalmers Model G looks almost unfinished. The front is empty. The engine isn't where you expect it to be. And that's exactly why this tiny tractor became one of the most brilliant designs ever put on a farm. Produced from 1948 to 1955, the Model G was engineered specifically for row crop and vegetable farming, where precision mattered more than brute force. Power came from a Continental N62 4-cylinder gasoline engine, liquid-cooled, displacing 62 cubic inches, about 1 liter. Output was modest, around 10 horsepower at the belt pulley and 9 horsepower at the drawbar, but power was never the point. The tractor weighed only about 1,200 pounds, dramatically reducing soil compaction and allowing it to work delicate ground without damaging crops. A simple 3-speed forward, 1 reverse transmission kept everything mechanical and reliable. What made the Model G legendary was its rear engine layout. By moving the engine to the back, Allis-Chalmers placed a central toolbar directly under the operator's line of sight. From the seat, you could see the rows, the soil, and the implement working in real time, something front-engine tractors simply couldn't offer. That toolbar could quickly mount cultivators, plows, planters, weeders, and more. Combined with high ground clearance, the Model G could pass over mature crops without touching them. Light, precise, and incredibly flexible, it earned a reputation as the Swiss Army knife of small farms. Tiny, strange, and misunderstood at first. This wasn't just a tractor. It was a perfectly engineered solution hiding in a very small package. Number 33, Ford T800. When people think of Ford tractors, they imagine full-size machines working open farmland, not something small enough to fit in a backyard. But in 1965, Ford surprised everyone with the T800, a garden tractor that looked compact, yet was engineered with serious intent. Introduced in 1965 and quickly replaced by the Ford 80 in 1966, the T800 was one of Ford's very first steps into the heavy-duty garden tractor market. Although branded as a Ford, it was built by Jacobsen to Ford specifications, combining industrial build quality with consumer scale size. Power came from a Kohler K181 single-cylinder, air-cooled gasoline engine producing 8 horsepower. That power fed into a rugged gear drive transmission, giving the T800 impressive pulling ability for such a small machine. This wasn't a riding mower, it was a true garden tractor, designed to handle real work. The secret was its construction. Despite its modest horsepower, the T800 used a heavy steel frame and drivetrain strong enough to run demanding attachments. Tillers, snowblowers, front dozer blades, and other heavy implements were all within its capability, something most small tractors of the era couldn't handle. What truly sets the Ford T800 apart today is its rarity. It was produced for only a single year before Ford rebranded the lineup, making surviving examples highly sought after by collectors and restorers. Wearing classic Ford blue and white styling, it carried the design DNA and reputation of Ford's larger agricultural tractors. Small, short-lived, and often overlooked, the Ford T800 proved that even a tiny tractor could be built like a heavyweight. And that's exactly why it still matters. Number 32. Pasquale 986 and 988. At first glance, the Pasquale 986 and 988 look almost unreal, short, narrow, and low to the ground. But these Italian-built machines weren't designed for open fields. They were engineered for some of the most difficult agricultural environments on Earth. Steep hillsides, tight vineyards, and narrow mountain orchards. Built by Pasquale, now part of the BCS Group, the 986 and 988 are specialized compact tractors with a radically different layout. Both use a central articulated chassis, meaning the tractor bends in the middle to steer. Instead of turning the wheels, the entire machine pivots, delivering an incredibly tight turning radius where space is limited. Power comes from rugged Lombardini air-cooled diesel engines. The 986 typically runs a single-cylinder LDA 100, producing around 18 to 21 horsepower, while the larger 988 steps up to more powerful diesel options, often 2 cylinders, pushing output to roughly 33 horsepower. All that power is sent through permanent 4-wheel drive with a 9 forward, 3 reverse gearbox. What truly sets these tractors apart is their iso-diametric design. All 4 wheels are the same size. Combined with full-time 4-wheel drive, low overall weight of about 900 kilograms, and a width of just 1.2 meters, they deliver exceptional grip and stability on slopes that would terrify conventional tractors. The center of gravity stays low, keeping the tractor planted on uneven ground. Dual independent PTOS, including ground speed synchronized options, plus a Category 1 3-point hitch, allow these tiny machines to run mowers, tillers, sprayers, and vineyard implements with ease. Simple, modular construction and air-cooled diesel reliability make them tough, efficient, and easy to maintain. Small, flexible, and fearless. Pasquale 986 and 988 prove that size means nothing when engineering is this smart. Number 31. David Bradley Tri-Track. At first glance, the David Bradley Tri-Track looks like a design mistake that somehow escaped the factory. 3 wheels, 1 driven wheel, and it's in the wrong place. But in the 1950s, Sears believed this strange little machine could change small-scale farming forever. Produced from 1953 to 1957 by David Bradley, Manufacturing Works, owned by Sears, Roebuck & Co. The Tri-Track, also known as Model 917, was designed to compete directly with International Harvester's Cub tractors. Power came from a Wisconsin AK&D single-cylinder, air-cooled gasoline engine, displacing 17.8 cubic inches and producing around 6 to 6.1 horsepower at 3,200 RPM. Starting was old school and brutal, a rope pull only. No electric starter, no shortcuts. Drive was equally unconventional. A variable V-belt system fed a simple spur gear transmission with 1 forward gear, 1 reverse, and neutral. Top forward speed ranged from 2.25 to 4.5 miles per hour, with reverse close behind. At roughly 894 pounds unladen, it wasn't light, but it was compact and adjustable. The real shock was the layout. Instead of a single front wheel like most 3-wheel tractors, the Tri-Track used a wide, adjustable front axle, 48 to 72 inches, paired with a single powered rear wheel directly under the operator. Engine and drivetrain sat inside a metal housing above that rear wheel. No differential was needed. Simple, radical, dangerous. Stability was the Achilles heel, long wheelbase, high center load, and 1 rear contact point made rollovers a real threat, especially on slopes or sharp turns. Stories even claim one of its engineers refused to be photographed with it. Sears eventually bought many back. Today, that failure made it legendary, small, rare, and genuinely bizarre. The Tri-Track proves that not every tiny tractor survived for good reason. Number 30. Ransom's MG2. At first glance, the Ransom's MG2 barely qualifies as a tractor. It doesn't have wheels, it doesn't move fast, and it looks more like a mechanical tool than a farm machine. But between 1936 and 1948, this small crawler quietly changed how small farms worked. Built in Ipswich, England by Ransoms, Sims and Jeffries, the MG2 was the company's first fully mechanized agricultural tractor, created specifically for market gardens, orchards and small holdings where horses were still common and large tractors were too destructive. Its power came from a Sturmey Archer single-cylinder engine. Model T, later TB, air-cooled, 4-stroke, side valve, displacing 600 cubic centimeters and producing about 6 horsepower. The transmission was deliberately simple. 1 forward gear and 1 reverse, both limited to around 2 miles per hour. This wasn't a limitation. It was precision. At just 570 kilograms, about 1,400 pounds, the MG2 minimized soil compaction and could work delicate ground without damaging crops. Even the track width could be adjusted to match different row spacings, allowing it to operate accurately between planted rows. Its most revolutionary feature was the rubber-linked crawler track system, patented by Roadless Traction Limited. Unlike steel tracks, these rubber joints reduced noise, vibration, and maintenance while still delivering excellent traction on soft soil. Operation was just as unusual. An automatic centrifugal clutch engaged drive at roughly 500 revolutions per minute. No clutch pedal required. The operator simply used throttle and brake, making the MG2 incredibly easy to use. Marketed as capable of replacing a team of horses, the MG2 proved that even a tiny crawler could deliver real agricultural power and permanently change small-scale farming. Number 29, Vaughan Flex Tread. This doesn't look like a tractor you sit on, and at first it wasn't. The Vaughan Flex Tread began life as a walk-behind crawler built by the Vaughan Motor Company in Portland, Oregon during the 1920s through the early 1940s, a time when even small farms still relied heavily on horses. Under its compact frame was a simple but purposeful gasoline engine, a single-cylinder, air-cooled unit producing around 5 horsepower, with later versions using licensed Wisconsin engines. Power was modest, but everything about the Flex Tread was designed for control, not speed. A 1-speed gearbox, fully oil-immersed, transferred power through independent planetary clutches, giving this tiny machine a level of maneuverability unheard of for its era. Early Flex Treads were strictly walk-behind machines, guided by long control handles. Later variants, such as the Model WSR, added factory seats, while many owners improvised their own. But the real magic was in the steering. Models like the WS used dual control levers operating 4 clutches, allowing neutral steer, one track moving forward while the other reversed, letting the tractor spin in place. In tight barns or orchards, that made it unstoppable, if the operator could keep up. Vaughan marketed the Flex Tread as a lightweight replacement for horse labor, capable of plowing, cultivating, grading, and even cleaning manure inside poultry houses. A wide range of attachments turned it into a true multi-tool for small farms. Today, surviving Flex Treads are rare. Built by a small manufacturer and long out of production, each one feels like a missing link. Proof that even the smallest crawler tractors could think big. Number 28, Ferguson TEF20. Don't let the modest gray paint or the compact silhouette fool your senses. And is a mechanical legend. The Ferguson TEF20, or the Little Gray Fergie. Launched in 1951, this isn't just a tractor. It's the smallest diesel powerhouse that rewritten agricultural history. Where does the power hide? Beneath that humble hood screams a 2.1-liter standard motor 4-cylinder diesel. Packing 26 horsepower, the TEF20 doesn't win races, hitting just 21.3 kilometers per hour, but it commands terrifying low-end torque. To crank this stubborn beast, Harry Ferguson engineered a 12-volt system with dual batteries over the rear axle. A stroke of genius, providing instant ignition while adding crucial ballast for bone-crushing traction on a machine weighing a mere 1,251 kilograms. The twist. How did a machine under 3 meters conquer massive fields? The secret is the revolutionary three-point linkage. It made implements an extension of the tractor's body, allowing this Fergie to dominate tight orchards where giants failed. 70 years later, many are still roaring to life. Proof that strength isn't size, it's immortal engineering. But is this truly the smallest? Wait for number 9. Number 27, Allis-Chalmers WD45 Diesel. If you thought the Fergie was tough, prepare for the machine that redefined punching above its weight. The legendary Allis-Chalmers WD45 Diesel. Produced between 1953 and 1957, this wasn't just another tractor. It was Allis-Chalmers' first ever diesel warhorse, a compact beast that brought heavy-duty muscle to family farms. What makes it a tiny but powerful icon? Look closer at its heart. Unlike the 4-cylinder gas version, the diesel WD45 screams with a 6-cylinder Buda Lanova 230 cubic inch engine. This 3.8-liter powerhouse delivers a staggering 45.42 belt horsepower, allowing this mid-size frame to pull 4 bottom plows that usually required massive industrial machines. To tame this raw torque, it featured a sophisticated 12-volt dual battery system, and most importantly, the revolutionary power steering, a first-of-its-kind luxury that made steering this 2,145-kilogram Titan feel as light as a car. The secret weapon. Allis-Chalmers didn't just give it brute force, they gave it brains. The traction booster system automatically shifted the implement's weight to the rear wheels under heavy loads, providing invisible traction. Combined with the snap coupler for lightning-fast hitching and power-shift rear wheels, the WD45 Diesel was a high-tech marvel in a rugged, manageable body. It proved that you didn't need a giant footprint to dominate the earth. But hold your breath, because at number 8, the size drops, but the danger rises. Number 26, Kubota B6000. Prepare to shrink your expectations because it is a machine that looks like a lawnmower, but works like a beast. The Kubota B6000. Emerging from Japan in 1973, this subcompact pioneer redefined small. It's so tiny it could almost fit in your hallway, yet it carries the soul of a heavy-duty workhorse. The secret to its tiny but powerful status? While others relied on weak gasoline engines, the B6000 roared with a Kubota ZL 600 2-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel. Delivering up to 13 horsepower, this micro-engine generates massive torque for its size. Weighing a feather-light 476 kilograms, it was a 1970s breakthrough by offering a 4WD system, giving it the grip of a mountain goat on muddy terrain. With 6 forward speeds and a Category 1 3-point hitch, it doesn't just drive, it plows, tills, and dominates spaces less than 1 meter wide. The catch? Every legend has a quirk. The B6000 features a counterclockwise PTO shaft, the opposite of modern standards. This means you need specialized tools for this eccentric Titan. Despite its age, this 181-centimeter-long marvel remains a cult favorite for its indestructible engineering. It's the ultimate proof that true power comes in small packages. But hold on, if you think this is small, wait until you see the diesel ant at number 7. Number 25, Allis-Chalmers ED40 is a masterpiece of British engineering. The Allis-Chalmers ED40. Launched in 1960, this was the final diesel salute from the company's UK factory, and it's a masterclass in tiny but powerful. Designed with a slim, high-clearance frame, the ED40 was built to dominate row crop farming, where larger, clumsier tractors simply couldn't tread. What fuels this compact beast? It's powered by a 2.3-liter standard motor 4-cylinder engine, the same legendary heart found in the iconic Massey Ferguson 35. Early models delivered 37 horsepower, but later versions were tuned to a fierce 41 horsepower at 2,250 RPM. Don't be fooled by its sleek profile. This 2,000-kilogram machine packs a massive 52.3-liter fuel tank, allowing it to roar through heavy labor all day without a single break. The high-tech edge. The ED40 wasn't just small, it was smart. It featured an engine-mounted hydraulic pump, ensuring constant power even when stationary. But the real game changer was the depth-o-matic system, an advanced hydraulic weight transfer that forced the wheels into the dirt the harder it pulled. Combined with power-adjustable wheels, it could shrink or grow to fit any farm row. It remains a bulletproof icon of efficiency, but our countdown is shrinking even further. Are you ready for the micro marvel at number 6? Number 24, John Deere 650. 6, we witness a legendary alliance. Meet the John Deere 650, the machine that proved nothing runs like a Deere, even when it's small enough to fit in your shed. Produced from 1981 to 1989, this subcompact icon was born from a secret weapon, a partnership with Yanmar, the masters of Japanese diesel engineering. What makes this green ant so lethal? Beneath the iconic green hood sits a Yanmar 2T82-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel engine. While it pumps out a modest 17 gross horsepower, don't be fooled. This tiny titan generates incredible torque, sipping fuel so efficiently that users report working a full week on just 19 liters of diesel. Weighing only 743 kilograms in its 4WD configuration, it features an 8-speed sliding gear transmission and a hydraulic system punching at 2,030 pounds per square inch. This allows it to rip through heavy tilling and lifting tasks that would stall a gasoline engine twice its size. The tiny but powerful legacy, with a width of just 109 centimeters, the 650 can dance through narrow vineyard rows and stable doors where others get stuck. It's more than a tractor. It's a pioneer that defined the modern compact utility class. It brought industrial-grade durability to the backyard gardener. But as we move to number 5, the machines get even smaller and the engineering gets even weirder. Are you ready for the next micro beast? Number 23, Massey Ferguson 35 diesel. We encounter the crown jewel of the 20th century, the Massey Ferguson 35 diesel, or simply the MF35. Produced from 1956 to 1964, this isn't just a tractor. It's a global icon that set the gold standard for what a tiny but powerful machine should be. It didn't just work the land. It conquered it with a blend of elegance and raw diesel-fueled grit. What makes the MF35 an immortal powerhouse? The game changed in 1959 with the introduction of the legendary Perkins, a 3.152 three-cylinder engine. This 2.5-liter masterpiece pumps out up to 41.2 horsepower and a staggering 44.5 horsepower in the MF35X. Despite weighing only 1,448 kilograms, the MF35 punches far above its weight class. Its secret? The advanced Ferguson 3-point hitch system, which masterfully transfers the implement's weight to the rear tires, giving this 1.4-ton machine the traction of a 3-ton giant. The tech that defines a legend. Later models featured the revolutionary multi-power system, allowing a 22% speed shift on the fly without ever touching the clutch. This meant the MF35 never lost its momentum, even in the toughest mud. With its compact 300-centimeter frame, it remains the ultimate versatile workhorse for small farms and orchards. It's the tractor that refused to quit. But as we enter the top 4, the sizes shrink even more, and the power gets even more intense. Stay tuned. Number 22, Kubota L200. We encounter the giant slayer that changed everything. In the early 1970s, America was obsessed with massive tractors until a tiny intruder arrived from Japan, the Kubota L200. This wasn't just a new model, it was a revolution that proved you didn't need a skyscraper-sized machine to dominate the field. It's the original pioneer of the legendary L series. What makes this micro beast so dangerous? The L200 screams with a Kubota Z 1,102-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel engine. While the world was stuck with thirsty gas engines, this 21-horsepower Titan delivered relentless torque and indestructible reliability. Weighing only 907 kilograms, it features a 6-speed transmission and a Category 1 3-point hitch. Don't let its 150-centimeter wheelbase fool you. It delivers a 14.7 horsepower PTO output, allowing it to plow, till, and haul with the ferocity of a machine twice its weight. the tiny but powerful edge. The L200 succeeded by filling the gap where giants failed. It could slip into tight orchards and family gardens that were inaccessible to traditional tractors. It wasn't a toy, it was a professional-grade tool built for punishment. 50 years later, many are still working the earth, a testament to its bulletproof soul. We are reaching the podium. But wait, at number 3, the size drops even lower, and the engineering gets even wilder. Number 21, Yanmar YM135. We have reached the podium. It's a machine that feels more like a precision watch than a tractor. The Yanmar YM135. Produced between 1977 and 1981, this subcompact marvel is the reason Yanmar is feared by competitors. It's the ultimate tiny but powerful icon, proving that you don't need a massive engine to do backbreaking work. What makes this ant a legend? While others were struggling with complexity, Yanmar went for pure, indestructible mechanical genius. The YM135 is powered by the 2T73A two-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel. Delivering 13 horsepower, it thrives on a unique thermosiphon cooling system, meaning it has no water pump to fail. Weighing a feather-light 498 kilograms, it features a sophisticated 8-speed transmission, 6 forward, 2 reverse. But here's the kicker. Its turning radius is a mind-blowing 2.2 meters, shrinking to just 1.75 meters with steering brakes. It can literally dance in spaces where a horse would struggle. The incredible edge. Despite its toy-like weight, the YM135 handles Category 1 implements like a pro, from belly mowers to heavy scrapers. It's a master of high torque and low fuel consumption, often running for decades without a single major breakdown. It is a mechanical masterpiece that refuses to die. But prepare yourselves, because the machines at number 2 and number 1 are about to break the laws of physics. Number 20, Fordson Dexter. We have reached the silver medal. It's the legendary Fordson Dexter, the little brother that ended up outshining the giants. Built in Dagenham, England, between 1957 and 1961, the Dexter was Ford's masterstroke, a machine designed to pack the punch of the massive Fordson Major into a frame that could dance through a garden gate. What makes this pocket rocket a diesel titan? It's powered by a brilliant 2.36-liter Ford Perkins ER3 three-cylinder engine. This collaboration birthed a beast that delivers 32 horsepower with terrifying low-end torque. Weighing just 1,351 kilograms, the Dexter features a 6-speed transmission and an upgraded hydraulic system inherited from the famous Ford 8N. But here's the kicker. Its weight distribution is so perfect that it maintains bone-crushing traction on terrain where bigger tractors simply spin their wheels. It handles heavy-duty implements like a pro, all while sipping fuel like a scout. The tiny but powerful edge. The Dexter proved that efficiency is the ultimate weapon. It offered the same versatility as the iconic 8N, but with the unstoppable grunt of a diesel. It's compact, agile, and virtually indestructible. It is the king of the mid-size smalls. But now, the moment you've been waiting for. One machine remains. It's smaller than anything we've seen, yet it defies everything you know about power. Are you ready for number 1? Number 19, International Harvester B250. The wait is over. At the peak of our list sits the undisputed king of micromuscle, the International Harvester B250, famously known as the Little Giant. Built in Bradford, England, between 1956 and 1961, this wasn't just a tractor, it was a high-spec rebellion against the status quo. While others were simple, the B250 brought heavy-duty industrial technology into a frame small enough to maneuver through a narrow stable door. It's powered by a 2.4-liter, 4-cylinder, indirect injection diesel engine, churning out 30 horsepower with a torque curve that feels bottomless. But the B250 didn't just win with raw power, it won with firsts. This was one of the first mass-produced tractors on Earth to feature a differential lock, giving it supernatural traction on mud where rivals simply sank. It also introduced inboard disc brakes, a high-tech luxury at the time. Weighing 1,511 kilograms, It features live hydraulics that never stop, even when you depress the clutch. The verdict, with glow plugs for instant cold starts and a chassis built like a tank, the B250 redefined tiny but powerful. It offered the brains of a modern machine with the brawn of a heavyweight. It is the smallest diesel titan that truly did it all. 10 legends, 1 winner. Which one would you take to your farm? From number 18, Holder A12. At first glance, the Holder A12 looks more like a mechanical experiment than a real tractor. Its body is shockingly small, just 0.76 meters wide and weighing only around 680 kilograms. But don't be fooled. This strange little machine, built in Germany during the mid-20th century, became one of the most capable compact tractors Europe had ever seen. Known as the Holder Cultitrack, the A12 is powered by a Sachs D600L diesel engine, a single-cylinder, 2-stroke, air-cooled unit with 604 cubic centimeters of displacement. Output is a modest 12 horsepower, yet every bit of that power is used with ruthless efficiency. No radiator, no coolant system, just a simple, rugged design made to survive long working days in harsh conditions. The real madness begins with its articulated chassis. Instead of steering with the front wheels, the entire tractor bends in the middle. This gives the A12 an absurdly tight turning radius of just 0.76 meters, allowing it to pivot almost on the spot. Add permanent four-wheel drive, and this tiny tractor suddenly has the traction and stability to crawl through vineyards, orchards, and steep European hillsides where larger machines simply can't go. A 6-speed forward and 3-speed reverse gearbox, combined with an open center hydraulic system, allows the A12 to operate plows, harrows, cultivators, and small trailers. Despite its size, it worked like a true agricultural workhorse on post-war European farms. Small, strange, incredibly maneuverable, and borderline dangerous in the wrong hands. The Holder A12 proves that some of the most unbelievable tractors ever built weren't big at all. They were just bizarrely brilliant. Number 17, Sato Beaver S370. The Sato Beaver S370 looks harmless. Small, narrow, and almost toy-like compared to full-size tractors. Measuring just about 2.1 meters long, 0.96 meters wide, and 1.1 meters tall, this Japanese-built machine seems completely out of place in serious agricultural work. But once it starts moving, the illusion disappears fast. Produced between 1977 and 1984, the Beaver S370 was built by Sato of Japan, a company later absorbed by Mitsubishi. Under its compact hood sits a Mitsubishi KE70 diesel engine, a liquid-cooled inline 2-cylinder with 0.7 liters of displacement. Power output ranges from 13 net horsepower to 15 gross horsepower. Numbers that sound modest until you see what this tractor can actually do. Paired with a non-synchronized mechanical transmission, offering 6 forward and 2 reverse gears through high and low ranges, the S370 delivers steady, controllable torque. Available in 2WD or optional 4WD, it was capable of pulling 4-foot blades, running tillers, and handling demanding tasks that surprised even experienced operators. What truly made the Beaver S370 bizarre was its legendary durability. These tractors were overbuilt, fuel-efficient, and incredibly gentle on soil thanks to their lightweight. Qualities perfectly suited to Japan's small farms, orchards, and vineyards. Decades later, many are still working daily, long after the Sato name disappeared in 1984. Parts are scarce, the tractor is tiny, and yet it just keeps going. The Sato Beaver S370 proves that sometimes the strangest tractors aren't defined by size, but by how stubbornly reliable they are. Number 16, Power King Economy. At first glance, the Power King Economy looks like a shrunken farm tractor that somehow escaped the factory floor. It's compact, low to the ground, and unmistakably American. But hidden inside that small frame is engineering that feels wildly out of proportion to its size. Originally sold simply as the Economy, and later renamed Power King around 1977, This tractor was built by Engineered Products Company in the United States. Unlike typical garden tractors of its era, the Power King didn't rely on lightweight frames or belt-driven transmissions. Instead, it was designed as a true man-sized tractor in miniature form. Power came from gasoline engines by Briggs and Stratton or Kohler, ranging from 8 to 18 horsepower, depending on the model. Popular versions like the Power King 1614 and 1618 weighed around 438 kilograms, giving the tractor serious traction for its size. But the real shock comes from the drivetrain, a fully gear-driven transmission. No belts, no shortcuts, just solid steel gears transferring torque directly to the wheels. Most models used a Borg-Warner 3-speed gearbox, often paired with an optional auxiliary transmission, expanding the setup to 6 forward and 2 reverse gears. Available in 2WD or optional 4WD, the Power King could plow soil, push snow, and haul loads that no normal garden tractor should survive. With mechanical or electric PTO options and compatibility with mowers, tillers, snow blades, and even hydraulic attachments, this tiny tractor became legendary for one reason: it simply refused to break. Decades later, many Power Kings are still working, proving that sometimes the strangest tractors are the ones built far stronger than they ever needed to be. Number 15, Gutbrod 2600. The Gutbrod 2600 doesn't behave like a garden tractor at all. With its solid stance, heavy-duty tires, and industrial-looking frame, it feels like a full agricultural machine that has somehow been scaled down. And that contradiction is exactly what makes it bizarre. Built in Germany by Gutbrod Werke GmbH, the 2600 series, including the 2600DS and 2600DAS 4WD, blurred the line between utility tractor and automotive engineering. Instead of simple lawn tractor engines, Gutbrod equipped it with car-derived power plants. Either a water-cooled 2-cylinder diesel producing 20 horsepower, 15 kilowatts, or a 4-cylinder gasoline engine delivering up to 25 horsepower, 18 kilowatts, with a displacement of around 850 cubic centimeters. For a tractor this size, that was serious power. All of that torque was sent through a fully gear-driven mechanical transmission, offering 8 forward and 2 reverse gears, enabling a top speed of approximately 25 kilometers per hour. Steering was conventional front-wheel steering, with hydraulic assist available on the 4-wheel drive version, giving the compact tractor surprising stability and control on rough terrain. What truly separates the Gutbrod 2600 from ordinary small tractors is its factory-installed hydraulic system, complete with multiple PTO outputs. This allowed it to operate sweepers, salt spreaders, agricultural implements, and other professional tools usually reserved for much larger machines. Over-engineered, car-powered, and shockingly capable, the Gutbrod 2600 proves that some of the strangest tiny tractors were never meant to be cute. They were built to work far beyond what their size suggests. Number 14, Brillion GT6 Explorer. The Brillion GT6 Explorer isn't just a tiny tractor, it's a ghost from American tractor history. Built by Brillion Farm Equipment Company, this machine existed for 1 year only, 1962. Then it disappeared. No follow-up models, no long production run. Just a single, short-lived experiment that would later become one of the rarest garden tractors ever made. Very little hard data survives, which only adds to its mystique. What is known is that the GT6 Explorer was powered by a single-cylinder gasoline engine, producing approximately 6 horsepower, hinted at by its name. It was designed as a garden tractor, intended to operate light-duty attachments for residential and small-scale property work. But Brillion clearly wanted it to stand apart from the competition. The GT6 Explorer's design was unlike most garden tractors of the early 1960s. Its proportions, styling, and overall presence were distinct enough that decades later, collectors still recognize it instantly, even if they've never seen one in person. Production numbers were extremely low, and many units were likely scrapped or worn out long before anyone realized how rare they would become. Today, the brilliant GT6 Explorer is considered a true white whale among vintage tractor collectors. Finding one complete is exceptionally difficult. Finding accurate documentation is even harder. That combination, single-year production, scarce information, and unmistakable design, is exactly what earns it a place among the most bizarre tiny tractors ever built. Sometimes what makes a tractor unbelievable isn't its power or size. It's the fact that it almost never existed at all. Number 13, Pasquale 906. The Pasquale 906 looks nothing like a traditional tractor. It's extremely compact, low-slung, and almost square in its proportions. But hidden inside that tiny frame is a drivetrain built with the seriousness of a full-size agricultural machine. Produced by Pasquale of Italy, now part of the BCS Group and manufactured in Spain, the 906 series, including variants like the 906/601, was designed for one specific mission, working where normal tractors simply can't fit. Power comes from a Lombardini LDA-80 or LDA-100 diesel engine, a single-cylinder, air-cooled unit producing around 14 horsepower, 10 kilowatts. On paper, that sounds modest. In reality, it's anything but. The secret lies in its layout. The Pasquale 906 uses permanent four-wheel drive combined with a central articulated chassis. Instead of turning the front wheels, the entire tractor bends in the middle, allowing unbelievably tight turns between vineyard rows and orchard trees. Many Pasquale designs also follow the isodiometric philosophy, using wheels of equal diameter to keep weight balanced and traction constant on steep, uneven terrain. A fully gear-driven mechanical transmission, typically offering 6 forward and 2 reverse gears, delivers torque directly to all 4 wheels. No belts, no power loss. Despite its lightweight, the 906 can pull plows, trailers loaded with fertilizer, and heavy implements through mud and rain without hesitation. Originally evolved from Pasquale's legendary 2-wheel tractors, the 906 added a seat, steering wheel, and an extra axle, transforming a walking machine into a seated professional micro-tractor. Small, aggressive, and shockingly capable, the Pasquale 906 proves that in the world of bizarre tiny tractors, flexibility can be just as powerful as size. Number 12, Wheelhorse. Wheelhorse doesn't look bizarre. It looks familiar, and that's what makes it dangerous. What began as a simple garden tractor in the United States quietly evolved into one of the toughest small machines ever built, strong enough to embarrass tractors many times its size. Built by Wheelhorse, later acquired by Toro, these machines followed a simple philosophy: bigger than a lawnmower, smaller than a farm tractor. Across legendary lines like the 300, 400, and 500 series, Wheelhorse tractors were fitted with engines from Kohler, K-Series and Magnum, Briggs and Stratton, and Onan, producing anywhere from 7 to 20 horsepower. On paper, those numbers seem ordinary. In real life, they were anything but. The heart of the madness was the legendary unidrive transmission. Instead of thin frames and belt-driven gearboxes, Wheelhorse used a one-piece cast iron, all-gear drivetrain with massive internal gears. Depending on the model, operators had 3 forward and 1 reverse, or 6 forward and 2 reverse gears with high and low ranges. Some models even used hydrostatic drives for smooth controlled power. Weighing between 200 and over 400 kilograms, with large agricultural-style rear tires and a low center of gravity, Wheelhorse tractors developed absurd levels of traction. They could plow hard soil, pull trucks, climb steep slopes, rip out tree stumps, and dominate small tractor pulling competitions without breaking a sweat. Add snowblowers, plows, tillers, loaders, or post-hole diggers, and this garden tractor became a full agricultural machine in disguise. Durable, overbuilt, and nearly immortal, Wheelhorse proves that sometimes the most unbelievable tiny tractors are the ones that simply refuse to stop working. Number 11, Kubota B6000. Kubota B6000 didn't just shrink a tractor, it rewrote the rules. When it appeared in the mid-1970s, this Japanese machine looked impossibly small to be taken seriously. Yet hiding inside its compact frame was something the industry had never seen before. A real agricultural tractor, scaled down without compromise. Built by Kubota Corporation, the B6000 became the foundation of the legendary B-Series. Power came from the Kubota Z500 diesel engine, a liquid-cooled inline two-cylinder unit displacing just 479 cubic centimeters. Output was 12.5 horsepower gross, with 10 horsepower at the PTO, numbers that sounded modest until paired with diesel torque and tractor-grade hardware. Unlike garden tractors of the era, the B6000 used a fully mechanical gear transmission with 6 forward and 2 reverse gears, plus high and low ranges. Two-wheel drive was available, but the real revolution was the four-wheel drive option, giving this tiny tractor traction normally reserved for much larger machines. Weighing roughly 470 kilograms in 4WD form and reaching a top speed of about 13.5 kilometers per hour, it could plow, till, mow, and haul with shocking confidence. What made the B6000 truly bizarre was timing. Before it, small tractors were gasoline-powered toys. Big tractors were diesel workhorses. The B6000 fused those worlds, introducing diesel power, four-wheel drive, and true tractor durability into a subcompact size no one believed would work. Decades later, many B6000s are still running, not because they're rare, but because they were built too well to disappear. The Kubota B6000 isn't just a bizarre tiny tractor. It's the reason every subcompact tractor exists today. Number 10, Holt 2-ton. In 1921, the world of machinery was dominated by massive ironclad giants. But then came this, the Holt 2-ton. It wasn't just a tractor, it was a radical turning point in engineering, and one of the final masterpieces before the birth of the Caterpillar empire. What makes this machine legendary isn't its size, but its defiance of it. While other crawlers were behemoths, the Holt 2-ton was a ghost in the field. Weighing just 2,313 kilograms and standing a mere 1.5 meters tall, it could slip through tight orchard rows where larger machines were utterly useless. It didn't just work the land, it conquered spaces no one else could reach. Under the hood, it was a technological marvel far ahead of its time. We're talking about an overhead camshaft and an oil-cooled steering system in the early 1920s. Its 4-cylinder gasoline engine roared with 25 horsepower at the belt, controlled not by a wheel, but by dual mechanical levers that required raw, grit-teeth handling. But here's the real kicker. Only about 1,350 of these original Holt-branded units were ever produced before the historic merger. Finding one today with that iconic logo is like finding a needle in a century-old haystack. It's small, it's rare, and it's a forgotten pioneer that paved the way for every Caterpillar you see today. A true titan in a tiny frame. Number 9, Cletrac Model F. Between 1920 and 1922, the Cleveland Tractor Company unleashed a machine that looked less like a farm tool and more like a mechanical anomaly. The Cletrac Model F. Standing just 4 feet tall and a mere 50 inches wide, this 100 kg marvel was the ultimate light-foot crawler. But look closer at its skeleton. Do you see it? While every other crawler of the era used heavy, rugged levers, the Model F defied all logic with a steering wheel. Yes, a steering wheel on a tiny track layer. The innovations within this small frame were staggering. It featured a top drive sprocket, a high drive layout that giants like Caterpillar wouldn't adopt for decades. Its floating roller chain system was an engineering miracle, eliminating the need for constant, messy lubrication. But the most bizarre detail? The gear shift lever was detachable. You had to pull it out and use it as the starting crank to fire up the 4-cylinder, 149 cubic inch engine. Whether it was expanding its tracks to straddle row crops or narrowing down to dance through vineyards, the Model F was a genius of versatility. With a production run of only 2 years, surviving units are now ghosts of a lost era. It remains a tiny, adaptable legend that refused to follow the rules, and arguably the strangest crawler you'll ever see. Number 8, Best 30. Before the world knew Caterpillar, one machine defined the soul of the track layer, the CL Best 30, Built in 1921, this isn't just a tractor. It's the direct, raw ancestor of the legendary Caterpillar 30. While the 30 became a household name, the original Best 30 remains a ghost, hidden in the shadows of an industrial empire. At 3,357 kilograms, 7,400 pounds, it was a 1920s powerhouse. Beneath its rugged frame sat a massive four-cylinder engine with individually cast cylinders, screaming with 30 GP at the belt. But the real magic was in its movement. While rivals struggled with primitive steering, the Best 30 used a sophisticated enclosed multi-disc friction clutch. This allowed continuous power to both tracks, even during a turn, precision that felt like sorcery a century ago. Why is it so impossibly rare? After the 1925 merger, almost every unit was rebranded as a Caterpillar. Finding one today with the original, pure CL Best logo is like finding a needle in a haystack. It pioneered oscillating tracks and anti-friction bearings, tech that paved the way for every modern bulldozer on Earth. Only a handful of these original survivors exist, appearing only at elite auctions. Owning a Best 30 is more than owning a machine. It's holding the unedited DNA of history. Number 7. Caterpillar 10. In 1928, a new star was born. Meet the Caterpillar 10, also known as Model L, the smallest, leanest member of the original Caterpillar family. This wasn't just another tractor. It was the very first machine designed entirely from scratch by Caterpillar's own engineers after the historic Holt-Best merger. It packed the heavy-duty DNA of a massive bulldozer into a body so compact it could hide inside a small barn. Weighing between 1,800 to 2,000 kilograms, 4,000 pounds, it remains the lightest mass-produced Caterpillar ever built. Under the hood, a custom-built 143 cubic inch gasoline engine delivered 10 horsepower at the drawbar and 16 horsepower at the belt. At just 2.4 meters long, it was built to dance through tight orchard rows, where its giant siblings, the 60 and 30, simply couldn't fit. This pocket-sized titan is a holy grail for collectors. Its production run lasted only 4 years before the more powerful 15 took its place. But the real ghosts are the specialized high-clearance and orchard variants. These ultra-rare versions, featuring unique fenders and raised frames for vineyards, are almost impossible to find today. With its iconic flat radiator design, a signature of the 1920s, the Caterpillar 10 proved that a massive legacy doesn't require a massive frame. It's a rare, concentrated piece of industrial history. Number 6. John Deere Lindemann BO. In 1939, a strange mechanical marriage took place between John Deere's Iowa engineering and the raw creativity of the Lindemann family in Washington. The result? The John Deere Lindemann BO. This isn't just a tractor. It's a legendary hybrid that John Deere didn't even build as a crawler. Instead, Lindemann Power Equipment took the wheels off a standard Model BO orchard tractor and bolted on their own custom-made tracks. Weighing 1,814 kilograms, 4,000 pounds, and measuring a razor-thin 41 inches wide, this machine was a low-profile assassin of the orchard world. Under the hood, it carried the iconic horizontal two-cylinder engine, pumping out 16 horsepower with that unmistakable patch, Johnny Popper sound. Its center of gravity was so low it could crawl under fruit branches, where even a horse would struggle to pass. The Lindemann BO is the ultimate holy grail for John Deere fanatics. Only about 1,675 units were ever hand-assembled between 1939 and 1947. Because they were built in a family shop, many units feature unique, custom-ordered parts, making a standard version almost non-existent. It is the direct ancestor of all John Deere crawlers, and finding an original, surviving unit today is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It's a tiny, loud, and incredibly rare piece of American grit that turned a simple farm tool into a $1 million collector's dream. Number 5. Allis-Chalmers Model K. In the world of vintage crawlers, the Allis-Chalmers Model K is a power-packed warrior from America's mechanical golden age. Produced between 1931 and 1943, This machine carries the rugged DNA of Monarch tractors, a brand Allis-Chalmers fought to acquire. While it's a mid-sized beast, its specialized orchard variants are so compact and rare, they've become ghosts of the past. Weighing 5,400 kilograms, 12,000 pounds, it was the definition of 1930s muscle. Its massive 500 cubic inch engine roared with over 50 horsepower at the belt. But the real secret was its agility. Using a sophisticated steering clutch and brake system, the Model K could spin on a dime. Its soft track undercarriage was a pioneer, allowing tracks to hug jagged terrain and navigate slopes where larger machines would fail. Most Model K units were worked to death in World War II construction projects, eventually ending up in scrap heaps. Finding one today with its original Persian orange paint is a miracle. But the true holy grail is the ultra-rare orchard version, featuring narrow bodies and low-slung rounded fenders designed to slip under fruit trees. It's a harmonious blend of raw power and compact precision, a rare titan that refused to be forgotten. Number 4. Oliver OC3. Born in 1951, the Oliver OC3 is the ultimate pocket-sized powerhouse. As the direct descendant of the legendary Clatrac HG, this machine represents the final evolution of compact crawler technology before tractors became industrial giants. Its rounded hood and toy-like proportions make it look like a mechanical collectible. But don't let the beetle look fool you. This machine was built for war on the steepest slopes. Weighing just 1,450 kilograms, 3,200 pounds, the OC3 was powered by a high-torque Hercules engine, pushing 22 horsepower at the belt. Its true weapon was the controlled differential steering. Unlike other crawlers that cut power to one track to turn, the OC3 kept both tracks pulling at all times. This never-stop grip allowed it to dance along vineyard ridges and mountain orchards, where a standard tractor would simply flip over. Most of these tiny titans were pushed to their limits in rugged terrain, making surviving units incredibly rare. The true holy grail for collectors is an OC3 still equipped with its original hydraulic loader. Because it's small enough to fit in a standard home garage, most pristine examples are hidden away in private collections, rarely seeing the light of day. It's a rare, versatile masterpiece that proved you don't need size to be the king of the mountain. Number 3. TerraTrack GT25. Before the legendary case crawlers conquered the world, there was a hidden gem that started it all, the TerraTrack GT25. Built in the early 1950s by the American Tractor Corporation, this isn't just a mini-crawler. It's the evolutionary bridge between a simple farm tractor and a modern bulldozer. When Case bought the company in 1956, the GT25 became the secret DNA for every Case machine that followed. Weighing just 1,200 kilograms, 2,600 pounds, this tiny titan was powered by a rugged 4-cylinder Continental F124 engine, pumping out 25 GP at the drawbar. Its design was a radical hybrid, part garden tractor, part miniature tank. With its squared-off hood and heavy iron grille, it boasted a high-clearance track frame, allowing it to crawl over construction debris that would bottom out any other mini machine of its era. Finding a GT25 today is nearly impossible because most were Caseified with new parts after the merger. A unit still bearing the original TerraTrack logo and factory paint is a collector's ultimate prize. Even rarer is finding one with its original factory-installed dozer blade. It's a tough, boxy, and incredibly scarce pioneer that proved you don't need a massive machine to do a massive job. The GT25 is a tiny tank that built the foundation of an empire. Number 2. Case 310. As the direct successor to TerraTrack technology, the Case 310 launched J.I. Case into the modern industrial era. Born in 1957, this isn't just a small crawler, it's a bulletproof workhorse that became the gold standard for compact power. While many 310s were built, the early flat front models from 1957 to 1958 are the true ghosts, rare survivors still carrying the raw, squared-off DNA of their TerraTrack ancestors. Weighing up to 2,700 kilograms, 6,000 pounds, The 310 was powered by a punchy 148 cubic inch engine, delivering 30 horsepower. It featured an advanced shuttle shift transmission for lightning-fast direction changes. But the real rarity lies in the ag crawler versions. Unlike common industrial dozers, these pure agricultural models came without blades, sporting a sleek, minimalist look that is nearly impossible to find today. Finding a pristine Case 310 is a collector's nightmare. Most were worked to the bone for decades, leaving very few with their original grills and sheet metal intact. Whether it's the ultra-rare, long-track configuration or the early flat grill survivors, the Case 310 is a tiny iron titan that refuses to quit. It's a legendary piece of machinery that proved Case didn't just buy a company, they perfected a revolution. Number 1. John Deere 350. Stepping into the produced between 1965 and 1970, this machine wasn't just a success, it was a revolution. As the first to embrace the modern three-cylinder engine, the 350 proved that John Deere could dominate the compact crawler world with pure, relentless efficiency. It packed a 152 cubic inch punch, delivering 42 GP in a frame that was as agile as it was indestructible. Weighing up to 4,800 kilograms, 10,600 pounds. It featured a high-tech direction reverser and oil-soaked steering clutches, technologies that made it a dream to operate in the mud. But the real reason it's the rare gem of our list lies in its ghost-like variants. Have you ever seen the wide swamp version? With oversized ultra-wide tracks and an extended chassis, this tiny titan could literally float over deep marshes where any other machine would be swallowed whole. Equally rare is the agricultural configuration. While most 350s were worked to death as bulldozers, a handful were built with a 3-point hitch and rear PTO for farming. Finding a survivor today in original John Deere yellow paint, especially one with the primitive 6-way all-hydraulic blade, is like finding a unicorn. It's the ultimate tiny crawler, a rugged, square-jawed masterpiece that defined an era of power. It's pretty wild what a little engineering and a lot of imagination can do, right? Which of these 36 mini monsters was your favorite? Drop a comment below. I'm dying to know which one you'd want in your backyard. If you enjoyed this tiny tour, smash that like button and subscribe for more mind-blowing machinery. Thanks for hanging out with us today, and we'll catch you in the next one. What if one compact tractor could mow acres, move tons of gravel, dig real trenches, clear heavy snow, and still slide into your garage at the end of the day? In 2026, family tractors aren't toys anymore. They're diesel-powered, loader-equipped, and built for serious property work without the sky-high price tag. Today, we're counting down the 10 best compact tractors for family use in 2026. Cheap, powerful, and shockingly capable. Let's find out which one truly earns the number 1 spot. Number 10. Yanmar SA221. Don't let its compact frame fool you. At just 2.699 meters long and 1.198 meters wide, the SA221 fits easily into tight backyards and standard family garages. But under the hood sits a liquid-cooled, 3-cylinder Yanmar diesel engine, producing 21.5 to 22 horsepower at 3,000 RPM. More than enough muscle for real work. The hydrostatic transmission with dual range and side-by-side forward/reverse pedals makes operation incredibly smooth. Even first-time users can drive it confidently within minutes. Top speed reaches around 13 to 14 kilometers per hour, striking the perfect balance between safety and productivity. Out back, the Category 1 3-point hitch lifts up to 510 kilograms, giving this compact tractor serious capability for mowing, tilling, hauling, or light construction tasks. The 23-liter fuel tank supports long work sessions without constant refueling. What truly sets it apart is Yanmar's Performance Link system. The engine, transmission, and front axle are all engineered in-house to work in perfect harmony, delivering real-world power that feels stronger than the numbers suggest. Comfortable, efficient, easy to maintain, and typically priced under $21,000 depending on configuration, the SA221 might just be the ultimate affordable family tractor of 2026. Number 9. TYMT25. At first glance, the T25 looks like a typical subcompact, but the moment you check the numbers, everything changes. Under the hood sits a Yanmar 3TNV80F 3-cylinder, liquid-cooled diesel engine delivering 24.7 horsepower at 3,000 RPM. Reliable Japanese power, assembled by TYM in Korea to keep costs competitive. Paired with a 2-range hydrostatic transmission and side-by-side forward/reverse pedals, it's incredibly smooth to operate. Even better, the auto throttle system automatically syncs engine speed with pedal input, making it almost effortless for any family member to drive. Here's where it shocks the segment. The Category 1 3-point hitch lifts up to 696 kilograms at the rear, numbers closer to some 30 to 35 horsepower tractors. The TL25 front loader handles around 626 kilograms, turning this small machine into a serious workhorse. Top speed reaches 22 kilometers per hour, and the 25-liter fuel tank keeps it running for long sessions. Measuring 2.74 meters long and 1.34 meters wide, with a foldable ROPS for low-clearance storage, it fits family properties perfectly. Add modern features like wireless charging, USB ports, and IP66 Bluetooth speakers, and with pricing around $20,000 including loader, the T25 truly defines cheap but powerful for 2026. Number 8. Coyote CS2520. If you think subcompact means underpowered, the CS2520 is about to change your mind. This is the most powerful model in Coyote's CS series, built specifically for families who want real performance without paying premium brand prices. Under the hood sits a liquid-cooled 3-cylinder Coyote diesel engine producing 24.5 horsepower at 3,000 RPM. Paired with a 2-range hydrostatic transmission and twin forward/reverse pedals, operation is smooth, clutch-free, and incredibly beginner-friendly. Top speed reaches 15.4 kilometers per hour forward and 10.6 kilometers per hour in reverse, ideal for safe but efficient property work. Despite its compact footprint, just 2.52 meters long and 1.17 meters wide, it delivers serious functionality. The Category 1 3-point hitch lifts 318 kilograms, while the SL2420 front loader handles up to 482 kilograms at the pivot pins. Add standard 4-wheel drive and a 25.5-liter fuel tank, and you've got a machine ready for long mowing, hauling, or landscaping sessions. Family comfort matters too. Power steering, tilt steering wheel, ergonomic seating, and a foldable ROPS for low garages. With both rear PTO and mid PTO standard, it's ready for mowers, loaders, and backhoes at the same time. Starting around $17,799 MSRP, the CS2520 delivers true cheap but powerful value for 2026. Number 7. New Holland Workmaster 25S. This isn't just a beefed-up garden tractor. The Workmaster 25S was engineered to deliver true agricultural performance in a family-sized package. Power comes from a 1.26-liter Yanmar 3TNV80F 3-cylinder diesel engine producing 24.7 horsepower at 3,000 revolutions per minute. Proven, durable, and ready for serious work. Matched with a 2-range hydrostatic transmission and side-by-side forward/reverse pedals, it's intuitive enough for beginners, yet strong enough for demanding property tasks. Forward speed reaches about 14.7 kilometers per hour, keeping productivity high without sacrificing safety. Here's where it earns respect. The Category 1 3-point hitch lifts up to 450 kilograms, while the 100LC front loader handles around 456 kilograms with impressive breakout force. Weighing roughly 949 kilograms, this machine has the stability and traction lightweight competitors simply can't match. A 25-liter fuel tank keeps it running through long weekends of mowing, hauling, or landscaping. The clear-through flat deck design makes getting on and off effortless from either side. Add premium seating with armrests, USB charging, smart storage, and compatibility with 60-inch mid-mowers, backhoes, and snowblowers, and it becomes a true year-round family workhorse. With pricing starting near $14,000 depending on setup, plus Boomer Guard's 6 warranty coverage, the 25S proves that cheap but powerful isn't hype. It's smart investment. Number 6. Massey Ferguson GC1723E. In the world of subcompacts, this machine is often called the benchmark. The GC1723E from Massey Ferguson's legendary GC1700 series blends American brand heritage with proven Japanese engineering. And in 2026, it still dominates family properties. Power comes from a 1.1-liter Iseki 3-cylinder diesel engine producing 22.5 horsepower at 2,600 revolutions per minute. That lower-rated RPM isn't a weakness, it's an advantage. The engine delivers strong, low-end torque with noticeably less vibration and noise, making it ideal for residential areas. A 2-range hydrostatic transmission with twin pedals gives precise inch-by-inch control. Here's the surprise: the Category 1 3-point hitch lifts up to 540 kilograms, massive for this size. The FL1 805 loader handles around 417 kilograms, supported by a hydraulic flow rate of 23.8 liters per minute for quick, responsive operation. Despite its strength, the tractor weighs only about 650 kilograms, protecting lawns from compaction. Steel hood and fenders, not plastic, mean real durability. Flat deck design, color-coded controls, and quick attach systems make switching between mower, loader, and backhoe fast and simple. With pricing typically between $16,000 and $22,000, plus excellent resale value, the GC1723E proves that cheap but powerful can also mean built to last decades. Number 5. Kubota L2501. When families want a tractor that feels small to drive but big in performance, the L2501 is usually the answer. Part of Kubota's legendary Standard L series, this machine has built its reputation on mechanical simplicity and long-term durability. Under the hood is the Kubota D1703 MDIE 4-3-cylinder direct injection diesel, producing 24.8 horsepower at just 2,200 RPM. That lower engine speed means strong torque, quieter operation, and less long-term stress. Even better, it meets Tier 4 final emission standards without a complex DPF system, reducing maintenance headaches. Transmission options include an 8F/4R, gear drive with synchro shuttle for fast directional changes, or a 3-range HST version that's incredibly beginner-friendly. But the real shock is lifting power. The Category 1 3-point hitch handles up to 870 kilograms at the lift point, far beyond most compact rivals. The LA525 loader lifts around 490 kilograms, backed by a solid operating weight between 1,100 and 1,190 kilograms for unmatched stability. With a slanted hood for better loader visibility, spacious operator platform, and strong resale value, typically priced between $18,000 and $22,000. The L2501 proves that cheap but powerful can also mean built like a tank. Number 4. John Deere 3025E. This is where compact tractors start feeling serious. The 3025E, a core model in John Deere's 3E series, delivers full-size stability in a family-friendly package. And in 2026, it remains one of the smartest, cheap, but powerful investments for larger properties. Power comes from a Yanmar 3TNV 88F 3-cylinder diesel, producing 24.4 to 24.7 horsepower. It meets Tier 4 final emission standards without a DPF system, keeping maintenance simple and long-term costs low. Pair that with a hydrostatic transmission and John Deere's twin-touch pedals, and direction changes feel as natural as driving a car. But here's where it stands out. The Category 1 3-point hitch lifts 615 kilograms at 24 inches behind the lift point, and the front loader handles nearly 590 kilograms. With an operating weight around 1,007 kilograms and a wide 1.45 meter stance, traction and stability are in a different league compared to smaller subcompacts. A 28.5-liter fuel tank supports full-day work, tight turning radius, I-match quick hitch compatibility, rust-resistant composite hood, and tool-free service access make ownership easy. Starting around $15,500 depending on configuration, the 3025E proves you don't need 40 horsepower to handle real land, just the right tractor. Number 3. Mahindra E-Max 20S HST. At first glance, it looks compact, but the E-Max 20S HST hides something most rivals don't: displacement. Under the hood is a Yanmar 3TNV 74F 3-cylinder diesel with 993 cubic centimeters, one of the largest engine displacements in its class, producing 19.4 horsepower at 3,000 revolutions per minute. That bigger engine means stronger low-end torque, smoother operation, and less strain during long work sessions. The 2-range hydrostatic transmission with treadle pedal delivers seamless forward and reverse control, perfect for tight residential spaces. And with a turning radius of just 2.1 meters, it maneuvers around trees, fences, and barns effortlessly. Lift capacity reaches 309 kilograms at 24 inches behind the hitch point, while the front loader handles up to 280 kilograms. Hydraulic flow of 23.4 liters per minute keeps implements responsive, measuring only 2.39 meters long and 1.13 meters wide, yet weighing up to 817 kilograms depending on configuration. It combines agility with impressive stability. No DPF system means no regen cycles, reducing maintenance stress for families. Add the durable steel hood, M-Comfort seat, larger tires for traction, and Mahindra's 7-year powertrain warranty, and priced under $20,000 in many markets, this machine proves that affordable doesn't mean fragile. Number 2. Kubota BX23S. Some tractors need attachments. This one is the attachment package. The BX23S isn't just a compact tractor. It's a factory-built TLB, tractor loader backhoe, engineered as one reinforced unit. And that changes everything for families in 2026. Power comes from the Kubota D902 3-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel, producing 21.6 horsepower at 3,200 revolutions per minute. It's paired with a 2-range hydrostatic transmission and twin pedals for smooth forward-reverse control. Compact at just 2.51 meters long and 1.14 meters wide, it maneuvers easily through tight yards. Yet it's built to dig. The LA340 front loader lifts about 335 kilograms at the pivot pins. The rear 3-point hitch handles 310 kilograms at 24 inches. And the real headline, the BT603 backhoe digs down to 1.8 meters, deep enough for trenches, footings, drainage lines, or stump removal. Swift Tack and Swift Connect systems allow fast attachment removal without tools. A flat operator platform, swivel seat for backhoe work, and illuminated dash keep operation simple and comfortable. With a 25-liter fuel tank and durable frame construction, it's ready for full-day projects. Yes, pricing often ranges from $24,000 to $27,000 depending on package. But resale value remains among the strongest in the industry, making this compact machine a long-term powerhouse investment. Number 1. John Deere 1025R. If one machine defines cheap but powerful for family use in 2026, this is it. The 1025R from John Deere's legendary 1 Series isn't just popular, it's everywhere for a reason. Under the hood sits a Yanmar 3TNV 80F 3-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel producing 23.9 to 24.2 horsepower at 3,200 revolutions per minute. It's paired with a 2-range hydrostatic transmission and the signature twin-touch pedals, making forward and reverse as intuitive as driving an automatic car. Compact at just 2.22 meters long and 1.19 meters wide, It slips through gates and fits easily inside a garage. Yet it delivers real capability. The Category 1 3-point hitch lifts 344 kilograms at 24 inches, while the 120R loader handles 251 kilograms, or up to 330 kilograms with the mechanical self-leveling option. Hydraulic flow reaches 24 liters per minute, keeping implements responsive all day from its 24-liter fuel tank. But here's the game changer. Auto Connect lets you mount the mid-mower deck in under 60 seconds without leaving the seat. Quick Park removes the loader in about a minute. No tools required. Comfort, speed, versatility, and strong resale value with attractive 0% financing options make the 1025R the ultimate family tractor crown holder for 2026. That's our top 10 compact tractors proving you don't need 50 horsepower to dominate your land. Whether you want maximum lifting power, all-in-one versatility, or the best long-term value, 2026 offers some incredible choices. Now I want to hear from you. Which model would you trust on your property? Comment your pick below, smash the like button if this ranking helped, and subscribe for more in-depth tractor breakdowns coming next week. Think luxury only lives on city streets? Think again. Today we're entering a world where a single vehicle costs more than a fleet of supercars. We're counting down the 10 most expensive tractors ever built, featuring monsters with over 1,000 horsepower and price tags hitting the $1 million mark. From high-tech German masterpieces to the largest legends of Montana, get ready to see the ultimate power of agricultural gold. Let's dive into these million-dollar titans. Number 10. Massey Ferguson 8700S. Imagine dropping over $400,000 on a machine built for the mud. Sounds insane? Once you see what's under that iconic red hood, you'll realize the Massey Ferguson 8700S is a masterpiece of high-stakes engineering. This is the most powerful beast the brand has ever unleashed, designed for those who demand absolute dominance on the field. Under that massive shell lies a beastly 8.4-liter AGCO power engine, screaming with 405 horsepower. But here's the kicker. Its EPM smart system can overclock the engine on the fly, boosting it by another 30 horsepower the second the terrain gets tough. Weighing 10.8 metric tons, it's the ultimate lightweight heavyweight, engineered for massive traction without crushing your soil into concrete. Why the price tag? It's a NASA-grade command center. The Datatronic 5 AI manages everything from auto guidance to wireless data sync with total precision. Paired with the Dyna VT transmission, you get infinite power without ever touching a clutch. Inside the panorama cabin, featuring OptiRide Plus suspension and 18 LED lights, you're in a glass palace that can lift 26,000 pounds like a feather. Owning this means you're the king of the harvest. With a price this high, you'd better be pulling gold bars out of the dirt. If you see this $500,000 Titan, just admire the unstoppable muscle of a red legend. Number 9. Deutz-Fahr Series 9. Next up is a masterpiece of German engineering that looks more like a supercar than a farm machine, the Deutz-Fahr Series 9 Warrior. While base models start around $350,000, the full-option Warrior Edition pushes this Titan into the stratosphere of luxury. This isn't just a tractor. It's a high-performance statement designed by Ital-Design Giugiaro, the same legendary studio that styled Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Under that aggressive hood sits a 7.8-liter twin-turbo Deutz engine, churning out 336 horsepower and a massive 1,372 newton-meters of torque. The TTV stepless transmission allows you to glide from 0 to 37 miles per hour with silky smoothness. It's built for heavy-duty stability, weighing nearly 12 metric tons and capable of lifting a staggering 26,000 pounds at the rear. This machine is a fortress of luxury and safety. The Maxi Vision 2 cabin is whisper quiet at just 69 decibels, featuring leather seats and a massive 12-inch iMonitor 3. The Warrior Edition adds a brilliant black finish, stainless steel exhaust, and a blinding 47,000 lumen LED package. It's also the only tractor in its class with external dry disc brakes, stopping 40-ton loads safely at high speeds. It's the ultimate German power play. Owning a Warrior means you're plowing fields in a tuxedo. If you see those LED lights on the horizon, know that's the gold standard of farming luxury passing you by. Number 8. Claas Xerion 5000. Next up is the colossal Claas Xerion 5000, a machine that redefines the meaning of a mobile power plant. While the base price starts around $500,000, adding the high-tech Track TS track system easily pushes this German beast toward the million-dollar club. It's built on a massive fixed frame with 4 equal-sized wheels, ensuring every ounce of power is converted into pure, raw pulling force. Under the hood lies a massive 12.8-liter Mercedes-Benz engine, delivering a bone-shaking 530 horsepower and 117 foot-pounds of torque. Its C-Matic stepless transmission lets you glide from a crawl to 31 stirrup with effortless precision. This 17-ton Titan can even bulk up to 24 metric tons with ballast to ensure it never loses its grip on reality. The real magic is the Track WC cabin, which literally rotates 180 degrees in under 30 seconds, giving you a perfect view of any implement. It also features the CMOS AI system, acting as a digital co-pilot to optimize tire pressure and gear ratios, slashing fuel costs by 25%. With 5 steering modes, including crab steering to protect your soil, this machine is as agile as it is powerful. It's not just a tractor, it's a high-tech command center on tracks. If you see this rotating giant in the field, you're looking at the ultimate king of versatility. Number 7. Valtra S Series. Meet the boss of the North, the Valtra S Series. This Finnish Titan is the ultimate symbol of Nordic power, with prices starting around $450,000. But here is where it gets crazy. Thanks to Valtra's Unlimited Studio, you can customize this machine until the price tag competes with luxury yachts. This isn't just a tractor, it's a bespoke power player tailored specifically to your wildest farming or forestry needs. Under the hood, the flagship S416 model packs a punchy 8.4-liter AGCO power engine, delivering a massive 420 horsepower and 1,190 foot-pounds of torque. Its AVT stepless transmission ensures seamless power delivery, while a dual-pump hydraulic system handles massive implements with ease. It can lift over 26,000 pounds, making light work of the heaviest loads on the planet. This machine dominates thanks to the twin-track reverse drive system, allowing you to rotate your seat 180 degrees and drive backward with full control. Inside, the award-winning Smart Touch interface puts high-tech farming at your fingertips. From hand-stitched leather interiors to specialized firefighting gear, the Unlimited Studio makes every S-Series a one-of-a-kind legend. It's the ultimate combination of Finnish grit and high-end luxury. When you're driving the boss, you aren't just farming, you're ruling the field. Number 6. Challenger MT800 Series. Step into the world of pure, unadulterated power with the Challenger MT800 Series, a monster specifically bred for the world's largest farms. While standard units are pricey, the top-tier MT867 model, loaded with premium tech, pushes the envelope toward that $1,000 territory. This isn't just a tractor, it's a 27-ton mobile fortress that ditches tires for massive rubber tracks to deliver every ounce of its soul-crushing power directly to the ground. The heart of this beast is a colossal 16.2-liter MAN engine, pumping out a jaw-dropping 673 horsepower and over 2,980 foot-pounds of torque. Thanks to the AccuDrive architecture, it hits peak torque at just 100 RPM, saving fuel while pulling loads that would stall a freight train. The AccuVT stepless transmission ensures that this massive power flow is silky smooth, making gear shifts a thing of the past. This machine dominates terrain with its SmartRide Plus suspension, combining torsion springs and hydraulic shocks to glide over rough earth like a luxury SUV. Its MTech Intelligence Suite integrates satellite guidance and precision farming to manage every inch of your field 24/7. Built to outwork anything on wheels, The MT800 is the ultimate heavyweight champion for those who refuse to settle. When you're behind the wheel of a Challenger, you aren't just farming, you're conquering the planet. Number 5. Fendt 1000 Vario. Known as the iPhone of tractors, the Fendt 1000 Vario is a German masterpiece and the world's most powerful standard four-wheel drive tractor. Fully loaded, this elite machine commands a price tag upwards of $600,000. It's not just a piece of farm equipment, it's a high-stakes investment in peak efficiency, blending raw power with the luxury of a private jet. Under the hood sits a massive 12.4-liter MAN engine, delivering a staggering 517 horsepower. Thanks to the Fendt ID low engine speed concept, it reaches a massive 1,760 foot-pounds of torque at just 100 RPM, sipping fuel while other tractors are gulping it. The revolutionary Vario drive system manages the front and rear axles independently, automatically shifting power to where it's needed most without any driver input. To grip the earth, it wears the world's largest standard tractor tires, standing nearly 8 feet tall. Inside the life cab, you'll find a first-class experience with heated leather seats, a fridge, and the Fendt Tone system featuring 3 customizable touchscreens. But the real moneymaker is Vario Grip, allowing you to inflate or deflate those massive tires on the fly to maximize traction or save fuel on the road. With the highest resale value in the industry, the 1000 Vario proves that true luxury pays for itself. If you want the absolute pinnacle of wheel-driven power, the masterpiece is the only choice. Number 4. New Holland T9 Series. Get ready for the blue-blooded powerhouse of the fields, the New Holland T9 Series. As the strongest tractor in New Holland's history, the flagship T9 700 model is a true earthshaker. While used models start at a premium, the latest PLM Intelligence editions equipped with the Smart Track system can skyrocket toward a staggering $900,000. This isn't just a tractor, it's a high-tech fortress designed to conquer the world's largest mega farms with zero compromise. Under the hood, a massive 12.9-liter FPT Cursor 13 engine breathes fire, delivering a peak output of 699 horsepower. Whether you choose the rugged Ultra Command Power Shift or the silky smooth Auto Command CVT, this beast manages its power with surgical precision. With a fuel capacity of 455 gallons, you can work non-stop across massive horizons without ever looking at a gas station. The secret to its massive price is the PLM Intelligence Suite. Inside the Sidewinder Ultra cabin, you're surrounded by IntelliView 12 monitors and real-time digital diagnostics that connect you to experts globally. The Smart Track system ensures 700 horses of power don't crush your soil, providing maximum grip in the toughest conditions. It's a 24/7 productivity machine built for those who treat farming like a high-stakes business. If you see this blue giant on the horizon, you're looking at nearly $1 million of unstoppable efficiency. Number 3. Case IH Steiger 715 Quad-Track. Meet the undisputed king of the plains, the Case IH Steiger 715 Quad-Track. This legendary powerhouse is the strongest Steiger ever built. When fully spec'd with precision tech, the price tag storms into the $1,000 range. Designed to pull massive implements, this Red Titan is $1 million investment in raw, unstoppable productivity. Under the hood, a 16-liter FPT Cursor engine screams with a peak output of 778 horsepower. It delivers a record-breaking 2,400 foot-pounds of torque, ensuring it never flinches under heavy loads. While it's a heavy-duty fortress, it can still hit 26 mph on the road. The legendary Quad-Track system uses 4 independent tracks to deliver 100% power to the ground, floating over mud that would swallow wheeled competitors whole. The value comes from the AFS Connect Brain, allowing you to manage your farm from a smartphone with centimeter-level satellite precision. Inside the luxury survey cabin, you get a 4-point suspension and leather seating that swivels 40 degrees for ultimate comfort. Built with oversized steel frames to handle nearly 800 horses, this machine is designed to outlast a lifetime. If you see those 4 tracks, you're looking at the pinnacle of American horsepower. Number 2. John Deere 9247 Neo RX. Step into the green and yellow legacy with the John Deere 9447 Neo RX, the crown jewel of the 4-track revolution. For a high-spec model with the latest tech, expect to pay north of $800,000. This isn't just a tractor, it's a 25-ton precision instrument designed to dominate the world's toughest fields while protecting the ground beneath it. Under that iconic green hood beats a 13.5-liter PowerTech PSS twin-turbo engine, delivering a relentless 470 horsepower. The E18 PowerShift transmission works with an efficiency manager to automate every shift, keeping your speed steady and your fuel consumption low. With 4 independent tracks, this beast delivers maximum flotation, allowing you to pull massive loads through wet or soft soil where others would simply sink. The real value lies in the Starfire 7000 satellite system, offering pinpoint accuracy down to 1 inch, saving you thousands in wasted seed and fertilizer. Inside the Command View the 3 cabin, a 4-post suspension system smooths out the roughest terrain, while the John Deere Operations Center streams live data to the cloud, letting you manage your entire fleet from anywhere on Earth. With the world's best dealer network ensuring you never miss a minute of harvest, the 9470 RX is the ultimate gold standard of farming uptime. Number 1. Big Bud 747. We've reached the finale with the ultimate icon of American muscle, the Big Bud 747. Built in Montana in 1977, this isn't just a machine. It's a one-of-a-kind legend that still holds the title of the world's largest tractor. While its original price was $300,000, its historical status and sheer scale make it a priceless masterpiece, easily topping any million-dollar list today. This custom-built Titan is powered by a monstrous 16-cylinder Detroit diesel engine, pumping out a staggering 1,100 horsepower. Standing over 14 feet tall and 20 feet wide, it's twice the size of most modern tractors. It rides on 8 custom tires, each nearly 8 feet in diameter, and weighs a colossal 130,000 pounds when fully loaded. With a fuel tank holding 1,000 gallons, this beast was designed to pull an 80-foot plow, clearing an acre of land every single minute. The value of the Big Bud 747 is immeasurable because it is the only one in existence. After a legendary career, it's now a museum icon, but experts estimate that if it ever hit the auction block, its price would soar past $1 million due to its cult following. It represents an era where bigger was always better. If you're looking for the undisputed heavyweight champion of agricultural history, you're looking at the Big Bud 747. From high-tech AI giants to the legendary Big Bud 747, these machines prove that farming is now a high-stakes, million-dollar game. Which of these titans would you want in your field? If you enjoyed this look at the world's most expensive steel monsters, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more heavy-duty content. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one as we continue to explore the biggest, baddest machines on the planet. Keep grinding. From steam giants shaking the ground to machines that ran on fuel no one else could use, American tractors didn't just evolve. They reinvented farming. These weren't just tools. They were breakthroughs that changed how fields were worked, how food was grown, and how entire industries moved forward. In this video, we're counting down the top 10 historic American tractors that didn't just work the land, they changed it forever. Number 10, Case 150. A 37-ton steam beast, heavier than 6 elephants, rolling across American farmland in 1905. This wasn't a tractor. This was a moving earthquake. The Case 150 road locomotive, 150 horsepower of pure steam fury. Built by J.I. Case between 1905 and 1907, this Titan stretched over 7.6 meters long, stood 4.3 meters tall, and rolled on rear wheels nearly 2.4 meters in diameter. Top speed? A thundering 9 kilometers per hour. Only 9 were ever built before production stopped, making it rarer than most supercars today. But here's why it changed farming forever. This beast slashed transportation costs by 50% compared to horse-drawn wagons. Farmers could haul loads that would have required dozens of animals. It represented the absolute peak of steam technology before internal combustion took over. And when Case engineers realized it was too massive for average farms, they scaled it down to create the Case 110 horsepower, which sold over 700 units and became a legend in its own right. The Case 150 proved American agriculture could go bigger, stronger, faster. In 2018, a functioning replica earned a Guinness World Record as the largest operational steam tractor on Earth, cementing this giant's legacy over a century later. The verdict? The Case 150 didn't just move dirt, it moved history. Number 9. Oliver X0121, painted the wrong color, running on impossible fuel, and never meant for the market. The Oliver X0121. The name itself is a blueprint. X for experimental, O for Oliver, and 121 for its insane 12-to-1 compression ratio. Built in 1953 by Oliver Corporation and Ethel Corporation, this wasn't a product, it was a science experiment on wheels. Here's the mad genius behind it. Engineers took a Hercules diesel block and forced it to run on gasoline, but not regular gas. This beast demanded 100-octane fuel specially formulated by Ethel just to avoid exploding itself. The result? 92% more power than the Oliver 70 and 85% better fuel efficiency. It destroyed every assumption about what gasoline engines could do. And the look? Blood red paint instead of Oliver's signature green, chrome grille gleaming like a hot rod, blue wheels that screamed, "I don't belong here," because it didn't. This tractor wore a slogan on its side, "Ahead of tomorrow." Only one was ever built, but its engineering data was shared at the American Society of Agricultural Engineers, shaping future models like the Oliver 1800. Today, that single XO121 sits in the Floyd County Museum in Iowa, a monument to the tractor that proved the impossible. This wasn't a tractor for fields, it was a machine built ahead of its time. Number 8. Allis-Chalmers fuel cell. 1959. A tractor moves in total silence. No roar, no smoke. Just chemistry turning into power. This wasn't farming, this was the future. The Allis-Chalmers fuel cell tractor, the world's first vehicle powered by hydrogen fuel cells. Built on a D12 frame, it packed 1,008 alkaline fuel cells split into 112 modules. Instead of burning fuel, it mixed propane and oxygen with electrolytes to generate 15 kilowatts of pure electric power, driving a 20-horsepower motor. The result? Over 1,300 kilograms of drawbar pull, enough to drag a two-bottom plow through tough sod. But here's what blew minds. It was dead silent. No explosions, no fumes, just water vapor and trace CO2. Farmers watched it work and thought they were seeing magic. But the real impact came later. This tractor became a laboratory on wheels that landed Allis-Chalmers contracts with NASA. The same fuel cell technology evolved into the system that powered Apollo spacecraft, providing electricity and drinking water for astronauts heading to the moon. While competitors obsessed over diesel horsepower, Allis-Chalmers saw 60 years into the future. They proved clean energy could do real work, not just talk. That original tractor now sits in the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., not as farm equipment, but as a national treasure. From the field to the stars, this machine helped make it possible. Number 7. International Harvester HT340, 1961. A tractor straight out of a NASA hangar, powered by a jet engine, not pistons. The International Harvester HT340, the world's first gas turbine tractor. Powered by a solar aircraft turbine weighing just 40 kilograms but screaming out 80 horsepower. This wasn't adapted technology. This was aviation-grade engineering strapped to farm wheels. But the turbine wasn't even the wildest part. The HT340 introduced hydrostatic drive, a transmission with no gears. One lever controlled infinite speed variations, forward or reverse, smooth as silk. Farmers used to wrestling gear shifts suddenly had fighter jet precision at their fingertips. The body? Pure fiberglass with aerodynamic curves that made it look like it could take flight. The turbine could burn kerosene, diesel, or gasoline interchangeably. Almost no moving parts, No coolant system, no radiator. It was maintenance that didn't exist. International Harvester never sold a single unit, but that hydrostatic transmission, it became the standard on millions of modern tractors and mowers worldwide. The fiberglass construction opened doors to designs steel could never achieve. This prototype proved aerospace tech could revolutionize dirt work. Today, the only HT340 ever built sits in the Smithsonian, not as a failed experiment, but as proof that American farmers deserve technology from tomorrow. It didn't just change tractors, it changed expectations. Number 6, John Deere 8010. In 1960, a $30,000 tractor pushed so far John Deere had to pull it back and erase it. The John Deere 8010, the first machine in Deere's lineup to crack 200 horsepower. It packed a Detroit diesel 671 two-stroke monster. 6 cylinders screaming 215 horses at the flywheel, 150 at the drawbar. 4-wheel drive, articulated steering on a 9-ton beast. It could plow 50 acres a day when competitors were still thinking in dozens. But there was a problem. The Spicer transmission couldn't handle the fury. Gears overheated, failures mounted. John Deere made a brutal call. Recall nearly all 100 units and upgrade them to the 8020. The 8010 nameplate was supposed to vanish. Except it didn't vanish. It detonated the industry. This tractor murdered the Johnny Popper, 2-cylinder era, and forced Deere into the multi-cylinder future. It proved one massive machine could replace an entire fleet of smaller tractors. It introduced articulated 4-wheel drive steering that's now standard on every high-horsepower tractor worldwide. The 8010 failed mechanically, but won strategically. The handful of survivors today are worth more than some vintage Ferraris. Each one is a scar John Deere couldn't erase, a reminder that revolution is always messy. From failure came a new era of farming. Number 5, Big Bud 747. A machine so massive it runs on 8 custom tires, carries 3,800 liters of fuel, and outweighs 10 elephants. The Big Bud 16V 747, the largest farm tractor ever built. Handcrafted in Havre, Montana in 1977 for California cotton farmers who refused to think small. It measures 8.2 meters long, 6.1 meters wide, and 4.3 meters tall. Under the hood, a Detroit diesel 16V92T with 16 cylinders pumping out 760 horsepower at birth, later modified to an earth-shattering 1,100 horses. Those 8 monster tires, each nearly 2.5 meters tall, custom-made because nothing off the shelf could support 45 tons of rolling fury, 60 tons when fully ballasted. It could pull a 24-meter cultivator at over 13 kilometers per hour, devouring hundreds of acres per day, while other tractors were still catching their breath. For over 20 years, this solo beast did the work of entire fleets across California and Florida. It proved one machine could replace 10, slashing labor costs and time. Big Bud shattered every assumption about scale and forced giants like John Deere and Case 1H to rethink what big even meant. Guinness World Records crowned it the largest farm tractor on Earth. In 2020, after years in a museum, it got new tires and roared back into Montana fields, sparking global media frenzy. American-made, still unbeaten. This wasn't the biggest tractor. It was the end of small thinking. Number 4, Roomley Oil Pull. Imagine a tractor that ran on fuel most engines couldn't even burn and turned it into unstoppable pulling power. The Roomley Oil Pull Kerosene Annie, built by Advance Roomley in LaPorte, Indiana, from 1910 to 1930, it came in multiple sizes, from 15 to 30 up to 30 to 60 horsepower ratings. Under the hood were massive single or twin-cylinder engines with huge displacement, low RPM, and brutal torque designed not for speed, but for endurance. Its breakthrough was fuel. While competitors relied on expensive gasoline, the oil pull ran on kerosene, cutting fuel costs dramatically and making large-scale mechanization affordable. But kerosene needed heat to burn efficiently, so Roomley engineered something radical, an oil-based cooling system. No water, no radiator in the traditional sense. Instead, the engine ran at higher temperatures, using oil to stabilize heat, eliminating freezing in winter and boil over in summer. At the front, a tall, smokestack radiator tower created natural draft, pulling air through the heated oil system. The result was iconic: a deep, slow chug, 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 from engines turning at incredibly low speeds, delivering unmatched drawbar pull. Heavy, overbuilt, and nearly indestructible, many oil pulls worked for decades, and some still run today. It didn't just save fuel, it redefined what a tractor could run on. Number 3. Massey Harris GP 1930. A tractor shows up that looks nothing like the rest. Compact, balanced, and engineered with ideas no one else dared to try. The Massey Harris GP, general purpose. Under its hood sat a Hercules 4-cylinder engine producing around 15 to 20 horsepower. Not intimidating on paper, but everything about this machine was different. Instead of chasing raw size, it focused on control, balance, and adaptability. Its layout broke conventions. 4 equal-sized wheels worked together, supported by a unique frame that kept the machine stable over uneven ground. It moved with a level of composure rare for its time. Less bouncing, more control, more precision. The GP was built to adjust. Farmers could change wheel spacing to match crop rows, turning one tractor into a tool for multiple jobs. Plowing, cultivating, hauling, it handled transitions with ease instead of brute force. But timing crushed its momentum. Launched at the start of the Great Depression, it never reached wide adoption. Only about 3,000 units left the factory. Still, its philosophy endured. It showed that smart engineering could outperform sheer size. It didn't try to be the biggest, it tried to be the smartest. Number 2. Allis-Chalmers Model G 1948. A compact tractor engineered with numbers that didn't match its size. The Allis-Chalmers Model G ran a Continental N62 inline 4-cylinder gasoline engine, producing around 10 horsepower at low RPM for steady output. It weighed just 580 kilograms, paired with a 19-liter fuel tank, built for long, efficient field work without constant refueling. Transmission was a 4-speed gearbox, including an ultra-low creeper gear designed for precise operations at extremely slow speeds. Wheelbase was short, front tires narrow, allowing tight turning radius and high maneuverability in confined rows. Its tubular steel frame created a long, open midsection, giving clearance for undermounted implements. Over 30 dedicated attachments could be fitted directly beneath the chassis: plows, cultivators, seeders, turning the machine into a multi-function platform rather than a simple pull tractor. Rear-mounted engine layout improved weight distribution, keeping balance centered over the drive wheels while reducing front-end load. Production ran from 1948 to 1955, with nearly 30,000 units built. Small in power, precise in design, built for efficiency over force. Number 1. Fordson Snow. What if a tractor didn't roll on wheels at all, but drilled its way across snow like a machine built for another planet? The Fordson Snow motor, often called the Snow Devil, built by combining a Fordson Model F with Armstead's screw drive conversion, it replaced wheels entirely with 2 massive rotating pontoons. Each cylinder featured helical ribs, spinning in opposite directions to generate forward thrust. More like drilling through terrain than driving over it. Power came from the standard Fordson engine, but traction was completely redefined. With a top speed of around 13 kilometers per hour, it wasn't fast, but it didn't need to be. The wide, hollow pontoons distributed weight so effectively that the machine could float over deep snow, ice, and mud where tracks and wheels failed. Steering was controlled through independent clutches for each pontoon, allowing directional changes by varying rotation speed. Primitive, but effective in extreme conditions. Its real strength was pulling power. The Snow motor could haul up to 20 tons of timber through frozen wilderness, keeping logging operations alive during brutal winters. It wasn't just a tractor conversion, It was a machine that turned winter from a barrier into a working season. From experimental machines to industry legends, these tractors didn't just shape farming, they shaped the future. Some failed, some succeeded, but every one of them pushed boundaries that others were afraid to cross. If you enjoyed this journey through history, make sure to like, subscribe, and let me know. Which tractor surprised you the most, and what should we explore next? When people think of British tractors, they imagine machines that are safe, conservative, and built to last. But the real history is far stranger. Across Britain's farmland existed tractors that broke every design rule. Machines started with shotgun shells, open-frame layouts that looked like raw engineering experiments, and even one created by joining two tractors into a single pulling monster. These weren't concepts or prototypes. They were real machines, built to work. This is 8 bizarre British tractors you never knew existed. Number 8. Field Marshal. Built by Marshall, Sons & Coers in Gainsborough, Lincolnshire from 1945 to 1957, the Field Marshal is one of the most unconventional tractors ever produced in Britain. It became famous not for comfort or refinement, but for extreme simplicity and brute mechanical logic. The Field Marshal was powered by a single-cylinder, 2-stroke diesel engine with an enormous displacement of nearly 6 liters, featuring a massive 6.5-inch bore and 9-inch stroke. This slow-revving engine produced around 40 horsepower on Series 1, 2, and the third models while turning at a maximum of just 750 RPM. Power was delivered through a rugged mechanical transmission, offering up to 6 forward gears and 2 reverse gears on later Series 3 tractors. A large external flywheel mounted on one side helped smooth power delivery from the huge single piston. What truly made the Field Marshal bizarre was its starting method. There was no electric starter or hand crank. Operators first preheated the cylinder, then inserted a 12-gauge blank shotgun cartridge into a special firing chamber and struck it with a hammer. The controlled explosion forced the piston into motion and started the engine. The massive single cylinder caused intense vibration, especially at idle, so strong that stories claim the tractor could shake itself downward on soft ground. Its 2-stroke crankcase compression design and total loss lubrication system, which sometimes required burning oil residue out of the exhaust, made the Field Marshal feel more like industrial machinery than a farm tractor. Rough, loud, and brutally effective, the Field Marshal remains a mechanical icon of post-war British engineering. Number 7. Roadless Plowmaster 65. At a time when most tractors relied on rear-wheel drive alone, Britain introduced something far ahead of its era. The Roadless Plowmaster 65, engineered by Roadless Traction Limited, was a heavily modified version of the Ford 5000, transformed from a standard 2-wheel drive tractor into a serious 4-wheel drive work machine. Power came from the original Ford 4-cylinder diesel engine, producing around 65 horsepower. While that figure sounded modest, the way it was used made all the difference. The Plowmaster 65 featured Roadless' signature 4-wheel drive system, giving it dramatically improved traction and pulling ability. Fully equipped, the tractor weighed approximately 7,800 pounds, providing the mass needed for heavy draft work. Its most distinctive feature was the heavy-duty front axle, designed and built by Roadless. This axle used epicyclic reduction gears at the wheel hubs, multiplying torque directly at the wheels, reducing drivetrain stress, and allowing the tractor to maintain grip in soft or muddy conditions. The oversized axle also gave the Plowmaster 65 a bold, muscular appearance that clearly separated it from standard Ford tractors. What made this machine truly unusual was how it was built. Roadless was not a mass producer, but a specialist modifier. Each Plowmaster 65 began life as a normal Ford 5000 before being custom converted, turning an ordinary tractor into a traction-focused powerhouse. In heavy plowing, its performance far exceeded that of the original 2-wheel drive Ford, proving that advanced 4-wheel drive engineering could completely redefine what a 65 horsepower tractor was capable of. Number 6. Zetor Crystal 8011. At first glance, the Deere Crystal 8011 feels out of place on a list of bizarre British tractors, and that's exactly what makes it strange. This machine wasn't built in Britain at all. It was produced in Czechoslovakia by Deere beginning in 1969, and yet it made a deep impact across British and European farms for one unexpected reason. It challenged what a tractor was supposed to be. Under the hood, the Crystal 8011 used a four-cylinder, four-stroke diesel engine, liquid-cooled, with a displacement of 3,982 cubic centimeters, producing around 80 horsepower. Power was sent through a highly flexible transmission offering up to 16 forward and 8 reverse gears, allowing precise speed control for heavy fieldwork. Unlike many tractors of similar power, the Crystal 8011 remained two-wheel drive, driving only the rear wheels, and weighed roughly 4,600 kilograms, giving it a solid planted feel in the field. What truly made the Crystal bizarre by British standards wasn't brute force, but philosophy. At a time when many tractors still treated operator comfort as an afterthought, Deere introduced a fully enclosed safety cab with integrated ROPS as standard equipment. This wasn't optional. It was built into the tractor's identity. Some versions even featured front axle suspension, something almost unheard of on farm tractors of that era. To British farmers used to loud, exposed, mechanically raw machines, the Crystal felt alien, quiet, protective, almost automotive. It wasn't strange because it failed. It was strange because it was too advanced, redefining safety, comfort, and durability years before those ideas became normal. The Deere Crystal 8011 didn't follow British tractor tradition. It quietly rewrote it. Number 5. David Brown 50D. In the mid-1950s, British tractors were expected to be simple, economical, and modest in power. Then David Brown did something completely unexpected. They built the 50D, a tractor that wasn't bizarre because it was strange, but because it was far more powerful and advanced than anyone thought necessary at the time. At the heart of the David Brown 50D was a serious engine, a liquid-cooled, inline, 6-cylinder diesel with a massive displacement of 380 cubic inches, about 6.2 liters. While many competitors were still relying on 4-cylinder, or even smaller engines, the 50D delivered around 50 horsepower at the PTO, making it one of the most powerful British utility tractors of its era. Power was sent through a two-wheel drive drivetrain and a 6-forward, 2-reverse gearbox, optimized for heavy draft work rather than speed. Weighing roughly 5,400 pounds, 2,450 kilograms, the 50D had the mass and strength to handle serious plowing and multi-furrow implements with ease. But its most advanced feature wasn't brute force, it was control. The tractor featured live hydraulics, meaning the hydraulic system continued to operate independently of the main clutch. This allowed operators to raise and lower implements smoothly even when stopping or changing gears, a major advantage over many rivals. What made the David Brown 50D feel almost bizarre by British standards was its ambition. It was built with export markets like North America and Canada in mind, where larger fields demanded stronger, faster working machines. That philosophy made it feel oversized and over-engineered compared to typical British farm tractors. The 50D wasn't strange because it failed expectations. It was strange because it exceeded them, proving that British engineering could compete at the highest level of power, reliability, and performance. Number 4. Marshall 802. By the late 1970s, British tractor engineering was at a crossroads. Farmers wanted more comfort, more power, and more reliability, yet still expected mechanical simplicity. That's where the Marshall 802 quietly changed expectations. Built by Marshall Tractors, the successor to Marshall, Sons & Company, and Leyland tractors, the 802 represented Britain's push into a more modern tractor era. The Marshall 802 was part of the 80 series, produced in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Under the hood sat a Leyland Marshall 4-cylinder, liquid-cooled diesel engine, displacing roughly 4.6 liters. It produced around 80 horsepower, placing it firmly in the upper mid-power category for British-built tractors of the time. Power was delivered through a mechanical transmission with 10 forward and 2 reverse gears, driving the rear wheels in a traditional 2WD layout. On paper, nothing about the Marshall 802 seemed bizarre, and that's exactly why it stood out. While earlier British tractors were often loud, exposed, and physically demanding to operate, the 802 arrived with a well-designed cab, strong ventilation, excellent visibility, and a powerful hydraulic system capable of handling modern implements. It felt refined, almost foreign, compared to the rough machines many British farmers were used to. The strangeness of the Marshall 802 wasn't mechanical shock value, but timing. It represented a clean break from Britain's agricultural past, embracing comfort, ergonomics, and international competition head-on. In a lineup filled with oddball engineering experiments, the Marshall 802 was unusual for a different reason. It proved that British tractors could be modern, comfortable, and competitive without gimmicks. Sometimes the most unexpected tractor is the one that looks completely normal, until you realize how much it changed. Number 3. Nuffield 4/60 Universal 4. In the mid-1960s, British farms were still dominated by simple, rugged machines, but one tractor quietly pushed technology forward without looking strange at all. Built between 1964 and 1967, the Nuffield 460 was produced under the Nuffield brand of the British Motor Corporation, BMC, later part of British Leyland. At first glance, it looked like a conventional British tractor. Underneath, it was far more advanced than many realized. Power came from a BMC 4-cylinder, liquid-cooled diesel engine, displacing 3.8 liters, producing around 60 horsepower. Strong output for its class during that era. The tractor used a mechanical transmission with 10 forward and 2 reverse gears, although some versions were fitted with a simpler 5-forward layout. Drive was classic 2-wheel drive, sending power to the rear wheels. What made the Nuffield 460 stand out was not radical design, but quietly groundbreaking features. One of its most important innovations was the use of wet disc brakes, far more durable and consistent than the dry drum brakes common in the 1960s. This gave the 460 safer stopping power and significantly reduced maintenance over long working hours. The tractor also featured an independent PTO and live hydraulics, allowing rear implements to keep running even when the tractor stopped moving, an enormous productivity advantage at the time. Combined with its simple mechanical layout, the 460 was easy to maintain, easy to repair, and exceptionally reliable in hard field conditions. The bizarre part of the Nuffield 460 is how normal it looked while hiding technology that was ahead of its era. It didn't shout innovation, it delivered it quietly. And that subtle leap forward is exactly what makes this British tractor unforgettable. Number 2. David Brown 2D. Among all British tractors ever built, few look or operate like the David Brown 2D. Produced between 1955 and 1964, this small utility tractor wasn't just different by accident. It was a deliberate attempt to completely rethink how a tractor should be built, controlled, and used on small farms. At its heart was a David Brown 2-cylinder, liquid-cooled diesel engine, displacing just 90 cubic inches and producing around 14 horsepower at 2,000 RPM. Power was sent through a 6-speed forward, 2-speed reverse gearbox, driving the rear wheels in a 2-wheel drive layout. On paper, the numbers were modest, but the design was anything but ordinary. The most shocking feature was its open-frame construction. Unlike conventional tractors with a full chassis and enclosed hood, the 2D used a minimal A or V-shaped steel frame, with the engine and transmission fully exposed. This wasn't done for style. It allowed implements to be mounted unusually close to, or even within, the tractor's structure, giving the operator unmatched control and visibility. Even stranger was its automatic implement control system. Instead of relying solely on standard hydraulics, the 2D used a proprietary mechanical or semi-automatic linkage system that reacted to ground conditions, adjusting the implement with minimal driver input. For the 1950s, this bordered on experimental engineering. Its extremely compact size made the 2D feel more like a mechanized tool carrier than a traditional tractor. Combined with the open layout, the operator enjoyed exceptional forward and downward visibility, something almost unheard of at the time. The David Brown 2D wasn't built to follow tradition, it was built to challenge it. And that bold, unconventional thinking is exactly why it earns its place among the most bizarre British tractors ever made. Number 1. Doe Triple D. At the very top of Britain's most bizarre tractors sits a machine that barely qualifies as a single tractor at all. The Doe Triple D, short for Double D, was not designed in a corporate engineering office, but born out of pure necessity and radical thinking in rural England during the early 1960s. Developed by George Pryor, a farmer from Essex, and produced by Ernest Doe & Sons Limited, the Triple D was created by joining two Fordson Supermajor tractors together. Each unit kept its own 4-cylinder diesel engine, resulting in a combined 8-cylinder setup producing an astonishing 100 to 120 horsepower, depending on the donor tractors used. At a time when most British tractors struggled to reach half that output, this was unheard of. Power flowed through two Fordson gearboxes, mechanically linked, driving all four wheels in what became one of Britain's first true four-wheel drive agricultural tractors. The two tractor halves were connected by a central articulation joint, allowing the entire machine to bend in the middle to steer, more like an articulated industrial machine than a farm tractor. Early versions used a complex mechanical cable system to control steering through the joint, a crude yet ingenious solution later refined into hydraulic control. The driver sat in the front unit, commanding a machine that looked and felt like two tractors working as one. Visually, the Doe Triple D was impossible to ignore. Twin hoods, twin engines, massive bulk, and a stretched, aggressive stance made it look more like a homemade monster than a production machine. Yet it worked, delivering unmatched traction and pulling power years before major manufacturers offered high-horsepower four-wheel drive tractors. The Doe Triple D wasn't elegant, it wasn't conventional, but it changed British farming forever, earning its place as the most bizarre, bold, and unforgettable tractor Britain ever produced. These tractors prove one thing: British engineers never played it safe. Some of these machines failed. Some were far ahead of their time. Others completely redefined power and traction in agriculture. They may look strange, rough, or even absurd, but their bold engineering helped shape tractor history. If you enjoy forgotten machines with real character, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment which British tractor shocked you the most. Welcome back, tractor enthusiasts. Today we're diving into the Hall of Shame. These aren't your grandpa's beautiful vintage machines. These are the tractors that made engineers ask, what were we thinking? From exposed gears that could rip your arm off, to designs so ugly they scared the horses they were supposed to replace. We're counting down the 10 most spectacularly hideous tractors ever built. Machines that worked brilliantly, but looked absolutely terrible doing it. Let's get started with number 10. Imagine a tractor so weird, owners hired kids to follow it around, picking up parts that fell off. Meet the Yuba ball tread. This California monster weighed 3 tons and stretched 12 feet long. The Model 2035 packed a Wisconsin 4-cylinder engine, while the Beast 4070 tipped scales at over 10 tons. Price tag in 1921? Nearly $5,000. But here's the insane part. Instead of normal track rollers, Yuba engineers used giant steel balls, massive ball bearings running the entire track system. The theory, zero friction. The reality, complete disaster. These steel balls literally fell out when hitting bumps or reversing under load. Farmers actually paid children to walk behind, picking up drop balls like some nightmare Easter egg hunt. Dust and grease created an abrasive pace that destroyed bearings constantly. Controlling it was pure chaos, no clutch, just 2 independent levers for each track. One mistake and you're spinning wildly or stuck. The design looked like a mechanical alien. 2 huge tracks in back, 1 tiny wheel up front, sitting abnormally low to squeeze under California citrus trees. Engineers were so focused on innovation, they forgot to ask if it actually worked. The result? one of agriculture's ugliest, most impractical machines ever built. Today, survivors sell for $90,000. Not for beauty, but as proof that terrible ideas can become legendary. Picture a tractor so tiny and awkward, it looked like a toy assembled wrong. That's exactly what the Waterloo Model F was. Launched around 1920, this mechanical oddball stood just 110 centimeters tall and 80 centimeters wide. Cleveland Tractor Company wanted the smallest crawler for tight crop rows. What they created? Automotive chaos on tracks. Here's the insanity. No frame whatsoever. Engine, transmission, and drivetrain cast as one solid block serving as structural support. Weight savings? Sure. Durability? These things cracked apart under heavy work like cheap pottery. The tracks didn't roll underneath normally. They hung suspended, running around one giant roller up top. Ground clearance adjusted from 8 to 20 inches for different crops. Clever idea, terrible execution. The operator's seat perched directly above the vibrating engine with zero protection. Riding it felt like straddling an angry metal beetle having seizures. No shields, no safety, just violent mechanical tremors. Steering was pure confusion. Instead of brake steer, like normal crawlers, Cletrac used a differential gear system. Turn the wheel, one track speeds up while the other slows. Brilliant on paper, nightmare on rough ground. The proportions screamed wrong. Tiny tracks hugging close, tall bodies sticking up awkwardly. People called it the elephant head mouse tail design. Completely lopsided. Today's survivors are collector gold precisely because they're magnificently ugly and fascinatingly weird. When even the company's CEO admits your tractor's a failure, you know something went wrong. That's the John Deere Model GP. Launched in 1928 at $1,200, GP stood for General Purpose. John Deere's answer to International Harvester's Farmall. The result? An unbalanced beast doing nothing well. The design screamed confusion. A massive 1.6-ton body on crude steel wheels with a bizarrely arched front axle looking like circus equipment. The whole thing appeared ready to tip forward constantly. Power came from the iconic two-cylinder engine making that signature pop-pop sound. Problem? Just 10 to 18 horsepower at the drawbar for all that weight. Seriously underpowered. They tried multiple versions. The GPWT had wide rear axles and tricycle front wheels. The GPO sat low for orchards. The Model P targeted potato fields, each one equally awkward. Visibility was a nightmare. The steering system and bulky frame blocked the operator's view of crop rows below. Exactly what you needed to see for row crop work. First gear ran absurdly fast for precision cultivation. The transmission felt like an afterthought. Heavy controls, clunky operation, everything fighting the farmer. Charles Wyman, John Deere's own CEO, publicly called the GP one of his biggest failures. Slow development, poor design choices, completely outclassed by competitors. Despite its ugliness, the GP laid groundwork for legendary models A and B that followed. Sometimes disasters teach more than successes. A tractor so awkward, farmers called riding it joint torture. That was the Farmall F12. International Harvester launched this Depression-era machine in 1932 for around $1,200. The goal? Replace horses on small farms affordably. What they delivered was a skeletal nightmare on wheels. Picture this, a scrawny, short body perched on massive 54-inch steel wheels in back, tiny steering wheels up front. The proportions look like a toy assembled completely wrong. The four-cylinder engine pumped out just 10 to 14 horsepower through a sluggish 3-speed transmission. Underpowered and deafeningly loud. Ergonomics were pure punishment. The seat and the steering wheel sat at bizarre angles, forcing operators to stretch awkwardly. Short farmers couldn't reach the foot clutch from the seat. The gap felt designed for giants only. Zero suspension. Riding steel wheels over hard ground rattled every bone. Hours on an F12 meant hours of suffering. Starting it was legitimately dangerous. Hand crank ignition could snap back and shatter your arm if timing wasn't perfect. One mistake, one broken wrist. The fuel system was finicky chaos. accidentally shut off fuel instead of using the kill lever. Now you disassemble the pump and hand prime it like medieval punishment. Despite everything, it mechanized thousands of small farms during America's darkest economic period. Ugly, uncomfortable, dangerous, but it worked when nothing else was affordable. Imagine a tractor looking like a moving junk pile designed by engineers who forgot aesthetics existed. Enter the Case 1832 cross motor. Built in the 1920s, this beast turned conventional design sideways. Literally. Instead of mounting the engine lengthwise, Case rotated it 90 degrees across the frame. The logic? Direct power transfer to rear wheels without complex bevel gears. Brilliant for efficiency, terrible for everything else. Output was respectable. 18 horsepower at the drawbar, 32 at the belt. The four-cylinder overhead valve engine was actually advanced for its time, but the appearance, absolute disaster. The sideways engine made the whole machine bulge outward unnaturally. It looked like a rolling metal box having an identity crisis. The radiator sat perpendicular to the engine, creating a bizarre T-shaped structure. From the front, it resembled a steel wall advancing toward you. Zero elegance, pure brutalism. Belt drives ran exposed everywhere, connecting the sideways engine to accessories. It looked unfinished, like someone forgot the body panels. Visibility was non-existent. That massive radiator and sideways engine blocked everything forward. Operators couldn't see front wheels or plow furrows, basically drove blind. Exhaust dumped smoke and noise directly at the operator's face because of the sideways layout. Hours of breathing fumes and deafening roar. Function over form taken to absurd extremes. It worked flawlessly for decades but looked like mechanical nightmare fuel doing it. A tractor so bizarrely proportioned, it looked like a mechanical insect stretched on a rack. Meet the Silver King Model 42. Fate Root Heath Company launched this oddball in the early 1940s. Silver King was famous for speed and flashy silver paint, but Model 42 took things to a weird extreme. The defining feature? An absurdly long nose. The hood stretched way past the front axle like someone grabbed it and pulled until it deformed. Under that endless hood sat a Continental four-cylinder engine delivering decent power. But here's the kicker. This thing hit 25 to 30 miles per hour. Farmers called it the race car of agriculture. Tricycle wheel configuration with narrow front wheels allowed tight orchard turns. Practical? Sure. Proportional? Absolutely not. From any angle, it looked stretched wrong. The operator's seat and rear wheels got shoved way back, creating massive middle gap. It resembled a giant insect with elongated limbs. That empty space between engine and front axle exposed thin frame rails and linkages. The whole machine looked fragile and disconnected, like mismatched parts forced together. Headlights mounted low on that ridiculous nose made nighttime operation especially bizarre. Two eyes floating ahead of stretched metal body. Why this design? Weight distribution? Pushing the engine forward prevented nose lifting under heavy rear loads. The long frame gave perfect ground visibility for precise row crop work. Despite being the ugly duckling, restored Model 42s are collector treasures today precisely because they're so wonderfully weird. When desperation meets engineering, you get a tractor looking like a metal shed on wheels. This is the Avery Rowtrack. Launched in 1938, this was Avery's last-ditch survival attempt. What they created was spectacularly ugly. The front end earned the nickname the Doghouse, a massive boxy metal cube completely enclosing the engine and radiator. It literally looked like someone bolted a steel doghouse onto a chassis. Inside sat a Hercules four-cylinder engine, pumping 20 to 25 horsepower. Respectable power trapped in the world's least attractive package. The front axle adjusted from the operator's seat. You could shift front wheels from narrow to wide stance on the fly for different crop rows. Genuinely innovative engineering buried under terrible aesthetics. Painted bright screaming yellow, it looked even more ridiculous rolling across fields. Like a mobile filing cabinet demanding attention. The proportions were catastrophically wrong. That massive blocky body on tiny rear wheels created severe imbalance. From the front, it resembled a rolling steel locker. The adjustable axle meant exposed linkages and bolts everywhere. Mechanically complex, visually chaotic. Visibility. That giant doghouse blocked everything forward. Seeing crop rows ahead was impossible, completely defeating the purpose of a row crop tractor. Avery crammed too many features into graceless design. Market rejection was brutal. The company shut down shortly after. Today, maybe 50 survive. That hideous rarity makes them insanely valuable to collectors. The world's first true four-wheel drive tractor looking like an unfinished factory experiment. Number 3, the John Deere Dane all-wheel drive. Built in 1918 by engineer Joseph Dane Sr., this was John Deere's first branded tractor. Technological masterpiece wrapped in exposed scaffolding aesthetics. The innovation was decades ahead. Full-time four-wheel drive when competitors were figuring out two-wheel traction. 24 horsepower driving all wheels through exposed chains. Here's where brilliance met madness. Steering turned the entire rear axle instead of front wheels. Completely backwards. Only 100 units built before Dane died, and the project got killed. Today, maybe 3 survive worldwide, one valued over $170,000. But that appearance, absolute nightmare fuel. No hood, no body panels, nothing. Engine, fuel tank and drive chain sat completely exposed like someone forgot finishing it. Massive chains ran the body length, delivering power to all wheels. It looked less like a tractor, more like a moving assembly line you could fall into. The steering wheel mounted high and awkwardly. Operators sat in unnatural positions, controlling this contraption. Safety was afterthought. Everything exposed meant deafening noise, scorching heat, and constant danger from moving chains. Visually, pure industrial chaos, a bare metal skeleton on wheels. John Deere abandoned it for the conventional Waterloo Boy shortly after. Yet it pioneered four-wheel drive decades early. Sometimes the ugliest ideas birth the greatest legacies. Imagine strapping a train smokestack to a tricycle. That's exactly what the International Harvester Mogul 816 looked like. Built from 1914 to 1917, this was IHC's mass-market horse replacement. Over 14,000 sold despite looking like mechanical Frankenstein. Power came from one massive horizontal cylinder running on kerosene. 8 horsepower at the drawbar, 16 at the belt. One giant piston going bang, 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 deafeningly loud. The cooling system used a tall cylindrical tower up front, continuously dripping water for evaporative cooling. It looked like the tractor was constantly leaking. That tower earned it the nickname miniature locomotive. Combined with exposed horizontal engine, it resembled a steam engine more than farm equipment. 3-wheel configuration, 1 tiny front wheel, 2 massive steel rear wheels. Long, narrow, tall body perched precariously on triangular base, looking ready to tip constantly. Proportions were catastrophically imbalanced. Tall cooling tower, elongated body, crude wheels created an ungainly silhouette screaming instability. The operator sat directly behind exposed chains and open gears. Exhaust pointed straight up, pumping smoke and noise at the driver's face. Operating it was torture. Engineers literally mounted a stationary engine on a wheeled frame. Zero aerodynamics, zero aesthetics, just cheap, reliable power. Ugly as sin, but farmers bought thousands. Sometimes function trumps form so completely that ugliness becomes irrelevant. The Mogul proved it perfectly. The machine that invented the word tractor but looked like a mobile power plant. Here comes the Hartpar number 3. Built from 1903 to 1906, this 9-ton steel monster was the first machine officially called a tractor. Historic? Absolutely. Beautiful? Absolutely not. The 2-cylinder horizontal engine used oil cooling instead of water to prevent winter freezing. 22 to 45 horsepower, moving 20,000 pounds of industrial brutality. Rear wheels stood over 1.6 meters tall. Massive steel delivering terrifying pulling power. But the appearance was pure nightmare. No hood, no curves, no design. Just exposed beam frame with giant components stacked haphazardly. Oil cooling required a massive square tower up front, standing tall and blocky. It looked like an unfinished steam locomotive, or crude industrial roller. At 9 tons, catastrophically heavy for its power. Getting stuck meant days digging out. Operating it was painfully slow. The operator stood on narrow steel platform at the rear, completely exposed to choking dust and deafening noise from giant cylinders firing in their face. Charles Hart and Charles Parr weren't thinking aesthetics in 1906. They wanted to replace dangerous exploding steam engines with something reliable running on gasoline all day. That ugliness symbolized raw industrial power in its most primitive form. Function without single concession to beauty. Only one original survives, displayed at the Smithsonian as American National Treasure. The ugliest, most important tractor ever built. And there you have it. 10 tractors proving that genius engineering doesn't require good looks. From the ball-dropping Yuba to the word-inventing Hart Parr, these ugly legends plowed fields, changed history, and traumatized anyone who had to look at them. Which monstrosity shocked you most? Drop a comment below. If you enjoyed this mechanical freak show, smash that like button and subscribe for more vintage tractor content. Until next time, remember, beauty fades, but ugly becomes legendary. Think a tractor has to be a giant smoke-belching beast to get the work done? Think again. Today we're counting down 10 of the most adorable tractors in history that are surprisingly powerful. From the quirky grasshopper to the hot rod of the heartland, these machines might look like vintage toys, but they pack the muscle to plow, till, and outwork rivals twice their size. Ready to see why these tiny titans rule the field? Let's dive into 10 adorable tractors that are actually cute but capable. Number 10. Gibson Model D. Think this is just a toy? Think again. Meet the Gibson Model D, the 1940s legend from Colorado that proves size is absolutely deceiving. It's the ultimate definition of small but mighty. At first glance, it looks like a vintage go-kart, but beneath that minimalist steel frame beats the heart of a relentless workhorse. But here's the real plot twist. Look closely. There is no steering wheel. That's right. You command this beast with a unique tiller lever on the right. Push forward to go left, pull back to go right. It feels less like driving a tractor and more like piloting a miniature tank. Don't let the cute looks fool you. The specs are dead serious. The Hart, a rugged Wisconsin AEH single-cylinder engine, churning out a punchy 10 horsepower. The Muscle, nearly 1,000 pounds of solid cast iron and steel, giving it insane traction for its tiny footprint. The Endurance. Believe it or not, this adorable machine can plow through 3 acres of tough soil in a single 10-hour shift. With those iconic high-clearance rear tires, adjustable from 33 to 53 inches, it weaves through crop rows with surgical precision. No hood, no fenders, just raw mechanical grit. The Gibson Model D isn't just a collector's dream. It's a tiny titan that proved you don't need to be big to be legendary. Cute? Absolutely. Capable? You bet it is. Number 9. Ford Model 8N. If there was a Hall of Fame for adorable workhorses, the Ford Model 8N would take center stage. This isn't just a tractor. It's arguably the most beloved machine in North American history. Produced between 1947 and 1952, over 500,000 of these beauties rolled off the line, turning every small farm into a powerhouse. With its iconic gray hood and striking red chassis, it looks less like a machine and more like a loyal member of the family. But don't let that friendly, compact face fool you. The 8N was built to revolutionize farming forever. Its secret weapon? The legendary Ferguson 3-point hitch with position control. This meant this cute little guy could lift and command heavy implements with the precision of a modern surgeon. Under that vintage hood purrs a 4-cylinder, 2.0-liter gasoline engine, delivering a solid 23 to 27 horsepower, more than enough to outwork machines twice its size. Unlike its predecessors, the 8N was upgraded with a 4-speed transmission, giving it the versatility to crawl through thick mud or cruise down a dirt path with ease. Weighing over 2,400 pounds, it's a heavyweight champion in a middleweight body. Reliable, affordable, and stubbornly durable. Thousands of them are still working in fields today, nearly 80 years later. Small enough to love, but tough enough to conquer the earth? That is the legendary Ford 8N. Number 8. Minneapolis Moline BF. Meet the Minneapolis Moline Model BF. A tractor that proves looking adorable is just a cover for being incredibly tough. Produced between 1951 and 1954, after acquired the BF Avery Company, this machine is a rare transition icon. Wrapped in that signature prairie gold paint with vibrant red wheels, it's a head-turner that brings a splash of sunshine to any field. But don't let the bright colors fool you. This compact beast was built for the grind in the toughest southern farms. Underneath its sleek, narrow frame sits a liquid-cooled Hercules WECU X3SL 4-cylinder engine, pumping out a surprising 27 horsepower at the PTO. Weighing nearly 3,000 pounds, the BF is surprisingly heavy for its size, giving it the gutsy traction needed to pull hay balers and heavy plows for hours on end without breaking a sweat. Its secret to success? The true draft hydraulic system, allowing for smooth surgical precision during cultivation. What makes it truly special is its versatility. With 3 different front-end options, it could weave through tight orchards where massive tractors simply couldn't fit. With only about 7,600 units ever produced, finding one today is like discovering buried treasure. It's small, it's golden, and it's a verified powerhouse that refuses to quit. The Minneapolis Moline BF, a rare, tiny gladiator that truly gets the job done. Number 7. Allis-Chalmers Model B. Get ready for the tractor that single-handedly fired the horse from American farms. Meet the Allis-Chalmers Model B, a tiny revolution in Persian orange. Produced from 1937 to 1957, this isn't just a machine, it's a design masterpiece by the legendary Brooks Stevens. With its sleek curves and vibrant color, it was the first tractor to bring style to the field, looking more like a vintage car than farm equipment. But don't let that stylish, adorable exterior fool you. This compact beast was built to outwork anything on 4 legs. What makes it a capable legend? It was the first tractor designed exclusively for rubber tires. No steel wheels here. Its unique torque tube frame creates a narrow waist, giving the driver a perfect, unobstructed view of the crops below. Under the hood, its 2.0-liter engine delivers a punchy 22.5 horsepower, generating over 1,500 pounds of drawbar pull. That's enough muscle to outhaul competitors nearly twice its size. Launched for under $500, it brought power to millions of small farmers. Weighing just 2,060 pounds, it's agile for tight orchards, but rugged for all-day field work. The Allis-Chalmers Model B, a fashionable orange powerhouse that changed farming forever. Small, stylish, and unstoppable. Number 6. John Deere Model L. Meet the John Deere Model L, the smallest, most unique machine to ever wear the iconic green and yellow. Produced from 1937 to 1946, this pocket-sized marvel was a bold mission to bring mechanical power to the tiniest family farms. It's so compact that you can literally haul it in the back of a pickup truck. With its engine pushed far to the front in a slim frame, it looks more like a high-end mechanical toy than a rugged farmhand. But don't let that minimalist design fool you. The Model L was a certified horse killer. Engineered to match a horse's speed but with tireless stamina, early versions featured a 2-cylinder Hercules engine, delivering around 10 horsepower of pure grit. Weighing just 1,515 pounds, this lightweight champion can pull a 12-inch plow through tough soil without breaking a sweat. With a bulletproof 3-speed transmission and a solid cast-iron frame, this machine was built to last for generations. Its wide front axle allows it to weave through narrow vegetable rows with surgical precision where bigger tractors would crush the crops. The Model L is the ultimate proof that you don't need a massive engine to do massive work. It's small, it's iconic, and it's a tiny Titan that truly gets the job done. Number 5. Case V A-Series. Step aside for the flambeau red firecracker of the 1940s. Meet the Case V A-Series, a light-duty legend produced from 1942 to 1953. With its stunning Art Deco styling, rounded hood, and vertical grille, the VA is often called one of the most beautiful tractors ever made. It's small, perfectly proportioned, and looks like a stylish, miniature version of the giants of the era. But don't let that sleek, sophisticated look fool you. This machine was built for the heavy grind of family farm life. Under that vibrant orange-red paint lies a 2.0-liter four-cylinder engine, churning out a solid 21 horsepower. But the real game changer arrived in 1949, the legendary Eagle hitch. This was one of the first three-point hitches that allowed farmers to swap heavy implements without ever leaving their seats. Specialized versions like the VAO were even built with low profiles to glide under orchard branches without damaging a single leaf. Weighing up to 3,300 pounds, it's a bulletproof workhorse designed to run forever with minimal maintenance. The Case V A-Series isn't just a collector's jewel, it's a high-tech rebel that brought industrial power to the small farmer's backyard. Artistic, iconic, and incredibly capable. Number 4. Silver King Model 42. Ever seen a tractor that thinks it's a sports car? Meet the Silver King Model 42, a rare silver and red gem from Plymouth, Ohio, that redefined speed in the 1940s. With its aerodynamic design and sleek metallic finish, it looks more like a luxury vintage automobile than a muddy farmhand. Its slim, adorable profile makes it a star in any collection, but don't let the shiny silver paint fool you. This machine was built for extreme performance. What makes it a capable legend? Speed. While other tractors of its era crawled at a snail's pace, the Silver King was a literal rocket on the field. Thanks to its Continental F162 engine and a specialized gearbox, this 2,000-pound beast could hit road speeds of up to 45 miles per hour. It was so fast that highway departments used it as a high-speed mower to zip between jobs. But it's not all about speed. Underneath that cute exterior is a frame built like a tank, crafted with heavy-duty cast steel. It can pull a 14-inch two-bottom plow with ease, delivering up to 36 horsepower of raw grit. Even its steering is unique, a quirky gear and chain system mounted right in front of the radiator for surgical precision. The Silver King Model 42 is a masterpiece of engineering that combined the soul of a race car with the heart of a tractor. Fast, silver, and fiercely capable. Number 3. Economy Power King. Coming in at number 3 is a machine that looks like a friendly garden helper, but hides the soul of a heavy-duty bulldozer. Meet the Economy Power King, the Wisconsin-born legend that dominated the small tractor world from 1946 for nearly half a century. With its bright hunter orange paint and compact man-sized frame, it looks undeniably adorable. But don't let its cheerful exterior fool you. This machine was built to a standard that puts modern garden tractors to shame. What makes it a capable beast? While most small tractors rely on flimsy belts, the Power King is all gear-driven. It uses an automotive-style transmission and differential, meaning there's zero belt slip when the going gets tough. Under the hood, it packs a rugged single-cylinder engine from names like Kohler or Briggs & Stratton, delivering up to 18 horsepower of pure, unadulterated torque. The real secret weapon? Many models feature dual transmissions, giving you ultra-low crawling speeds for maximum pulling power. Weighing up to 1,200 pounds, this tiny Titan stays glued to the ground. Whether it's plowing deep soil, tilling, or pushing heavy snow with its three-point hitch system. It's built like a tank, looks like a gem, and is easy to repair with basic tools. The Economy Power King isn't just a tool, it's a family heirloom that refuses to quit. Small in size, but a king on the field. Number 2. Allis-Chalmers Model G. Get ready to meet the Grasshopper, the most bizarrely brilliant tractor ever to hit the dirt. The Allis-Chalmers Model G is a design revolution that turns everything you know about tractors upside down. Produced from 1948 to 1955, it looks less like a farm machine and more like a vintage go-kart, with its engine and radiator hidden entirely behind the driver on an open tubular frame. It has a minimalist charm that is undeniably adorable. But make no mistake, this quirky little bug was a specialized genius in the field. Why is it so capable? By moving the engine to the rear, the driver gets a 100% unobstructed view of the ground. This allows for surgical precision, letting farmers cultivate crops within millimeters. Under the rear hood sits a Continental N62 four-cylinder engine, paired with a specialized creeper gear for ultra-slow, meticulous work. Weighing just 1,285 pounds, it's the ultimate lightweight specialist for nurseries and vegetable rows. Its design was so ahead of its time that modern companies are still building electric versions based on this exact blueprint today. It's a tiny orange masterpiece that proved you don't need a massive front end to be a heavy hitter. Small, strange, and absolutely unstoppable. Number 1. Farmall Model A. Finally, at number 1, we have the undisputed champion of the cute but capable world, the Farmall Model A. Produced by International Harvester from 1939 to 1947, this vibrant red icon didn't just work the land, it revolutionized how farmers saw their crops. With its sleek styling by the legendary Raymond Loewy, it's a masterpiece of mid-century design. But its adorable asymmetric look isn't just for show, it's the secret to its incredible productivity. The real showstopper is the Culti Vision design. By shifting the engine to the left and the driver to the right, Farmall gave farmers a perfect, straight-down view of the crop rows. No more leaning over the side to see where you're plowing. Under that Farmall red hood sits a liquid-cooled C113 four-cylinder engine, delivering 18 horsepower, enough muscle to handle a 14-inch plow and manage up to 30 acres with ease. Weighing 2,400 pounds, it features a versatile rear axle that adjusts from 40 to 68 inches, making it the ultimate specialist for any row spacing. With a 4-speed transmission hitting up to 10 miles per hour, it's fast, agile, and stubbornly durable. Over 117,000 were built, and their simple bulletproof engineering keeps them running today. Small, offset, and brilliant, the Farmall Model A is the ultimate tiny titan that mechanized the world. There you have it, 10 tiny powerhouses that prove big things really do come in small packages. Whether it's the iconic Farmall Red or the stylish Allis-Chalmers Orange, these tractors didn't just save the farm, they captured our hearts. Which one of these adorable legends was your favorite? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more amazing agricultural icons. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next field. Keep farming and stay capable. Not all tractors are built equal. Some were engineered to dominate the field. Others became legends for something far more dangerous. In this countdown, we reveal 10 tractors that combined massive power with minimal safety. Machines that could turn from workhorse to nightmare in seconds. From sudden rollovers to unstoppable mechanical force, these are machines that demand absolute respect. Because with this level of power, one mistake is all it takes. Number 10. Case IH7250 Magnum. Built in Racine, Wisconsin, 1994 to 1996, the 7250 Magnum wasn't just powerful, it was raw, unforgiving muscle. At its heart sits a turbocharged Cummins 6CT 8.3-liter inline-six, delivering 238 to 243 horsepower and easily pushed beyond 270-plus horsepower. Paired with a full power shift, 18 forward, 4 reverse, this 8.2 to 9.5-ton giant shifts under load without hesitation. With over 100 liters per minute of hydraulic flow, it was built to dominate massive implements. But that power comes at a cost. Many operators turn up the pump to 300 to 400 horsepower, creating violent torque spikes that can lift the front end or trigger rear rollovers. even at this weight. Power shift changes under load can hit like a shockwave, throwing unbelted operators inside the cab. And at 35 to 40 kilometers per hour, its momentum makes emergency stops nearly impossible. Despite ROPS cabs, danger remains. From 1990 to 2010, large tractor accidents still cause 250 to 300 deaths annually in the US and Europe, with Magnum-class machines often involved. When things go wrong, they turn brutal. Operators slammed inside the cab, bodies torn by 200-plus horsepower PTO shafts, or crushed under nearly 10 tons during maintenance. The 7250 Magnum doesn't forgive mistakes. It amplifies them. Number 9. Belarus MTZ80. First produced in 1974 by Minsk Tractor Works, the MTZ80 became one of the most widespread tractors ever built, over 1.5 million units built. A global workhorse that earned its reputation for toughness, but also for danger. Under the hood sits a 4.75-liter D240/D243 inline-4 diesel, producing around 80 to 81 horsepower, paired with a rugged 18 forward, 4 reverse gearbox. Weighing 3.1 to 3.6 tons and lifting up to 2,000 kilograms, the MTZ80 is brutally capable, built to work anywhere, under any condition. But that raw simplicity comes at a cost. Its tall stance and narrow front axle create a dangerously unstable center of gravity. At speeds up to 35 kilometers per hour, one sharp turn or uneven ground can trigger an instant rollover. Many older units lack ROPS or certified cabins, leaving the operator completely exposed. And the rear PTO, powerful and often unshielded, can pull in anything it touches within seconds. Across Eastern Europe and former Soviet regions, the numbers are chilling. From 1980 to 2000, tractor accidents made up 40 to 50% of all agricultural fatalities, with Belarus models among the most involved. Estimates suggest thousands of deaths per decade tied to rollovers and PTO incidents, with many more suffering permanent injuries. When accidents happen, they are unforgiving. Operators crushed under 3+ tons of steel, limbs torn by exposed shafts, or run over during improper startup. The MTZ80 doesn't rely on electronics or safety systems. It relies on the operator, and one mistake is all it takes. Number 8. International Harvester 1066. Built from 1971 to 1976, the IH-1066 was a true powerhouse of its era, brutal strength paired with minimal safety margins. At its heart was the DT414, a 6.8-liter turbocharged inline-6 pushing 125 horsepower on paper, but often exceeding 140 PTO horsepower in real-world use. Weighing between 5.4 and over 7 tons, it delivered massive pulling force, and its engine was famously easy to push beyond factory limits, making it a favorite in tractor pulling. But that power came fast and without warning. Under heavy load, a sudden clutch release could lift the front end and flip the tractor backward in under 1.5 seconds. The torque amplifier system added another danger. On downhill runs, it could eliminate engine braking entirely, turning the machine into a free-rolling mass of steel. Add in extreme noise, vibration, and fatigue, and mistakes became more likely over long hours. During the 1970s to 80s, tractor accidents caused around 400 to 500 deaths annually in the U.S., with large machines like the 1066 heavily represented. For every fatality, many more suffered permanent injuries. Most victims were crushed in rollovers, run over during loss of control, or caught in high-powered PTO systems. The IH-1066 didn't just deliver power, it unleashed it. Number 7. Case 1030 Comfort King. Built from 1966 to 1969, the Case 1030 Comfort King was a symbol of raw power wrapped in operator comfort. But that design came with serious consequences. It ran a 401 cubic inch, 6.6 liters, inline-6 diesel, delivering around 101 to 108 PTO horsepower. Paired with an 8-speed transmission and weighing between 4.5 and 5.5 tons, It had the strength to handle the heaviest fieldwork. Its raised Comfort King platform placed the operator high above the drivetrain, reducing heat and vibration while offering a commanding view. But that elevated design pushed the center of gravity dangerously high. On slopes or sharp turns, the risk of side rollover increased dramatically. The high seating position also created blind spots near the massive rear wheels where hazards could go unseen. Combined with strong torque and no electronic safeguards, sudden load shifts could trigger rear flips in seconds. During the 1960s to 70s, tractor accidents caused around 500 to 600 deaths annually in the U.S., with high-powered machines like the 1030 contributing significantly. For every fatality, many more suffered life-altering injuries. Most victims were crushed in rollovers, thrown from the seat, or caught in powerful PTO systems. The Comfort King offered comfort, but no forgiveness. Number 6. Ford 5000. Built from 1964 to 1975, the Ford 5000 became one of the most widely used tractors in the world, reliable, versatile, and more powerful than many expected. It ran a 3.8-liter or later 4.2-liter inline-four diesel, producing between 56 and 69 horsepower. Operators could choose an 8-speed manual or the advanced Select O-speed transmission, allowing clutchless shifting. Weighing 2.7 to 3.5 tons, with a 1,700 kilogram rear lift capacity, it was a true workhorse across farms of every size. But hidden in that versatility were serious risks. The Select O-speed system could fail unpredictably, causing the tractor to engage gears and move on its own, sometimes while the operator was standing beside it. Strong rear torque made sudden rollovers possible if loads were hitched incorrectly. Most units lacked rollover protection, leaving no survival space in an accident. During the 1970s, tractor accidents caused 400 to 600 deaths annually in the U.S., with machines like the Ford 5000 heavily involved due to their widespread use. Thousands were killed or permanently injured, and for every fatality, many more suffered severe trauma, from crushing rollovers to being run over or caught in PTO shafts. The Ford 5000 didn't look extreme, but its dangers were real and immediate. Number 5. John Deere 4020. Built from 1963 to 1972, the John Deere 4020 became the king of the new generation, combining innovation with serious power, but often ahead of its time in safety. It featured a 404 cubic inch, 6.6 liters, inline 6 diesel, delivering around 95 to 101 PTO horsepower. Weighing between 4 and over 6 tons, it was equipped with the revolutionary powershift transmission, 8 forward, 4 reverse, allowing clutchless shifting under load, fast, efficient, and unforgiving if mishandled. That responsiveness came with risk. The power shift could engage abruptly, sending instant torque to the rear wheels, enough to trigger rear rollovers in seconds. Early 24-volt electrical systems added another hazard, with wiring faults leading to fires or battery explosions. Most units lacked rollover protection, leaving operators exposed in high-speed or heavy-load conditions. With over 184,000 units produced, accident numbers were significant. During the 1960s to 70s, tractors accounted for over 60% of farm-related deaths, with machines like the 4020 heavily represented. Thousands were killed or permanently injured, many crushed in rollovers, thrown and run over, or caught in high-powered PTO shafts. The 4020 wasn't just powerful, it reacted faster than most operators could. Number 4. Massey Ferguson 135. Produced from 1964 to 1975, the Massey Ferguson 135 became one of the most successful tractors ever built, compact, efficient, and far stronger than it looked. It was powered by the Perkins AD 3.1, 5.2, 2.5-liter inline-3 diesel, delivering around 45 horsepower. Weighing just 1.6 to 1.9 tons, it featured Ferguson's powerful hydraulic system, allowing it to pull implements usually reserved for much larger machines. On paper, it was balanced. In reality, that balance could break fast. The light front end made it highly vulnerable to sudden rear rollovers, especially if loads were hitched incorrectly. Under torque, the tractor could flip backward in under a second. The multi-power system added another risk. In low range, it removed engine braking entirely, turning downhill runs into uncontrolled descents. Most units lacked rollover protection, leaving no margin for survival in a crash. Over decades, thousands of deaths worldwide have been linked to MF 100 series tractors, with the 135 at the center due to its popularity. In the US and UK, rollover accidents once accounted for up to 50% of farm fatalities. Many victims were crushed instantly, run over, or caught in exposed PTO shafts. The MF 135 didn't look dangerous, but it punished mistakes instantly. Number 3. Farmall Super A. Built from 1947 to 1954, the Farmall Super A was a small, innovative tractor that changed row crop farming, but its unique design came with hidden risks. It used an IHCC 113 or C123 1.9 to 2.0 liter inline-4 gasoline engine, producing around 18 to 20 horsepower. Weighing just 1.1 to 1.3 tons, it featured the signature CultiVision layout, shifting the engine left and the operator right for a clear view of crops. Combined with the touch control hydraulic system, it offered precision few tractors could match at the time. But that offset design created dangerous imbalance. On slopes or uneven ground, weight distribution could shift suddenly, leading to fast side rollovers, often toward the operator's side. Its light front end made rear flips a real threat when pulling from incorrect hitch points. The focus on row visibility could distract from hazards ahead, increasing the chance of accidents. During the 1940s to 1960s, tractor accidents caused over 600 deaths annually in the U.S., with small Farmall models contributing significantly. Thousands were killed, and for every fatality, many more suffered severe injuries, from crushing rollovers to being thrown and run over. The Super A proved that even small machines can carry deadly consequences. Number 2. Allis-Chalmers WD14. Built from 1953 to 1957, the WD-45 became one of Allis-Chalmers' most successful tractors, with over 90,000 units sold. But behind that success was a machine that demanded constant respect. It ran a 226 cubic inch, 3.7 liters, inline-4 engine, producing around 43 to 45 PTO horsepower, impressive for its era. Features like optional power steering, the snap coupler hitch, and a unique hand clutch system allowed operators to stop movement while keeping PTO and hydraulics active. Simple, efficient, and powerful in the wrong hands. But its design carried serious risks. The snap coupler, if worn or not fully locked, could fail under load, turning attached implements into deadly levers in an instant. The hand clutch could snap back violently during sudden resistance, injuring the operator. Many units used a narrow front layout, making them unstable on slopes or during sharp turns. With no rollover protection, even a minor mistake could turn fatal. Historically, tractor accidents in the U.S. caused 250 to 500 deaths annually, with rollover incidents responsible for around 60%. Over decades, an estimated 30,000 operators were crushed in overturn accidents, many involving machines like the WD-45. It wasn't just powerful, it was unforgiving. Number 1. Ford 9N. Built from 1939 to 1942, the Ford 9N transformed farming with its revolutionary three-point hitch, but it also became one of the most dangerous tractors ever used. It ran on a 2.0-liter inline-4 gasoline engine, producing about 23 PTO horsepower, paired with a simple 3-speed transmission. Weighing just 1.1 to 1.2 tons, it was light, agile, and widely adopted. Its wide front axle gave operators a false sense of stability, while the hydraulic system allowed implements to work more efficiently than ever before. But beneath that innovation was a serious risk. The light front end could lift instantly if an implement snagged, causing deadly rear rollovers in under a second. Its PTO remained linked to the drivetrain, meaning heavy equipment could keep pushing the tractor forward even with the clutch engaged. Brake placement made emergency stops slower, and with no rollover protection, mistakes were often fatal. At its peak, tractor accidents caused over 500 deaths annually in the U.S., with Ford N-Series machines involved in many cases. Thousands were killed or injured over time, proving this machine didn't need big power to be deadly. These tractors didn't just change farming, they proved one thing: power without control is always a risk. Even today, their legacy reminds us that experience and caution matter as much as horsepower. Which one shocked you the most? Let me know in the comments. And if you want more stories about legendary machines and the truth behind them, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned. What if I told you some tractors were so strange, so advanced, or so misunderstood that people believed they shouldn't even exist? In this video, we're counting down 8 impossible tractors, machines that broke the rules of their era. Some were too powerful, some were too fast, and others were so far ahead of their time that farmers simply didn't trust them. From experimental designs and bizarre engineering choices to tractors that survived impossible odds, these machines rewrote agricultural history. Stay until the end, because number 1 isn't just a tractor, it's a machine that tried to replace everything else on the farm. Number 8. Gibson Model D. The Gibson Model D is one of those machines that feels almost unreal. Appearing in the late 1940s during a time of economic uncertainty, this tiny garden tractor entered a market ruled by massive, expensive farm machines. Its existence alone seemed impossible, and yet it worked, sold, and earned a loyal following. Built by Gibson Manufacturing Corporation in Longmont, Colorado, from the late 1940s into the early 1950s, the Model D was designed for small farms and light garden duties. Power came from a Wisconsin AEH gasoline engine, air-cooled single-cylinder, producing around 6 horsepower. It wasn't built to overpower the land. It was built to get the job done efficiently. What truly shocks most people is its size and weight. The Gibson Model D weighed just 955 pounds, making it incredibly light for a tractor of its era. It featured a 3-speed transmission, and remarkably, some versions used a 1933 Chevrolet truck gearbox, a cost-saving and highly unconventional solution. Early models didn't even use a steering wheel, instead relying on a lever steering system where pushing turned left and pulling turned right. Only later models, such as the Super D, adopted a traditional steering wheel. The rear wheels allowed adjustable track widths from 33 to 53 inches, with 22-inch rear tires on early units and 24-inch tires on later versions. Independent rear-wheel brakes improved control, while optional equipment like a starter generator and fenders added practicality. The nickname Impossible Tractor was never officially documented, but it fits perfectly. A small company entering the tractor world against all odds, creating a machine that was affordable, simple, and unbelievably easy to repair. The Gibson Model D wasn't supposed to succeed, but that's exactly what makes it impossible to forget. Number 7. International 8-16. The International 8-16 was born in one of the harshest moments in tractor history. Produced by International Harvester from 1917 to 1922, this machine entered a market dominated by Henry Ford, brutal price wars, and enormous production pressure. From the very beginning, its survival looked almost impossible. This was IH's first lightweight tractor, created to directly challenge the Fordson Model F. Power came from a liquid-cooled, inline 4-cylinder engine running on kerosene, with a displacement of roughly 4.1 to 4.6 liters, depending on the version. Its name wasn't marketing hype. It delivered 8 horsepower at the drawbar and 16 horsepower at the belt, making it compact yet genuinely capable for its era. A 3-speed forward, 1 reverse non-synchronized transmission handled power delivery, while total weight reached about 3,600 to 3,700 pounds. The design itself was unusual. The radiator sat behind the engine, directly in front of the operator, protecting it from dust and field damage. A sloped hood improved forward visibility, a rare advantage at the time. Instead of gear final drives, IH used a chain drive system. Innovative then, but soon considered outdated as competitors moved ahead. The true reason it earned the impossible tractor label was economics. Launched in 1921 at $1,150, the 816 couldn't survive Ford's pricing power. By 1922, IH slashed the price to an almost unbelievable $670, even including a free plow, losing money on every tractor sold. Production issues only deepened the crisis, yet inside this struggle was a revolution. In 1919, the International 8-16 became the first mass-produced tractor to successfully use a power takeoff. It didn't win the battle, but it changed farming forever, laying the foundation for the legendary Farmall tractors that followed. Number 6. Silver King Model 42. Built by Fate Root Heath, Ohio. In the early 1940s, the Silver King Model 42 looked nothing like a normal tractor of its era. While most tractors were slow and field-bound, this one was designed to be fast, versatile, and shockingly advanced. The Model 42 was offered in both three-wheel, tricycle, and four-wheel versions, suitable for farming as well as industrial work like highway mowing. It used a liquid-cooled, four-cylinder Hercules engine, with later models switching to Continental engines, producing 36 to 42 horsepower, depending on configuration. What made it truly impossible was speed. Thanks to a special four-speed transmission, the Silver King could reach 25 to 45 miles per hour. A nearly unbelievable figure for a tractor in the 1940s, fast enough to run with cars on paved roads. Its engineering was equally unusual. Steering used a gear and chain system mounted ahead of the radiator, giving light, responsive control. It was also one of the first tractors designed specifically for rubber tires, abandoning steel wheels to fully embrace road travel. The legend deepened with its survival story. Originally sold as Plymouth, the company was sued by Chrysler. Fate Root Heath survived the legal battle, sold the name, and re-emerged as Silver King. With standard electrical equipment, lights, horn, electric starter, and early experiments in hydraulics and three-point hitch systems, the Silver King Model 42 wasn't just fast, it was decades ahead of its time, earning its place among the most truly impossible tractors ever built. Number 5. Rabe-Steiger 250. The Rabe-Steiger 250 stands as one of the most improbable tractors ever built. Produced in the 1980s at the Rabe factory in Győr, Hungary, this machine was manufactured under license from Steiger, USA, right in the middle of the Cold War. At a time when East and West rarely shared advanced technology, Hungary was building one of the most powerful articulated tractors on Earth. Technically, the Rabe-Steiger 250 is a heavy-duty articulated four-wheel drive tractor, designed for enormous fields and extreme workloads. It is powered by a Rabe-Man D2156 MT6 diesel engine, a turbocharged liquid-cooled inline-six with a displacement of around 10.3 liters. Output reaches a massive 250 horsepower, 184 to 190 kilowatts, at 1,900 revolutions per minute, sent through a 10-speed manual transmission with 2 reverse gears. With an operating weight of roughly 12,500 kilograms, this tractor relies on sheer mass as much as horsepower. Maximum speed is limited to about 25 kilometers per hour, but endurance was the real priority, thanks to a colossal 780-liter fuel tank, allowing non-stop work for long days. The cab was unusually advanced for its era, often equipped with air conditioning and a suspension seat to protect the operator during marathon shifts. So why is it an impossible tractor? First, its pulling power borders on unreal, capable of dragging 5 to 7 meter wide implements through the hardest soils where normal tractors simply stall. Second, it represents a rare east-west engineering fusion, combining Steiger's legendary articulated chassis with a brutally durable MAN-based engine. And finally, its longevity defies logic. Even in 2025, many Robesteiger 250s from the 1980s are still working daily. A tractor this big, this old, and this simple surviving over 40 years shouldn't be possible. Yet it is. Number 4. Eicher Mammoth E310. The Eicher Mammoth E310, often referred to as Mammoth 2 or ED310, is one of the most unbelievable tractors to ever come out of Germany in the 1960s. Built by Eicher, this machine challenged one of the biggest engineering assumptions of its era, that powerful tractors must be water-cooled to survive heavy work. At its heart is Eicher's legendary air-cooled diesel engine, a 3-cylinder unit with a displacement of roughly 2.9 to 3.0 liters. Depending on production year and tuning, output ranged from 35 to 45 horsepower, serious power for a mid-century European tractor. Cooling is handled entirely by airflow, eliminating radiators, coolant, water pumps, and one of the most common failure points of older tractors. Power is sent through a robust ZF gearbox, commonly the ZF A210, offering 8 forward and 4 reverse gears, giving the Mammoth precise control across fields and roads. With a weight of about 2,100 to 2,300 kilograms, it balances strength with agility, supported by a simple but extremely durable mechanical steering system and a reinforced chassis suitable for farming and light transport. So why does the Mammoth E310 belong among impossible tractors? First, its air-cooled design was considered nearly impossible for sustained heavy work in hot, dusty conditions. Yet it thrived where water-cooled rivals boiled over or cracked radiators. Second, its longevity borders on mythical. Even in 2025, many Mammoth E310s from the 1960s still start, run, and work reliably after more than 60 years. Add to that its iconic Alpenblau blue paint and leaping panther emblem, a level of style unheard of for tractors of its time. Finally, original German-built Mammoths have become extremely rare, turning ownership into a near impossible dream. A tractor that defied heat, age, and expectations. This one truly shouldn't exist. Number 3. Meade Mighty Mouse. At first glance, the Meade Mighty Mouse looks more like a toy than a tractor. Built by Meade Specialties in Chicago during the late 1940s and 1950s, this ultra-compact track machine was designed for trenching, grading, and snow removal in spaces where full-size equipment was completely useless. And yet, this tiny crawler earned a reputation that made it legendary. Under its minimal body sits a Wisconsin AKN single-cylinder gasoline engine, air-cooled and producing just 6 to 6.1 horsepower. Power is sent through a 2 forward, just 1 reverse transmission, using an automotive-style clutch, reduction gearbox, and chain final drive. The entire machine measures only about 81 inches long, including the blade, and weighs roughly 900 to 950 pounds. Steering is controlled by 2 independent levers, each operating an interlocking cog-type clutch and brake. Pull 1 lever back, and the Mighty Mouse pivots sharply in place. Despite its size, drawbar pull reaches an incredible 1,000 pounds. So why is this an impossible tractor? First, its strength defies logic. Period advertisements boldly claimed it could lift its own weight, something unheard of for a machine this small. Second, its mini-track design was decades ahead of its time. Long before skid steers or compact excavators existed, the Mighty Mouse packed tracks, hydraulics, and working attachments into a chassis barely 26 inches tall to the seat. There are even stories of operators driving it up staircases to work inside buildings, an almost absurd concept in its era. Today, by 2025, the Mighty Mouse is among the rarest tractors on Earth. Finding one intact isn't just difficult, it's nearly impossible. Number 2. Leader Model D. Built between 1947 and 1949, the Leader Model D was the most successful machine produced by the short-lived Leader Tractor Manufacturing Company of Ohio. Designed for post-World War II family farms, It was a no-nonsense, mid-size tractor, simple in appearance, yet surprisingly capable beneath the steel. At its core was a Hercules Starex B5 inline four-cylinder gasoline engine, liquid-cooled and producing 31 to 35 horsepower. Power flowed through a 3-speed manual transmission with 1 reverse, pushing the tractor to a respectable 13 miles per hour, 21 kilometers per hour. With an operating weight of around 2,500 pounds, 1,134 kilograms, the Model D struck a balance between stability and agility. Unlike many competitors of its size, it came standard with hydraulic lift and rear PTO, allowing it to run implements efficiently. A wide front axle, 21-inch ground clearance, and rugged chassis made it well-suited for uneven terrain and daily farm work. But the real story is why the leader Model D is now labeled an impossible tractor. Its very existence was shaped by a bizarre logistical failure. The company's original town, Auburn, Ohio, had no post office. Customer payments were routinely lost, so tractors were stamped, "Made in Chagrin Falls, Ohio," just to ensure mail delivery. Then came the collapse. In 1950, after a sudden debt recall by marketing partners, the factory shut down and all production records were destroyed, making the true build numbers permanently unknowable. Despite its rough, almost hand-built look, owners praised its unexpected durability and strong hydraulics. Today, finding a fully original, working leader Model D feels nearly impossible, earning its place among the strangest tractors ever built. Number 1. Minneapolis Moline Uni Tractor. Introduced in 1951, the Minneapolis Moline Uni Tractor wasn't built to compete with ordinary tractors. It was designed to replace multiple machines at once. Instead of selling farmers another tractor, Minneapolis Moline created a revolutionary power unit that could transform into a combine harvester, corn picker, baler, or forage harvester simply by swapping attachments. At the heart of the Uni Tractor was a Minneapolis Moline 206 cubic inch, 3.4-liter, inline 4-cylinder gasoline engine, with later diesel options available. Output reached around 48 belt horsepower, delivered through a 3-speed transmission with 1 reverse, paired to a belt and pulley variable drive system that allowed smooth, infinitely adjustable ground speeds. The chassis used a 3-wheel tricycle layout, 2-wheel drive, and power steering, giving operators excellent visibility and maneuverability when harvesting. What truly set the Uni apart was versatility. In minutes, the same machine could become a combine, corn picker, square baler, or forage harvester, a concept decades ahead of its time. In 1962, a basic unit cost about $3,900, but a fully equipped system could exceed $10,000, a massive investment for the era. So why is it considered an impossible tractor? The Uni Tractor attempted the nearly impossible task of convincing 1950s farmers to abandon single-purpose machines for a complex modular system. Its strange 3-wheel, skeletal design earned the nickname the Minneapolis Moline motorcycle, fueling doubts about durability. Yet despite slow early sales, the Uni concept survived, eventually evolving into the famous New Idea Uni system, produced until 2004. A machine once seen as impractical ultimately proved its vision was simply too far ahead of its time. So those were 8 impossible tractors. Machines that proved innovation doesn't always make sense at first. Some failed commercially, some were misunderstood, and others were simply born in the wrong era. Yet every one of them pushed boundaries and changed how agricultural machines evolved. If you enjoyed uncovering these forgotten engineering legends, hit like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments which tractor shocked you the most. More unbelievable machines are coming, so don't miss the next video. When people think of German tractors, they imagine precision, reliability, and engineering perfection. But hidden deep in Germany's agricultural history is a much stranger story. These are tractors that ran on almost anything. Tractors built during war, tractors powered by a single cylinder, or designed by engine companies that never meant to build tractors at all. They weren't prototypes, they weren't concepts, They were real machines, and they actually worked. Number 8. FAR T22. Introduced in 1940 at the height of World War II, the FAR T22 was not designed for comfort, style, or innovation. It was built for survival. Developed from the earlier FAR F22, this tractor emerged during a period when fuel shortages, material rationing, and wartime pressure shaped every engineering decision. And that context is exactly what makes the T22 feel so strange today. At its core was a Deutz F2M414 diesel engine, a two-cylinder unit producing 22 horsepower. Modest by modern standards, but in 1940 Germany, this engine represented efficiency, reliability, and endurance. Power was delivered through a 4x2 rear-wheel drive layout, paired with a 5-speed transmission with one reverse, all purely mechanical. No electronics, no hydraulics, just raw function. Weighing around 1,800 kilograms, with a length of 2.79 meters and 28 centimeters of ground clearance, the FAR T22 was compact, low, and solid. The open operator platform exposed nearly every mechanical component. No cab, no protection, just steel, gears, and motion, because wartime machines didn't hide their purpose. What truly earns the T22 its weird status isn't its appearance, but what came next. Only 2 years later, FAR was forced to develop wood gas-powered tractors, turning agricultural machines into mobile gasification systems due to diesel shortages. The T22 became the final diesel step before tractors literally burned wood to survive. It wasn't weird because it looked unusual. It was weird because it existed in a world running out of fuel, time, and certainty. The FAR T22 wasn't built to impress. It was built to endure. Number 7. Kramer KL11. The Kramer KL11 doesn't look strange at first. It looks simple, almost fragile, and that's exactly why it deserves a place on this list. Built between 1953 and 1956, the KL11 was created for a Germany still rebuilding after World War II. Farms were small, fuel was precious, and machinery had to be brutally efficient. Under its compact hood sits a Deutz F1L612 diesel engine, a single-cylinder, air-cooled, 4-stroke unit producing just 11 horsepower from 763 cubic centimeters. One piston, one combustion chamber. No radiator, no water system, just cooling fins and airflow. Every revolution is audible. The sharp tock-tock-tock exhaust beat makes the KL11 sound more like a stationary engine on wheels than a tractor. Power is sent through a 5-speed transmission with one reverse, allowing a top speed of about 19.8 kilometers per hour. With a weight of only 870 kilograms, this machine was light enough to work narrow plots, vineyards, and orchards where larger tractors simply couldn't survive. There's no cab. Steering is fully manual. The driver sits exposed, surrounded by visible mechanical parts. Yet despite its minimalism, the KL11 includes both front and rear PTOS and even a passenger seat, a surprising detail on a tractor this small. Today, surrounded by massive high-horsepower machines, the Kramer KL11 feels almost unreal. Tiny, loud, rare, and unapologetically mechanical. This was farming reduced to its bare essentials. And once you hear that single-cylinder fire, you never forget it. Number 6. Goldner A20. Before diesel became the standard for farm machinery, one German company was already betting everything on it. The Goldner A20 was born from that gamble. Produced between 1937 and 1940, the A20 belongs to the very first generation of German diesel tractors. Goldner itself was founded as a diesel engine manufacturer, not a tractor brand, working closely with early diesel pioneers, including Professor Karl von Linde. While many tractors of the era still relied on gasoline or kerosene, Goldner pushed diesel straight into agriculture. Power came from a Goldner 2DA diesel engine, typically a 2-cylinder configuration, with output estimated at around 20 horsepower, reflected directly in the model name A20. Depending on the production year, different engine versions were used, highlighting how experimental early tractor manufacturing still was. Power was delivered through a ZFA-8 gearbox, a heavy-duty industrial transmission chosen for reliability rather than comfort. Exact weight figures were never consistently documented, but the tractor's layout made its purpose clear. The engine sat fully exposed, the chassis was rigid and uncompromising, and there was no cab, no insulation, and no attempt to soften the machine's industrial character. This tractor didn't ease into diesel technology, it embraced it head-on. What makes the Goldner 20 stand out today is its timing. It represents diesel agriculture before it was widely trusted. Built just years before the World War II would halt development and reshape German industry. Production numbers were limited, and surviving examples are now rare. Goldner itself would later be absorbed by Fair in 1962 and eventually into Deutz, disappearing as a brand by 1989. The A20 isn't remembered for size or power, it's remembered for daring to define the future, before the future had arrived. Number 5, Fendt Dieselross F20. Before tractors became big, powerful, and intimidating, Fendt went in the opposite direction. They built a machine small enough to replace a horse and strong enough to change European farming forever. The Fendt Dieselross F20 emerged in the post-war years as an evolution of Fendt's original 6-horsepower Dieselross from 1930. By this stage, output had increased to around 20 horsepower, making the F20 one of the earliest small European tractors powered by a diesel engine, a radical idea at the time. At its heart was a single-cylinder diesel engine, simple, robust, and unmistakable. Every power stroke was audible. Collectors often describe its rhythm as pop, 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 a sound that made the F20 feel alive, almost animal-like. That sound was no accident. Fendt deliberately named it Dieselross, meaning diesel horse, to reassure farmers that this machine could truly replace the animal they trusted most. Power was delivered through a 3-speed gearbox with neutral and 1 reverse, prioritizing low-speed torque over top speed. Steering was fully mechanical and direct, with a working handbrake, and the entire tractor used an open-frame design with no cab, no body panels, and no separation between driver and machine. What made the F20 feel unusual was not complexity, but confidence. Fendt believed small, diesel-powered tractors could outperform larger gasoline machines while using less fuel and less space. That philosophy would later define the entire brand. The Dieselross F20 wasn't strange because it looked different. It was strange because it dared to tell farmers that one small diesel engine could replace a horse and win, and history proved it right. Number 4, Lanz Bulldog HL12. In 1921, while most tractors were still fragile, complex, and fuel-hungry, Lanz introduced something completely different. The Lanz Bulldog HL12 wasn't just a tractor, it was a mechanical statement. This was Lanz's first mass-produced tractor, designed by German engineer Fritz Huber. At its heart was an Ackroyd hot bulb engine, a single-cylinder, 2-stroke design producing 12 horsepower at just 420 RPM. With a massive 6,238 cubic centimeters displacement, this engine didn't rev fast. It didn't need to. Instead of spark plugs or high compression, the Bulldog relied on a hot ignition bulb that had to be heated with a blowtorch before starting. Once hot, the engine could run on almost any liquid fuel: crude oil, diesel, kerosene, vegetable oil, and even low-grade waste fuels. In an era of shortages that made the HL12 nearly unstoppable. Early models came with only 1 forward gear, reaching just 4.2 kilometers per hour. A later 2-speed gearbox increased top speed to 12 kilometers per hour, forward or backward. And yes, reverse wasn't a gear at all. To drive backward, the operator literally reversed the direction of the engine's rotation. There were no valves, no camshaft, and braking was handled by simple shoe brakes acting directly on the wheels. Steering was fully manual, heavy, and unforgiving. Nothing about this machine was refined. The name Bulldog came from the shape of the hot bulb itself, resembling a bulldog's head. In Germany, the word bulldog eventually became synonymous with tractors. The HL12 wasn't weird because it was crude. It was weird because it worked. No matter the fuel, no matter the conditions. And nearly a century later, it still does. Number 3. Hanomag R40. In 1942, Germany didn't need comfortable farm tractors. It needed machines that could survive a war. The Hanomag R40 was redesigned almost entirely that year, except for its engine, a proven design dating back to 1931. At its core was a 5.2-liter inline 4-cylinder diesel, 4-stroke, water-cooled, using a pre-chamber combustion system. Output was around 45 horsepower, delivered at a low maximum speed of just 1,200 RPM, prioritizing torque and endurance over refinement. Power went through a 5-speed gearbox with 1 reverse, developed in cooperation with FAMO, allowing a top speed of about 18.7 kilometers per hour. A special road version, Type C, could reach 25 kilometers per hour, blurring the line between farm tractor and military tow vehicle. Electrical systems ran on 24 volts, another clue that this machine was built for more than plowing fields. And that's where the R40 becomes truly unusual. This tractor was widely used by the Wehrmacht and the Luftwaffe, hauling artillery, towing aircraft, and operating on airfields across Europe. Some versions didn't even rely on electric starters. The R40J variant used a separate small gasoline engine just to start the main diesel, an extra engine whose only job was ignition. There was no hydraulic system limiting modern implement use, but many R40s were fitted with rain canopies and windshields, reflecting long hours of continuous operation rather than comfort. The Hanomag R40 wasn't strange because it was oversized or experimental. It was strange because it lived 2 lives, a farm tractor by design and a military machine by necessity. And once war claimed it, there was no going back. Number 2. Deutz F1M414. Not every strange tractor looks strange. Some are strange because of what they were meant to do. The Deutz F1M414 is often remembered as the tractor of the people. Introduced before World War II and produced continuously until 1951, nearly 9,000 units were built, making it one of Germany's earliest truly successful mass-produced diesel tractors. At its heart was a single-cylinder, water-cooled diesel engine with a 1.1-liter displacement, producing around 11 horsepower. It was slow, loud, and mechanically honest. Every combustion stroke could be felt through the frame. Early versions used a 3-speed gearbox, while known post-war models upgraded to 4 forward gears and 1 reverse, increasing top speed from just 8 kilometers per hour to 15 kilometers per hour after 1946. Unlike later legendary Deutz air-cooled engines, the F1M414 relied on water cooling, giving it a unique sound and vibration pattern. There was no cab, no insulation, and no attempt to hide the machinery. Later versions added pedal-operated brakes and a basic electrical system, headlights, taillight, and a horn, nothing more. What made this tractor stand out was versatility. With side-mounted equipment, the F1M414 could plow a hectare in about 10 hours or mow a hectare of grass in just 1 hour. It was designed to do many jobs slowly, but reliably on small post-war farms that could afford nothing else. The Deutz F1M414 wasn't built to dominate fields. It was built to bring mechanization to everyone. And in doing so, it quietly reshaped German agriculture forever. Number 1. Hatz TL13. The strangest tractors don't always come from tractor builders. Sometimes they come from engine specialists. The Hatz TL13 was produced between 1959 and 1963, during a brief and unusual chapter in Hatz history. Hatz was already world famous for building compact industrial diesel engines, not tractors. And yet, for a short time, they decided to build one. At the heart of the TL13 was the Hatz E89FG, a single-cylinder, 4-stroke, air-cooled diesel engine producing 13 horsepower at 2,600 RPM from just 668 cubic centimeters. True to Hatz philosophy, the engine was compact, loud, and incredibly direct. No water system, no radiator, just cooling fins and airflow. Power was delivered through a surprisingly advanced 6-speed transmission with 1 reverse, allowing a top speed of around 18 kilometers per hour. With an unladen weight of approximately 990 kilograms, the TL13 was small but solid. Unlike many tractors of its size, it featured 2 seats, emphasizing utility over comfort. Only about 970 units were ever produced. That alone makes the TL13 rare. But its real uniqueness comes from who built it. Hatz never intended to become a tractor manufacturer. These machines were a side project, an experiment that quietly ended in the early 1960s as the company returned to engines alone. On the outside, the TL13 looks simple. On the inside, it feels like a rolling diesel test bench. The Hatz TL13 wasn't designed to compete with giants. It was built to prove a point. And once that point was made, Hatz walked away. From hot bulb engines and wartime machines to tiny one-cylinder workhorses, these tractors proved that German engineering was never afraid to experiment. Some were born from fuel shortages, some from survival, some from pure mechanical curiosity. They may look strange today, but without them, modern tractors wouldn't exist. If you enjoyed this journey into the weird side of farming history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell us which tractor shocked you the most. Some of the strangest machines ever built weren't science fiction. They were real tractors. Long before modern farming, engineers experimented with designs that looked dangerous, impossible, and completely insane. From steam-powered giants to small tractors hiding aircraft-level power, these machines broke every rule of engineering. Stay until the end, because the final tractor didn't just work the land, it changed history forever. Number 8. Schluter S350. At first glance, the Schluter S350 looks almost modest. Its mechanical power output is relatively low, with a curb weight ranging from 1,840 to 2,000 kilograms, an overall length of 343 centimeters, and a height of just 154 centimeters. By vintage tractor standards, these numbers feel surprisingly tame. But with Schluter, the real shock never came from raw horsepower. It came from radical engineering ideas. The S350 was available in 2-wheel drive or optional 4-wheel drive, riding on 5.50 - 16 front and 11.2 - 28 rear tires in 2-wheel drive form, or 7.50 - 18 and 9.5 - 32 for the 4-wheel drive version. At the rear, it featured a dual-speed PTO at 540/1000 RPM, paired with a hydraulic lift capacity between 1,000 and 1,350 kilograms and classic drum brakes. On paper, it was a capable but conventional work tractor. Then comes the bizarre part, the DNA of Schluter itself. The brand became legendary for features almost unheard of in the vintage era. Most shocking was the hydraulically tilting cab, designed to fold backward and expose the engine and transmission for easy servicing. Add to that sliding cab doors, a reverse-angled windshield to reduce glare and improve visibility, and you begin to realize how far ahead of its time this machine really was. Built with premium components like ZF transmissions, famously described as built like a tank, Schluter tractors earned the nickname the Rolls-Royce of German tractors. Finished in the unmistakable silver chassis and red body panels. Crowned with the iconic bear logo, the Schluter S350 proves that vintage tractors could be strange, bold, and brilliantly unconventional. So bizarre, it's hard to believe it was ever real. Number 7. Hanomag Robust 800. The Hanomag Robust 800 may look solid, purposeful, and almost conservative, but behind that restrained exterior is a tractor that helped rewrite agricultural history. Built in Germany, the Robust 800 was powered by a 4-stroke, inline 4-cylinder diesel engine, delivering a strong 75 horsepower from an impressive 6.8-liter displacement, operating at just 1,500 revolutions per minute. At a time when gasoline and hot bulb engines still ruled the fields, this alone made the machine feel radically different. Cooling was handled by a water-cooled system paired with a manual gearbox, while stopping power came from internal drum brakes on the rear wheels. The tractor also featured live hydraulics, driven by a Bosch gear pump, and a highly precise Bosch PE4A fuel injection pump. Advanced engineering that many competitors would not adopt until years later. So why does the robust 800 belong on a list of bizarre vintage tractors? Because Hanomag was among the world's earliest pioneers of diesel-powered tractors, committing to four-stroke diesel technology as early as 1928, only slightly behind Lance. This decision reshaped torque delivery, fuel efficiency, and long-term durability across agriculture. Outside Europe, the robust 800 became something of an enigma. Its blue body with red grille accents, unfamiliar badge, and sheer mechanical presence made it a rare and fascinating sight in places like North America. Combined with Hanomag's reputation for tank-like construction and its parallel history producing German military vehicles during World War II, this tractor carries an unusual and powerful legacy. The Hanomag Robust 800 isn't bizarre because of how it looks. It's bizarre because it helped define the diesel future of farming, while remaining almost unknown to the rest of the world. Number 6. International Cub Cadet Lowboy 154. The International Cub Cadet Lowboy 154 occupies one of the strangest niches in tractor history. Built by International Harvester from 1968 to 1974, it wasn't designed for plowing fields or pulling heavy farm equipment. Instead, it was purpose-built for large lawns, estates, parks, and golf courses, making it feel like a tractor that deliberately refused to be a farm tractor. Power came from a water-cooled, four-cylinder gasoline engine producing just 15 horsepower, with around 14 horsepower at the PTO. Displacement measured 59.5 cubic inches, 1.0 liter, paired with a simple 3-speed manual transmission and a lightweight build of only 1,480 pounds, 671 kilograms. These modest numbers were intentional, prioritizing control and stability over brute force. The signature feature was the Lowboy low-profile design. By rotating the rear final drives 90 degrees and using a shorter front axle than the Farmall Cub, International Harvester dramatically lowered the center of gravity. This made the 154 unusually stable on slopes, ideal for mowing steep terrain where conventional tractors felt unsafe. Its most bizarre detail was the non-standard PTO. The Lowboy 154 used a live PTO that rotated in the opposite direction, with a unique shaft diameter and spline count, meaning it could only operate IH-specific attachments. Standard PTO implements were completely incompatible, locking the machine into a narrow roll. Built on a channel steel frame with live hydraulics, the 154 Lowboy was lighter, more maneuverable, but severely limited for real farm work. Too specialized to be a true tractor, yet far more complex than a mower, the International Cub Cadet Lowboy 154 stands as one of the most bizarre vintage machines ever to wear a tractor badge. Number 5. John Deere WA14/W A17. The John Deere WA14 and WA17 look like classic, big articulated four-wheel drive tractors, but their story is one of the strangest chapters in John Deere history. Built between 1968 and 1970, these machines carried the famous green and yellow paint, yet John Deere never actually built them. Both tractors were powered by massive Cummins inline 6-cylinder engines with a huge 14.0-liter, 855 cubic inches. Displacement. The WA14 used a naturally aspirated version, rated at 225 horsepower, while the WA17 stepped into another league with a turbocharged Cummins producing 280 horsepower. Power was sent through a Fuller Road Ranger RTO 910 transmission with 10 forward and 2 reverse gears, mounted in a fully articulated four-wheel drive chassis designed for serious heavy tillage. These were enormous machines. The WA14 weighed about 26,520 pounds, 12,029 kilograms, while the WA17 tipped the scales at 28,280 pounds, 12,827 kilograms, before adding ballast. Even more unusual for farm equipment of the era, air brakes were fitted on all wheels, a feature borrowed straight from heavy highway trucks. So what makes them truly bizarre? The WA14 and WA17 were rebadged Wagner tractors built by FWD Wagner in Oregon and sold by John Deere as a temporary solution after Deere's own 80204 wheel drive project failed. The partnership lasted only a short time, and production numbers were shockingly low. Just 23 WA14 and 28 WA17 ever built. Truck engines, truck transmissions, truck-style brakes, and a John Deere badge. These tractors were never meant to last, and that's exactly why today they're among the rarest, strangest, and most unbelievable John Deere machines ever to exist. Number 4. Farmall M High Crop. The Farmall M High Crop looks like a normal Farmall M that was somehow lifted skyward. Officially known as the Farmall MV or HV in its wide front form, this was not a styling experiment. It was a tractor engineered to operate above tall crops without destroying them. And that single purpose is what makes it one of the most bizarre vintage tractors ever built. Under the hood, the High Crop used the same powertrain as the standard Farmall M. Buyers could choose a 4-cylinder inline gasoline or diesel MD engine, displacing 4.1 liters, 248 cubic inches, and producing around 36 horsepower at the drawbar. Power went through a 5-speed manual transmission with 1 reverse, driving the rear wheels in a conventional 2-wheel drive layout. A standard 540 RPM PTO remained in place, keeping it mechanically familiar, at least on paper. Everything strange happened below the engine. To achieve its extreme clearance, International Harvester engineered drop-drive rear axle housings, using reduction gears to raise the tractor's main body several inches higher off the ground. The front axle was also redesigned with a tall, arched structure and larger front wheels, pushing the nose upward to match the rear. The result was a tractor with dramatically increased ground clearance, capable of passing over cotton, sugarcane, and vegetable crops late in the growing season. But visually it looked tall, narrow, and slightly unbalanced, nothing like a typical row crop tractor. Because it served such a highly specialized role, production numbers were low compared to the standard Farmall M. Today, the High Crop version stands as a rare reminder of a time when tractor manufacturers were willing to build machines that looked almost unreal, simply to solve one very specific problem in the field. Number 3. Fortschritt RD09. The Fortschritt RD09 is one of those machines that makes you stop and ask, is this really a tractor? Built in East Germany by VEB Traktorenwerk Schönebeck, the RD09 was part of an advanced line of Geräteträger, or implement carriers, machines designed around a completely different farming philosophy. At its heart was a compact air-cooled 2-cylinder diesel engine producing just 18 to 20 horsepower. That may sound underwhelming, but the RD09 paired it with standard 4-wheel drive, a working weight of around 1.6 tons, and a top speed close to 20 kilometers per hour. This wasn't about speed or brute force, it was about precision and efficiency. The real shock comes from its layout. Instead of the usual engine front, implement rear design, the RD09 placed the engine and cab fully at the front. The center of the machine was left wide open, specifically engineered to mount cultivators, seed drills, sprayers, and other specialized equipment inside the wheelbase. The operator sat directly over the working tools, gaining unmatched visibility and control. Its highly modular chassis allowed rapid reconfiguration for different tasks across the season, reducing the need for multiple specialized machines. Balanced weight distribution and 4x4 traction made it surprisingly capable despite its low power rating. Outside the Eastern Bloc, the RD09 was almost unseen. Used mainly on collective farms in East Germany and other socialist states, it rarely reached Western Europe and virtually never North America. With its industrial shape, oversized wheels, empty midsection, and unmistakable green paint, the RD09 looked more like a rolling platform than a traditional tractor. unfamiliar, unconventional. The Fortschritt RD09 proves that some of the most bizarre vintage tractors were born from rethinking farming itself. Number 2. Ford 8N Funk Aircraft Conversion. The Ford 8N is remembered as a simple, reliable 20-horsepower tractor, but the Funk aircraft conversion turned it into something nobody in the 1940s could believe was real. This bizarre machine combined the compact Ford 8N chassis with massive automotive and industrial engines, transforming a modest farm tractor into a near 100-horsepower monster. Instead of the original inline-4 engine, Funk conversions commonly used Ford flathead V8 engines or powerful inline-6 engines, with displacements around 215 to 226 cubic inches. In its most extreme form, the 6-cylinder OHV version output approached 100 horsepower, more than triple the stock 8N's 23 to 30 horsepower. Power was often paired with a Sherman auxiliary transmission, giving up to 12 forward gears, while overall weight increased well beyond the standard 2,410 pounds due to reinforced frames and the heavier engine. What made this tractor truly bizarre was the contrast. A small, lightweight tractor suddenly had enough power to pull 3 plow bottoms instead of 2, letting farmers do 3 days of work in 2. But that power came with a strange, new look. The long, tall engines required extended frame rails and a dramatically raised, stretched hood, giving the Funk 8N its unmistakable long nose, unbalanced appearance. Even stranger was its origin. The conversion was designed by Funk Aircraft Company, an airplane manufacturer, applying aviation-level machining to farm equipment, while retaining Ford's advanced Ferguson 3-point hitch. Early on, Ford even sued Funk, blaming the extreme power for transmission failures, only to discover the real issue was improperly heat-treated gears. Only a few thousand Funk conversions were ever built, making them incredibly rare today. Among collectors, the Ford 8N Funk isn't just unusual, it's proof that one of the strangest tractors ever made came from thinking far beyond the farm. Number 1. Lombard Steam Log Hauler. The Lombard Steam Log Hauler doesn't just look bizarre. It rewrote the future of heavy machinery. Patented in 1901 by Alvin O. Lombard and hand-built in Waterloo, Maine, this enormous steam-powered machine was a terrifying hybrid of a steam locomotive and a bulldozer, decades before either truly existed in their modern forms. What makes it unbelievable is that the Lombard became the first commercially successful vehicle to use continuous tracks, a breakthrough that would later define tanks, crawler tractors, and construction machines worldwide. At its heart was a 2-cylinder steam engine, producing around 90 horsepower at 175 pounds per square inch, a staggering figure for the early 1900s. The machine weighed 19 to 20 tons, stretched nearly 30 feet long, and moved at a slow but relentless 4.5 to 5 miles per hour. Fueled by wood or coal, it wasn't built for speed. It was built for brute force. On frozen logging roads, a single Lombard could drag up to 300 tons of timber, pulling sled trains that could reach an almost unbelievable 1,650 feet in length. Its design was as strange as it was revolutionary. The rear rode on chain-driven continuous tracks, while the front steered using skis or wheels, giving it the appearance of a locomotive sliding through the forest. Even more shocking, early versions had no dedicated braking system. Controlling downhill speed relied on steam back pressure or the sheer friction of the loaded sleds behind it, making every descent a calculated risk. Operating a Lombard required 4 men, an engineer, a fireman, a front steersman, and another operator riding the sleds. It wasn't a farm tractor, and it wasn't versatile. It existed solely for one brutal winter task. But in doing so, it became one of the most important and bizarre tractors ever built, proving that some of the strangest machines are the ones that change the world forever. These bizarre vintage tractors prove that progress often begins with ideas that look crazy at first. Each machine pushed technology forward through risk, failure, and pure ambition. If you enjoyed discovering these unbelievable tractors, Like, subscribe, and stay tuned, because even more forgotten mechanical monsters are still hiding in history. Some tractors are just machines, and then there are those that capture the heart of every farming enthusiast. Today we're stepping into the world of classic tractors, exploring 8 timeless legends, from post-war icons to heavy-hitting powerhouses. Each one has its own story, design, and charm, making them dreams to park in your shed. Get ready to admire, learn, and maybe even imagine which one belongs in yours. Number 8. Ford 5000. Now feast your eyes on the legendary Ford 5000, a tractor that has stood the test of time. Produced from 1965 to 1974, this classic machine quickly became a staple for farmers, known for its remarkable durability and reliable performance. Powering the Ford 5000 is a robust 4-cylinder engine, offered in 3.3-liter or 3.8-liter configurations, delivering approximately 69 horsepower at the PTO, enough strength to handle nearly any farm task, whether plowing, hauling, or sowing. Its 8-speed forward and 2-speed reverse gearbox, with the optional Selecto-Speed 10-speed variant, ensures smooth and flexible control, while optional power steering makes maneuvering effortless, even in tight spaces. Weighing between 2,500 and 3,000 kilograms, depending on configuration, this tractor is sturdy and stable, with a roomy cab that's perfect for imagining it parked proudly in your shed, a machine that's as practical as it is classic. But what truly makes the Ford 5000 a dream for collectors isn't just power or reliability, it's its versatility and ease of use. Designed to tackle a wide range of agricultural tasks, this tractor remains user-friendly, requiring no specialized training to operate efficiently. And thanks to its popularity, spare parts are still widely available, ensuring maintenance is simple and keeping the Ford 5000 alive for generations to come. In short, the Ford 5000 isn't just a tractor. It's a timeless icon, a piece of farming history you'll want in your shed, ready to admire, touch, and remember the golden era of classic tractors. Number 7. International B414. Next, we step into the world of International Harvester with the charming B414, a tractor that earned the nickname, the tractor with everything you wanted most, when it was released in the early 1960s. Produced in Bradford, England from 1961 to 1966, the B414 quickly became a favorite among small farm owners, prized for its reliability, versatility, and surprisingly advanced features for its time. Under the hood, the B414 offers a 4-cylinder, liquid-cooled engine, available in diesel 2.5 liters, BD154, or petrol 2.3 liters, BC144, producing roughly 43.5 to 44 horsepower, with about 36 horsepower at the PTO, enough to tackle a wide range of agricultural tasks efficiently. Its 8-speed forward and 2-speed reverse gearbox, combined with the innovative VariTouch hydraulic system, allows precise control of implement depth, making plowing, sowing, or hauling tasks smooth and dependable. Weighing between 1,632 and 1,655 kilograms, the B414 is surprisingly nimble, yet stable enough to handle uneven fields with confidence. Safety and convenience were also ahead of their time, with self-energizing disc brakes and live PTO, ensuring efficient operation without sacrificing control. What makes the B414 truly a shed-worthy classic isn't just its performance, it's the sense of familiarity and nostalgia it evokes. Still commonly seen at vintage tractor fairs, its simplicity, smart design, and enduring reliability make it a machine collectors love to park in their sheds, where it can be admired, remembered, and appreciated as a piece of agricultural history. In short, the International B414 isn't just a tractor, it's a dependable, clever, and classic companion every farmer and enthusiast dreams of having in their shed. Number 6. Muir Hill 121. Now let's turn our attention to a true British powerhouse, the Muir Hill 121, affectionately known as Muriel. Produced from 1972 to 1983, this four-wheel drive giant immediately impressed farmers and collectors alike with its raw strength, versatility, and striking presence. Under the hood sits a Ford 2715E six-cylinder engine, 6.2 liters in displacement, delivering around 120 to 132 horsepower depending on the series, with an estimated 70 horsepower at the PTO, giving it the muscle to tackle the toughest fields and heaviest loads with ease. The Muir Hill 121 features a Ford 8-speed gearbox with optional dual power and a custom Muir Hill transfer box, providing excellent control and flexibility in all conditions. Hydraulic brakes on all four wheels combined with power steering make this massive tractor surprisingly easy to maneuver, while its four-wheel drive system ensures impressive traction even on slippery or uneven terrain. Weighing in at nearly 4,853 kilograms, its high and spacious cab offers unparalleled visibility, comfort, and a commanding presence, making it easy to imagine parking this beast proudly in your shed. What sets the Muir Hill 121 apart isn't just its power, it's the ingenious combination of Ford reliability and Muir Hill innovation. Its tight turning radius, advanced hydraulics, and well-thought-out cab design make it a collector's dream, blending practicality, performance, and show-stopping style. Spare parts remain accessible thanks to the Ford components, keeping maintenance straightforward. In short, the Muir Hill 121 isn't just a tractor. It's a four-wheel drive legend, a true workhorse, and a shed-worthy classic that commands attention wherever it stands. Number 5. Allis-Chalmers Model B. Up next in our shed wish list is a true pioneer of small farm machinery, the Allis-Chalmers Model B. Produced from 1937 to 1957, this tractor revolutionized the way farmers approached mechanized work, offering a compact, lightweight, and affordable machine, powerful enough for essential farm tasks. Early models produced 13 to 16 horsepower, while later versions delivered 20 to 22 horsepower, driven by a four-cylinder engine ranging from 113 to 125.2 cubic inches. Fuel options varied from gasoline and TBO to high-compression gasoline in later years, giving farmers flexibility in operation. Its 3-speed forward and 1-speed reverse transmission may sound simple, but paired with its adjustable front axle and high ground clearance, the Model B excelled at row crop work. Early adoption of rubber tires by Allis-Chalmers enhanced traction and comfort, while optional PTO and hydraulic systems allowed the tractor to tackle an impressive variety of tasks, from plowing to hauling, and even specialized crops like asparagus or potatoes. Weighing in at just 934 kilograms, the Model B was accessible to smallholders with an attractive price tag under $500 at launch. Designed by the renowned industrial designer Brooks Stevens, it featured a sleek, modern look and offered excellent operator visibility, setting it apart from other tractors of its era. Over 125,000 units were sold, a testament to its durability, versatility, and enduring popularity. Even today, spare parts are readily available, making maintenance straightforward and ensuring this classic remains a practical, reliable, and iconic piece of farming history. The Allis-Chalmers Model B isn't just a tractor, it's a small farm legend, a collector's dream, and a must-have in any shed dedicated to classic machinery. Number 4. Fordson Major E27N. Next on our list is the beloved Fordson Major E27N, a true classic of post-war British agriculture. Produced from 1945 to 1952, this tractor bridged the gap between the older Model N and the more modern Majors, offering farmers a reliable, versatile, and familiar companion during a time of scarcity. Its four-cylinder, side-valve Ford engine, 4.4 liters in displacement, delivered around 27 horsepower on petrol or TBO, with the optional Perkins P6 diesel bumping output to an impressive 45 horsepower, giving it the muscle to handle a wide range of farm tasks. The E27N features a 3-speed forward, 1-speed reverse manual gearbox, complemented by single-disc clutch, differential, and bevel gear final drive, enhancing drivability and efficiency. Weighing about 1,814 kilograms with pneumatic tires, it's both stable and manageable in the field. Optional hydraulic lift and PTO systems allow the tractor to adapt to a variety of implements, from plows and seeders to transport and industrial work. What makes the Ford Sun Major E27N so special isn't just its reliability, it's the story it carries and the versatility it offers. With multiple configurations, row crop, standard farm, and industrial variants, and the addition of the powerful diesel engine from 1948, the E27N became a favorite among farmers and collectors alike. Its straightforward design, dependable performance, and historical significance make it a must-have in any shed, evoking nostalgia while remaining a practical piece of farming heritage. In short, the Ford Sun Major E27N isn't just a tractor. It's a post-war icon, a bridge between eras, and a classic every tractor enthusiast dreams of owning. Number 3. Ferguson TEF20 Diesel. Now we arrive at a true icon of mechanized farming, the Ferguson TEF20 Diesel, affectionately known as the Little Gray Fergie. Produced at Banner Lane, Coventry between 1951 and 1956. This tractor revolutionized small-scale agriculture with its clean design, smart engineering, and user-friendly operation. Powered by a 4-cylinder, 2.088-liter diesel engine, the TF20 delivers around 28 horsepower, perfectly balanced for efficiency and dependability on farms of all sizes. What makes the Little Gray Fergie truly special is its revolutionary Ferguson 3-point linkage system. This hydraulic system automatically adjusts plow depth and draft, improving work efficiency while preventing overturns. A feature so advanced that it became the global standard for tractors. Its 4-speed manual gearbox provides smooth control, while the tractor's compact size and 1,250 kilogram weight make it remarkably maneuverable, even in tight fields. Durability and practicality are at the core of the TEF20. Hundreds of thousands were sold worldwide, many still running today, a testament to Ferguson's focus on reliability and ease of maintenance. Its diesel engine not only saves fuel, but also reduces operating costs, making it both economical and clever. A true farmer's friend. In short, the Ferguson TEF20 Diesel isn't just a tractor. It's a designer classic, a workhorse, and a piece of agricultural history you'll want parked proudly in your shed, admired for its ingenuity and timeless charm. Number 2. Case L. Next up, we step back to the golden age of heavy farm machinery with the Case L tractor, produced by J.I. Case Company from 1929 to 1940. This is a true classic, a vintage marvel that combines sheer power with timeless design, making it the perfect candidate for any collector's shed. Powered by a 4-cylinder, 6.6-liter overhead valve engine, the Case L produces roughly 45 horsepower at the PTO and 31.6 horsepower on the drawbar, enough to handle a 4-bottom plow with ease, a testament to its role as a workhorse on large farms. Equipped with a 3-speed forward, 1-speed reverse manual gearbox, the Case L offers straightforward, reliable operation. Originally fitted with steel wheels and lugs for traction, many surviving examples have been updated with rubber tires, preserving functionality while highlighting their classic aesthetics. Weighing around 3,408 kilograms, this tractor is built like a tank, with a durable frame and robust components designed to withstand decades of hard labor. But what truly sets the Case L apart isn't just power, it's its historical significance and visual appeal. Its large, imposing presence, elegant lines, and industrial-era craftsmanship make it not only a functional machine, but also a collector's dream, admired for both performance and style. Spare parts and manuals remain relatively accessible, allowing enthusiasts to maintain and showcase these tractors with pride. In short, the Case L isn't just a tractor. It's a heavyweight legend, a symbol of early 20th century engineering, and a vintage beauty you'll want standing proudly in your shed. Number 1. Ford 9600. And finally, at the very top of our shed wish list, behold the Ford 9600 tractor, a true powerhouse of British agriculture. Produced from 1972 to 1976, this tractor was the most powerful in the UK upon release, commanding attention with its twin-turbo diesel 6-cylinder engine in modern design. With a gross output of around 150 horsepower and a tested PTO of 135.46 horsepower, the 9600 could effortlessly handle the heaviest farm implements, from large plows to 15-foot cultivators, making it the ultimate workhorse. Its 8-speed unsynchronized manual gearbox, or optional 16-speed power shift with dual power, gives operators unmatched control and flexibility, allowing quick gear changes without stopping or clutching. Complemented by hydraulic power steering and wet disc brakes, the 9600 is not only powerful, but remarkably manageable for its operating weight of 5,379 kilograms. Farmers could choose between an open ROPS version or a fully enclosed cab, combining comfort with Ford's signature blue styling. But the Ford 9600 isn't just about brute force, it's about efficiency, innovation, and prestige. Its low RPM torque ensures excellent fuel economy relative to its power, while the dual power option makes long hours on the field far less taxing. Today, this tractor is a rare sight, a collector's dream, and a tangible piece of agricultural history, showcasing Ford's ingenuity in the mechanization of large-scale farming. In short, the Ford 9600 isn't merely a tractor. It's an icon of strength, a marvel of engineering, and the ultimate centerpiece for any shed dedicated to classic machinery. These 8 tractors aren't just steel and horsepower. They're history, ingenuity, and nostalgia rolled into one. From the dependable Ford 5000 to the mighty Ford 9600, each machine tells a story of farming's golden eras. Which of these classics would you proudly keep in your shed? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more vintage machinery adventures. When people think of vintage tractors, they imagine slow, simple machines from a forgotten era. But hidden deep in farming history are tractors that were shockingly advanced, brutally reliable, and in some cases, decades ahead of their time. These weren't prototypes or museum pieces. They were real, they worked, and they quietly changed agriculture forever. From unconventional engines to revolutionary hydraulics, these machines are true mechanical treasures hiding in plain sight. Get ready to uncover 10 hidden vintage tractors you won't believe are real. Number 10. Fordson Model F. Produced from 1917 to 1928, the Fordson Model F wasn't just an early tractor. It was a hidden mechanical treasure that quietly reshaped global agriculture. At a time when horses still ruled the fields, this compact machine delivered an almost unbelievable promise: real engine power at a price small farmers could finally afford. At its core was a 4-cylinder, liquid-cooled engine with a 4.1-liter displacement, first supplied by Hercules and later by Ford itself. Designed to run on kerosene with the option to operate on gasoline after minor adjustments, it offered unmatched fuel flexibility for the era. Power output reached around 20 horsepower at the belt pulley and 10 horsepower at the drawbar, enough to plow, haul, and power essential farm equipment. The Model F featured a 3-speed forward, 1-reverse spur gear transmission, paired with a fully enclosed worm gear final drive running in oil for durability. Lubrication relied on a simple splash system, and total weight was roughly 1,325 kilograms, rolling on distinctive steel wheels typical of early tractors. Its most radical innovation was the frameless design. The engine block, transmission, and rear axle were bolted together as a single structural unit. Combined with assembly line mass production inspired by the Model T, this breakthrough slashed costs and flooded farms with affordable power. The Fordson Model F didn't look revolutionary, but it mechanized an entire generation, proving that this vintage tractor was far more real and far more powerful than anyone expected. Number 9. John Deere Model A. Built from 1934 to 1952 in Waterloo, Iowa, the John Deere Model A is one of those vintage machines that feels almost mythical today. Long before modern electronics and high-revving engines, this tractor carved its legacy with a sound you could recognize blindfolded. The unmistakable two-cylinder putt-putt rhythm that became the heartbeat of American farming. Under the hood sat a horizontal, liquid-cooled two-cylinder engine, featuring 4 valves and a massive 5.1-liter displacement. Designed as an all-fuel tractor, the Model A could run on gasoline, kerosene, or distillate, an essential advantage during the economic hardships of the 1930s and 1940s. Power output reached roughly 24 horsepower at the belt pulley and about 18 horsepower at the drawbar, impressive numbers for its era and highly dependent on tuning and production year. Early versions used a 4-speed transmission, later upgraded to 6 speeds in 1941, giving farmers better control in the field. Steering was fully manual, with no power assist, and operating weight averaged around 3,783 pounds. What truly set the Model A apart was its row crop design. With a narrow front, often in a tricycle configuration, it could slip effortlessly between crop rows. Continuous improvements followed, including the sleek, styled bodywork in 1938 and optional electric start by 1947. More than just a tractor, the Model A launched John Deere's legendary two-cylinder dynasty, proving this strange-sounding machine was a very real treasure hiding in plain sight. Number 8. Farmall F20. Produced between 1932 and 1939, the Farmall F20 emerged during one of the darkest economic periods in history and became an unlikely symbol of survival. While the Great Depression crushed small farms, this tractor delivered something almost unbelievable at the time: dependable, mechanized power that ordinary farmers could still afford. The F20 was powered by a liquid-cooled inline 4-cylinder engine with a 4.2-liter displacement. Built to run on gasoline or all-fuel setups like kerosene, it gave farmers crucial flexibility when fuel costs mattered more than ever. Output reached about 23.5 horsepower at the belt pulley and roughly 14 horsepower at the drawbar, enough to handle plowing, cultivating, and belt-driven equipment without hesitation. A 5-speed manual transmission with 1 reverse gave the F20 excellent field control for its era. Weighing around 3,750 pounds, it delivered solid traction, especially when equipped with its signature steel lug wheels, though rubber tires later became an option. Internally, the tractor relied on a simple splash-type lubrication system, prioritizing reliability over complexity. What truly defined the Farmall F20 was its row crop design. Adjustable wheel spacing allowed it to glide between crop rows with precision, making it ideal for diversified farms. With over 148,000 units produced, the F20 proved this wasn't just a working tractor. It was a hidden vintage powerhouse that helped mechanize an entire generation when it was needed most. Number 7. Massey Ferguson 35. Introduced in 1956, the Massey Ferguson 35 didn't just replace the famous Ferguson TE20, it perfected the formula. At first glance, it looks modest, but hidden beneath its classic red and gray paint is one of the most influential tractors ever built. A machine so well engineered that many are still working fields today. Production ran from 1956 to 1967, and during that time, the MF35 evolved dramatically. Early models used a standard motor company 4-cylinder engine, but in 1959, everything changed with the arrival of the legendary Perkins, a 3.152 3-cylinder diesel. This compact diesel delivered around 35 horsepower, offering exceptional fuel efficiency, easier cold starts, and long-term reliability. Depending on configuration, the tractor could run on diesel, gasoline, or kerosene, giving farmers unmatched flexibility. Power was managed through a 6-speed forward, 2-speed reverse manual transmission, while operating weight stayed low at about 3,158 pounds, light enough for agility, heavy enough for traction. Steering remained fully manual, keeping the design simple and durable. The real magic, however, was the Ferguson System 3-point hitch. Featuring live hydraulics with a 4-piston pump and full position, draft and response control, it transformed how implements worked with tractors. Precise, responsive, and revolutionary, the MF35 proved that this simple vintage tractor was a hidden treasure, shockingly advanced and undeniably real. Number 6, Farmall H. Built from 1939 to 1953, the Farmall H wasn't just a replacement for the F20, it was a massive leap forward that quietly became one of the most trusted tractors ever made. While the world was entering war and recovery, this machine earned its reputation the hard way. Day after day, row after row. Power came from an International Harvester C152 inline 4-cylinder OHV engine, displacing 2.5 liters. Early versions ran on kerosene or all-fuel, with a gasoline option added in 1940, boosting performance and ease of use. On gasoline, output reached roughly 26 horsepower at the belt pulley and 19 horsepower at the drawbar, a clear improvement over its predecessor. The Farmall H used a 5-speed sliding gear transmission with 1 reverse, giving farmers better speed selection for field and transport work. With an operating weight of about 2,845 pounds, it struck the perfect balance between agility and traction. Its row crop layout, available with a narrow front or wide front axle, allowed precise cultivation between crop rows. Optional lift-all hydraulics added modern convenience, making implement handling faster and safer. With over 390,000 units produced, the Farmall H became a backbone of mid-century agriculture. Styled as part of International Harvester's legendary letter series, this tractor proved that true hidden treasures aren't flashy. They're built to last, and they're very real. Number 5, Valtra 785. At first glance, the Valtra 785 doesn't look like a vintage legend. Built mainly in Brazil during the 1990s, it arrived decades later than the classics. But that's exactly why it's a hidden treasure. Tough, understated, and engineered for survival, this tractor earned its reputation far from the spotlight. At its heart is the renowned MWM D14 inline 4-cylinder diesel, naturally aspirated and displacing 3.9 liters. Power output sits around 75 horsepower, or 72 horsepower in the 785C variant, delivering strong, predictable torque rather than flashy numbers. It's an engine celebrated for fuel efficiency, easy maintenance, and the ability to run endlessly in harsh conditions. The Valtra 785 offered serious flexibility. Buyers could choose a 6-forward 2-reverse manual gearbox or a more refined 12-forward 4-reverse synchronized transmission, paired with 2WD or full 4WD drivetrains. With a net weight of roughly 3,425 kilograms, the tractor stayed planted while remaining agile in tight fields. Hydraulics were equally impressive for its class, featuring a 38.4-liter per minute pump and a 1,560 kilogram force lift capacity, making it capable of handling modern implements with ease. Optional comforts, including an air-conditioned cab on the 785C, pushed it ahead of its time. The Valtra 785 wasn't built to impress, it was built to endure. And that quiet toughness is exactly what makes this modern classic so hard to believe and so real. Number 4, John Deere 3020. When John Deere unveiled the 3020 in 1964, it marked the end of an era and the birth of something farmers had never experienced before. As part of Deere's revolutionary new generation lineup, this tractor quietly rewrote the rules of power, comfort, and control, making it a true hidden treasure of the vintage world. Under the hood was a liquid-cooled inline 4-cylinder engine, offered in gasoline, diesel, or LP gas configurations. The gas and diesel versions displaced 4.4 liters, while LP models used a 4.0-liter engine. Output reached around 60 horsepower at the PTO and approximately 55 horsepower at the drawbar, a dramatic step up from earlier designs. The 3020 introduced farmers to new levels of drivability. Standard equipment included an 8-forward/2-reverse synchro range transmission, while the optional power shift gearbox allowed seamless shifting without clutching, an innovation that felt almost futuristic in the 1960s. Power was sent through 2WD, with rare 4WD versions available. A powerful closed-center hydraulic system with a piston pump delivered fast, consistent response, while operating weight sat near 6,440 pounds. Designed for row crop precision, yet built for endurance, the John Deere 3020 proved that this smooth-running machine wasn't just new. It was shockingly ahead of its time and undeniably real. Number 3, David Brown 990. Built in Britain from the early 1960s through around 1980, the David Brown 990 is one of those tractors that rarely gets the spotlight. Yet those who worked with one know just how advanced it really was. Quietly dependable and deceptively capable, this machine earned its status as a true hidden treasure. Power came from a David Brown-built, liquid-cooled 4-cylinder diesel engine with roughly 3.0 liters of displacement. Depending on year and configuration, output ranged from about 52 to 58 horsepower at the PTO, making the 990 the most powerful wheeled tractor David Brown had ever produced at launch. In its day, it went head-to-head with icons like the Fordson Major and Massey Ferguson 65. Early Implematic versions used a 6-forward/2 reverse manual transmission, while later models offered a 12-speed Selectomatic gearbox, improving flexibility across field conditions. The tractor remained two-wheel drive, keeping the design simple and efficient, with operating weight varying between 1,938 and 2,667 kilograms, depending on setup. The real breakthrough arrived in 1965 with the legendary Selectomatic hydraulic system. Using a single control lever, operators could instantly choose between draft, position, or depth control, technology that felt far ahead of its time. With over 67,000 Selectomatic units built, the David Brown 990 proved that this underrated British workhorse wasn't just real, it was quietly revolutionary. Number 2, Lamborghini R603 DT. Long before the raging supercars, the Lamborghini name was already shaking the agricultural world. Built from 1973 to 1982, the Lamborghini R603 DT is one of the most unbelievable machines ever to wear the bull badge. A rugged European tractor hiding supercar DNA beneath pure steel. Power comes from a 3-cylinder, 4-stroke Lamborghini diesel featuring direct fuel injection and an unusual air-cooled design. With 2.8 liters of displacement, it produces around 62 horsepower at 2,200 RPM. No radiators, no coolant, just raw mechanical reliability designed to survive dust, heat, and long workdays with minimal maintenance. The DT badge, dual traction, means full-time 4-wheel drive, giving the R603 exceptional grip across mud, slopes, and uneven ground. Power is delivered through a fully synchronized 12-forward/3 reverse manual transmission, allowing smooth shifts under load and precise speed control. Top speed reaches about 25 kilometers per hour, impressive for a heavy utility tractor of its era. With a solid operating weight of roughly 2,080 kilograms and a compact 3,350 millimeters by 1,740 millimeters footprint, the R603 DT balanced strength with agility. Built using a robust block-style chassis, it felt indestructible. The Lamborghini R603 DT isn't famous, but that's exactly why it's a hidden vintage treasure. Shockingly advanced, brutally tough, and absolutely real. Number 1, Case 990. At the very top of this list sits a tractor most people overlook, but those who know never forget. Built between 1961 and around 1980, the JI Case 990 was the result of a powerful collaboration between Case and David Brown, combining American practicality with British engineering precision. What emerged was a machine far more capable than its quiet reputation suggests. Under the hood lies a David Brown-built inline 4-cylinder diesel, liquid-cooled and displacing 3.2 liters. In official tests, it delivered around 52.9 horsepower at the PTO, proving both strong and remarkably fuel-efficient for its class. This engine wasn't flashy, it was engineered to run endlessly, day after day. The 990 featured a 12 forward/4 reverse semi-synchronized manual transmission, giving operators excellent control across field and road speeds. Buyers could choose two-wheel drive or full four-wheel drive, with operating weight ranging from about 2,612 kilograms in two-wheel drive to 3,039 kilograms in four-wheel drive, providing serious traction when it mattered most. Its biggest surprise was the advanced hydraulic system, capable of lifting up to 4,250 pounds. Later, Select-O-Matic versions allowed operators to switch control modes with a single lever, technology that felt almost futuristic at the time. Durable, versatile, and brutally effective, the Case 990 isn't famous, but that's exactly why it's the ultimate hidden vintage tractor, and absolutely real. These tractors may not all be famous, but every one of them earned its place through innovation, durability, and real-world performance. They weren't built to impress crowds. They were built to work, survive, and many of them are still running today. That's what makes them true hidden treasures. If any of these machines surprised you, tell us in the comments which one shocked you the most. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more unbelievable tractor history. Some tractors didn't just plow fields. They plowed straight through the companies that built them. These machines were powerful, advanced, and often years ahead of their time. But behind the steel and horsepower hid fatal decisions: rushed engineering, terrible timing, runaway costs, and strategic mistakes. From legendary giants to forgotten monsters, this is the story of 10 tractors that destroyed their own companies. Bold machines so ambitious, they changed history for all the wrong reasons. Number 10. Huber Super 4, too advanced for its own survival. Introduced in 1921 and fully refined by 1926, the Huber Super 4 was one of the most technologically advanced tractors of its era. Built by the Huber Manufacturing Company of Marion, Ohio, it wasn't just ahead of competitors like the Fordson. It was playing an entirely different game. Its unitized frame construction delivered exceptional rigidity and durability, while four-cylinder engines from Midwest, Hercules, and especially Stearns provided serious muscle. Add overhead valves and forced feed lubrication, and the Super 4 suddenly looked decades ahead of the 1920s. Offered in variants such as 1836, 2139, 3245, and 4062, the Super 4 earned a reputation as a relentless workhorse. With massive reserve power, it could confidently pull four-bottom plows and run heavy belt equipment all day without breaking a sweat. But perfection came at a fatal cost. Huber was a small manufacturer, producing only around 14,000 tractors in total, less than what giants like John Deere built in a single year. The Super 4's premium engineering made it expensive to build and impossible to compete on price. Worse, as farming shifted toward lighter, more versatile row crop tractors, Huber stubbornly clung to its heavy design. Then in 1942, World War II forced production to stop. When the war ended, Huber was gone, destroyed by a tractor that was simply too good for its time. Number 9. Eagle 640. Innovation at the worst possible moment. Introduced around 1930, the Eagle 640, often called the Eagle 6A, represented a radical reinvention by Eagle Manufacturing Company of Appleton, Wisconsin. At a time when most tractors still relied on crude 2- or 4-cylinder engines, Eagle took a bold leap forward with a 6-cylinder power plant. This advanced layout delivered smoother operation, more consistent torque, and higher efficiency under heavy load, positioning the 640 as a modern replacement for outdated heavy tractors. Designed to pull large plow sets with ease, the Eagle 640 combined strong multi-cylinder performance with a noticeably cleaner, more streamlined design. Compared to the rough, oversized machines that dominated the late 1920s, it looked refined, closer in spirit to the respected roomly 6 than to the brutal giants of the past. On paper, it was exactly what progressive farmers should have wanted, but timing turned brilliance into disaster. Eagle launched its most complex and expensive tractor just as the Great Depression crushed farm incomes nationwide. The six-cylinder engine dramatically increased production costs, pushing the selling price beyond what struggling farmers could afford. Unlike giants such as John Deere or International Harvester, Eagle lacked the scale to cut prices or absorb losses. As competitors pivoted toward cheaper, versatile row crop tractors, Eagle was left exposed. Production collapsed by the late 1930s, and wartime shutdowns ended any chance of recovery. The Eagle 640 didn't fail mechanically, it failed economically, taking its maker down with it. Number 8. Silver King 600, the fastest tractor nobody needed. Built by the Fate Root Heath Company in Plymouth, Ohio, the Silver King 600, often associated with the later Model 44 variants, looked nothing like a traditional farm tractor. It followed a radical philosophy: speed and agility over brute strength. Painted in bright silver and riding on rubber tires when steel wheels were still common, it instantly stood out as something different, almost futuristic. Under the hood sat a reliable Continental engine, giving the Silver King shocking performance for an agricultural machine. With top speeds ranging from 25 to nearly 45 miles per hour, it became one of the fastest tractors ever built. Farmers didn't just work with it, they drove it into town. Offered in 3- and 4-wheel configurations, its lightweight, compact design made it incredibly maneuverable, ideal for mowing roadsides, light farm duties, and municipal work where mobility mattered most. But this beauty hit a fatal flaw. Silver Kings were built to extremely high standards, almost by hand, and that craftsmanship came at a brutal cost. They were far more expensive than mass-produced tractors from Ford or International Harvester. Worse, the market for a racing tractor was tiny. Most farmers needed lifting power, not road speed. After World War II, competitors embraced hydraulic systems like Ferguson's 3-point hitch, while Fate Root Heath lacked the capital to evolve. By 1954, the Silver King tractor line was sold off, ending a bold experiment that drained the company dry. Number 7. B.F. Avery Model A, the tractor that bankrupted a legacy. Built between 1943 and 1950, the B.F. Avery Model A symbolized a historic gamble by B.F. Avery and Sons of Louisville, Kentucky, a company that had dominated farm implements since the 1800s. Rather than designing from scratch, Avery adapted the Clutch-Rack General GG after purchasing the tooling from Cleveland Tractor Company. On the surface, it looked like a smart shortcut into mechanization. The Model A used a 4-cylinder Hercules Weyern XK gasoline engine, displacing roughly 123 to 133 cubic inches and producing around 19 to 27 horsepower, enough to handle 1 or 2 bottom plows. It featured a 3- or 4-speed manual transmission with reverse, a 540R PMPTO, and belt pulley for stationary equipment. Configurations with a single narrow front wheel or closely spaced dual fronts made it suitable for row crop and vegetable farming. Practical, compact, and efficient. But this safe design hid fatal weaknesses. By relying on borrowed engineering, Avery fell behind rivals pushing faster innovation. Worse, International Harvester opened a massive Louisville plant to build the Farmall Cub, crushing Avery on its own turf with superior scale and dealer power. The enormous cost of transitioning from plows to tractors drained Avery's finances, and Model A profits came too slowly. In 1951, the once proud company was sold to Minneapolis Moline, destroyed by the very tractor meant to save it. Number 6. Graham Bradley 503, luxury that farmers never asked for. Introduced in 1937, the Graham Bradley Model 503 looked less like a farm machine and more like a luxury automobile that had wandered into a field. Born from a partnership between automaker Graham Page and retail giant Sears, Roebuck & Company, it carried automotive DNA no tractor of the era could match. While rivals relied on rough 2- or 4-cylinder engines, the 503 used a smooth Continental 6-cylinder power plant, displacing 217 cubic inches, delivering around 30 horsepower at the belt pulley. A 4-speed transmission allowed road speeds exceeding 20 miles per hour, almost unheard of in the late 1930s. Electric starting, headlights, and a padded seat came standard, not as expensive options. Wrapped in flowing sheet metal with a long hood, curved grille, and ventilated side panels, it earned a reputation as the most beautiful tractor ever built. But beauty became its downfall. Graham Page sold the 503 exclusively through Sears catalogs, bypassing local farm dealers and trained mechanics farmers trusted. Its price was nearly double that of Farmall or John Deere competitors, branding it as a rich man's tractor during fragile economic recovery. Sales collapsed, barely 2,000 units built. When Sears walked away in 1940, Graham Page's massive investment drained the company dry, turning a masterpiece into a financial dead end. Number 5. Cockshut 570, engineering excellence that came too late. Released in 1958, the Cockshut 570 represented the absolute peak of Canadian tractor engineering. Built in Brantford, Ontario, it was the flagship of Cockshut's ambitious 500 series, a last all-in attempt to dominate the heavy tractor market. On paper, it was everything farmers wanted. Under the hood sat a muscular Hercules 6-cylinder engine, displacing 298 cubic inches in gasoline, or LPG form, and 339 cubic inches in diesel. Drawbar power ranged from roughly 54 to 65 horsepower, placing the 570 firmly among the field giants of its era. What truly set it apart was Cockshut's pioneering Live PTO system. Operators could stop forward motion while keeping balers and mowers running, a game-changing advantage competitors struggled to match. A 6-forward, 2-reverse transmission offered flexible working speeds, while the bright red paint and modern grille gave it a bold, futuristic presence in the late 1950s. Yet this masterpiece arrived at the worst possible time. Cockshut depended entirely on Hercules for engines, leaving it trapped as rivals like John Deere refined their own power plants. Development costs for the 500 series drained company finances, and weak sales couldn't recover the investment. By 1962, Cockshut was acquired by White Motor Company. The 570 vanished, and with it, the true Cockshut identity, destroyed by the tractor meant to save it. Number 4. Minneapolis Moline G1000, power that broke the bank. Launched in 1965, the Minneapolis Moline G1000 was the biggest, boldest tractor the company had ever built. Designed to reclaim lost glory, it targeted large-scale farms with sheer muscle and presence. At its heart was a massive 504 cubic inch inline-6, one of the largest engines in its class, available in gasoline, LPG, and diesel. With drawbar output reaching up to 110 horsepower, the G1000 was a true heavyweight, wrapped in unmistakable prairie gold paint and a brutally square, aggressive stance. The G1000 introduced serious technology. Its ampli-torque transmission allowed on-the-go ratio changes without clutching, giving instant torque when the soil turned tough. Optional Vista versions raised the bar for operator comfort, offering an elevated cab and commanding visibility, luxuries in the mid-1960s. But this monster came at a devastating price. Developing the 504 engine and reinforced drivetrain drained Minneapolis Moline's already fragile finances. Early units suffered failures in driveline and hydraulic components that simply couldn't handle the power, triggering costly recalls and warranty claims. By the time fixes arrived, the damage was done. Owned by White Motor Company, Minneapolis Moline failed to generate the profits needed to survive. The G1000 became the company's final roar, its swan song before the name vanished, absorbed forever into White Farm equipment. Number 3. Oliver II 255, the V8 monster that ended a legend. Introduced in 1972, the Oliver II 255 was the most powerful tractor ever to wear Oliver green. By this point, Oliver Farm equipment was already under White Motor Company, and the 2255 was meant to prove the brand still belonged among the giants. At its core was a shocking choice, a Caterpillar 3150 V8 diesel, displacing 573 cubic inches. Producing around 145 horsepower at the PTO, it delivered brutal pulling power capable of handling the heaviest tillage tools of the era. To control that force, Oliver equipped the 2255 with a hydral shift over/under transmission, giving operators 18 forward and 6 reverse speeds. Wrapped in classic clover white and meadow green paint, and backed by the unmistakable roar of a V8, the 2255 commanded attention wherever it worked. On the field, it felt unstoppable. But raw power came with a deadly price. The Caterpillar V8 consumed fuel at an alarming rate and was expensive to service, quickly scaring off cost-conscious farmers. Worse, relying on an outside engine signaled that Oliver had lost its engineering independence. Inside white, the 2255 overlapped with similar Minneapolis Moline models, creating internal competition and soaring costs. In 1975, White unified all brands under one name. The Oliver 2255 didn't just mark the peak of power, it marked the end of Oliver itself. Number 2, Allis-Chalmers D14, the 100 horsepower turning point. Introduced in 1963, the Allis-Chalmers D14 was a thunderous statement of American power. It became the first Allis-Chalmers tractor to break the 100 horsepower barrier. And for a brief moment, it made the orange brand look unstoppable. At its core was the massive Allis-Chalmers 3400 diesel, a 426 cubic inch inline six. Early Series 1 models produced around 103 horsepower, while the later Series 2 added a turbocharger, pushing output to roughly 127 horsepower at the drawbar, making it the most powerful two-wheel drive tractor in the world at the time. Built to dominate big acreage, the D21 featured enormous rear tires, heavy castings, a high-capacity hydraulic system, and PTO power capable of running 7 or 8 bottom plows with ease. Its muscular stance, oversized fuel tank behind the seat, and raw exhaust note made it look and sound like a field boss. But this monster marked the beginning of the end. Allis-Chalmers poured huge resources into chasing horsepower in a 2WD design, just as the industry pivoted toward articulated 4WD tractors. The D21 was overbuilt, expensive to produce, and sold in limited numbers, never generating the profits needed to sustain innovation. While rivals advanced cabs and controls, Allis fell behind. The D21 became a legend to collectors, and the first crack in an empire that would eventually collapse. Number 1, Farmall 560, the tractor that ended a dynasty. When International Harvester unveiled the Farmall 560 in 1958, it was meant to secure IH's dominance for another generation. On paper, it looked unstoppable. Power came from a modern 6-cylinder engine, 263 cubic inches in gasoline form or 282 cubic inches in diesel, producing roughly 60 to 66 horsepower, a major leap over IH's older 4-cylinder machines. The 560 featured torque amplifier, allowing on-the-go speed changes under load, power steering, improved hydraulics, and IH's fast hitch 2-point system for quick implement changes. It felt modern, comfortable, and ready for bigger farms, but beneath the sheet metal was a fatal shortcut. In a rush to answer John Deere's new generation, IH dropped the stronger 6-cylinder engines into rear-end housings, originally designed for weaker tractors like the M and 450. Under heavy draft loads, bearings in the final drive failed catastrophically. Balls fell out, housings cracked, and tractors died in the field. In 1959, IH launched the largest tractor recall in history, rebuilding every 460 and 560 at massive cost and doubling warranties. The financial hit was severe, but the loss of trust was worse. Farmers turned to John Deere. The Farmall 560 didn't just fail mechanically, it handed away IH's crown, starting a collapse the company would never escape. These tractors weren't failures of imagination. They were failures of survival. Each one pushed engineering to the limit, but at a cost their makers couldn't afford. In chasing power, prestige, and innovation, these companies gambled everything and lost. Today, the machines live on as legends, while the brands behind them are gone forever. If you enjoyed this dark side of tractor history, like, subscribe, and tell us which tractor shocked you the most. When you hear the word tractor, you probably picture massive machines tearing across open fields. But what if some of the strangest tractors ever built were unbelievably small, yet powerful enough to plow, pull, and work like full-size machines? These aren't toys or lawnmowers. They're real tractors with bizarre designs, over-engineered drivetrains, and abilities that defy logic. From vineyard monsters to garden tractors built like tanks, here are 8 bizarre tiny tractors you won't believe are real. Number 8. Holder A12. At first glance, the Holder A12 looks more like a mechanical experiment than a real tractor. Its body is shockingly small, just 0.76 meters wide and weighing only around 680 kilograms. But don't be fooled. This strange little machine, built in Germany during the mid-20th century, became one of the most capable compact tractors Europe had ever seen. Known as the Holder Cultitrack, the A12 is powered by a Sachs D600L diesel engine, a single-cylinder, 2-stroke, air-cooled unit with 604 cubic centimeters of displacement. Output is a modest 12 horsepower, yet every bit of that power is used with ruthless efficiency. No radiator, no coolant system, just a simple, rugged design made to survive long working days in harsh conditions. The real madness begins with its articulated chassis. Instead of steering with the front wheels, the entire tractor bends in the middle. This gives the A12 an absurdly tight turning radius of just 0.76 meters, allowing it to pivot almost on the spot. Add permanent 4-wheel drive, and this tiny tractor suddenly has the traction and stability to crawl through vineyards, orchards, and steep European hillsides where larger machines simply can't go. A 6-speed forward and 3-speed reverse gearbox, combined with an open center hydraulic system, allows the A12 to operate plows, harrows, cultivators, and small trailers. Despite its size, it worked like a true agricultural workhorse on post-war European farms. Small, strange, incredibly maneuverable, and borderline dangerous in the wrong hands. The Holder A12 proves that some of the most unbelievable tractors ever built weren't big at all. They were just bizarrely brilliant. Number 7. Sato Beaver S370. At first sight, the Sato Beaver S370 looks harmless. Small, narrow, and almost toy-like compared to full-size tractors. Measuring just about 2.1 meters long, 0.96 meters wide, and 1.1 meters tall, this Japanese-built machine seems completely out of place in serious agricultural work. But once it starts moving, the illusion disappears fast. Produced between 1977 and 1984, the Beaver S370 was built by Sato of Japan, a company later absorbed by Mitsubishi. Under its compact hood sits a Mitsubishi KE70 diesel engine, a liquid-cooled inline 2-cylinder with 0.7 liters of displacement. Power output ranges from 13 net horsepower to 15 gross horsepower. Numbers that sound modest until you see what this tractor can actually do. Paired with a non-synchronized mechanical transmission, offering 6 forward and 2 reverse gears through high and low ranges, the S370 delivers steady, controllable torque. Available in 2WD or optional 4WD, it was capable of pulling 4-foot blades, running tillers, and handling demanding tasks that surprised even experienced operators. What truly made the Beaver S370 bizarre was its legendary durability. These tractors were overbuilt, fuel-efficient, and incredibly gentle on soil thanks to their lightweight. Qualities perfectly suited to Japan's small farms, orchards, and vineyards. Decades later, many are still working daily, long after the Sato name disappeared in 1984. Parts are scarce, the tractor is tiny, and yet it just keeps going. The Sato Beaver S370 proves that sometimes the strangest tractors aren't defined by size, but by how stubbornly reliable they are. Number 6. Power King Economy. At first glance, the Power King Economy looks like a shrunken farm tractor that somehow escaped the factory floor. It's compact, low to the ground, and unmistakably American. But hidden inside that small frame is engineering that feels wildly out of proportion to its size. Originally sold simply as the Economy and later renamed Power King around 1977, this tractor was built by Engineered Products Company in the United States. Unlike typical garden tractors of its era, the Power King didn't rely on lightweight frames or belt-driven transmissions. Instead, it was designed as a true man-sized tractor in miniature form. Power came from gasoline engines by Briggs and Stratton or Kohler, ranging from 8 to 18 horsepower, depending on the model. Popular versions like the Power King 1614 and 1618 weighed around 438 kilograms, giving the tractor serious traction for its size. But the real shock comes from the drivetrain, a fully gear-driven transmission. No belts, no shortcuts. Just solid steel gears transferring torque directly to the wheels. Most models used a Borg-Warner 3-speed gearbox, often paired with an optional auxiliary transmission, expanding the setup to 6 forward and 2 reverse gears. Available in 2WD or optional 4WD, the Power King could plow soil, push snow, and haul loads that no normal garden tractor should survive. With mechanical or electric PTO options and compatibility with mowers, tillers, snow blades, and even hydraulic attachments, this tiny tractor became legendary for one reason: it simply refused to break. Decades later, many Power Kings are still working, proving that sometimes the strangest tractors are the ones built far stronger than they ever needed to be. Number 5. Gutbrod 2600. The Gutbrod 2600 doesn't behave like a garden tractor at all. With its solid stance, heavy-duty tires, and industrial-looking frame, it feels like a full agricultural machine that has somehow been scaled down. And that contradiction is exactly what makes it bizarre. Built in Germany by Gutbrod Werke GmbH, the 2600 series, including the 2600DS and 2600DAS 4WD, blurred the line between utility tractor and automotive engineering. Instead of simple lawn tractor engines, Gutbrod equipped it with car-derived power plants. Either a water-cooled 2-cylinder diesel producing 20 horsepower, 15 kilowatts, or a 4-cylinder gasoline engine delivering up to 25 horsepower, 18 kilowatts, with a displacement of around 850 cubic centimeters. For a tractor this size, that was serious power. All of that torque was sent through a fully gear-driven mechanical transmission, offering 8 forward and 2 reverse gears, enabling a top speed of approximately 25 kilometers per hour. Steering was conventional front-wheel steering, with hydraulic assist available on the 4-wheel drive version, giving the compact tractor surprising stability and control on rough terrain. What truly separates the Gutbrod 2600 from ordinary small tractors is its factory-installed hydraulic system, complete with multiple PTO outputs. This allowed it to operate sweepers, salt spreaders, agricultural implements, and other professional tools usually reserved for much larger machines. Over-engineered, car-powered, and shockingly capable, the Gutbrod 2600 proves that some of the strangest tiny tractors were never meant to be cute. They were built to work far beyond what their size suggests. Number 4. Brillion GT6 Explorer. The Brillion GT6 Explorer isn't just a tiny tractor, it's a ghost from American tractor history. Built by Brillion Farm Equipment Company, this machine existed for 1 year only, 1962. Then it disappeared. No follow-up models, no long production run. Just a single, short-lived experiment that would later become one of the rarest garden tractors ever made. Very little hard data survives, which only adds to its mystique. What is known is that the GT6 Explorer was powered by a single-cylinder gasoline engine, producing approximately 6 horsepower, hinted at by its name. It was designed as a garden tractor, intended to operate light-duty attachments for residential and small-scale property work. But Brillion clearly wanted it to stand apart from the competition. The GT6 Explorer's design was unlike most garden tractors of the early 1960s. Its proportions, styling, and overall presence were distinct enough that decades later, collectors still recognize it instantly. even if they've never seen one in person. Production numbers were extremely low, and many units were likely scrapped or worn out long before anyone realized how rare they would become. Today, the brilliant GT6 Explorer is considered a true white whale among vintage tractor collectors. Finding one complete is exceptionally difficult. Finding accurate documentation is even harder. That combination, single-year production, scarce information, and unmistakable design, is exactly what earns it a place among the most bizarre tiny tractors ever built. Sometimes what makes a tractor unbelievable isn't its power or size. It's the fact that it almost never existed at all. Number 3. Pasquale 906. The Pasquale 906 looks nothing like a traditional tractor. It's extremely compact, low-slung, and almost square in its proportions. But hidden inside that tiny frame is a drivetrain built with the seriousness of a full-size agricultural machine. Produced by Pasquale of Italy, now part of the BCS Group and manufactured in Spain, the 906 series, including variants like the 906/601, was designed for one specific mission, working where normal tractors simply can't fit. Power comes from a Lombardini LDA-80 or LDA-100 diesel engine, a single-cylinder, air-cooled unit producing around 14 horsepower, 10 kilowatts. On paper, that sounds modest. In reality, it's anything but. The secret lies in its layout. The Pasquale 906 uses permanent four-wheel drive combined with a central articulated chassis. Instead of turning the front wheels, the entire tractor bends in the middle, allowing unbelievably tight turns between vineyard rows and orchard trees. Many Pasquale designs also follow the isodiametric philosophy, using wheels of equal diameter to keep weight balanced and traction constant on steep, uneven terrain. A fully gear-driven mechanical transmission, typically offering 6 forward and 2 reverse gears, delivers torque directly to all 4 wheels. No belts, no power loss. Despite its lightweight, the 906 can pull plows, trailers loaded with fertilizer, and heavy implements through mud and rain without hesitation. Originally evolved from Pasquale's legendary 2-wheel tractors, the 906 added a seat, steering wheel, and an extra axle, transforming a walking machine into a seated professional micro-tractor. Small, aggressive, and shockingly capable, the Pasquale 906 proves that in the world of bizarre tiny tractors, flexibility can be just as powerful as size. Number 2. Wheel Horse. Wheel Horse doesn't look bizarre. It looks familiar, and that's what makes it dangerous. What began as a simple garden tractor in the United States quietly evolved into one of the toughest small machines ever built, strong enough to embarrass tractors many times its size. Built by Wheel Horse, later acquired by Toro, these machines followed a simple philosophy: bigger than a lawnmower, smaller than a farm tractor. Across legendary lines like the 300, 400, and 500 series, Wheel Horse tractors were fitted with engines from Kohler, K-Series and Magnum, Briggs and Stratton, and Onan, producing anywhere from 7 to 20 horsepower. On paper, those numbers seem ordinary. In real life, they were anything but. The heart of the madness was the legendary unidrive transmission. Instead of thin frames and belt-driven gearboxes, Wheel Horse used a one-piece cast iron, all-gear drivetrain with massive internal gears. Depending on the model, operators had 3 forward and 1 reverse, or 6 forward and 2 reverse gears with high and low ranges. Some models even used hydrostatic drives for smooth controlled power. Weighing between 200 and over 400 kilograms, with large agricultural-style rear tires and a low center of gravity, Wheel Horse tractors developed absurd levels of traction. They could plow hard soil, pull trucks, climb steep slopes, rip out tree stumps, and dominate small tractor pulling competitions without breaking a sweat. Add snow blowers, plows, tillers, loaders, or post hole diggers, and this garden tractor became a full agricultural machine in disguise. Durable, overbuilt, and nearly immortal, Wheel Horse proves that sometimes the most unbelievable tiny tractors are the ones that simply refuse to stop working. Number 1. Kubota B6000. The Kubota B6000 didn't just shrink a tractor, it rewrote the rules. When it appeared in the mid-1970s, this Japanese machine looked impossibly small to be taken seriously. Yet hiding inside its compact frame was something the industry had never seen before. A real agricultural tractor, scaled down without compromise. Built by Kubota Corporation, the B6000 became the foundation of the legendary B-Series. Power came from the Kubota Z500 diesel engine, a liquid-cooled inline two-cylinder unit displacing just 479 cubic centimeters. Output was 12.5 horsepower gross, with 10 horsepower at the PTO, numbers that sounded modest until paired with diesel torque and tractor-grade hardware. Unlike garden tractors of the era, the B6000 used a fully mechanical gear transmission with 6 forward and 2 reverse gears, plus high and low ranges. Two-wheel drive was available, but the real revolution was the four-wheel drive option, giving this tiny tractor traction normally reserved for much larger machines. Weighing roughly 470 kilograms in 4WD form and reaching a top speed of about 13.5 kilometers per hour, it could plow, till, mow, and haul with shocking confidence. What made the B6000 truly bizarre was timing. Before it, small tractors were gasoline-powered toys. Big tractors were diesel workhorses. The B6000 fused those worlds, introducing diesel power, four-wheel drive, and true tractor durability into a subcompact size no one believed would work. Decades later, many B6000s are still running, not because they're rare, but because they were built too well to disappear. The Kubota B6000 isn't just a bizarre tiny tractor. It's the reason every subcompact tractor exists today. These tiny tractors prove one thing. Size has never defined true capability. Built for tight spaces, brutal durability, and jobs they were never supposed to handle, each of these machines rewrote what a small tractor could be. Some became legends, others nearly vanished, but all of them left a mark on tractor history. If you enjoyed this list, like, subscribe, and comment below. Which tiny tractor shocked you the most? More rare machines coming next. What if I told you some tractors were so extreme, so strange, and so powerful that they sound completely fake? Yet they actually existed. From machines that fired gunpowder just to start, to tractors that raced cars, crushed forests, or ignored every rule of engineering. These aren't normal farm tools. Today we're counting down 8 outrageous tractors you won't believe are real. Machines that shocked farmers, confused engineers, and rewrote what a tractor could be. Buckle up, because number 1 breaks every rule. Number 8, Fowler Mark V F Crawler. Built between 1948 and 1952, the Fowler Mark V F Crawler was an outrageous hybrid, the brutal single-cylinder diesel of the Field Marshal tractor mounted on Fowler's heavy steel crawler system. On paper, it already sounded extreme, but in real life, this machine was unlike anything farmers had ever operated. At its heart was a huge one-cylinder, two-stroke diesel engine, displacing between 4.89 and 6.0 liters, delivering around 40 horsepower at just 750 revolutions per minute. Power went through a 3-speed gearbox with high and low ranges, giving 6 forward and 2 reverse gears. Weighing 4.5 to 5 tons, the VF rode on cast steel tracks, allowing it to crawl through peat bogs, mud, and forest ground, where wheeled tractors simply sank and disappeared. What truly makes the Fowler VF an outrageous tractor is how it operated. Instead of electric start or a hand crank, it used a cartridge start system. The operator loaded a gunpowder cartridge into the engine and struck it with a hammer, using the explosion to drive the piston and start the engine. Once running, the massive slow-revving cylinder produced the famous pom-pom exhaust beat, a deafening rhythmic blast that could be heard for miles. Even more shocking, this two-stroke diesel could start and run backwards, causing the tractor to move in reverse while a forward gear was selected. Thanks to its improved steering design, it could also turn without losing drive to either track, a major advantage over many crawlers of the era. With ground pressure of only around 6 pounds per square inch, the Fowler VF could cross terrain that humans could barely walk on. Loud, dangerous, and unbelievable, yet absolutely real. Number 7. Advanced Rumley Dual. Produced from 1928 to 1931, the Advanced Rumley Dual was one of the most ambitious and outrageous experiments of the early tractor era. Built to challenge the rapidly rising farmall, the Dual abandoned Rumley's famous oil-pull kerosene engines and embraced a more modern concept, yet took it to an extreme no one expected. Power came from a Waukesha 4-cylinder gasoline engine, vertical L-head, liquid-cooled, with a displacement of 173.2 cubic inches, 2.8 liters. Output was modest but versatile for its time, around 10 to 16 horsepower at the drawbar and 20 to 21 horsepower on the belt. A simple 2 forward, 1 reverse gearbox drove the tractor, which weighed about 1,679 kilograms, 3,702 pounds, and rolled on steel wheels, 26 by 5 fronts and massive 42 by 7 rears. What makes the Dual truly outrageous was its unbelievable ability to transform itself. This was a genuine convertible tractor. Farmers could remove the entire front axle and wheels, then rotate the rear drivetrain forward, turning the machine from a 4-wheel tractor into a 2-wheel cultivator. In this configuration, steering was handled by a strange tail wheel mounted behind the attached implement, supporting and guiding the rear of the tractor. On paper, it was a brilliant 2 machines in 1 solution. In reality, the conversion process was slow, complex, and frustrating, making the Dual far less practical than hoped. Its short production run also marked the end of Advanced Rumley, just before the company was absorbed by Allis-Chalmers in 1931. Today, the Dual stands as one of the strangest, rarest, and most daring tractors ever built. Proof that some ideas were simply too outrageous for their time. Number 6. Hanomag R40 Diesel. Introduced in 1942 and produced into the early 1950s, the Hanomag R40 Diesel represented the heavy-duty end of German tractor engineering. While its post-war body and chassis were completely redesigned, its heart came from an earlier era, a diesel engine so advanced and durable that it defined Hanomag's reputation for decades. The R40 was powered by a 4-cylinder inline diesel, water-cooled and using pre-chamber combustion technology, with a displacement of around 5.2 liters. Output was roughly 45 horsepower, delivered at an extremely low engine speed, with a maximum of only 1,200 RPM. Power went through a 5 forward, 1 reverse gearbox developed in cooperation with FAMO, backed by a robust 24-volt electrical system. Despite weighing 3.5 to 4 tons, the R40 could reach a top speed of about 11.6 miles per hour, 18.7 kilometers per hour, respectable for such a massive machine. What makes the Hanomag R40 truly outrageous is not its shape, but its role and character. At a time when many tractors still relied on gasoline or kerosene, the R40 stood as a diesel pioneer, delivering far superior fuel efficiency and relentless pulling power. Its size, heavy frame, and thunderous low RPM exhaust earned it the nickname Locomotive auf Rädern, a locomotive on wheels. Originally, this strength wasn't just for farming. During World War II, R40s were used in military roles, including towing aircraft on Luftwaffe airfields, before transitioning into civilian agriculture after the war. Ironically, despite its advanced engine, early R40s lacked hydraulic lift systems, a surprising omission for such a modern tractor. Built like a tank and sounding like a train, the Hanomag R40 remains one of the most intimidating and unforgettable tractors ever put to work. Outrageous, powerful, and undeniably real. Number 5. Allis-Chalmers Model 6-12. Built between 1918 and 1923, the Allis-Chalmers Model 6-12 was an early and wildly experimental attempt to replace horses with one cheap universal machine. Instead of following the layout of conventional tractors, Allis-Chalmers chose a path so strange that even a century later, the 6-12 still feels shocking. Its name told the story of its output: 6 horsepower at the drawbar and 12 horsepower on the belt pulley. Power came from a Leroy 4-cylinder gasoline engine, displacing about 2.26 liters, 138 cubic inches. The drivetrain was brutally simple, offering just one forward gear and one reverse. Weighing roughly 1,134 kilograms, 2,500 pounds, the Model 612 was light for its era and originally painted light green or gray, long before Allis-Chalmers became famous for orange. Only about 1,470 units were ever produced. What makes the 6-12 truly outrageous is its bizarre mechanical concept. This was essentially a tractor with no rear axle. The powered unit drove only the front wheels, while the attached implement, plow, cultivator, or harrow, became the rear half of the machine. Even more unbelievable, the operator didn't sit on the tractor at all, but sat directly on the implement, steering the front power unit through a long control column. Steering worked by articulation, pivoting the entire front drive unit relative to the tool behind it, a design so radical it triggered a patent lawsuit with Moline Plow. There were even plans to couple 2 612s together to form a temporary 4-wheel drive tractor. Brilliant, flexible, and utterly impractical, the Allis-Chalmers 612 proved that some of the boldest ideas in tractor history were also the most outrageous and absolutely real. Number 4. Chamberlain Champion 306. Built in Western Australia between 1970 and 1975, the Chamberlain Champion 306 became a mechanical legend, not just a farm machine. It was the most famous model in the Champion line because it blurred the line between agricultural tractor and road-going vehicle in a way no other tractor dared to attempt. At its core was the Perkins 6.306 diesel engine, a 6-cylinder inline unit whose name came from its 306 cubic inches, 5.0-liter displacement. Producing around 70 horsepower at 2,200 RPM, it drove through an unusually complex transmission offering 9 forward and 3 reverse gears. With hydrostatic power steering as standard and an operating weight of roughly 3,600 kilograms, 8,000 pounds, the 306 was built for serious work. A spacious cab available with a canopy or fully enclosed made it survivable in the brutal heat of the Australian outback. What makes the Champion 306 truly outrageous was its speed. While most tractors of the era struggled to reach 20 to 25 kilometers per hour, the 306 could exceed 50 to 60 kilometers per hour on paved roads, an almost unthinkable figure for a tractor in the 1970s. This insane road performance turned it into a national icon during long-distance Australian endurance rallies, where it served as the legendary recovery vehicle Tail End Charlie, rescuing stranded cars while charging across deserts at full throttle. Engineered for extreme distances and heavy loads, the Champion 306 earned a reputation as nearly indestructible, often hauling massive trailer trains where imported tractors snapped axles. With its roaring Perkins exhaust, truck-like brakes, and highway speed, many farmers used it as a primary transport vehicle, not just a tractor. Loud, fast, and fearless, the Chamberlain Champion 306 wasn't just real, it was outrageously Australian. Number 3. Ford County 1124. Introduced in 1967, the Ford County 1124 became one of the most iconic tractors ever built by County Commercial Cars of England. Starting life as a Ford 5000, it was transformed into something far more extreme. A purpose-built mechanical beast designed for conditions where ordinary tractors simply gave up. Power came from the legendary Ford Dorset 2704E diesel, a 6-cylinder inline engine, displacing 5.9 to 6.2 liters, producing around 112 to 113 horsepower at 2,250 RPM. More impressive was its torque, about 375 Newton meters at just 1,500 revolutions per minute, sent through an 8-speed manual transmission with 2 reverse gears. Weighing close to 4 tons, the 1124 could still reach around 32 kilometers per hour, riding on 4 identical oversized tires instead of the usual small front wheels. What makes the County 1124 truly outrageous is its radical drivetrain design. Instead of a conventional center differential, power was taken from the rear axle and sent forward through 2 exposed drive shafts, one running along each side of the tractor, feeding the front wheels independently. This delivered astonishing traction but came at a cost. The turning circle was so huge that drivers joked it needed an entire field just to turn around. Because the Dorset 6-cylinder wasn't a structural engine, County engineered a massive heavy-duty subframe, turning the tractor into a rolling fortress. With its muscular stance, equal-size wheels, and unstoppable climbing ability, it earned the nickname the British Beefcake. Today, surviving County 1124s are highly prized collector machines. Rare, powerful, and proof that sometimes outrageous engineering really does work. Number 2. Maricrusher MT700. The Maricrusher MT700, also known as the Maritrac MT700, is not a farm tractor in any traditional sense. Designed in Finland by Swakone, this machine exists for one purpose only: to conquer terrain so extreme that normal tractors don't even attempt to enter it. Calling it a tractor almost feels wrong. This is an industrial monster in agricultural disguise. At its core sits a Volvo diesel engine, typically the Volvo TAD 1643VE-B, a 16-liter inline-six producing an astonishing 768 horsepower and up to 3,200 Newton-meters of torque. Power is delivered through a fully hydrostatic transmission, allowing infinitely variable speed control with surgical precision. The MT700 is equipped with a Category 4 3-point linkage and what is widely regarded as the most powerful mechanical PTO system in the world, capable of transmitting the engine's full output directly to crushing attachments. Unladen, the machine already weighs around 18,000 kilograms, and it can be fitted with either massive low-pressure tires or full steel tracks for extreme ground conditions. What makes the MT700 truly outrageous is its destructive capability. True to the name Crusher, it can pulverize solid rock, massive tree stumps, and dense forest into mulch in a single pass. With nearly 800 horsepower, it delivers 2 to 3 times the power of even the largest conventional agricultural tractors. Despite its weight, wide tracks give it incredibly low ground pressure, allowing it to operate on peat bogs and swamps where even humans sink. Inside, the futuristic 360-degree visibility cabin feels more like a spacecraft than a tractor, packed with sensors and load management systems to prevent engine stall under impossible loads. In 2025, the Maricrusher MT700 remains one of the most powerful tractor-based machines on Earth. Outrageous, terrifying, and absolutely real. Number 1. Case 18-32 Cross Motor. Built by J.I. Case Threshing Machine Company between 1919 and 1929, the Case 18-32 Cross Motor stands as one of the most outrageous machines of the steel wheel era. At a time when tractor design was still being defined, Case chose to ignore convention entirely, and the result was a machine that still looks shocking more than a century later. The 18-32 was an uprated successor to the earlier 15-27, designed for medium-sized farms. It used a 4-cylinder inline engine with a massive 6.3-liter, 381 cubic inch displacement, but the real surprise was its layout. The engine was mounted transversely, sitting sideways across the chassis. Output was rated at 18 horsepower at the drawbar and 32 horsepower on the belt pulley, making it ideal for both fieldwork and powering stationary equipment. Cooling was handled by a large honeycomb radiator with a belt-driven fan, and after starting on gasoline, the engine could run on kerosene for economy. Total weight was about 2,400 kilograms, carried on aggressive steel wheels with herringbone lugs. What makes the Cross Motor truly outrageous is this sideways engine design. By turning the engine 90 degrees, Case eliminated complex bevel gears, transmitting power directly through straight-cut gears to the rear axle and belt pulley. The result was exceptional durability and minimal power loss. Visually, it looked nothing like a tractor. Short, boxy, and brutal, more like a giant mechanical block on wheels. Its belt-driven performance made it legendary for threshing machines, and its oil-bathed steel gearing proved nearly indestructible. With the operator seated behind the exposed engine, every vibration and sound was visible and audible. Today, surviving Case 18-32 cross motors are museum treasures, proof that the most outrageous ideas sometimes built the strongest machines of all. Those were 8 of the most outrageous tractors ever built, from early mechanical madness to industrial monsters that still dominate today. Each one proves that tractor history isn't boring. It's full of risk, genius, and wild experiments that actually worked. If you enjoyed this journey into the strangest machines ever put on wheels, hit like, subscribe, and tell us which tractor shocked you the most. More unbelievable machines are coming. See you in the next video. Some tractors were built to farm, others were built to break the rules. Today, we're diving into the strangest corner of agricultural history. Machines so bizarre, so over-engineered, or so extreme that they look more like science experiments than tractors. From 6-wheeled monsters to land-destroying giants, these machines pushed engineering beyond common sense. Get ready, because these are 9 bizarre tractors you won't believe actually existed. Number 9. Ford Doodlebug. The Ford Doodlebug is one of the strangest contradictions in agricultural history. It was never an official Ford tractor, never assigned a model number, and never built in a factory. Yet during the Great Depression and World War II, these machines appeared on farms all across the United States. With purpose-built tractors scarce and expensive, farmers turned to what they had, old Ford Model T and Model A cars, and transformed them into working farm machines. From a technical standpoint, no 2 Doodlebugs were the same. Builders stripped away the car body, shortened the chassis, reinforced the frame, and fitted oversized rear tractor tires. Power came from the original Ford gasoline engines, paired with automotive transmissions. In a brilliant example of grassroots engineering, some builders even reversed the differential, effectively gaining additional forward and reverse gears. An ingenious solution born from necessity. By modern standards, a Doodlebug's power output was modest, but it was more than capable of light plowing, hauling trailers, and basic field work. What truly makes the Ford Doodlebug bizarre isn't just its mismatched proportions, exposed mechanical parts, or awkward stance. It's the fact that every single one was unique. Each machine reflected the skills, materials, and imagination of its creator. The Ford Doodlebug wasn't designed by engineers or marketers. It was built by farmers solving real problems. And that raw, unstandardized ingenuity is exactly why this non-existent tractor earns its place among the most bizarre machines ever to work the land. Number 8. Half-track Fordson. The half-track Fordson is strange because it was never supposed to look this way. It wasn't designed as a crawler, and it wasn't meant to be a hybrid. In reality, it started life as a mass-produced Fordson tractor, most often a Fordson Model N or Fordson Major, before being modified with a half-track conversion kit sold separately by third-party companies, most famously Roadless Traction Ltd. The modification completely changed how the tractor worked. The front axle and rubber steering wheels remained untouched, preserving simple, familiar steering. But at the rear, the standard drive wheels were removed and replaced with a track drive system using rubber or steel tracks. This configuration dramatically increased tractive efficiency while lowering ground pressure, allowing the tractor to operate in mud, soft fields, snow, and waterlogged soil where wheeled tractors quickly failed. Roadless Traction claimed that the linked rubber track system produced a ground contact area equal to a wheel nearly 20 feet in diameter, delivering far superior grip compared to conventional tires. Unlike full crawler tractors, which required complex clutch and brake steering systems, the half-track Fordson remained easy to drive, using a standard steering wheel and front axle. What makes this tractor truly bizarre is its improvised hybrid nature. It's neither a true crawler nor a normal wheel tractor. Visually, it looks unbalanced. Small front wheels paired with a bulky industrial track assembly at the rear, giving it an almost experimental appearance. Widely used in the 1940s and 1950s, especially during and after World War II, the half-track Ford sim represents a clever workaround to real-world farming challenges. It wasn't elegant, it wasn't factory-built, but its half-wheeled, half-track design secured its place among the most bizarre tractors you won't believe exist. Number 7. Ransom's MG2. At first glance, the Ransom's MG2 looks almost comical. It's so small that many people mistake it for a child's toy or a machine that couldn't possibly do real work. But appearances are deceiving. Built by Ransom's, Sims and Jeffries in Ipswich, England, and produced from 1936 to 1948, the MG2 was a true track tractor, engineered for serious agricultural tasks in tight spaces. Power came from a Sturmey Archer single-cylinder gasoline engine, either the T or TB model, displacing 600 cubic centimeters and producing just 6 horsepower. The air-cooled engine featured a dry sump lubrication system with a separate oil tank, an advanced design more commonly found in motorcycles than farm equipment. That engine fed into an ultra-simple transmission offering 1 forward gear and 1 reverse, both limited to a top speed of about 2 miles per hour. A centrifugal clutch, engaging at roughly 500 ERPM, connected the gearbox to a 4-to-1 reduction drive, delivering steady, controlled torque. Instead of wheels, the MG2 used patented rubber tracks developed by Roadless Traction Ltd, each just 6 inches wide. Steering was handled by twin hand levers, operating band brakes on the track drive shafts. Classic crawler tractor logic, scaled down to miniature proportions. Designed for market gardens, orchards, and small holdings, it minimized soil compaction while delivering impressive pulling power. Despite its size, the MG2 could operate plows, cultivators, and even a small dozer blade. With motorcycle engineering, crawler traction, and a body barely larger than a wheelbarrow, the Ransom's MG2 wasn't just small, it was unbelievably strange. And that's exactly why it earns its place among the most bizarre tractors you won't believe exist. Number 6. Massey Harris GP. When the Massey Harris GP appeared in 1930, it didn't just look different. It challenged everything farmers thought a tractor should be. Built at Massey Harris's Racine, Wisconsin factory from 1930 to 1936, the GP was the company's first fully in-house tractor design and one of the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive tractors. Power came from a Hercules inline 4-cylinder gasoline engine, displacing 3.7 liters and liquid-cooled for sustained fieldwork. Output was rated at approximately 15 drawbar horsepower and 22 belt horsepower, delivered through a 3-speed transmission with 1 reverse. What made that power unusual was how it reached the ground. All 4 wheels were driven all the time. The GP's design was radically symmetrical. Instead of small front wheels and large rears, it ran 4 equal-sized 38-inch wheels, paired with an exceptionally high 30-inch ground clearance, allowing it to straddle row crops with ease. Steering, however, was where things became truly strange. Rather than conventional steering geometry, the GP relied on independent braking of the differentials, enabling the tractor to pivot in a turning radius of just 6 feet. At a standstill, it couldn't be steered at all. Even more bizarre was an optional remote control system. Using extended cables or ropes, an operator could sit on the implement behind the tractor and control the GP from a distance, turning a one-man job into something that normally required 2 people. Only about 3,000 units were ever built. Though some criticized its modest drawbar power compared to 2-wheel drive rivals, the Massey Harris GP remains a machine far ahead of its time. Bold, unconventional, and unmistakably bizarre. Number 5. Muirhill 171. The Muirhill 171 doesn't look like a conventional farm tractor, and that's because it wasn't built like one. Produced in Gloucester, England from the late 1970s, The 171 was a heavy-duty four-wheel drive tractor designed by Muir Hill Engineers Limited, a company best known for construction machinery and radical tractor conversions. At the time, it was among the most powerful tractors ever built in the UK. At its heart sat a massive Perkins 5.8 diesel engine, producing around 180 horsepower, an enormous figure for a British agricultural tractor of that era. Power was routed through a heavily modified Ford 5000 transmission, enhanced by Muir Hill with a custom transfer box and a front axle drive shaft to create permanent four-wheel drive. The result was a rugged drivetrain offering 10 forward gears, built purely for pulling power. The design was unapologetically industrial. The 171 used a rigid frame chassis with 4 equal-sized wheels, often fitted with 18.4 by 15 by 34 agricultural tires, and weighed roughly 6,350 kilograms. The cab sat high above the ground, giving the tractor a towering, blocky silhouette that felt closer to heavy construction equipment than traditional farm machinery. What makes the Muir Hill 171 truly bizarre is its Frankenstein engineering philosophy. Perkins power, Ford components, and Muir Hill's own custom drivetrain were combined into a single machine. Effective, but highly unconventional. While its drawbar traction was legendary, its PTO output was relatively weak, with power losses through the complex transmission. A strange flaw for such a muscular tractor. Built for massive plows, heavy trailers, and industrial work, the Muir Hill 171 was raw, brutal, and unforgettable. It wasn't elegant, it was intimidating. And that sheer mechanical excess is exactly why it earns its place among the most bizarre tractors you won't believe exist. Number 4. Antonio Carraro Mach 4R. The Antonio Carraro Mach 4R doesn't roll across the land, it grips it. Designed for terrain that defeats conventional tractors, the Mach 4R is a highly specialized machine built to operate on steep slopes, mud, snow, and fragile soil where wheels simply don't work. Power comes from a Kubota 4-cylinder turbocharged diesel, a 3,769 cubic centimeters, 16-valve engine producing 74.2 horsepower, 54.6 kilowatts. That power is managed through a fully synchronized 32-speed transmission, offering 16 forward and 16 reverse gears, paired with a synchronized shuttle for seamless direction changes under load. What truly sets the Mach 4R apart is its quad-track drive system. Instead of wheels, it runs on 4 independent rubber tracks, each constantly in contact with the ground. Combined with Antonio Carraro's Actio oscillating chassis and articulated steering, the tractor achieves extraordinary stability and an incredibly tight turning radius, even in confined spaces. Despite weighing around 3,150 kilograms in open station form, ground pressure is astonishingly low, less than a human footprint, roughly 3 psi. This makes the Mach 4R ideal for orchards and vineyards where soil compaction can damage root systems. Even more bizarre, this fully tracked tractor is road legal, capable of traveling at speeds of up to 40 kilometers per hour. Add the Rev Guide system, RGS, which allows the operator station to rotate 180 degrees in seconds, and the Mach 4R becomes a bidirectional machine built for extreme versatility. It looks unconventional, moves unnaturally, and works where others fail. And that's exactly why the Antonio Carraro Mach 4R earns its place among the most bizarre tractors you won't believe exist. Number 3. Fowler Gyrotiller. The Fowler Gyrotiller wasn't designed to prepare soil, it was built to destroy it. Developed in the late 1920s by John Fowler and Company. Of Leeds, England, a company famous for steam engines and road rollers, the Gyrotiller was a radical diesel crawler created for one purpose: turn raw wilderness into farmland in a single pass. Early Gyrotillers were powered by enormous Ricardo gasoline engines, producing up to 225 horsepower, later replaced by more efficient Mahan or Fowler-Sanders diesel engines rated between 150 and 170 horsepower. Smaller variants also existed with outputs of 30, 40, and 80 horsepower, but the philosophy remained the same: overwhelming force. The machine rode on crawler tracks, spreading its immense weight and reducing ground pressure to around 12 pounds per square inch. What made the gyrotiller truly bizarre was mounted at the rear: two massive rotary tillers spinning in opposite directions. Instead of pulling a plow, the machine worked like an industrial grinder, chewing through heavy clay, roots, scrub, and compacted soil. The rotating drums could till the ground to depths of 12 to 20 inches, processing land at roughly 1 acre per hour. The results were shocking. Fields emerged fully cultivated after a single pass, but so soft that people claimed you could sink knee-deep just by walking across them. Early versions even used a small front guide wheel in addition to tracks, giving the gyrotiller an awkward, almost unbalanced appearance. Used for land reclamation, wartime soil recovery in Britain, and sugar plantations in the West Indies, the Fowler gyrotiller was brutally effective and brutally extreme. It blurred the line between farm tractor and earth-moving machine, and that uncompromising, almost violent approach to agriculture is exactly why it earns its place among the most bizarre tractors you won't believe exist. Number 2. Schluter Profi-Trac 5000 TVL. In the early 1980s, German manufacturer Schluter KG Landmaschinenfabrik decided that powerful wasn't enough. What they built instead was the Profi-Trac 5000 TVL, a tractor so extreme it felt closer to heavy industry than agriculture. At its heart sat a colossal MAN V12 diesel engine, displacing an astonishing 21.6 liters and producing 500 horsepower, making it one of the most powerful agricultural tractors on Earth at the time. This wasn't just raw power, it was engineered dominance. The 5000 TVL featured full-time four-wheel drive with 4 equal-sized wheels, a signature Profi-Trac layout designed to distribute torque evenly and maintain traction under immense load. Its massive reinforced chassis pushed the tractor to a dry weight of around 18 tons, climbing past 20 tons when fueled and ballasted with water-filled tires. Designed for industrial-scale farming, the 5000 TVL was intended to pull gigantic plows across vast fields in Eastern Europe or the American Midwest, places where field sizes measured in horizons, not hectares. But its sheer scale made it wildly impractical for normal agriculture. Seeing one in operation was shocking. A perfectly balanced machine, yet impossibly large, moving with slow, unstoppable authority. What truly makes the Profi-Trac 5000 TVL bizarre is its excess. 500 horsepower was absurd for its era, rivaling military vehicles and small locomotives. Only a handful were ever built, as production costs soared and demand remained microscopic. In a cruel twist, this engineering masterpiece became part of the story that led to Schluter's collapse. A symbol of ambition pushed too far. The Schluter Profi-Trac 5000 TVL wasn't just a tractor, it was German engineering without restraint. And that's exactly why it earns its place near the top of the most bizarre tractors you won't believe exist. Number 1. Fendt Tri-6. Unveiled at Agritechnica 2007, the Fendt Tri-6 wasn't just another tractor. It was a warning shot from the future. Built by Fendt AG/Co as a fully functional concept, Tri-6 shattered every expectation of what an agricultural machine should look like. Its name came from its most shocking feature: 6 driven wheels arranged across 3 axles, all working together in permanent all-wheel drive. Powering this giant was a 12-liter MAN inline 6 diesel, delivering an incredible 540 horsepower. But raw power wasn't enough. Fendt engineered something unheard of: 2 Vario CVT transmissions working in parallel, distributing torque seamlessly to all 6 wheels. The result was a machine capable of reaching 60 kilometers per hour on public roads, despite a massive 7.6-meter length and a dry weight of around 19 tons. The chassis was pure science fiction. Each axle featured hydropneumatic suspension, with the front and rear axles actively steerable, either together or independently. The center axle remained fixed, giving the Tri-6 astonishing stability, a surprisingly tight turning radius, and ultra-low ground pressure thanks to 6 evenly loaded contact points. Designed for mega farms and high-speed contractors, Tri-6 promised faster fieldwork, rapid road travel, and minimal soil compaction, all in one machine. Yet this brilliance made it bizarre. No production run ever followed. With an estimated price near £400,000, the world simply wasn't ready. The Fendt Tri-6 remains a legend. Not because it failed, but because it proved how far tractor engineering could go. A 6-wheeled giant from a future that never arrived. These tractors weren't just tools. They were bold experiments, built by engineers willing to challenge every limit of size, power, and design. Some were too extreme to survive, some were too advanced for their time, and others became legends that reshaped agricultural engineering forever. Which one shocked you the most? Let us know in the comments. And if you enjoy bizarre machines like these, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us for the next incredible story from the world of heavy machinery. Not all tractors were built to follow the rules. Some were designed with ideas so extreme, they look almost unreal. Today we're counting down unusual tractors you won't believe actually exist. Machines created for impossible terrain, strange jobs, and bold engineering experiments. Watch closely because the final entry is on another level. These machines weren't accidents. They were deliberate experiments that changed engineering history. Lance All-Dog. Produced from 1951 to 1957, the Lance All-Dog is one of the most unusual tractors in agricultural history. Instead of being designed as a conventional pull-type tractor, it was built as a true tool carrier, completely redefining how a tractor could work. The All-Dog used a Lance single-cylinder, 2-stroke diesel engine. Early versions, such as the A1205 and A1215, produced around 12 horsepower, while later models like the A1305 increased output to about 13.6 horsepower. It featured a 5-speed forward and 1 reverse gearbox, with some later variants offering 6 forward gears, and reached a top speed of roughly 12 miles per hour, 19 to 20 kilometers per hour. Depending on configuration, weight ranged from 1,070 to 1,140 kilograms. Its most distinctive feature was the open rectangular steel tube frame, designed to carry implements in multiple positions. What truly made the Lance All-Dog unbelievable was its rear-mounted engine and driver position. This layout created a large open space between the axles, allowing tools to be mounted in front, in the middle, or at the rear, while giving the operator an exceptionally clear view of the working implements. Ideal for precision row crops like vegetables and sugar beets. The All-Dog was more than a tractor. It could be fitted with a front tipping tray for hauling crops, and Lance developed over 40 dedicated attachments, including beet harvesters, mowing equipment, and even a tractor-powered milking machine. Its semi-flexible frame also made it effective on hilly and mountainous terrain. Although its noisy, low-power single-cylinder engine eventually limited its success, the Lance All-Dog remains a bold symbol of 20th century agricultural innovation. A tractor so unconventional, it still feels impossible today. Hurleman H6160. At first glance, the Hurleman H6160 looks like a serious but ordinary high-horsepower tractor. But look closer, and you realize this machine is unusual not because of its shape, but because of how it was built. Produced in the early 1980s, around 1979 to 1984, the H6160 was born during a transitional era when Swiss brand Hurleman had joined the same group, yet stubbornly refused to abandon its legendary standards. Under the hood sits a same 6-cylinder, turbocharged diesel engine, displacing 6.8 liters, 417 cubic inches. Output reached an impressive 160 horsepower, 119.3 kilowatts, at 2,200 revolutions per minute, delivered through a 4-wheel drive system designed for maximum traction. With a 286-centimeter wheelbase, 473-centimeter overall length, and an operating weight of roughly 6,500 kilograms, this was a tractor clearly built for heavy, continuous work. A massive 230-liter fuel tank allowed it to stay in the field for long hours without interruption. So why does the H6160 earn a place among the most unusual tractors ever built? Because it embodied a philosophy few manufacturers dared to follow. Hürlimann prioritized extreme build quality over production volume, earning a reputation as the Rolls-Royce of tractors. Its ultra-rigid Swiss chassis, engineered for stability on steep alpine terrain, was combined with a powerful Italian engine, creating a machine with extraordinary pulling strength and balance. Despite its size and power, the H6160 remains surprisingly agile, thanks to Hürlimann's wide-angle steering front axle, based on a patented design dating back to 1937. Built in limited numbers to premium standards, it has since become a highly collectible tractor. Not bizarre in appearance, but exceptional in execution, the Hürlimann H6160 proves that sometimes the most unbelievable tractors are the ones that look perfectly normal. Latil H14 TL10. Built from 1947 into the early 1960s, the Latil H14 TL10 was never meant to be a normal farm tractor. Designed in France for heavy agriculture and forestry, it introduced technology so advanced for its time that it felt closer to a tactical truck than a tractor. And that's exactly why it belongs on this list. Power came from a Latil H14 inline four-cylinder diesel engine, developed under Gardner license with a displacement of around 5,585 cubic centimeters. Depending on the version, output ranged from 65 horsepower at 1,500 revolutions per minute up to 85 horsepower at 1,850 revolutions per minute, delivering massive low-end torque. The drivetrain consisted of a 4-speed manual gearbox combined with a transfer case, providing 8 forward gears and 2 reverse. Crucially, the H14 TL10 featured permanent 4-wheel drive, with individually lockable differentials on each axle, controlled directly from the cabin. But the real shocker was its mobility. The Latil H14 TL10 used 4-wheel steering, giving it a remarkably tight 4.6-meter turning radius, almost unbelievable for a machine weighing over 3 tons. To handle its mass and workload, it was equipped with air brakes, a feature more commonly found on heavy trucks of the era. What truly makes this tractor unusual is how far ahead of its time it was. In an era dominated by rear-wheel drive tractors, Latil delivered full-time 4x4 traction and steering, making it incredibly effective in mud, steep terrain, and dense forests. Some versions even featured the navette system, a reversible driving setup with dual controls that allowed instant direction changes without turning the vehicle, perfect for tight logging sites. Capable of towing road trailers, operating winches, and working deep in forests, the Latil H14 TL10 wasn't just a tractor. It was a multi-role powerhouse decades ahead of its competition. Roadless 95. Introduced in the 1960s, the Roadless 95, better known as the Roadless Plowmaster 95, was never a standard production tractor. Built by Roadless Traction Limited of Britain, it was a heavily re-engineered machine based on the Ford 5000 platform, transformed into something far more extreme. Instead of the original 4-cylinder engine, Roadless installed a Ford Industrial Inline 6-cylinder diesel, instantly changing the character of the tractor. Output climbed to a remarkable 95 horsepower, an enormous figure for a medium-sized tractor of that era. To physically fit the longer engine, the chassis had to be extended by around 6 inches, 15 centimeters. Power was delivered through a full 4-wheel drive system, giving the tractor abilities far beyond standard farm machines. The drivetrain is where things get truly unusual. Roadless designed its own transfer case and paired it with a front axle taken from a military 6x6 vehicle, chosen for extreme durability and load capacity. This gave the Roadless 95 its aggressive stance, with front wheels almost as large as the rear. A rare and intimidating sight on 1960s agricultural tractors. What makes the roadless 95 unforgettable is its oversized power packed into a relatively compact body. By forcing a large 6-cylinder engine into a chassis never intended for it, Roadless created a tractor with legendary traction and pulling strength. True to its name, it was designed to work where roads didn't exist. Muddy fields, steep slopes, and heavy soils that stopped conventional two-wheel drive tractors cold. Because each unit was hand-converted in the UK at high cost, production numbers remained low. Today, the Roadless 95 is a rare collector's machine, remembered as a brutally overbuilt tractor that redefined what medium-sized really meant. Pavesi P4. Designed in 1918 by Italian engineer Ugo Pavesi, the Pavesi P4 was not just unusual, it was decades ahead of its time. Produced in multiple variants, P4, P4M, P4S, and the military P4/100 from the 1920s until 1942, this machine blurred the line between agricultural tractor and military vehicle in a way no one had seen before. Early P4 versions used 4-cylinder gasoline or kerosene engines, producing around 15 to 20 horsepower, while the heavily built P4/100 military variant pushed output to an astonishing 55 to 57 horsepower from a 4.7-liter engine. Power was sent through a multi-ratio gearbox optimized for torque, allowing road speeds of 22 to 25 kilometers per hour. The tractor rode on 4 massive steel wheels of equal size, each up to 1.2 meters in diameter, later replaced by solid or pneumatic rubber tires. Military versions could weigh up to 5 tons, making the P4 a true heavyweight. What made the Pavesi P4 unbelievable was its double-articulated chassis. The tractor was split into 2 independent sections, connected by a central tubular joint that allowed both rotation and vertical articulation. This meant all 4 wheels stayed on the ground, even on extreme terrain. Combined with full-time 4-wheel drive and 4-wheel steering, 4x4x4, the P4 achieved something almost impossible for its era: climbing slopes of up to 75 degrees. Originally intended for muddy farmland, the P4 proved too complex and expensive for civilian agriculture. Instead, it became a legendary artillery tractor, adopted by the Italian Army, and later produced under license by countries such as Germany, Greece, and Hungary. Even its folding wheel cleats, which could retract on roads and deploy in mud, showed how radically advanced this machine was. The Pavesi P4 didn't just redefine tractors, it rewrote the rules of mobility itself. Gray drum drive. Built in the United States in the early 1900s, the gray drum drive stands out as one of the most radical tractor designs ever made. Instead of 2 rear drive wheels, it relied on 1 massive steel drum to deliver all of its traction. The most famous version, the gray drum drive model 1836, entered production around 1917. It used a horizontally mounted Waukesha 4-cylinder gasoline engine, producing 36 horsepower at the belt, PTO, and 18 horsepower at the drawbar. A simple mechanical transmission offered 2 forward gears and 1 reverse, limiting speeds to just 2.25 to 2.75 miles per hour. Power was sent through an enclosed chain final drive to the rear drum. Total weight was about 2,971 kilograms, 6,550 pounds. Up front were 2 8-inch wide steel steering wheels, set wider than the rear. Behind them was the tractor's defining feature, a single 54-inch wide, 1.4 meters, steel drive drum, which could be fitted with cone-shaped or shovel-style lugs for extra grip in mud, soft soil, or snow. What made the gray drum drive truly unusual was its concept. The huge drum spread weight over a wide area, reducing soil compaction and improving traction, especially effective in snowy regions like Canada. With only 1 driven drum, the tractor didn't need a differential, simplifying the drivetrain and cutting costs. As it moved forward, the drum also flattened crop residue, allowing plowing and soil preparation in a single pass. However, the design had drawbacks. The operator sat awkwardly at the rear, close to the hot, noisy engine, with limited visibility. The drum also tended to push straight ahead, making turning difficult and demanding real skill to control. Strange, stubborn, and brilliant, the gray drum drive remains a perfect example of early tractor engineers daring to completely rethink traction itself. Soviet Massey 529. First produced in 1956 at the Minsk automobile plant, Massey, the Massey 529 is one of the strangest machines ever to come out of the Soviet Union. Often described as a single-axle tractor, it looks incomplete, because by design, it almost is. The Massey 529 was built as a heavy-duty tractor unit meant to work only when coupled to massive semi-trailers for construction and military transport. Power came from a two-stroke diesel engine, initially the Yayazi 204 producing 120 horsepower, later upgraded to the Yayazi 206 delivering 165 to 180 horsepower. A 5-speed manual gearbox sent power to its lone axle, allowing a top speed of about 40 kilometers per hour. The tractor unit itself weighed roughly 8.5 tons, yet it could haul combined loads of up to 34 tons. To survive off-road, it rode on enormous low-pressure tires, 21.00 to 28 or 24 by 28. What makes the Massey 529 truly unusual is its extreme engineering philosophy. It has only one axle, with two wheels that serve as both drive and the steering wheels. On its own, the tractor cannot operate or even balance properly without a trailer attached, relying only on a small temporary support wheel when parked. Steering is achieved through a massive hydraulic articulation joint, rotating the entire tractor relative to the trailer. With all its weight concentrated on a single driven axle, traction on mud, snow, and soft ground was exceptional. There is no suspension at all. Shock absorption depends entirely on the huge tires. Originally used with scrapers and rollers, the Massey 529 became legendary when adapted to haul early Soviet ballistic missiles, including the R-12 Sandal. Brutal, minimalist, and fearless, the Massey 529 proves that sometimes the most unbelievable tractors were built for war, not fields. Porsche P312. In the mid-1950s, Porsche Diesel created one of the rarest and most unusual tractors in history. The Porsche P312, better known by its unforgettable nickname, the Coffee Train. This machine wasn't designed for European fields. It was purpose-built for Brazilian coffee plantations, and nothing about it followed normal tractor logic. The P312 was based on the Allgaier AP17 chassis, but heavily reworked for plantation work. It used a 4-stroke, 2-cylinder gasoline engine with a displacement of about 1.8 liters, producing roughly 24.2 to 25 horsepower. Unlike most Porsche tractors, it could run on gasoline or methanol, not diesel. Power was sent through a 5-speed Porsche gearbox combined with Porsche's characteristic oil hydraulic fluid coupling. The tractor featured a narrow-gauge layout with a working width of around 100 centimeters, allowing it to pass cleanly between tight rows of coffee trees. Production was extremely limited. Only 200 to 300 units were built for Brazil, and today fewer than 25 are believed to survive. What makes the Porsche P312 truly unusual is its design philosophy. The entire tractor was wrapped in a smooth, rounded metal body, almost submarine-like. This wasn't for speed. It allowed coffee branches to slide harmlessly over the body without breaking fruit. It's also one of the very few Porsche tractors not powered by diesel, as plantation owners feared diesel fumes could affect coffee flavor. Its long, enclosed shape earned it the nickname Coffee Train, looking more like a miniature locomotive than farm machinery. Early models even wore a bright orange finish, unlike Porsche's later red tractors. Ultra-specialized, rare, and completely purpose-built, the P312 proves that even Porsche was willing to build something truly unbelievable. Bristol 10. Produced between 1932 and 1947, the Bristol 10 was one of Britain's rare lightweight crawler tractors designed for both agricultural work and light civil engineering. But what truly earns it a place among the most unusual tractors isn't its size or power. It's the constantly changing heart under the hood. During its relatively short 15-year production run, the Bristol 10 used at least 5 different engines, something almost unheard of for a single tractor model. Early versions were fitted with air-cooled Douglas engines, later replaced by Anzani units, followed by Jowett, then the Austin 10-horsepower petrol engine, and finally the Victor Cub diesel. For a manufacturer to repeatedly switch primary engines like this was extremely rare, revealing just how experimental and adaptable the Bristol 10 really was. Mobility came from a crawler track system designed by Roadless Tractors Limited, giving the machine excellent traction on soft ground, slopes, and uneven terrain. Output was modest at around 8 to 10 horsepower, and its lightweight build made it look almost toy-like. Yet despite its small size, the Bristol 10 was equipped with a rear linkage system and a range of attachments, allowing it to perform real farm and utility work far beyond what its appearance suggested. Today, the Bristol 10 is extremely rare, highly sought after by collectors and often seen only at vintage tractor shows. It may have been small and underpowered, but it represents a time when even experienced farmers looked at a machine like this and wondered, is that really a tractor? Case 40-72. Built between 1921 and 1923, the Case 40-72 was the largest cross-motor tractor ever produced by J.I. Case Company, and one of the most unbelievable machines farmers had ever seen. This wasn't just a tractor, it was a direct attempt to replace steam traction engines on the vast American plains. At its heart sat a massive inline 4-cylinder gasoline engine designed by Case itself, using an overhead valve layout with an enormous 7-inch bore and 8-inch stroke. Officially, the tractor was rated at 40 horsepower on the drawbar and 72 horsepower on the belt pulley. But in Nebraska tractor tests, the truth shocked everyone. The Case 40-72 delivered 55 drawbar horsepower and an incredible 91 horsepower at the pulley, far exceeding its nameplate rating. Physically, this machine was colossal, stretching 200 inches long, 105 inches wide, and weighing 21,200 pounds. It dwarfed most tractors of its era. In the field, it could pull 10 to 14 plow bottoms under tough conditions, work that previously only steam engines could handle. This made it the most powerful gasoline tractor Case had ever built. What truly makes the Case 40-72 unusual is its extreme rarity and timing. Only 41 units were ever produced as the market rapidly shifted towards smaller, cheaper, and more versatile tractors. It also became the final and ultimate expression of Case's horizontal cross-motor design, a layout soon abandoned in favor of modern vertical engines. Today, it's believed that only about 3 examples still exist in run, making the Case 40-72 one of the rarest tractors on Earth. One sold at auction for nearly $600,000, proving this mechanical monster is as legendary as it is unbelievable. Munktells 22. Introduced in 1921 by Munktells Mekaniska Werkstatt, the Munktells 22 marked a critical turning point in tractor history. At a time when agriculture was still dominated by steam power and oversized machines, this Swedish tractor appeared with proportions that looked surprisingly modern. To many farmers, it didn't resemble the tractors they knew. It looked like something from the future. At its core was a 2-cylinder vertical crude oil engine using the unusual hot bulb semi-diesel ignition system. Instead of spark plugs or high-pressure diesel injection, the engine relied on a heated ignition bulb, warmed by a blowtorch before starting. Once running, it produced around 22 to 26 horsepower, delivering massive low RPM torque and exceptional fuel efficiency. Weighing roughly 2,580 kilograms, the Munktells 22 was dramatically lighter than contemporary steam tractors, yet still powerful enough for demanding field work. This balance between weight and output made it one of the earliest tractors to adopt the basic size and layout of modern machines, especially in Northern Europe. Its engine became legendary for durability and simplicity, capable of running on low-grade fuels with minimal maintenance. The tractor's operation itself felt unusual. Starting required heating the bulb, then manually cranking or using compressed air. A ritual that felt closer to industrial engineering than everyday farming. This unique process, combined with its advanced layout and efficiency, made the Munktools 22 stand out wherever it worked. Today, it's remembered as the direct ancestor of Bolinder Munktel and later Volvo BM, a machine that proved tractors didn't need steam or massive size to change farming forever. Massey Harris Pony. Produced from 1947 to 1957, the Massey Harris Pony was the smallest tractor ever built by Massey Harris, created during the post-World War II push to replace animal power on small farms. At first glance, many farmers didn't believe it could do real work at all. It looked more like a garden machine than a tractor. Power came from a compact Continental N62 inline four-cylinder petrol engine, displacing just 1.0 liter and producing around 10 to 11 horsepower. Later European-built versions added even stranger options, including Hanomag diesel engines and Simca petrol engines, making the pony far more diverse than its tiny size suggested. Early models used a 3 forward, 1 reverse gearbox, while later versions were upgraded to 5 forward gears for better fuel control. Weighing only 1,400 to 1,650 pounds, 635 to 749 kilograms, the pony was incredibly light, easy to transport, and perfectly suited for tight spaces. Its adjustable front axle, ranging from 45 to 75 inches, allowed it to work row crops that larger tractors simply couldn't fit between. This made it especially useful on small specialized farms. What made the pony truly unexpected was its international variety. In North America, it remained a simple gasoline tractor. In France, however, it evolved into unusual forms like the ultra-narrow Vigneron Vineyard model, just 79 centimeters wide, and powered by 2-stroke Hanomag diesel engines. Adding to the oddity, its hydraulic lift and 3-point system, introduced in 1950, did not follow standard designs and required dedicated implements. Small, light, and underestimated, the Massey Harris pony became the mechanical bridge that convinced the last horse-powered farmers that tractors, even tiny ones, were the future. Zader 15. Built between 1948 and 1949 by Zbrojovka Brno, the Zader 15 was one of the very first tractors ever to carry the Zader name. It appeared during the chaotic post-World War II reconstruction period, aimed at small independent farmers who needed something affordable, simple, and reliable. Compared to the highly successful Z-Tor 25, this was the budget alternative, smaller, lighter, and far more unusual. Instead of following the 2-cylinder layout that would later define the brand, the Z-Tor 15 used a single-cylinder diesel engine with a displacement of 1,600 cubic centimeters, producing around 15 horsepower. That lone cylinder gave the tractor a distinctive sound and heavy low RPM pulse that farmers either loved or found unsettling. Power was sent through a mechanical gearbox with multiple working speeds, enough for basic plowing and field tasks on small plots. Production numbers tell the real story. The Zader 15 was built for only 1 to 2 years, with sources citing just 1,800 to 2,215 units ever leaving the Brno factory. As demand quickly shifted toward the more powerful Zader 25, the smaller model was quietly dropped, making it one of the shortest-lived tractors in Zader history. Its role was also tied tightly to its era. Designed for small private farms, the Zader 15 became obsolete almost overnight as agricultural collectivization demanded larger, more powerful machines. That sudden shift sealed its fate. Today, the Z-Tor 15 stands as a rare reminder of a moment when one cylinder, 15 horsepower, and sheer necessity were enough to keep post-war farming alive. An unusual machine farmers never expected to exist, and one history nearly erased. Altman-Taylor 30-60. Produced from 1910 to 1924, the Altman-Taylor 30-60 was one of the largest pre-war tractors ever built, a true mechanical giant created for breaking virgin prairie and building roads across North America. Farmers didn't just operate this machine, they managed it. And once they did, it earned a legendary nickname, Old Trusty. At its core was a massive horizontal four-cylinder, gasoline-kerosene engine with an astonishing 1,385.4 cubic inches, 22.7 liters, of displacement. Official ratings claimed 30 horsepower at the drawbar and 60 horsepower on the belt pulley. But real-world tests told a very different story. In actual operation, the 30-60 delivered up to 58.05 drawbar horsepower and 80.1 belt horsepower, far beyond what its name suggested. Size alone made it unbelievable. Weighing between 24,000 and 26,000 pounds, stretching nearly 18 feet long, and standing almost 11.5 feet tall, it towered over everything around it. The rear wheels reached 90 inches in height, and yet the tractor moved at a crawling pace of just 2.5 to 2.7 miles per hour, with only one forward gear and one reverse. What set the Altman-Taylor 30-60 apart wasn't speed, it was endurance. Despite its bulk and simplicity, it became famous for exceptional reliability, often running for decades. Some were still working into the 1950s, especially on large communal farms. Its enormous engine was even sold separately as an industrial power unit for sawmills and factories. Later versions introduced an advanced cylindrical radiator with dual fans and 196 cooling tubes, making it surprisingly sophisticated for its era. Known as the king of road builders, the Altman-Taylor 30-60 wasn't just a tractor. It was a moving monument to brute force, built when farming meant conquering the land itself. Bombardier Muskeg. First introduced in 1953 by Joseph Armand Bombardier, the Bombardier Muskeg wasn't designed for fields or furrows. It was built for places where ordinary tractors simply sank and disappeared. In Canada's swamps, deep snow, and frozen wilderness, this machine looked less like a tractor and more like something that shouldn't be able to move at all. Instead of steel tracks, the Muskeg used wide rubber tracks, typically 28 inches across, reinforced with steel cables and fitted with steel grousers. This design spread the machine's weight so effectively that ground pressure dropped to an astonishing 1.46 PS when unloaded, lower than a human footprint. The result was almost unreal. The Muskeg could float across mud, muskeg, and deep snow where no wheeled machine could survive. Power came from a range of engines over its long production life. Early versions ran Chrysler inline 6 gasoline engines, while later models upgraded to Chrysler V8s like the 318 LA, or Perkins and Detroit diesel engines for heavy-duty industrial work. Despite its size and tracks, the Muskeg could reach 25 miles per hour, 40 kilometers per hour, fast for a tracked vehicle built for extreme terrain. Its sealed, boat-like toboggan-style body allowed it to wade through water up to 30 inches deep, and it could carry payloads of up to 6,000 pounds, 2.7 tons, across terrain that barely counted as solid ground. A walking beam suspension with tandem arms kept constant track contact, while a controlled differential steering system allowed smooth turns without losing traction. Named after the indigenous word for swamp, the Bombardier Muskeg became more than a machine. It was a symbol of mechanical survival, opening remote forests, mines, and oil fields, and proving that some tractors weren't meant to work the land, but to conquer it. Caterpillar 22. Built from 1934 to 1939 at Caterpillar's East Peoria, Illinois plant, the Caterpillar 22, often called the Cat 22, was a mid-sized crawler that quietly changed how farmers and contractors viewed track tractors. It replaced the earlier Caterpillar 20, but what emerged was something far more versatile than anyone expected. Power came from a 251 cubic inch, 4.1 liter, inline four-cylinder gasoline engine, delivering 23.69 horsepower at the drawbar and 29.39 horsepower at the belt pulley. Matched to a 3 forward, 1 reverse gearbox, the 22 was smooth, predictable, and incredibly durable. Weighing roughly 6,150 to 6,270 pounds, it sat in the perfect middle ground, heavy enough for real work, yet compact enough for precision tasks. More than 15,000 units were produced, but numbers alone don't explain why this machine felt so unusual. Caterpillar marketed the 22 as a true multi-purpose platform. It could be fitted with blade graders, harvesting equipment, forestry winches, and oil field attachments, allowing one crawler to replace several specialized machines. Few tractors of the 1930s offered that level of adaptability. Some versions pushed that versatility even further. The Orchard model enclosed the tracks with full fenders, preventing branches from snagging in tight rows of fruit trees. Even stranger was a factory-built rear-mounted mower, extending nearly 2.1 meters to the side at a 90-degree angle. An attachment so unconventional, it was discontinued by 1935. Built during Caterpillar's transition to its iconic highway yellow, the 22 became a visual and mechanical symbol of the brand's future. Durable, endlessly adaptable, and still widely preserved today, it proved that a crawler tractor didn't have to be extreme to be unforgettable. These tractors prove that farming history is far stranger than most people imagine. Which one amazed you the most? Drop your answer in the comments. If you enjoy uncovering rare and unusual machines, don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next video. More unbelievable machines are coming soon, so make sure you don't miss them. When you hear legendary tractor names, you expect strength, reliability, and machines built to last. But history hides a darker truth. Some tractors looked revolutionary, sounded powerful, and promised to change farming forever, only to become absolute nightmares in the field. These weren't prototypes or one-off mistakes. They were mass-produced, sold to real farmers, and hated for real reasons. From catastrophic engineering failures to designs that punish the operator, these are the tractors that earned their bad reputation. Before you buy old iron, watch this first. Number 10. Ford 6000. Produced from 1961 to 1967, the Ford 6000 was supposed to be Ford's bold answer to John Deere in the high-horsepower tractor wars. On paper, it looked revolutionary. It came with a 4.0-liter six-cylinder diesel pushing around 66 horsepower, or a 3.7-liter gas/LP version, operating weight up to 9,700 pounds, power steering, disc brakes, and an advanced hydraulic system using a pressure accumulator. Features far ahead of their time. The headline feature was the Select O-Speed transmission, offering 10 forward and 2 reverse gears with full power shift, no clutch required. But what sounded futuristic quickly turned into a nightmare. The Select O-Speed gearbox was overly complex and fragile under heavy load, and most dealers didn't know how to fix it. Tractors spent more time in the shop than in the field. Early diesel engines suffered from crankshaft failures and cracked engine blocks when worked hard. The Power Store hydraulic system was notorious for oil leaks and pressure loss, disabling basic functions. Then came the shock. In 1963, Ford recalled nearly every Ford 6000 sold, repainting them from red and gray to blue and white in an attempt to erase the disaster. Even though the later Commander 6000 fixed many issues, farmers never forgave it. The damage was done. The Ford 6000 became a warning legend, a tractor released too early, too risky, and hated for generations. Number 9. John Deere 2010. Built from 1960 to 1965, the John Deere 2010 should have been a star. It wore the famous green and yellow and belonged to Deere's revolutionary new generation lineup. On paper, it looks solid, a liquid-cooled 4-cylinder engine with multiple options. 2.7-liter diesel at about 50 horsepower, or 2.4-liter gas/LP around 45 horsepower. paired with an 8-forward, 3-reverse synchro-range transmission. Weight ranged from 4,700 to 5,100 pounds, and it came in row crop, utility, and even crawler versions, aiming to cover every farm job imaginable. But reality hit hard. While the legendary John Deere 4020 was earning trust, the 2010 was earning a reputation as a lemon. Its biggest flaw was the infamous sleeve deck engine design, where all cylinder sleeves were clamped together by a single deck plate. Repairs were expensive, time-consuming, and often pointless. Rubber seals failed, allowing coolant to leak into the oil, slowly destroying the engine. The brakes were shockingly weak, almost useless even when new. The hydraulic belly pump was buried deep in the tractor, turning basic service into a labor cost nightmare. Diesel models were hard to start in cold weather, prone to cracked heads and known for heavy smoke. To make matters worse, Deere abandoned the design quickly. Parts became rare and expensive, and owners were left paying the price. The John Deere 2010 stands as a rare Deere failure, a rushed tractor, flawed at its core, and one farmers learned to avoid the hard way. Number 8. International Harvester 560. Built from 1958 to 1963, the International Harvester 560 was meant to secure IH's dominance and crush John Deere. Instead, it triggered one of the most damaging engineering disasters in tractor history. On paper, the 560 looked like a monster upgrade. It featured an all-new 6-cylinder engine, a big leap from IH's old 4-cylinder designs. The 4.6-liter, 282 cubic inches, diesel produced roughly 66 to 72 horsepower, while gas and LP versions used a 4.3-liter, 263 cubic inches engine. A 5-forward, 1-reverse transmission with torque amplifier allowed on-the-go torque boost under load. Rated as a true 5-plow tractor, the 560 was built for serious field work, and nearly 66,000 units were produced. But the power exposed a fatal flaw. IH dropped that strong new engine into a rear-end and drivetrain design dating back to the Farmall M of 1939. Under heavy tillage, bearings and gears simply couldn't handle the load. Rear ends failed, sometimes catastrophically, right in the field. The fallout was massive. In June 1959, IIH launched the first large-scale tractor recall in history, replacing rear-end components on the 460, 560, and 660 at a cost of $19 million, over $200 million today. While IH fought fires, John Deere released its new generation tractors. By 1960, IH lost the market lead it had held for decades. Even after fixes, the 560 felt outdated. The damage was done. Powerful, rushed, and fundamentally misjudged, the IH 560 became the tractor that helped end an empire. Number 7. Massey Ferguson 1155. Built from 1973 to 1978, the Massey Ferguson 1155 looked unstoppable. A massive hood, aggressive stance, and the roar of a Perkins 8.9-liter V8 diesel made it one of the most intimidating tractors of its era. Rated at roughly 140 PTO horsepower, this naturally aspirated V8 promised brute force without compromise. Buyers could choose a basic 8-forward, 2-reverse gearbox, or the more advanced 12-forward, 4-reverse multi-power transmission, offering clutchless 2-speed shifting. With ballast, operating weight could exceed 20,000 pounds, supported by closed-center hydraulics, wet disc brakes, and power steering. But once the excitement faded, reality hit hard. The problem wasn't the engine, it was everything behind it. Massey installed that powerful V8 onto a drivetrain originally designed for 6-cylinder tractors like the 1135. Under heavy tillage, rear ends, differentials, and axles were overstressed, leading to chipped gears and outright failures. The multi-power system became another nightmare. Complex, expensive to repair, and prone to slipping when internal clutch packs wore out. Despite its sound and size, the V8 had poor lugging ability and burned far more fuel than rival inline-6 engines from John Deere or IH. Worse still, brake wear sent metal debris into the hydraulic system, destroying pumps and valves in a costly chain reaction. Today, rare parts and high repair costs seal its reputation. Loud, thirsty, and fragile, the MF1155 proves that more cylinders don't always mean a better tractor. Number 6. Allis-Chalmers 440. Produced from 1972 to 1976, the Allis-Chalmers 440 was not an ordinary tractor. This was a full articulated 4WD monster, built under contract by Steiger and based on the rugged Bearcat platform, then painted in Allis-Chalmers' iconic Persian orange. Fewer than 1,100 units were ever made. Power came from the infamous Cummins Fever 8555 triple nickel, a 9.1-liter naturally aspirated engine producing around 218 engine horsepower and roughly 160 to 165 drawbar horsepower. A fuller 10-speed transmission sent power to all 4 massive tires, pushing total weight past 17,000 to 20,000 pounds, depending on configuration. On paper, the 440 was pure muscle. In the field, it earned a mixed and often hated reputation. The V8555 was extremely loud, demanded high RPM to make power, and carried brutal repair costs when something went wrong. Many farmers preferred low-revving inline-6 engines that lugged better and sipped fuel. Maintenance was another nightmare. The engine bay was so cramped that routine service, like replacing hydraulic pump belts, became a time-consuming ordeal. Hydraulic systems were known to overheat or leak under continuous heavy load. Add in a rough operator environment and the reality of sourcing parts from a hybrid Steiger-Cummins-Allis design, and ownership quickly became expensive. Today, collectors love it. Back then, many farmers didn't. The Allis-Chalmers 440 proved that raw power alone doesn't win loyalty, and sometimes it makes a tractor infamous. Number 5. Oliver 1855. Produced from 1969 to 1975, the Oliver 1855 should have carried the brand into a new era. Instead, it became a nightmare that helped bring down one of America's oldest tractor manufacturers. On paper, the 1855 looked impressive. It used a Waukesha 5.1-liter, 310 cubic inches, inline-6, with the diesel version turbocharged to produce roughly 92 to 98 PTO horsepower, while gas models made around 92 horsepower naturally aspirated. Buyers could choose from 6-speed, 12-speed semi-power shift, or the advanced Hydral Shift 18 forward/6 reverse transmission. Operating weight ranged from 11,000 to over 13,000 pounds, supported by power steering and wet disc brakes. But inside that engine was a ticking time bomb. Early diesel 1850s were fitted with a turbo without an oil cooler, causing extreme oil temperatures. As the oil thinned, lubrication failed. Wrist pins broke, connecting rods snapped, and blocks were literally punched through from the inside. Farmers joked that the engine would grenade around 1,300 hours, and many did. Weak 6-point rod bolts made things worse until later updates switched to stronger 12-point hardware. Cylinder sleeves also had a habit of settling or cracking, letting coolant mix with oil and sealing the engine's fate. The damage was irreversible. Trust in Oliver collapsed, and many owners swapped in Cummins engines just to keep the tractor alive. Powerful, modern, and fatally flawed, the Oliver 1855 became the tractor that ended an empire. Number 4. Ford 8N. Built from 1947 to 1952, the Ford 8N is one of the most famous tractors ever made. With over 524,000 units produced, it helped mechanize small American farms and introduced game-changing ideas. Power came from a 2.0-liter inline 4 gasoline or distillate engine, producing about 23 drawbar horsepower and 27 PTO horsepower. It used a 4 forward, 1 reverse gearbox, an upgrade over earlier Ford models, and featured the revolutionary 3-point hitch with position control, allowing implements to stay at a fixed height. Weighing roughly 2,400 to 2,700 pounds, the red and gray 8N was simple, affordable, and easy to maintain. So why is it hated today? Not because it was unreliable, but because it's painfully outdated for modern work. The biggest flaw is the non-live PTO. Push the clutch and the PTO stops. With rotary mowers, that spinning inertia can shove the tractor forward, making it unsafe without an overrunning coupler. Gear ratios are another issue. First gear is still too fast for heavy tillage or precise low-speed work. The 6-volt positive ground electrical system struggles in cold weather, leading many owners to convert to 12-volt. There's no power steering, making loaders exhausting to use, and the hydraulic pump only works when the PTO is turning. Add no R, OPS, and weak brakes, and reality sets in. The Ford 8N isn't bad, it's just from another era. Loved by collectors, hated by those expecting a modern tractor. Number 3. John Deere Model D. Produced from 1923 to 1953, the John Deere Model D holds the record as the longest-running tractor model in Deere history. It helped mechanize American agriculture, but it also earned a reputation many operators truly hated. Power came from a massive horizontal 2-cylinder Johnny Popper engine, displacing 7.6 to 8.2 liters, producing roughly 40 to 42 PTO horsepower in later years. It could burn almost any fuel, gasoline, kerosene, or distillate, paired with a crude 2-speed, later 3-speed transmission, and weighing 4,800 to over 6,800 pounds. Early models even ran on steel wheels. But using a Model D was brutal. Starting it meant hand-cranking a giant flywheel. No electric starter for years. One backfire could spin the flywheel backward, breaking arms or worse. Once running, the huge 2-cylinder engine shook violently. The vibration numbed hands, rattled teeth, and exhausted operators after hours in the seat. Its signature pop-pop exhaust could be heard miles away, and never quietly. Steering a machine this heavy, especially on steel wheels, was a workout, and brakes were barely reassuring on slopes. With only a few gears, it was painfully slow to move between fields. Comfort didn't exist. A rigid steel seat, no cab, full heat and fumes. The Model D was tough, but it demanded toughness in return. Legendary today, hated by those who had to survive it every day. Number 2. Farmall Regular. Built from 1924 to 1932, the Farmall Regular changed farming forever. It was the first truly practical row crop tractor, capable of plowing fields and cultivating between rows with the same machine. That breakthrough helped replace horses across America. Under the hood sat a 3.6-liter, 221 cubic inches, 4-cylinder engine, producing only about 13 drawbar horsepower and roughly 20 PTO horsepower. Power went through a crude 3-forward, 1-reverse transmission, topping out at barely 4 miles per hour. Weighing around 4,000 pounds on steel wheels, it ran on kerosene or distillate, starting on a small gasoline tank before switching fuels. But using a Farmall Regular was dangerous by modern and even period standards. Starting meant hand-cranking the engine. One kickback could snap the crank violently, breaking wrists or arms. Its narrow tricycle front end gave tight turning for row crops, but made the tractor notoriously unstable on slopes, causing countless rollovers. The open gear steering system left spinning gears exposed, ready to grab fingers, clothing, or anything too close. The early engine was loud, harsh, and brutally vibrating, transferring every pulse into a rigid steel seat. Add manual magneto timing, constant adjustments, and scarce early Waukesha parts, and ownership became work on top of work. The Farmall Regular was a hero of the 1920s, but for many operators it was a hard, risky, and unforgiving machine. Number 1. Case 930. Produced from 1960 to 1969, the Case 930 was the grand finale of J-Ward Case's 30 series and one of the most controversial tractors ever built. At its heart was a legendary 6.6-liter, 401 cubic inches, inline 6 diesel, delivering roughly 80 to 95 horsepower. It was famous for incredible lugging power and fuel efficiency, able to pull hard at low RPM all day. Early models used a nearly indestructible 6-speed chain drive transmission, while later versions switched to an 8-speed bull gear setup. With the flat-deck Comfort King platform, operators sat high and forward for better visibility. Depending on configuration, weight ranged from 9,000 to over 11,000 pounds. But comfort was the promise, not the reality. Farmers quickly renamed it the Discomfort King. The dry disc brakes demanded heavy pedal pressure and constant adjustment, yet still felt weak. Steering often developed play, giving a vague, tiring feel during long days. Worse, the operator platform sat right behind the engine. In summer, heat from the engine and exhaust baked the driver's legs, turning full-day fieldwork into punishment. Cold starts were another fight. The pre-combustion diesel struggled without heaters or ether. The non-synchronized transmission forced complete stops to shift, and later 8-speed rear ends proved weaker than the bulletproof chain drive originals. The Case 930 worked hard, but it worked the operator even harder. Tough, efficient, and endlessly complained about, it earned its place as the most hated tractor on this list. Not every hated tractor was weak, and not every failure was pointless. Many of these machines were bold experiments that pushed engineering too far, too fast. Some nearly destroyed legendary brands, while others taught the industry painful lessons about reliability, safety, and trust. Today, collectors may admire them, but farmers remember the frustration. If you enjoyed this journey into the darkest side of tractor history, hit like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments. Which tractor should never be bought? "1972 wasn't just another year in farming history. It was a battlefield. Horsepower wars were escalating, turbocharged diesels were pushing limits, and four-wheel drive tractors were transforming how massive fields were worked. So I spent 30 days analyzing Nebraska test results, factory engineering data, and real farmer experiences to answer one question. Which tractors truly ruled 1972? From articulated giants to 2WD muscle machines, here's what I discovered. Number 10, Allis-Chalmers 200. After 30 days researching the best tractors of 1972, one machine kept rising to the top. Not because it was the biggest, but because it was brilliantly engineered. Built from 1972 to 1975, the Allis-Chalmers 200 represented the perfected evolution of the 190 XT platform. At its core is a 301 cubic inch, 4.9 liters, turbocharged inline six-cylinder diesel, liquid-cooled and built for steady, dependable torque. It produced about 93.64 PTO horsepower and over 100 engine horsepower. Strong numbers for a mid-range tractor of its era. Power flowed through an 8-forward, 2-reverse constant mesh transmission with helical gears, delivering smooth engagement and long-term durability under heavy draft loads. Hydraulics were equally serious. A 21 gallons per minute pump pushing 2,300 pounds per square inch, feeding a Category 2 3-point hitch capable of lifting up to 4,600 pounds. That meant real-world performance in deep tillage and heavy implements, without strain. But here's where it changed the game. Allis-Chalmers pioneered right-side console controls and the high-deck flat platform with suspended pedals, dramatically improving operator comfort years before competitors followed. Reinforced rear axles and drivetrain upgrades made it tougher than the 190 XT, while the 301 Turbo earned a reputation for cold weather starting and fuel efficiency. In 1972, this wasn't just a tractor, it was smart power, built to work hard and built to last. Number 9, Oliver 2255. If number 10 was smart power, number 9 was raw muscle. When I researched the heavy hitters of 1972, one machine stood above the rest wearing meadow green. The Oliver 2255, the most powerful tractor ever to carry the Oliver name. Introduced in 1972 and built through 1976, the early models packed a Caterpillar 3150 V8 diesel, displacing 9.4 liters. By 1974, it upgraded to the larger 10.5-liter Cat 3 208 V8. Either way, you were looking at roughly 147 PTO horsepower, massive output for its time. And unlike the inline sixes dominating the market, this V8 delivered deep torque and a sound that farmers still remember. Power ran through Oliver's over/under hydra shift, giving 18 forward and 6 reverse speeds. With 3 on-the-go shift ranges in each gear, no clutching required, operators could maintain pull under load, especially in hard ground or rolling fields. Hydraulics were close center, flowing 20 gallons per minute, with a rear lift capacity around 6,000 pounds. Weighing roughly 7.5 tons, it planted itself firmly when pulling large tillage equipment. To handle that V8 force, Oliver reinforced the drivetrain and rear end, creating a true big-frame workhorse. In 1972, this wasn't just a tractor. It was a statement. Power, technology, and presence, all in one machine. Number 8. Versatile 900. If Oliver was muscle, this was a titan. When I reached the true giants of 1972, the Versatile 900 didn't just enter the field, it redefined it. Introduced in 1972 as part of the Series 1 lineup, it earned the nickname Granddaddy for a reason. At its heart roared a massive Cummins 903 V8 diesel, displacing an astonishing 14.8 liters, 903 cubic inches of pure torque. Engine output reached 300 horsepower, with roughly 235 horsepower at the drawbar. In 1972, that number was almost unbelievable. This was power built for the largest plows and widest discs of its era. The 12 forward, 4 reverse manual transmission gave operators the gearing flexibility to harness that strength efficiently. Its open center hydraulic system delivered 26.9 gallons per minute, supported by 3 remote valves. Ready for serious implements. Weighing around 18,000 pounds and stretching over 21 feet long, the articulated 4-wheel drive chassis provided relentless traction while maintaining surprising maneuverability on soft ground. But what truly impressed me after 30 days of research was Versatile's philosophy: simple, serviceable, brutally effective. Using proven components like the Cummins FUM8 meant durability and easier maintenance. In 1972, the 900 wasn't just big horsepower. It marked the shift to large-scale farming as we know it today. Number 7. Deutz D13006. By the time I reached number 7 in my 30-day deep dive into 1972's best tractors, I realized something. Not all revolutions were loud. Some were engineered in Germany. The Deutz D13006 wasn't just powerful, it was radically different. Launched in 1972, it carried a Deutz F6L 912 inline 6-cylinder diesel, displacing 5.7 liters. Output ranged between 120 and 130 horsepower. Serious strength for European agriculture at the time. But the headline feature wasn't horsepower. It was air cooling. No radiator, no water pump, no coolant to freeze in winter. Deutz's legendary air-cooled system delivered consistent operating temperatures and unmatched reliability in extreme conditions. Power ran through a ZF12 forward, 4 reverse transmission, engineered for smooth engagement and long-term durability. Buyers could choose 2WD, but the real game changer was the ZF-equipped 4WD front axle, giving it superior traction on hills and muddy terrain, years before 4WD became mainstream in many markets. Weighing around 5,100 kilograms, it planted itself confidently under heavy load. What impressed me most? Efficiency. The direct injection diesel was known for exceptional fuel economy, while the heavy-duty chassis and ZF drivetrain were built for decades of service. In 1972, the D13006 proved that innovation wasn't just about size. It was about smarter engineering. Number 6, Case 1270 Agri-King. By the time I reached number 6 in my 30-day search for the best tractors of 1972, one thing became clear. Power was evolving, and Case wasn't just chasing horsepower. They were redefining how it felt to operate it. Introduced in 1972, the Case 1270 Agri King packed a 451 cubic inch, 7.4 liters, turbocharged inline six-cylinder diesel. It produced roughly 126 PTO horsepower and over 140 engine horsepower. Serious output for large-scale row crop work, but the real story wasn't just strength, it was control. The 12-speed power shift transmission allowed operators to change gears under load without clutching, maintaining momentum in heavy tillage. Hydraulics delivered 16 gallons per minute at 1,900 pounds per square inch, while the rear hitch lifted up to 6,000 pounds, more than capable of handling demanding implements. Then came the revolution, the Agri King cab. Mounted on rubber isolation blocks, it dramatically reduced noise and vibration. With optional air conditioning and improved sealing, it offered one of the quietest, cleanest work environments available in 1972. Add in smart service access and the legendary durability of the 451 engine, known for strong low-end torque and long life, and you get more than a tractor. In 1972, the 1270 wasn't just built to pull harder. It was built to work longer, smarter, and more comfortably than the competition. Number 5, Case 2470 Traction King. Halfway through my 30-day deep dive into 1972's best tractors, I hit a machine that didn't just compete, it dominated. The Case 2470 Traction King was J.I. Case's bold entry into the high-horsepower 4WD battlefield, and it came out swinging. Introduced in 1972, it carried a massive 504 cubic inch, 8.3 liters, turbocharged inline six-cylinder diesel. Output reached roughly 176 PTO horsepower and over 210 engine horsepower. Serious pulling force for large-scale operations. But raw power was only the beginning. It featured a 12-speed semi-power shift transmission, allowing smooth gear changes under heavy load. Weighing around 19,550 pounds, it planted nearly 9 tons of steel onto the soil for maximum traction. And unlike articulated competitors, the 2470 used a rigid frame paired with a revolutionary 4-way selective steering system. Front-wheel steer, rear-wheel steer, coordinated steer, and true crab steer. That meant tighter turns, better hillside stability, and reduced side slip in soft ground. Inside, the Agri King cab delivered quiet comfort in a machine built for over 200 horsepower. Rubber-mounted isolation, wide visibility, and a level of refinement rare in 1972. Combined with full-time four-wheel drive and tremendous drawbar strength, the 2470 wasn't just powerful, it was futuristic. In 1972, this wasn't just a tractor. It was a traction empire on wheels. Number 4. International Harvester 166. As my 30-day research pushed deeper into 1972's heavy hitters, one machine stood out for balance. Not just brute strength, but control. The International Harvester 166 was built to bridge the gap between Big 2 WD row crop tractors and massive articulated giants, and it did it brilliantly. Introduced in 1972, it carried IH's legendary DT43 6-turbocharged inline six-cylinder diesel, displacing 436 cubic inches, 7.1 liters. Output reached about 150 PTO horsepower and roughly 130 drawbar horsepower. Strong, steady pulling power backed by a reputation for durability and easy cold starts. The engine delivered a broad torque curve, keeping the tractor from bogging down in tough soil. Power flowed through an 8-forward, 4-reverse transmission with dual ranges, providing dependable mechanical simplicity. Weighing around 6,400 kilograms, its weight distribution maximized traction without excessive ballast. But the real innovation? A rigid frame 4-wheel drive layout paired with 4-wheel steering. Operators could select front-wheel steer, rear-wheel steer, or coordinated 4-wheel steer, dramatically reducing turning radius at headlands. Unlike articulated machines, the 4166 remained stable at higher transport speeds and structurally robust under heavy loads. With its centrally positioned cab and excellent visibility, The 4166 offered confidence and precision. In 1972, it wasn't just about going bigger, it was about smarter four-wheel drive engineering. Number 3, Ford 9600. When I narrowed my 30-day research down to the top 3 tractors of 1972, one blue machine kept earning respect the hard way, in the field. The Ford 9600 wasn't flashy. It was built to outwork everything around it. Introduced in 1972 as Ford's flagship row crop tractor, it carried a 401 cubic inch, 6.6 liters, turbocharged inline 6-cylinder diesel. Nebraska testing showed around 135 PTO horsepower. Strong, usable power delivered with smooth operation and long-term durability. The 401 engine quickly earned a reputation as one of Ford's most dependable diesel platforms ever built. Buyers could choose a standard 8-speed manual or upgrade to dual power, effectively creating 16 forward and 4 reverse speeds. With a push of a button, operators could reduce speed by 22% and increase pulling force by roughly 28% without clutching. That instant torque multiplication was a game changer in tough clay or heavy tillage. Hydraulics flowed at 13 gallons per minute, and the rear hitch could lift up to 6,925 pounds. A 39-gallon fuel tank allowed full-day operation. Improved cooling design kept temperatures stable under sustained load, while the elevated operator platform and smart control layout improved visibility and comfort. In 1972, the 9600 proved that true greatness wasn't just about size. It was about efficient, reliable power farmers could trust season after season. Number 2, John Deere 7520. When I ranked the absolute elite of 1972, one articulated giant nearly took the crown. The John Deere 7520 wasn't just big. It marked Deere's first truly successful, high-horsepower 4WD breakthrough. Introduced in 1972, it packed a 531 cubic inch, 8.7 liters, turbocharged and intercooled inline 6-cylinder diesel. Nebraska tests recorded around 175 PTO horsepower, with engine output exceeding 200 horsepower. But what made it special wasn't just size, it was efficiency. The intercooler increased intake air density, improving combustion, boosting usable power, and enhancing fuel economy under sustained load. Power flowed through a 16 forward, 4 reverse synchro range transmission, delivering flexible gearing for heavy tillage. Hydraulics pumped an impressive 26 gallons per minute, easily supporting large complex implements. And at over 25,000 pounds operating weight, the 7520 converted horsepower into pure traction. Its articulated 4WD design allowed tight turning despite its massive footprint, dramatically improving maneuverability at headlands compared to rigid frame competitors. Operator comfort also advanced, with improved sound insulation and vibration control that foreshadowed Deere's later SoundGuard excellence. After 30 days of research, one thing became clear. In 1972, the 7520 wasn't just Deere entering the 4WD race, it was Deere proving they could dominate it. Number 1, John Deere 6030. After 30 days of research, comparisons, and Nebraska test data, one tractor stood above every other 2WD machine of 1972. The John Deere 6030 wasn't just powerful, it was crowned the king of the 2WDs. Introduced in 1972, it carried the massive 531 cubic inch, 8.7 liters, turbocharged and intercooled inline 6-cylinder diesel. The same displacement used in Deere's 4WD Giant, but now driving only the rear wheels. Nebraska testing recorded a staggering 175.99 PTO horsepower, making it the most powerful two-wheel drive tractor John Deere had ever built at the time. It used an 8-forward, 2-reverse synchro range transmission. Simple, mechanical, and brutally durable. Hydraulics delivered 21 gallons per minute, while its operating weight of over 18,000 pounds ensured remarkable traction, even without front-wheel assist. Massive rear axles and reinforced final drives allowed it to handle sustained heavy draft loads, Few 2WD tractors could survive. The intercooler system boosted intake density, improving combustion efficiency, and keeping temperatures controlled under extreme load. But what truly defined the 6300 was its presence. Raw muscle combined with row crop maneuverability. In 1972, this machine shattered expectations. It proved that you didn't need articulation to dominate the field. The 6030 wasn't just Deere's best 2WD. It became a legend that still commands respect decades later. After 30 days of research, one truth stood out. 1972 wasn't only about raw horsepower. It was about innovation, durability, and machines built to dominate for decades. Some became collector legends. Others changed farming forever. Now it's your turn. Which 1972 tractor earns your vote? Drop it in the comments. And if you want more deep tractor history like this, subscribe, because the next era might be even wilder. When you think of tractors, you imagine slow, predictable farm machines. But history tells a very different story. These are not ordinary tractors. They're mechanical experiments, engineering risks, and pure madness forged in steel. From skeleton wheels and screaming diesel engines to designs that shattered every rule of their time, these machines didn't just exist. They shocked the world and changed farming forever. Buckle up. These are 6 insane tractors you won't believe actually exist. Number 6. Front axle-less tractor. At first glance, the front axle-less tractor feels impossible. The massive solid front axle, an icon of tractor design, seems to be missing. But this isn't a flaw, it's a radical engineering decision. Instead of a traditional beam axle running beneath the chassis, this tractor uses a fully integrated independent front suspension, where each front wheel is mounted directly to the frame or central differential housing through advanced control arms. Technically, this design changes everything. Each front wheel moves independently, allowing the tractor to absorb rough terrain rather than fight it. The result is a dramatically smoother ride, especially at higher transport speeds or during long working hours on uneven fields. For four-wheel drive tractors, the benefit is even greater. Constant ground contact means improved traction, reduced wheel slip, and more usable pulling power in muddy or uneven conditions. Modern systems push this concept even further. Technologies such as automatic ride height control, seen in systems like New Holland's TerraGlide, continuously adjust suspension travel to maintain optimal geometry even when heavy front-mounted implements are attached. Operators can select multiple suspension modes, ranging from locked and firm to medium or soft, tailoring the tractor's behavior to specific tasks. Integrated anti-dive and anti-squat characteristics reduce front-end pitch during braking and acceleration, dramatically improving stability and control. Of course, innovation comes with trade-offs. For precision tasks requiring exact loader positioning, slight vertical movement from the suspension can reduce accuracy. That's why most systems allow the suspension to be fully locked or disabled when needed. Still, when industry giants like New Holland, John Deere, and Massey Ferguson all adopt this axle-less front suspension concept, one thing becomes clear. This isn't an experiment. It's a bold evolution. Proof that a tractor can look completely wrong and yet work astonishingly right. Number 5. Samson Sieve Grip. Long before modern traction control or rubber tires, the Samson Sieve Grip appeared, and it looked like nothing else on earth. Built in Stockton, California from 1914 to 1923, this tractor was so radical that General Motors bought the entire company to use it as a weapon against Ford's dominant Fordson. What made it insane wasn't speed or size, it was the wheels. The defining feature was the legendary Sieve Grip skeleton wheel system. Instead of solid wheels, Samson used cast iron lattice wheels with open gaps and aggressive herringbone strakes. As the tractor moved, loose soil passed straight through the wheel rather than packing around it. On the soft peat soils of the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys, this delivered incredible traction while preventing soil compaction, a problem that crippled many early tractors. The most famous version, the Model 1025, was compact yet highly engineered. It used a 4-cylinder engine, producing 12 horsepower at the drawbar and 25 horsepower at the belt pulley. Measuring just 175 inches long, 63 inches wide, and 57 inches tall, it featured a low center of gravity 3-wheel layout, allowing it to slip under low orchard branches where larger tractors simply couldn't operate. Power was delivered through a rugged drivetrain with 1 forward gear and 1 reverse, protected by a fully sealed transmission, an advanced dust-proof design for its era. Samson pushed innovation further with multiple variants: the 6-12 single-cylinder, the 4-wheel Model M unit frame, and the bizarre Model D iron horse, controlled by reins like a real horse. Some later machines even experimented with electromagnetic governors, decades ahead of mainstream tractor technology. GM invested over $25 million, but Ford's pricing crushed Samson by 1923. Today, fewer than 20 examples of certain models survive, and restored sieve grips have sold for over £67,500. A tractor with skeleton wheels, horse reins, and GM money behind it. This wasn't just different, it was unbelievable. Number 4. Oliver Super 99. In the mid-1950s, when most tractors were still struggling for brute strength, the Oliver Super 99 arrived like a mechanical shockwave. Built between 1954 and 1958, this was one of the most powerful agricultural tractors of its era. Engineered for massive fields, heavy tillage, and non-stop punishment. What made the Super 99 truly insane was its engine lineup, especially the legendary Super 99 GM. Under its long hood sat a GM Detroit Diesel 371, a 2-stroke, 3-cylinder, supercharged diesel, better known as the infamous Screamin' Jimmy. In official Nebraska tests, it delivered around 83.4 horsepower at the belt pulley and 77.4 horsepower at the drawbar. Numbers that were shocking for a farm tractor in the 1950s. The sound was unmistakable, the power relentless, and the twin vertical air intakes rising from the hood made it instantly recognizable. For operators who preferred smoother operation, Oliver also offered a Waukesha-built 6-cylinder diesel and a 302 cubic inch gasoline version, but neither carried the raw attitude of the GM diesel. Power flowed through a 6-forward, 2-reverse transmission, offering speeds from 2.6 to 13.7 miles per hour, controlled by a single dry disc clutch. In low gear, the Super 99 could pull over 10,000 pounds, earning its reputation as a true heavy-field beast. Weighing roughly 7,000 pounds with a 79.75-inch wheelbase, the tractor featured optional power steering, dual disc brakes, and an independent PTO. The operator sat on a spring-cushioned seat above a wide, flat platform, basic by today's standards, but advanced for its time. Rated as ideal for 5 to 6 bottom plows, the Super 99 outworked many competitors with ease. Priced near $5,000 in 1958, it was expensive, but unforgettable. Today, the Oliver Super 99 remains a collector icon. Loud, powerful, and proof that insanity once came standard from the factory. Number 3. Happy Farmer 12-24 Model B. At a time when tractors were still experimental and dangerous, the Happy Farmer 12-24 Model B rolled onto American fields and instantly stood out as one of the strangest machines ever sold to farmers. Built in Wisconsin between 1917 and 1919 by the Happy Farmer Tractor Company, later La Crosse Tractor Company, this machine promised efficiency, but delivered an unforgettable experience. The name 12-24 wasn't marketing hype, it was performance. The tractor produced 12 horsepower at the drawbar and 24 horsepower at the belt pulley, with some real-world estimates pushing output to 26 horsepower. Power came from a horizontal twin-cylinder engine, mounted low and parallel to the ground to reduce the center of gravity. Designed to run on kerosene, it reflected the fuel realities of early American agriculture: cheap, available, and unforgiving. Its layout was even more shocking. The Happy Farmer Model B used a 3-wheel tricycle configuration, one narrow steering wheel up front and two massive 56 by 10-inch rear wheels behind. This allowed an incredibly tight turning radius, making it agile in small fields, but also notoriously unstable on uneven ground. Power was sent through a brutally simple drivetrain with just one forward gear and one reverse, leaving no margin for error. Weighing around 3,700 pounds, the tractor featured an open-frame design, exposing belts, linkages, and moving parts in full view of the operator. Painted almost entirely black, it looked industrial, raw, and intimidating, more machine than comfort. In 1917, it sold for about $835, rising to over $1,075 for later variants. Today, the Happy Farmer Model B is extremely rare and highly collectible. It's remembered by a famous old saying, "The two happiest days of a farmer's life were the day he bought a Happy Farmer and the day he sold it." A tractor that demanded courage, skill, and luck, and absolutely earns its place among the most insane tractors to ever exist. Number 2, John Deere 420. In the late 1950s, John Deere did something unthinkable. With the John Deere 420, built in Dubuque, Iowa from 1956 to 1958, the company broke away from its own sacred design rules and created one of the most versatile tractors ever made. The shock starts under the hood. Instead of Deere's famous horizontal two-cylinder layout, the 420 used a vertical two-cylinder gasoline engine, displacing 1.9 liters, 113 cubic inches. Rated at 1,850 revolutions per minute, it produced 28.31 horsepower at the belt pulley and 26.15 horsepower at the drawbar in official Nebraska test. Number 599. Buyers could choose gasoline, LP gas, or all-fuel versions. But the biggest leap forward was the full water pump cooling system, replacing the outdated thermosiphon design used on earlier models. Power was sent through a 4-forward, 1-reverse transmission, with an optional 5-speed gearbox for operators who demanded flexibility. The 420 also introduced modern control to small tractors with its touch-o-matic hydraulic system, allowing precise implement control. Optional live PTO and power steering were premium features at the time, almost unheard of in this size class. What truly made the John Deere 420 insane was its sheer variety. It wasn't one tractor, it was many. From the low-slung 420 utility to the row crop tricycle, the high-clearance high crop, the wide front row crop utility, and even the tracked 420 sea crawler, Deere engineered a platform that could adapt to almost any job. Produced in 3 distinct phases, the 420 evolved from an all-green Phase 1 to the iconic yellow-striped hood in the ergonomic slant steer Phase 3. Today, collectors still hunt these machines, with restored examples selling for $3,000 to over $12,000. A tractor that dared to change Deere's DNA, improved insanity sometimes leads to greatness. Number 1, Case 930. When American farms demanded brute force in the 1960s, J.Y. Case answered with a machine that bordered on unstoppable, the Case 930. Built from 1960 to 1969, this tractor wasn't just powerful, it was intimidating. Dressed in the unmistakable desert sunset, sand yellow, and flambeau red, the 930 looked like it was forged for endless wheat fields and backbreaking work. At its heart was a massive liquid-cooled inline 6-cylinder engine. Most 930 RS ran the legendary 401 cubic inch, 6.6-liter diesel, with later high-output versions reportedly stretching toward 451 cubic inches. Depending on configuration, the Case 930 delivered 80 to 85 horsepower at the PTO and 71 to 76 horsepower at the drawbar. Serious numbers that placed it among the heavyweights of its era. Buyers could also choose gasoline or LP gas, but diesel was the weapon of choice for torque and endurance. Early models were built in wheatland form, featuring a fixed front axle, a 6-speed transmission, and a hand clutch. Raw, simple, and brutally effective. Everything changed mid-decade with the arrival of the Comfort King CK design. case raised the operator platform and moved it forward over the rear axle, dramatically improving visibility, balance, and reducing fatigue during long days in the field. Later row crop versions upgraded to 8 forward and 2 reverse gears, expanding speed control and versatility. Advanced features sealed its reputation. The Draft-O-Matic system automatically controlled implement depth under varying loads, while the heavy, overbuilt chassis earned the 930 a legendary reputation for durability. Many called it nearly impossible to destroy if maintained properly. Even in 2026, the Case 930 Comfort King remains a collector favorite, typically selling for $3,000 to $5,000, with rare LP gas versions commanding more. Loud, heavy, and relentless, the Case 930 wasn't just a tractor, it was a declaration of strength. From risky early 1900s experiments to brute force legends of the modern era, these tractors prove agricultural history is anything but boring. Every machine you saw today pushed limits, broke rules, and left scars on the industry that still echo today. Which tractor blew your mind the most? Drop it in the comments. Hit like if you enjoyed this journey into mechanical insanity, and subscribe for more machines history never meant to tame. Modern tractors are packed with sensors, screens, and complex emission systems. But how many will still be running in 30 years? Today, we're stripping away the plastic to find the real iron giants. We're counting down the top 10 legendary tractors from the 1990s that refuse to quit. These mechanical beasts from John Deere, Case IH, and Fendt have clocked tens of thousands of hours and are still outworking their modern rivals today. No AdBlue, no soft sensors, just pure overbuilt grit. Let's find out which 90s legends are still dominating the fields. Number 10. Deutz-Fahr Agrotron 150. Launched in the late 90s, the Deutz-Fahr Agrotron 150 is a true survivor, a rare beast still dominating the fields after 30 years of brutal work. At its core lies the turbocharged Deutz BF6M 2012 C6-cylinder engine, a 7.1L powerhouse delivering a solid 150 horsepower. But raw strength is just the start. Its 24/24 or 40/40 power shift transmission enables seamless shifting under heavy load, offering a level of precision that puts many modern machines to shame. The stats are staggering: a massive rear lift capacity of up to 10,000 kilograms and a hydraulic flow of 120 Ohm. Whether it's heavy plowing or high-speed hauling at 50 kilometers per h, this 6-ton iron giant remains rock solid. But why does it outlast the rest? The secret is pure mechanics. With minimal electronics and zero complex emission systems, it's a masterpiece of durability. Built with heavy steel rather than cheap plastic, it's easy to maintain and cheap to run. Top it off with a legendary panoramic cab for perfect visibility, and you get more than just an old tractor. You get an unstoppable force that refuses to retire. The Agrotron 150 isn't just working, it's still leading the pack. Number 9. Valtra Valmet 8750 High-Tech. Forged in the freezing forests of Finland, the Valtra Valmet 8750 High-Tech is a legendary survivor from the late 90s. At its heart lies the 7.4L Sisuddiesel 634 DSRE 6-cylinder engine, a powerhouse famous for firing up even at a bone-chilling minus 32 degrees Celsius. While its standard output is a solid 160 horsepower, the 8750 hides a secret: Sigma power. This gold medal innovation automatically boosts the engine to a staggering 190 horsepower when the PTO hits heavy resistance, leaving modern rivals in the dust. The high-tech transmission is equally elite, featuring a 3636 gearbox and a power shuttle that allows direction changes without ever touching the clutch. With a 7,000 kilograms lift capacity and the world's first Aries compressed air front suspension, this machine handles brutal tasks with surprising grace. Why is it still working after 30 years? The secret is Nordic steel. Built with heavy-duty frames and high-grade metal instead of cheap plastics, it thrives in the harshest environments on Earth. Simple to maintain, free from complex electronics, and often equipped with the twin-track reverse drive system, the 8750 is an unstoppable beast. After 3 decades, it remains a high-performance icon that refuses to break, proving Finnish engineering is truly built to last forever. Number 8. Ford 8670. Straight from the golden era of Winnipeg engineering, the Ford 8670 is a heavyweight icon of the legendary Genesis 70 series. This isn't just a machine, it's a torque monster that defined the 1990s. At its core screams the massive 7.5L Ford Genesis 6-cylinder turbocharged engine, pumping out 170 horsepower with a relentless 145 GP at the PTO. But the real magic lies in its full power shift transmission, offering 16 forward and 9 reverse speeds. This allows operators to blast through gear changes under heavy load without ever touching the clutch, delivering a smooth, unstoppable flow of power that still rivals modern tech. The 8670 is a master of agility and strength. Featuring the revolutionary supersteer trademark front axle, it boasts an incredibly tight turning radius, making this 6-ton giant feel nimble in the smallest spaces. With a closed center hydraulic system lifting over 4,500 kilograms, and the Mega Flow option hitting 208 Lmin, it's built for pure production. Why is it a living legend after 30 years? Because it's built on heavy-duty iron, not fragile sensors. Free from complex DPF or AdBlue systems, the Genesis engine is famous for running tens of thousands of hours with basic maintenance. It's a masterpiece of mechanical purity, rugged, repairable, and ready to outwork anything on the field today. Number 7. Renault Sergos 350. From the heart of France comes a versatile legend of the late 90s, the Renault Sergos 350. Don't let its mid-range size fool you. This is the ultimate workhorse that has spent 30 years outperforming its rivals. What makes it a true survivor? It's all about the American heart beating inside. The Sergos 350 is powered by the ultra-reliable 4.5-liter John Deere 4045 TRT turbocharged engine, delivering a punchy 95 horsepower. This clever partnership between Renault's chassis and John Deere's engineering created a tractor that is nearly impossible to kill. Its twin-shift transmission, featuring 20 forward and 20 reverse gears, offers the mechanical grit needed for grueling farm work without the headache of modern sensors. With a rear lift capacity of up to 5,100 kilograms and a specialized tractor control cab, it offers unmatched visibility for loader work. But the real secret to its longevity is mechanical simplicity. Built before the era of complex black boxes and sensitive electronics, the Sergos 350 relies on robust hydromechanical systems that any farmer can fix with basic tools. Its low center of gravity and rugged French-built frame make it a master of stability on steep slopes and tight barnyards. It's a compact titan that refuses to age, a testament to a time when tractors were built to be used, abused, and kept running forever. Number 6. Lamborghini 1506DT Turbo. Forget the supercars for a moment and meet the fighting bull of the fields, the Lamborghini 1506DT Turbo, a masterpiece of Italian brute force from the late 80s and early 90s. This tractor proves that style and survival go hand in hand. At its core is the ferocious Lamborghini 10614 T6-cylinder turbocharged engine. With a massive 6.8-liter displacement, it unleashes a raw 150 horsepower, turning the toughest soil into a playground. The DT stands for Doppia Trazione, dual traction, a sophisticated 4WD system that ensures this 5.8-ton beast never loses its grip, no matter how treacherous the terrain. Equipped with a synchronized transmission for smooth, efficient shifting, the 1506DT was decades ahead of its time. But why is it still a dominant force after 30 years? It's the perfect marriage of precision Italian engineering and overbuilt mechanical simplicity. Without a single fragile sensor or complex computer to fail, the 1506DT relies on heavy-duty cast iron and pure mechanical grit. These machines were built so tough that that many are now prized collector's items, still outworking modern plastic-filled tractors every single day. It's not just a piece of history, it's a high-performance legend that refuses to back down from a fight. Number 5. John Deere 7810. Widely hailed as the king of the 7000 series, the John Deere 7810 isn't just a tractor. It's the gold standard of endurance. Manufactured in Waterloo, Iowa between 1997 and 2003, this machine remains one of the greatest mechanical masterpieces ever built. At its heart lies the legendary 8.1L PowerTech 6-cylinder turbocharged engine. Delivering a fierce 175 horsepower, this oversized engine is the secret to its immortality. Because the displacement is so massive for its power class, the engine never breaks a sweat, often clocking over 20,000 hours without a single overhaul. Whether equipped with the bulletproof 2020S Power Quad or the advanced AutoQuad transmission, the 7810 handles a 6,350 kilograms rear lift capacity with surgical precision. Weighing in at over 8 tons when fully ballasted, its stability is unmatched. But why do farmers fight to own one today? Because it sits in the sweet spot of engineering. Rugged mechanical soul meets early electronic efficiency with zero complex DPF or AdBlue systems to fail. It's a clean-running beast that's easier to repair and more reliable than many brand-new models. In the world of 30-year-old survivors, the 7810 doesn't just work, it reigns supreme as an unstoppable legend that refuses to lose its value. Number 4. Massey Ferguson 399. The undisputed big brother of the iconic 300 series, the Massey Ferguson 399 remains a mechanical titan decades after leaving the Coventry factory in 1997. This machine is the ultimate definition of simple is best. While rivals chased complex tech, the 399 focused on raw, practical power. At its heart lies the legendary naturally aspirated 6-cylinder Perkins engine, either the 5.8L or the later 6.0, 1006.6. Delivering a rock-solid 104 to 110 horsepower, this beast breathes deep and runs cool, often clocking tens of thousands of hours with a signature roar that farmers still recognize from miles away. Whether utilizing the synchronized 12x4 or the 18x6 speed shift transmission, the 399 delivers pure mechanical grit. With a rear lift capacity of up to 4,100 kilograms and a perfect power-to-weight ratio, it tackles heavy plowing and tight yard work with equal ease. But the real secret to its 30-year survival? Zero electronics. No sensors to fail, no computers to crash, and no complex emissions to worry about. From the fuel injection to the hydraulics, it's 100% mechanical. This global icon is so easy to repair that a basic toolkit is all you need to keep it running forever. The Massey Ferguson 399 isn't just a tractor, it's a bulletproof legacy that simply refuses to stop. Number 3. Case IH Magnum 7240. Stepping into the top 3 is the ultimate tractor tank of the 1990s. The Case IH Magnum 7240, part of the legendary 7200 series, this beast redefined heavy-duty farming across North America and Europe. At its beating heart lies the iconic 8.3 LK6 T830 engine, better known to the world as the Cummins 6CT. This turbocharged, intercooled 6-cylinder powerhouse unleashes a massive 216 horsepower with 195 GP screaming through the PTO. Its full power shift transmission, featuring 18 forward and 4 reverse speeds, allows for seamless gear changes across the entire speed range without ever touching the clutch. Weighing in at a staggering 8.1 tons, this iron giant delivers unmatched traction on soft soil, supported by a hydraulic system lifting nearly 7,000 kilograms. But what makes the 7240 a 30-year survivor? It's overbuilt engineering. The Cummins 8.3L is widely regarded as one of the finest diesel engines ever made. Simple, cool running, and completely free from complex emissions or CAN-bus computers. With a heavy-duty chassis designed to outlast its own lifespan in parts that are still easily found worldwide, the 7240 isn't just an old machine. It's a mechanical masterpiece of pure grit, that continues to outwork, outhaul, and outlast the competition. Number 2, Fendt 926 Vario. Stepping into the runner-up spot is the machine that sparked a global revolution in 1996, the Fendt 926 Vario Gen 1. This wasn't just a tractor, it was the world's first to feature the legendary Vario continuously variable transmission, forever changing how power meets the soil. At its heart lies the formidable 6.9 D 0826 Li 6-cylinder engine. Intercooled and turbocharged, this German powerhouse unleashes a staggering 260 horsepower, a titan of its era. The crown jewel is the Vario ML200 gearbox, allowing seamless speed adjustments from a crawling 0.02 kilometers per h to a blistering 50 kilometers per h without a single gear shift, optimizing every drop of fuel for maximum output. With a massive 9,200 kilograms rear lift capacity and weighing over 8.2 tons, the 926 Vario handles the heaviest implements with surgical precision. But why is this high-tech pioneer still dominating fields after 30 years? It's the premium German build quality. Built to heavy-duty truck standards, the MAN engine and the over-engineered Vario drive unit are notoriously bulletproof if properly maintained. Free from modern AdBlue or DPF systems, its tractor management system ensures the engine always runs at the perfect RPM, preventing wear and tear. It's a sophisticated masterpiece of mechanical endurance, a 30-year-old icon that still feels like the future of farming. Number 1, New Holland 8770. Finally claiming the throne as the undisputed king of the 90s, the New Holland 8770, a crowning jewel of the legendary Genesis 70 series. This blue titan is the ultimate symbol of mechanical perfection from 1993 to 2002. At its beating heart lies the immortal 7.5 L Genesis 6-cylinder turbocharged engine. Delivering a massive 190 horsepower, its long-stroke design generates incredible low-end torque, allowing it to crush heavy workloads without ever breaking a sweat. Its full power shift transmission, with 16 forwards and 9 reverse speeds, pioneered clutchless push-button shifting, a high-tech marvel that remains remarkably smooth and reliable 3 decades later. Weighing over 8.2 tons, the 8770 is a master of agility thanks to New Holland's signature Supersteer trademark front axle, offering a turning radius that puts smaller tractors to shame. With a 8,500 kilograms lift capacity and the high-flow 208 Lmin megaflow hydraulics, it handles the largest implements with ease. Why is it the #1 survivor? Because it's overbuilt with heavy cast steel frames and 0 complex Tier 4 emission sensors to fail. It's a masterpiece of just enough electronics and pure mechanical grit. Easy to repair, cheap to maintain, and globally respected, the New Holland 8770 isn't just a tractor. It's the ultimate 30-year-old warrior that refuses to retire. From the roaring Genesis engines to the revolutionary Vario drives, these 10 titans prove that they truly don't build them like they used to. But which one of these 90s legends would you trust on your farm today? Did your favorite workhorse make the list? Or did we miss a hidden gem? Let us know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this trip down mechanical memory lane, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the world's toughest machinery. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. What if the rarest tractors in history were never meant to survive? Locked inside secret test facilities, hidden in prairie barns, or scrapped before the public ever saw them, these machines were engineering experiments pushed to the absolute limit. From jet-powered monsters to radical articulated giants decades ahead of their time, each one was a high-stakes gamble. Today, we reveal 10 experimental tractors so rare. Only one was ever made, and the last one changed agriculture forever. Number 10, Ford Typhoon II. At the height of the jet age, when turbine engines ruled the skies, Ford Motor Company attempted something radical, bringing gas turbine power to the farm. The result was the Ford Typhoon II of 1957, an experimental tractor so rare that only one fully functional unit was ever completed. At its core was a Model 702 free turbine gas engine, producing around 100 horsepower, a staggering figure for the late 1950s. It was paired with Ford's advanced Selecto-speed transmission, allowing gear changes without clutching, a futuristic feature at the time. Even more shocking, the turbine could burn multiple fuels, kerosene, diesel, even alcohol, making it incredibly versatile in theory. But reality told a different story. The turbine was extremely expensive to manufacture. Exhaust temperatures were so intense, they risked damaging crops behind the tractor. Worse, turbine lag meant slow throttle response, far from ideal when working uneven terrain. Typhoon 2 was never meant for mass production. It was a rolling technology showcase built to stun crowds at trade fairs. With its bubble canopy cab, aircraft-inspired styling, air conditioning, and even a radio, it looked like it belonged in a sci-fi film. Once thought lost before later restoration, the Typhoon 2 stands today as a bold symbol of an era that believed jet power would revolutionize everything, even farming. Number 9. Allis-Chalmers fuel cell. If the turbine age was bold, 1959 pushed even further. Built by Allis-Chalmers, this experimental machine became the world's first fuel cell-powered tractor, and only one was ever made. Based on the D12 chassis, it abandoned internal combustion entirely. Under the hood sat a revolutionary power system made up of 1,008 individual fuel cells. By combining hydrogen and oxygen through a potassium hydroxide, KOH electrolyte, the system generated direct current electricity. Output reached about 15 kilowatts, roughly 20 horsepower, enough to pull a two-bottom plow through hardened alfalfa soil with nearly 3,000 pounds of drawbar pull. And it did it with almost no noise. So why just one? The fuel cell stack consumed nearly all available space, leaving the operator cramped. Scaling to higher horsepower would have required an enormous system. Costs were astronomical. Pure hydrogen production and precious metal electrodes made mass production impossible. And hydrogen storage in the 1950s posed serious safety risks. Yet scientifically, it was groundbreaking. The clean, quiet technology helped inspire later fuel cell systems used by NASA during the Gemini and Apollo missions. Emitting only heat and water vapor, this tractor was decades ahead of its time. Today, the sole surviving unit resides at the Smithsonian Institution, a one-of-one machine that proved the future of farming might be electric long before the world was ready. Number 8. Lamborghini DL25C. Long before supercars, before the feud with Ferrari, there was a crawler tractor that built an empire. Produced around 1955 by Lamborghini Trattori, the DL25C represents the foundation of Ferruccio's fortune, and in collector circles, one particular exhibition spec machine is treated as a near one-of-one legend. Power came from a two-cylinder, liquid-cooled diesel engine delivering roughly 25 to 26 horsepower. The C stood for cingolato, crawler, meaning full-track drive instead of wheels. Built for steep Italian vineyards, its advanced track system provided exceptional traction and tight maneuverability, where wheeled tractors struggled. Signature red and gray livery gave it a refined, almost luxurious presence in an era when tractors were purely utilitarian. So why is it considered so rare? While DL25C models were commercially produced, most were worked to exhaustion in brutal agricultural conditions and later scrapped. Surviving originals are extremely scarce. Even more elusive was a special exhibition-prepared unit featuring chrome details and hand-finished elements built to showcase Lamborghini as the Rolls-Royce of tractors at major Italian fairs. That showpiece blurred the line between farm machine and industrial art. Collectors often label late DL25C units as experimental because Lamborghini quietly tested upgraded components on select machines before scaling them to larger models, meaning no two survivors are exactly alike. Without tractors like the DL25C, there would be no supercar legacy. This crawler wasn't just rare, it was the origin story of an empire. Number 7. International Harvester HT340. After turbines and fuel cells, one machine dared to combine both futuristic power and revolutionary control. In 1961, International Harvester, working with its subsidiary Solar Aircraft, unveiled the HT340, an experimental tractor so radical only one was ever built. At its heart was a Solar Titan gas turbine, weighing just 90 pounds, 40 kilograms, and measuring about 21 inches in diameter. Despite its compact size, it produced roughly 80 horsepower. Instead of a traditional gearbox, the HT340 featured a hydrostatic transmission. No gears, no clutch, just a single lever controlling speed and direction. For the early 1960s, this was revolutionary. Its sleek fiberglass body and illuminated IH emblem made it look more like a spacecraft than farm equipment. So why did production stop at 1? The turbine spun at speeds up to 57,000 revolutions per minute, creating a piercing jet-like scream across the field. Fuel consumption was enormous, especially at partial load, and exhaust temperatures were dangerously high, risking damage to implements behind it. Ironically, while the turbine concept failed, the hydrostatic drive proved visionary, later influencing IH production models like the 656 Hydro. Today, the only surviving HT340 is preserved at the Penfield Farm Museum, a forgotten pioneer that proved the future sometimes arrives too early. Number 6, Case 1470 Traction King. Not every legend on this list was born as a wild prototype. The J.I. Case Company 1470 Traction King was a production tractor, but hidden behind it were experimental roots that nearly became a one-off engineering gamble. Built for extreme fieldwork, the 1470 was powered by a 504 cubic inch, 8.3 liters, turbocharged inline 6-cylinder diesel, delivering around 144 to 145 PTO horsepower and approximately 126 drawbar horsepower, according to Nebraska testing. It featured an 8 forward/4 reverse transmission and weighed roughly 17,300 pounds, 7,847 kilograms. But its most radical feature? A 4-wheel independent hydrostatic steering system, allowing conventional turns or even crab steering for unmatched maneuverability in massive fields. So where does the only one mystery come in? Before full production, Case reportedly developed internal prototypes to refine the new 504 engine platform, machines rarely documented and never publicly sold. Some were dismantled, others vanished into company storage. In collector lore, these early test units are treated as near-mythical one-offs. Adding to the mystique, a handful of privately modified 1470s were later repowered with enormous engines like the Cummins 855, creating truly unique builds. Though not a single production tractor, the 1470 earned beast status, holding fuel efficiency records for over a decade and proving that sometimes the rarest legends aren't concepts, but the machines that survived hard labor and history. Number 5, Minneapolis Moline Jetstar. At first glance, the Minneapolis Moline Jetstar was a successful mid-size production tractor of the late 1950s and 1960s. Standard models carried a 206 cubic inch 4-cylinder engine, gasoline or diesel, producing roughly 45 to 50 horsepower, finished in the iconic prairie gold paint. Reliable, practical, commercially successful. But hidden behind that badge was something far rarer. During the turbine race of the early 1960s, Minneapolis Moline reportedly adapted a Jetstar chassis to test a compact gas turbine power plant. Only one functional prototype was assembled to evaluate feasibility. The lightweight platform made it ideal for experimentation, but the results were brutal. Excessive noise, extreme exhaust heat, and soaring development costs quickly killed the project. Other ultra-rare Jetstar units emerged from internal testing programs, including early ampli-torque transmission development tractors, some carrying pre-production serial markings like 001. These machines were never cataloged for public sale. Many prototypes were dismantled after testing. Standard corporate practice at the time. What makes the Jetstar experimental legend so compelling is that it blurred the line between production and prototype. Beneath a familiar shell may have lived radical technology that almost reshaped the brand's future. Most were erased. One survived. And in the world of experimental tractors, survival is everything. Number 4. Steiger Wildcat Series 1. Before it became a prairie icon, the Steiger tractor Wildcat began as something far more experimental. Introduced in the early 1970s as the smallest articulated model in Steiger's lineup, the Wildcat Series 1 delivered massive four-wheel drive power in a more compact package. But one particular early machine, Serial 001, is treated by collectors as a near one-of-one prototype. Production Wildcat Series 1 tractors typically ran a Caterpillar 3160 V8 diesel, producing around 175 horsepower, a staggering output for its size. Built on a rugged center-articulated frame, it allowed the tractor to pivot in the middle for superior traction and maneuverability in mud and heavy soil. Finished in Steiger's unmistakable chartreuse green, it was impossible to ignore in the field. Yet the original prototype was different. Early builds were assembled by hand in the Steiger family farm workshop in Minnesota. Welds, hydraulic routing, and even engine configurations varied from later production models. Some accounts suggest experimental engine setups and hydraulic calibrations were tested before finalizing the commercial specification. Because design changes happened rapidly between Series 1 and Series 2, the earliest Wildcat configuration existed only briefly. That first machine wasn't just another tractor, it was the blueprint. In the world of articulated giants, this Wildcat wasn't just powerful, it was the beginning. Number 3. Whitefield Boss 4210. On paper, the White Farm Equipment Field Boss 4210 was a serious production 4WD tractor. Built between 1978 and 1982, it carried a Caterpillar 3208 V8 diesel, delivering around 182 PTO horsepower and up to 210 engine horsepower. Power flowed through an 18 forward/6 reverse over/under transmission, while its articulated hydrostatic steering allowed a tight turning radius of about 16 feet. Weighing nearly 23,735 pounds, 10,766 kilograms, it was engineered for brutal fieldwork. But hidden within this lineup was something far rarer, the experimental 4210 Slope Boss. Designed specifically for steep terrain in the northeastern United States, this variant pushed engineering limits. It featured wider Terra tires for added grip, a lower center of gravity, and modified lubrication systems, including deeper oil capacity, to keep the V8 alive while operating at severe angles. Early test units reportedly carried unique hydraulic calibrations and structural reinforcements never standardized in later builds. While not officially marketed as a single-unit tractor, the earliest Slope Boss prototype is often regarded by collectors as effectively one-of-one due to its bespoke modifications. Financial turbulence and eventual acquisition by AGCO ended further development, and many experimental machines quietly disappeared. The 4210 Slope Boss wasn't just built to climb hills, it was built to defy gravity and corporate survival. Number 2. Massey Ferguson 1500. Before it became a prairie powerhouse, the Massey Ferguson 1500 began as a bold experiment in the North American 4WD arms race. The production models, built from 1970 to 1975, were formidable machines, equipped with a Caterpillar 3150 V8 diesel, delivering around 150 PTO horsepower and roughly 170 to 180 engine horsepower. A 12 forward/4 reverse transmission transferred power through a rugged articulated frame, while a spacious heated cab added rare comfort for its era. But before full production, there was one machine that didn't look quite like the others. The earliest MF-1500 prototype, developed during Massey Ferguson's transition into true in-house articulated tractors, reportedly combined components from multiple industrial platforms. Early hydraulic routing, frame geometry, and cooling layouts differed significantly from later standardized units. Some accounts describe an advanced experimental hydraulic control system, adapted from heavy industrial or military applications, too complex and expensive for mass production. Hand-formed sheet metal panels and unique grille detailing further separated this prototype from its production descendants. It was in many ways a rolling blueprint, built to test durability, articulation stress, and drivetrain integration under real-world loads. Many corporate prototypes were dismantled once production stabilized. If this first MF 1500 survived, it did so quietly, and without that single experimental giant, Massey Ferguson's high horsepower legacy might never have taken root. Number 1. Versatile 145. At number 1, we don't just have a tractor, we have the machine that reshaped modern farming. In 1966, Versatile introduced the 145, the first mass-produced, affordable, articulated 4WD tractor for everyday farmers. Production units ran a Cummins 8470 diesel, 470 cubic inches, delivering 145 horsepower through a 12/3 reverse transmission. Its bold red and yellow livery became iconic across the Canadian and American prairies. But before the assembly lines, there was one machine, serial number 10001. Hand-built by founders Peter Pakosh and Roy Wright in Winnipeg, this prototype carried visible custom welds, experimental frame geometry, and real-time engineering adjustments. It wasn't just testing horsepower, it was testing a philosophy. While competitors chased complexity, this prototype embraced simplicity, using readily available truck components so farmers could repair it themselves. The articulated center joint was stress-tested under brutal prairie conditions to validate durability before mass production began. That first frame was the blueprint. Unlike many corporate prototypes that were scrapped, this one survived, preserved as a historic milestone. Today it stands at the Manitoba Agricultural Museum, fully operational. Only one started it all, and without that single experimental 145, the affordable articulated tractor revolution might never have happened. Some were too powerful, some were too expensive, and some were simply too far ahead of their time. But every one of these experimental tractors left a mark on history, even if only a single unit ever existed. Which one surprised you the most? Tell me below. If you're fascinated by rare machines, forgotten prototypes, and agricultural legends, hit subscribe, because the next story might be even more unbelievable. Tractors are supposed to be simple machines, built to pull, plow, and repeat, but throughout history, some tractors refused to follow the rules. They had jet engines, fuel cells, twin motors, no drivers, and ideas the world wasn't ready for. These weren't science fiction concepts. They were real machines, built, tested, and sometimes forgotten. Today, we're counting down 8 tractor prototypes that were way ahead of their time, and how they predicted the future of farming decades before anyone else believed it. Number 8. John Deere Dane. Introduced in the late 1910s, the John Deere Dane was not a mass-produced tractor, but a bold glimpse into the future of agricultural machinery. Designed by Joseph Dane, this radical machine went through years of development before only 100 experimental units were built between 1918 and 19 for real-world testing. Technically, the Dane was astonishing for its era. Early versions used a Waukesha 4-cylinder engine, later replaced by a McVicker 4-cylinder, 6.3-liter kerosene engine. Output was rated at 12 drawbar horsepower and 24 belt horsepower. Impressive figures at the time, especially for a tractor weighing around 4,600 pounds, about 2.1 tons. What truly set the Dane apart was its 3-wheel all-wheel drive system, with one large rear wheel and 2 powered front wheels, all driven through heavy-duty chains. The tractor delivered exceptional traction on soft or uneven ground, something most early tractors simply couldn't achieve. Even more shocking was its shift-on-the-go transmission, allowing the operator to change speeds without stopping or using a clutch. This feature was so advanced that John Deere wouldn't introduce it in production tractors until the 1960s. The innovation didn't stop there. The Dane also featured a gear-driven water pump and key-start ignition, technologies far ahead of what farmers expected in the early 20th century. But progress came at a cost. Priced between $1,200 and $1,700 in 1919, the Dane was extremely expensive and mechanically complex. Faced with cheaper, simpler competitors like the Waterloo Boy, John Deere ultimately abandoned the Dane project. The John Deere Dane failed commercially, but as a prototype, it proved that the future of tractors had already arrived, just far too early. Number 7. John Deere GP. Launched in 1928, the John Deere Model GP, general purpose, wasn't just a new tractor. It was the moment John Deere finally turned radical prototype thinking into a commercial reality. Built until 1935 to compete head-to-head with International Harvester's Farmall, the GP became the company's first true row crop tractor, fundamentally changing how farmers work their fields. Under the hood, the GP used a horizontal 2-cylinder engine, originally 312 cubic inches, 5.1 liters, producing roughly 17 drawbar horsepower and 25 belt horsepower. Power was sent through a 3-speed forward, 1 reverse transmission, giving farmers flexibility unheard of in earlier standard tread machines. Originally called Model C, the tractor was renamed GP to avoid confusion with the massive Model D. An early lesson in branding as much as engineering. What made the GP ahead of its time was how many experimental ideas it made practical. It featured an early mechanical implement lift, allowing operators to raise and lower tools using tractor power instead of brute strength. Even more futuristic was its dual PTO setup, with both front and rear power takeoffs, an idea decades ahead of industry standards. The arched front axle allowed the GP to straddle 3 crop rows without damaging plants, redefining row crop cultivation. Early models even used water injection to prevent engine knock when running low-grade kerosene. Specialized versions like the GPWT, GPO Orchard, and GPP Potato proved how adaptable the platform really was. Though heavier and more expensive during the Great Depression, the GP became the direct ancestor of the legendary Model A and B, and the blueprint for the modern general-purpose tractor. Number 6. Oliver XO121. Built in 1953, the Oliver XO121 was never meant for farmers or for sale. Only one single unit was ever constructed, designed as a rolling laboratory to push gasoline engine technology to its absolute limits. This radical project was a collaboration between Oliver and Ethel Corporation, created to prove one bold idea: a properly engineered gasoline engine could rival or even outperform diesel. The name itself told the story. X stood for experimental, O for Oliver, and 121 represented its astonishing 12-to-1 compression ratio. At a time when most gasoline tractors struggled to reach 6-to-1, the XO121 doubled the industry norm. Its foundation was a 4-cylinder Hercules diesel engine block, heavily reworked by Oliver with a redesigned cylinder head, pistons, and ignition system to run on gasoline. Displacement measured 199 cubic inches, 3.26 liters. To survive such extreme compression, the XO121 required specially blended 100-octane gasoline, formulated by Ethel. The results were shocking. Tests showed up to 92% more power and over 35% better fuel efficiency compared to an Oliver 70 with similar displacement. Numbers that sounded almost impossible in the early 1950s. Visually, it looked nothing like a normal Oliver. The tractor wore a bright red body, blue wheels, and a chrome-plated grille, signaling that this machine belonged to the future, not the showroom. More importantly, its research reshaped engine design. Concepts proven on the XO121, combustion chamber shape, spark plug placement, and high compression theory, later influenced Oliver production tractors like the Model 1800 and even echoed into automotive legends such as the Chevrolet small block. Oliver called it ahead of tomorrow in a 1954 promotional film. Today, the lone XO121 rests in the Floyd County Museum in Charles City, Iowa, a tractor that proved the future decades before it arrived. Number 5. International Harvester 400 Diesel Twin Engine. Built in 1956, the International Harvester 400 Diesel Twin Drive, better known as the Garrett Twin Engine tractor, was an experiment so extreme it still feels unreal today. Designed by engineer Dwight Garrett, this machine wasn't created for production. It was built to answer one dangerous question of the 1950s. What if one tractor engine simply wasn't enough? Instead of developing a larger power plant, Garrett took a radical shortcut. He combined two complete IH-400 diesel engines, each producing around 50 horsepower, mounting them side by side on separate frames. Together, they pushed total output well beyond 100 horsepower, a staggering figure in an era when most farm tractors struggled to reach half that. Power from both engines was synchronized through heavy roller chain drives enclosed in massive cast housings, delivering torque to all four large wheels. This effectively made the twin drive a full-time four-wheel drive tractor, decades before four-wheel drive became common in agriculture. At the center sat a pivoting joint, allowing the front and rear sections to move up and down independently, keeping traction on rough or uneven ground. Steering was just as unconventional. There was no steering wheel. Operators used crawler-style control levers, steering the machine through brakes and clutches, raw, mechanical, and brutally effective. Yet this very limitation sparked something bigger. After seeing how awkward it was in tight terrain, Garrett famously sketched a true articulated tractor concept, an idea that would later revolutionize forestry machines and high-horsepower farm tractors. Though only one prototype ever existed, and still survives today in the collection of Harry Lee in Indiana, the IH-400 twin engine proved that the future of big tractors had already begun, even before the industry was ready to follow. Number 4. Allis-Chalmers fuel cell. Unveiled in October 1959, the Allis-Chalmers fuel cell tractor wasn't just ahead of its time. It looked like it came from another world. This was the first vehicle in history powered entirely by fuel cells, decades before electric and hydrogen vehicles entered public conversation. Built as a one-off prototype on a heavily modified Allis-Chalmers D14 chassis, it was designed to prove that farming and transportation itself didn't have to rely on combustion. Instead of an engine, the tractor carried an astonishing 1,008 individual fuel cells, grouped into 112 stacks of 9 cells each. These cells combined propane, hydroxy gases, and a potassium hydroxide electrolyte to generate electricity through a chemical reaction. That energy powered a 20 horsepower Allis-Chalmers DC electric motor, producing 15 kilowatts of output and nearly 3,000 pounds of drawbar pull, all while weighing about 5,270 pounds, 2.4 tons. Operating the tractor felt nothing like a conventional machine. There was no roaring engine, no exhaust smoke, and almost no vibration. Speed was controlled through a rheostat lever, while direction was selected by reversing electrical polarity. The only emissions were water and a small amount of carbon dioxide. Even more shocking was its efficiency. While internal combustion engines of the era wasted up to 80% of their energy as heat, the fuel cell system achieved up to 85% efficiency. This tractor didn't just change agriculture, it helped shape space exploration. The technology developed here was later refined by Allis-Chalmers and supplied to NASA's Apollo program, where fuel cells provided both electricity and drinking water in space. Today, this silent revolution rests under Smithsonian care, on display in McLeod County, Minnesota, a tractor that predicted the clean energy future more than half a century early. Number 3. International Harvester HT340. Introduced in 1961, the International Harvester HT340 looked less like a tractor and more like a machine stolen from a science fiction movie. Known as HT340, hydrostatic turbine, this radical prototype was built by IH's experimental research team to showcase what farming could look like in the jet age. At its core was a Solar Titan T62T gas turbine engine, supplied by IH subsidiary Solar Aircraft Company. The engine was unbelievably compact, just 21 inches, 53 centimeters long, and weighing only 90 pounds, 41 kilograms. Yet it delivered an astonishing 80 to 85 horsepower. Even more shocking was its operating speed, a constant 57,000 RPM, something completely unheard of in agricultural machinery at the time. Instead of a traditional transmission, the HT340 used a hydrostatic drive, allowing infinitely variable speed control with no clutch, no gear shifting, and no conventional braking system. Operators could smoothly accelerate from 0 to nearly 20 miles per hour using a single control lever. The tractor also eliminated radiators, antifreeze, complex gearboxes, and heavy driveline components altogether. The futuristic engineering was matched by futuristic styling. Its fiberglass body featured smooth aerodynamic lines and a sharply sloped hood, giving operators exceptional forward visibility, far beyond what piston engine tractors could offer. The original prototype wore blue and white, while the upgraded HT341 version, introduced in 1962, was refinished in red and white. Although turbine power proved too noisy and fuel-hungry for real-world farming, the HT340's hydrostatic transmission changed everything. That technology directly led to legendary machines like the IH656 Hydro and shaped modern combines. Today, the HT341 rests at the Smithsonian Institution, proof that the future of tractors once screamed at 57,000 RPM. Number 2. Trantor. Developed in Britain during the 1970s, the Trantor, short for transport tractor, was one of the most controversial and forward-thinking tractor concepts ever created. Designed by Graham Edwards at the University of Manchester, Trantor challenged a deeply rooted belief that tractors were meant to be slow. While most tractors of the era struggled to reach 30 kilometers per hour, Trantor was engineered to run at an astonishing 95 kilometers per hour, 60 miles per hour. This wasn't reckless speed, it was controlled, engineered speed. Trantor featured a fully sprung suspension on all 4 wheels, something almost unheard of on tractors at the time, and still rare decades later. Power came from a diesel engine, often a Perkins, paired with a wide ratio transmission, allowing the machine to deliver strong field traction and effortless high-speed road travel. To handle heavy hauling safely, Trantor was designed to tow 10 to 12-ton trailers using full air brakes, a major leap in agricultural safety. The layout looked more like a truck or Land Rover than a traditional tractor. Its large cab, seating 2 to 3 people, featured mirrors, sound insulation, and a driving position optimized for long road journeys. Yet it remained a true tractor, retaining PTO capability and a 3-point hitch for field work. Trantor was way ahead of its time because it correctly predicted modern farming reality. Studies showed farmers spent 50 to 70% of their time transporting loads, not plowing. Trantor was built around agricultural logistics, a philosophy later perfected by machines like the JCB Fast Track. It blurred the line between truck and tractor, introduced advanced 4-wheel disc brakes, independent suspension, and prioritized operator comfort decades early. Traditional farmers and outdated road laws weren't ready, but Trantor was right. The future of tractors would be fast. Number 1. Case IH Autonomous Concept Vehicle. Unveiled in 2016, the Case IH Autonomous Concept Vehicle, ACV, wasn't just another self-driving tractor. It was a complete reimagining of what a tractor even is. Based on the proven Case IH Magnum platform, this prototype removed one thing every tractor had relied on for over a century: the operator. The most striking feature was obvious at first glance: no cab at all. In its place stood a sharp, aerodynamic body finished in metallic Case IH red, designed purely around efficiency, visibility for sensors, and weight reduction. Under the skin, the ACV retained the brute strength of a Magnum-class engine, typically rated around 380 horsepower, ensuring it could still pull the heaviest modern implements without compromise. Instead of a driver's seat, the ACV relied on a network of electronic eyes, radar, LIDAR laser scanners, and multiple video cameras continuously monitored the surroundings, detecting both fixed and moving obstacles. The tractor navigated using high-precision GPS, mapping the field to centimeter-level accuracy. Farmers controlled everything remotely from a tablet or desktop interface, setting work paths, headland turns, and implement widths before the machine ever moved. What made the ACV way ahead of its time was its true end-to-end autonomy. Unlike assisted auto steer systems, it could plan its own routes, turn automatically at row ends, avoid obstacles, and safely shut down if GPS or sensor data was lost. It could work 24/7, day or night, maximizing narrow weather windows without fatigue or human error. More than a machine, the ACV symbolized Agriculture 4.0, transforming farmers from drivers into data managers. Even in 2025, legal and cost barriers limit full deployment, but the Case IH ACV remains the blueprint for a future where tractors don't need seats or drivers. These tractors didn't fail because they were bad ideas. They failed because the world wasn't ready. The technology was too advanced. The thinking was too bold. Yet today, many of their crazy ideas, automation, high speed, alternative energy, are becoming reality. From fuel cells to driverless tractors, the future was already written by machines that arrived decades too early. If you enjoyed this journey into forgotten innovation, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell us. Which prototype shocked you the most? Turbochargers were never supposed to belong on tractors, at least not this early. Long before turbo diesel power became normal, engineers pushed boundaries, broke rules, and built machines that looked, sounded, and behaved like nothing else in agriculture. Some were experimental, some controversial, and some downright unbelievable. From screaming turbos to overbuilt drivetrains, these are 8 bizarre turbo diesel tractors you won't believe are real. Machines so strange, they changed farming forever. Number 8, Allis-Chalmers 220 Turbo. Introduced in the early 1970s, the Allis-Chalmers 220 Turbo, officially known as the 220 Landhandler, was anything but a normal farm tractor. Built to replace the legendary D21, it quickly became one of the most extreme and unusual turbo diesel machines of its era. Power came from the massive Allis-Chalmers AC3 5006-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel, displacing 7.0 liters, 426 cubic inches. Its biggest shock factor was the turbocharger, still rare in agriculture at the time. This setup delivered around 135.95 PTO horsepower, 117.2 drawbar horsepower, and up to 141 horsepower at peak, placing it among the strongest tractors of the 1970s. That power was sent through the power director transmission with 8 forward and 2 reverse gears, allowing smooth shifting under heavy load. The tractor rode on a 254-centimeter wheelbase, weighed about 5.5 tons, and could exceed 9 tons when fully ballasted, giving it enormous traction and presence in the field. What made the 220 Turbo truly bizarre was its construction. The Landhandler name reflected its brutally reinforced drivetrain, including a rear axle up to 3.6 inches thick. Built to survive punishment most tractors couldn't, its blocky, muscular design looked more industrial than agricultural. Even stranger was the ultra-rare front-wheel assist version, with only around 100 units ever produced. And when the 426th engine spooled up, the sharp turbo whistle made it sound more like a diesel performance machine than a farm tractor. Number 7, County 1124 Super 6. The County 1124 Super 6 is one of the most unusual tractors ever produced in Britain. Built by County Commercial Cars, a specialist known for heavily modifying Ford tractors, the 1124 was based on the Ford 5000 chassis, but engineered for extreme terrain. It was powered by the Ford Dorset inline-6 diesel, the 2704E or 2714E, displacing 5.9 liters, 363 cubic inches, and producing about 112 to 113 gross flywheel horsepower. While the standard engine was naturally aspirated, turbocharged Dorset variants used in industrial applications reached up to 140 horsepower, and some 1,124 units are believed to have used turbo-assisted setups. The most radical feature was its full-time 4x4 system with 4 equal-size wheels, typically 16.9 to 30 tires on all corners, paired with a Ford-based transmission offering 8 forward and 2 reverse gears. Total weight was approximately 4,570 kilograms, 10,077 pounds. This equal-wheel design delivered exceptional off-road performance, traction, and stability on mud, hills, forestry, and construction sites. To install the longer 6-cylinder engine into a chassis originally designed for 4 cylinders, County engineered a special subframe to support the front axle, since the Dorset engine was not a stressed structural member. Produced in very limited numbers between 1967 and 1971, the County 1124 Super 6 remains a rare and almost unbelievable machine, instantly recognizable by its unconventional layout and extreme off-road capability. Number 6. Steiger Super Wildcat. The Steiger Super Wildcat was one of the most extreme tractors of the late 1960s. Born during the so-called horsepower crisis, when farmers needed power the market couldn't yet provide. Part of Steiger's Series 1, it was built in Fargo, North Dakota, and immediately stood apart from anything else in agriculture. Power came from an industrial Caterpillar 315 V8 diesel, liquid-cooled and displacing 9.4 liters. 573 cubic inches. Equipped with a turbocharger, it produced around 200 horsepower, an astonishing figure for its time. Power was handled by heavy-duty 10 forward, 2 reverse transmissions, typically from Fuller or Spicer. The Super Wildcat used an articulated 4-wheel drive layout with dual wheels on all 4 corners as standard, delivering massive traction and a surprisingly tight turning radius. Operating weight was approximately 9,979 kilograms, 22,000 pounds, with an overall length of about 5.8 meters, 19 feet, and a width of 2.4 meters, 8 feet. What made it truly bizarre was its origin. Early Steiger tractors were hand-built on a dairy farm by Douglas and Maurice Steiger, using heavy industrial components rather than agricultural parts. Engines came from Caterpillar, while axles and drivetrains were sourced from companies like Dana, Clark, and Spicer, creating machines that were brutally durable but wildly unconventional. Even its name, part of Steiger's famous Big Cat lineup, Wildcat, Cougar, Panther, Tiger, reinforced the image of a raw, turbocharged diesel beast that looked almost impossible to believe was ever real. Number 5. Ford 9000 Turbo. The Ford 9000 Turbo marked the exact moment Ford shocked the agricultural world. Until the late 1960s, Ford was known mainly for mid-sized tractors. Then, almost overnight, they unleashed a true heavyweight machine. Big, aggressive, and factory designed with turbocharging, something almost unheard of at the time. At its core was a Ford 6-cylinder inline diesel engine, displacing 6.6 liters, 401 cubic inches, and equipped with a factory turbocharger. This made the Ford 9000 the first Ford tractor engineered from the start as a turbo diesel. Output reached around 131 horsepower at the PTO and 110 to 115 horsepower at the drawbar, giving it the muscle to pull implements far beyond anything Ford had previously built. Power was delivered through the advanced dual-power transmission with 16 forward and 4 reverse gears, allowing on-the-go shifting under load without disengaging the clutch, an enormous advantage in heavy fieldwork. Operating weight started at approximately 5.4 tons, but with full ballast it could approach 8 tons. The hydraulic system was also significantly upgraded, featuring a higher capacity pump to handle massive tillage equipment. What truly makes the Ford 9000 bizarre is not just the numbers, but the experience. The piercing turbo whistle, thick black smoke under load, and its unusually long, stretched nose, designed to house the large cooling system and turbocharged 6-cylinder engine, gave it an unbalanced yet intimidating presence. Even more unbelievable, many Ford 9000s are still working more than 50 years later. The legendary 401 turbo engine is so durable that tractor-pulling builders routinely push it to 500 to 800 horsepower without catastrophic failure. A turbo diesel icon that sounds unreal, but absolutely was.
Michael vừa
Number
có sức
4.
mạnh vật lý
John
của
Deere
Ken, vừa sở hữu khả
4520
năng đặt
Turbo.
bom sinh học này. Đúng là một
The
cô gái
John
nổ
Deere
theo cả nghĩa đen lẫn nghĩa
4520
bóng.
Turbo
Trong khi đó,
represents one of
Akazi
the
cũng đã
boldest
biến hình.
and
Cậu
riskiest
sở hữu
steps
những
in the
đòn đấm
company's
đá khiến
history.
lũ rán nát
Built
chỉ
for
sau
only
vài
a
chiều.
short time between
Đặc biệt hơn,
1969
Akazi
and
còn có thể tạo ra
1970,
tơ để điều
it
khiển
was
vũ
John
khí và
Deere's
trói gọn
first
lũ rán.
tractor ever
Nhưng tơ
equipped
của
with a
cậu không
factory
phải tơ nhện
installed
đâu nhé,
turbocharged
mà là
engine,
tơ của loài côn trùng
instantly
tên là ngài
pushing the
kết thảo,
brand
một
into
loài đang đứng
unfamiliar
trước bờ vực
territory.
tuyệt chủng.
Under
Tơ của
the
loài
hood
ngài
sat
này
a
là loại sợi tự
six-cylinder
nhiên bền nhất
inline
thế
John
giới,
Deere
bền hơn
diesel,
tơ nhện gấp 3 lần nếu so
liquid-cooled and
cùng độ dài.
displacing
Chúng không diệt
6.6
lưới bắt
liters,
mồi mà dành cả đời để tạo ra
404
loại tơ
cubic
không thể
inches.
đứt này để làm tổ.
With its
Nhờ
factory
sức mạnh này,
turbocharger, the
Akazi dễ dàng phóng sống
4520
3 con siêu
produced
rán để
roughly
mang về nghiên cứu.
123
Sau khi
horsepower
dọn
at the
dẹp xong đàn
PTO
rán,
and
Michael
about
ra hồ nước để rửa
111
ráy.
horsepower at the
Bất ngờ,
drawbar,
một bàn tay từ
impressive
dưới nước
numbers
thò
for a
lên
row
lôi
crop
cô
tractor
xuống.
of its era.
Cùng lúc đó, một con
Buyers
siêu
could
rán
choose
với cặp
between an
chân
8
khác lại
forward,
nhìn y hệt
2
chân châu
reverse
chấu lao
synchro
tới
range
tấn công con
transmission,
to.
or the advanced
Alex
power
thử
shift
đá văng nó
gearbox
đi
with
nhưng lực chân của
hydraulically
con này
controlled
bá
wet
đạo đến mức
clutches.
nó dẫm nát sàn tàu để giữ thăng bằng
PTO
rồi tung cú
operation
đá
was
khiến
limited
Alex
to
ngắt ngoái
1,000
ngay lập tức.
RPM only,
Akazi định cứu
reducing
Michael nhưng
compatibility
cô đẩy
with older
ra và bảo
implements.
cậu hãy lo con rán chân
Operating
châu chấu
weight
kia
came in
đi.
at
Điều
approximately
hài hước là con siêu rán châu chấu này không
3,855
chỉ biết đánh
kilograms,
nhau mà còn biết
making
lái
it a
tàu bay.
surprisingly heavy
Mẹ,
machine
rán
for
gì
its
mà
power
khôn thế
class.
này.
As
Alex
John
ném cục
Deere's
đá buộc
first
sợi tơ
factory
của
turbotractor,
Akazi vào máy
early
bay,
engines
giúp
suffered
Akazi
from
đu theo để
cooling
nghiêng
and air
trường với nó.
filtration problems,
Dưới hồ,
leading
Michael
to
phải đối đầu với
overheating
một
and
con siêu
premature
rán mang
failures.
DNA của bọn
The
nước.
situation
Nhờ khả
became
năng
so
của bọn nước,
serious
nó có
that
thể
John
thổi
Deere
dưới nước
launched
cả
an
chục phút
expensive
nhờ cơ
engine
chế bình
replacement
dưỡng khí
program,
sinh học. Chúng lấp đầy
swapping
khe
many
hở giữa lưng và cánh
4520
bằng không khí,
engines for
tạo
the
ra một
improved
bọt khí
units
oxy
used
bao
in the
quanh cơ
later
thể. Trong khi
4620.
đó, Michael chỉ
As
có
a
thể nhịp thở
result,
hơn 2
fully
phút.
original
Trong tình thế bất lợi, cô đã sử
4520
dụng đòn khóa
turbos
chân chữ
are
thập
now
của Newton, một
exceptionally
kỹ thuật
rare.
giúp một người nhỏ
Despite
bé
its
cũng có thể
power,
bẻ gãy
many
chân một kẻ
farmers
to
felt the
lớn gấp
tractor
đôi.
was overweight for its factory
Chân con siêu
output,
rán gãy làm đôi,
limiting
nhưng Michael
efficiency
cũng
unless
dần mất tỉnh
modified.
táo vì thiếu
Produced
O11.
for just 2
Ở phía
years before being
Akazi, sau
replaced
vài hiệp cho
by
đủ
the
chiêu thức nảy lửa và bị đấm
4620,
gục vài lần,
the
cậu
John
vẫn
Deere
ngoan cường đứng dậy.
4520
Hóa
turbo
ra
stands
Akazi
today
đã
as a
tính toán từ
short-lived
trước.
experiment,
Cậu buộc tơ vào Michael
ambitious,
và nối vào máy bay.
flawed, and
Khi máy
unforgettable.
bay bay lên,
A
nó
turbo
sẽ kéo
diesel
Michael
John
ra khỏi
Deere
nước theo
that
kiểu
even
câu
the
cá.
company itself
Sau
had to
đó,
rethink.
Akazi phanh gấp tàu, dùng lực quán tính hất con rán chân
Number
chấu ra
3.
ngoài. Kết hợp
Oliver
với cú ném đá
1950
thành cầu của Alex khiến con rán mất một bên
The
cánh.
Oliver
Nó rơi xuống đất nhưng
1950
vẫn
T
còn rất
stands
khỏe.
as one of the most
Tuy nhiên,
aggressive
Michael đã
machines
kịp
of
lên
Oliver's
bờ và tặng nó
legendary
một cú lên gối
checkered
trời
flag
sáng. Sau
era.
đó Akazi
Built
dùng cơ
between
chế nghiền nó lại.
1967 and
Xong xuôi hai con rán đột
1969,
biến.
it was
Nhưng
a
máy bay
tractor
của
that
họ
looked
cũng tan
heavy,
nát sau cú va
sounded
chạm vào
violent,
vách đá.
and
Trước
delivered
khi máy hỏng,
performance that few
Akazi kịp nhận
competitors
được tín
believed
hiệu
was possible
SOS
from
từ đội
its
của cô
size.
Massey và
The
đội của
letter T
Joseph.
wasn't
Tình
marketing
hình có vẻ
hype,
đang toang
it
thực
meant
sự rồi
turbo,
anh em ạ.
and Oliver
Chuyển
made
cảnh
sure
sang phân
everyone
đội Nga
heard it.
của lão tướng
At its
Asimov.
core was a
Ông đang đối
Waukesha
mặt với lũ rán
six-cylinder
và bắt đầu
inline
phân tích.
diesel,
Lũ rán này không thể
displacing
tiến
just
hóa giống người và
5.1
thông minh như thế
liters,
này nếu không có bàn tay
310
con
cubic
người nhúng
inches,
vào.
and
Con
liquid
rán chắc
cooled.
cũng ghét bị thiết giáo nên nó đập một
Turbocharging
khiến
pushed output
Asimov
to
gục
around
xuống đất.
105
Nhưng bất ngờ
horsepower
chưa?
at the PTO
Asimov không
and
hề hấn
roughly
gì.
90 to
Thậm chí cánh
95
tay bị chật
horsepower
ban
at the
nãy đã mọc
drawbar.
lại như chưa từng có
Remarkable
bị chili.
numbers for such a
Đó là nhờ
relatively small
DNA
engine
của
at
loài
the
cua
time.
khổng lồ
Power
Tasmania.
was delivered through
Vỏ
the
của loài
advanced
này không chỉ làm
over-under
từ bờ
hydroshift
protein và
transmission,
chitli như côn trùng
offering
mà còn được
18
tăng cường
forward
canxi
and
cực
6
dày để
reverse
chống lại áp
speeds,
suất nước sâu.
allowing
Thêm
on-the-fly
vào đó,
ratio
họ nhà
changes
cua
under
có kỹ
full
năng
load.
phòng thủ linh động,
Technology
có thể
that
tự tháo
felt
rời các chi
decades
khi gặp
ahead of
nguy
its
hiểm và
era.
tái tạo lại sau.
Buyers could
Đây
choose
chính là lý do tại sao
2WD
Asimov
or
có
a
thể
rare
mọc lại cánh tay bị
4WD
gãy.
version using an
Asimov và
LB
các
front
thành viên
axle.
xông lên tấn công.
What truly
Mặc
set
dù
the
ông rất mạnh,
1950
cân 5
T
cân 7
apart
con rán
was how
cùng
it
lúc,
achieved
nhưng
its
các thành
power.
viên khác lại
While
lần lượt bị
rivals
trúng bại
relied
đầu.
on massive
Thậm chí
displacement,
Asimov cũng bị một
Oliver
con siêu
extracted
rán ôm
extreme
mất đầu.
output from a
À mà
compact
khoan,
engine,
chính tôi và con
creating
rán
an
đều bị lừa.
astonishing
Đó chỉ là
power-to-displacement
ảo giác do
ratio.
một thành viên
The
trong đội
result
tạo
was a
ra.
tractor
Nó sợ
infamous
hãi
for
và
its
tìm cách
piercing
vùng vẫy
turbo
thoát ra
whistle,
nhưng không thể.
often compared
Asimov
to a
biết
jet
rõ bọn
engine
siêu rán
ripping
này,
across
kể
open
cả khi
fields.
bọn siêu rán tiến hóa thì trung
Visually,
thần
its
kinh của chúng
industrial
cũng không hề
green
thay đổi,
body,
nghĩa là đầu
silver
của
white
chúng không điều
grille,
khiển cơ thể
heavy
mà là các
frame,
hạch thần kinh
and
ở ngực.
massive rear
Vì lý do này
duals
mà
made
chúng
it
vẫn
look
có thể
far
tiếp tục
larger
500
than
lẻ
its
một chuyển kể cả khi
105
mất đầu.
horsepower rating
Bọn siêu rán
suggested.
liên tục cố gắng tấn
Fast,
công vào
loud,
ông
and
nhưng ông không hề hấn.
unapologetically
Ông nghĩ
overbuilt.
về đứa con gái gái
The
đang được
Oliver
điều trị ở quê nhà,
1950T
làm ông
wasn't
càng
just
quyết tâm diệt
powerful,
sạch bọ
it
rán.
was shocking.
Bọ siêu rán bắt
A
đầu cảm
turbo
nhận được
diesel
nỗi sợ ông
tractor
đem
that
lại.
sounded,
Chúng hoảng sợ bắt đầu
looked,
bỏ
and
chạy như
behaved
không thể.
like nothing
Ông giải
else in
quyết
the
chúng
late
gọn ghẽ chỉ trong
1960s.
một đòn vô cùng đơn giản. Phải công nhận
Number
nhanh của
2,
ông Allis-Chalmers này bá đạo
International
thật.
Harvester
Đội của ông bắt đầu tiến vào
1206
kim tự tháp
Turbo.
của loài siêu
When
rán
the
này.
International
Tổng kết lại
Harvester
một chút thì sau khoảng
1206
4 giờ
Turbo
giao tranh với
appeared
lũ
in
rán trên sao hỏa, tình
1965,
hình hiện tại của
it
các
didn't
phân
just
đội như sau.
introduce a new
Phân
model,
đội Mỹ Nhật
it
do Michael
rewrote
chỉ
the
huy đã
rules
thu
of
thập được 5 mẫu
agricultural
vật
power.
rán và đặc biệt là
At a
không có
time
bất
when
kỳ ai
most
thiệt mạng.
tractors
Có
struggled
thể
to
nói đây
approach
là một kết quả
triple-digit
khá tốt trong
horsepower,
hoàn cảnh hiện
the
tại. Phân đội Nga do
1206
Allis-Chalmers chỉ
smashed
huy
straight
thì
through
bắt
that
được 3 mẫu
barrier
vật nhưng
and
phải trả
dragged
giá
the
bằng 2
entire
mạng
industry
người.
with it.
Phân đội Mỹ Nhật
Under
do
its
chỉ huy
iconic
Massey
red hood
và phân
sat
đội
the
Cộng hòa Roma thì đang gửi tín hiệu cầu cứu khẩn
DT361
cấp.
inline
Còn lại
six-cylinder
các quân đội
diesel,
khác như Trung Quốc,
displacing
Đức,
5.9
vân thì hiện
liters,
vẫn chưa sử dụng được thiết bị liên
361
lạc nên
cubic
không rõ
inches.
tình hình ra sao.
A
Nói
factory
thật là trong
installed
hoàn
solar
cảnh này thì ai
turbocharger,
cũng
the
chỉ có
first
thể
ever
cầu
used
mong họ
on
vẫn
an
còn
IH
sống sót mà
agricultural
thôi.
tractor,
Như vậy
pushed
kể từ lúc này
output to
họ sẽ
around
còn phải cầm cố thêm
112.6
39 ngày nữa
horsepower
trước
at the
khi tàu cứu hộ từ trái đất
and
được
roughly
gửi tới để giải cứu
105
họ khỏi hành
horsepower at
tinh
the
đỏ đầy
drawbar.
chết chóc này.
Numbers
Có thể
considered
nhiều bạn chưa
extreme
biết,
for the
một ngày trên sao
mid-1960s.
hỏa kéo dài khoảng
Power
24
was
giờ
delivered
40
through a
phút,
torque
gần giống với
amplifier
chu kỳ ngày
transmission
đêm trên trái
with
đất.
16
Thậm chí
forward
thời
and
gian
8
chuyển tiếp
reverse
giữa ngày và
speeds,
đêm ở đây
giving
cũng khá tương
operators
đồng. Khi màn
unprecedented
đêm lạnh
control
lẽo
over
dần
heavy
buông
draft
xuống
work.
trên bề mặt sao hỏa,
Built in
nguy
Rock
hiểm cũng
Island,
bắt đầu có
Illinois,
thể xuất hiện
the
bất cứ lúc nào.
1206 was
Đối với những người
instantly
lính đang chiến đấu
recognizable
trên
by
hành
its
tinh xa
formal
lạ
red
này,
paint,
họ buộc phải
white
giữ sự
wheels,
tập
and
trung
silver
cao độ,
grille.
tuyệt đối không được lơ là cảnh giác
Turbocharging was
dù chỉ
still
một
viewed
giây.
with
Tuy
skepticism
nhiên
in
họ
farm
cũng hiểu
equipment,
rõ rằng con người
often
không thể chiến đấu
associated
suốt
with
ngày suốt
aircraft
đêm mà không
and
ngủ.
race
Vì
engines
vậy cách
rather
tốt
than
nhất chính
plows
là
and
tập hợp
tillage.
thành nhóm và tìm
Yet
một
the
nơi an toàn để
1206
hạ
proved
trại qua
brutally
đêm.
durable in
Vừa nghỉ
real-world
ngơi vừa thay
conditions,
phiên nhau canh gác.
confidently
Trời bắt đầu
pulling
đổ mưa.
6
Trong màn
and
mưa
even
lất phất
7
ấy, chỉ
bottom
huy
plows
Michael và
without mercy.
Akazi vẫn đang
To
túc trực quan sát
transmit
xung
all
quanh
that
xem có
power,
con rắn nào xuất hiện hay
IH
không.
fitted the tractor
Michael
with
lúc này có
massive
một
rear
linh cảm khá
tires,
đáng lo.
often
Cô sợ rằng
duals
có thể
creating
vào
an
thời điểm
aggressive
này một
stance
quân đội
that
nào
looked
đó đang
almost
trở thành
unreal
mục
for
tiêu
its
cho cuộc
time.
tấn công tổng lực của
More
lũ
than
rắn
just
trong màn đêm mà
machinery,
họ hoàn
the
toàn không hề hay biết. Và đáng
IH-1206
buồn thay,
became a
linh
muscle
cảm của
tractor
cô hoàn toàn
icon.
chính xác.
Its
Ở
sharp
một
solar
nơi khác
turbo
trên sao
whistle,
hỏa, một đàn sư
towering
gián cơ bắp
presence,
lực
and
lưỡng
raw
đang tập trung
pulling
tấn
power
công
made
dữ
it a
dội vào một
legend,
phân đội của con
one
người.
that still
Đó chính
feels
là phân đội
impossible
liên
to
bang Đức
believe
và
was
Bắc
ever
Âu
real.
do chỉ huy Adolf lãnh đạo.
Number
Xung
one,
quanh là hàng chục xác rắn bị tiêu
Allis-Chalmers
diệt cho thấy
D14
Adolf
turbo.
đã chiến đấu vô cùng dũng mãnh. Tuy
Before
nhiên lúc này anh
turbocharging
cũng đã
became
ngã gục
normal,
và kiệt sức sau
before it
trận
was
chiến khốc
trusted,
liệt. Cả
expected,
phân đội
or
của
even
anh có lẽ đã
understood,
bị tiêu diệt gần
there
hết.
was the
Hiện tại chỉ còn
Allis-Chalmers
mình anh và
D14
Eva là hai
turbo.
người duy nhất còn sống
Introduced
sót.
in
Thế nhưng trước mặt
1961,
họ lúc
this
này
machine
không phải
didn't
chỉ
follow
vài chục con
trends,
rắn, mà
it
là cả
created
một binh
them.
đoàn hàng nghìn con
The
sư rắn vẫn đang
D19
tiếp tục
turbo
tiến
is
tới.
widely
Nhưng cảnh
recognized
này
as the
thì nói
first
thật là kèo quá
agricultural
căng,
tractor in the
gần như chỉ
world
cần sơ
to
sẩy
leave
một
the
chút thôi là
factory with
coi
a
như đang xuất khỏi
turbocharger,
xe vem sao
making
hỏa
it
ngay
the
lập
true
tức.
origin of
Quay ngược
modern
lại
turbo
thời điểm
diesel
khoảng một tiếng
tractors.
trước đó,
Power
Adolf cùng
came
các
from
thành
an
viên nhận lệnh quay trở
Allis-Chalmers
về tổng phi
inline
thuyền trung tâm.
six-cylinder diesel,
Trên đường bay,
displacing
Adolf liên
just
tục điều khiển phi
4.3
thuyền một cách
liters,
cực kỳ điêu luyện, né tránh
262
được rất
cubic
nhiều
inches.
con siêu rán trước cả khi
Instead
xe
of
đang phát
relying
hiện
on
ra
sheer
chúng. Có
size,
vẻ như đây cũng là một
Allis-Chalmers
phần năng
fitted a
lực đặc biệt
Thompson
của anh.
turbocharger,
Nhưng rồi bất
an
ngờ
almost
trên radar
unheard
xuất
of
hiện một phi
decision
thuyền
in the
khác
early
đang lao thẳng về
1960s.
phía họ với tốc độ cao.
Output
Và
reached
ngay sau
roughly
đó là một tiếng đùng cực lớn
71.5
khi hai chiếc phi thuyền
horsepower
va
at the
chạm trực diện giữa không trung.
PTO and
Adolf lập tức
62.5
đánh lái vì lo
horsepower
sợ
at
nguy
the
hiểm nhưng đã
drawbar.
quá muộn. Từ
Impressive
đâu đó một
numbers for
con
such
siêu
a
rán cầm
compact
súng xuất
engine.
hiện và bắn thẳng vào
Power
động cơ
was
khiến phi
managed
thuyền
through the
của họ
famous
bị hỏng
power
nặng.
director
Chiếc phi thuyền
transmission,
vừa đâm vào họ hóa
often
ra lại
called the
chính là
Big
phi thuyền
Stick,
của phân đội Trung Quốc.
offering 8 forward
Adolf lập
and
tức
2
nhận
reverse
ra điều bất
speeds
thường
with
khi thấy
high-low
toàn bộ
shifting on
thuyền
the
viên
move.
Trung Quốc trên chiếc phi thuyền đó
Operating
đều
weight
đã bị
ranged
quét
from
sạch. Điều này
3.5
khiến
to
anh bắt đầu
4.2
nghi ngờ
tons,
rằng có thể phân
depending
đội
on
Trung Quốc đang
ballast.
thực hiện một kế
While
hoạch riêng nào
gasoline
đó
and
nhằm phục vụ
LPG
cho lợi ích
versions
quốc gia của
existed,
họ. Thậm
the
chí
diesel
có khả năng
turbo
đã
is the
bán
one
đứng
that
nhân
made
loại trong
history.
nhiệm vụ này.
What made the
Tình hình lúc này cực kỳ
D19
nguy cấp nên
unforgettable
Adolf lập
was
tức
how
phân chia
far
nhiệm
ahead
vụ.
of its time it
Cô gái
fell.
tên Isabel sẽ
In
thực
an
hiện
era
nhiệm vụ giành
dominated
lại
by
chiếc phi
large
thuyền của quân đội
naturally
Trung Quốc từ
aspirated
tay lũ
engines,
rắn để hạ đội có thể bay về
turbocharging a
tàu trung
smaller
tâm. Còn
displacement
bản thân
tractor
Adolf sẽ
seemed
ở lại
almost
chiến đấu
reckless.
với khoảng
The
300 con
result
siêu
was a
rắn đang chuẩn
machine
bị
that
tấn công họ.
outpulled larger
Nghe thôi
rivals,
cũng thấy đây là
shocked
một kèo cực
farmers,
kỳ căng.
and produced a
Ngay khi
high-pitched
Adolf
turbo
vừa dứt lời
whistle
thì con
unlike
siêu rắn
anything
cầm
heard in
súng lập tức
agriculture.
bắn ra một phát điện
Combined
cực
with
mạnh
the
nhắm thẳng
unique
vào
power
anh.
directed
Thế nhưng
driving
đùng một cái cây
experience,
súng lại nổ
the
tung ngay trong tay
D19
con
felt
rắn.
less like a
Có
farm
vẻ
tool
đây chính là năng
and
lực
more
đặc
like
biệt
an
của Adolf.
experimental
Vừa ngồi vừa
prototype
sử dụng sức
that
mạnh của
somehow
sếp thế này
escaped
thì
into
đúng
the
là nhân
fields.
vật chính video
This
rồi.
wasn't
Chỉ
just a
mong anh đừng
tractor,
hẹo sớm quá
it was
thôi.
the moment turbo
Tìm hiểu
diesel
một chút
history
về sếp nhé.
began,
Vào
and
thế
it
kỷ
still
19
feels
nhân loại đã
impossible
phát
that
hiện
it
ra
was
khả
ever
năng tự
real.
tạo ra một dạng năng lượng giống như sét.
These
Năm
tractors weren't just
1831, nhà
powerful,
khoa học
they
Faraday
were
phát hiện ra định
revolutionary,
luật cảm ứng điện tử và đây
misunderstood,
chính là nền tảng
and
cho
often
việc chế
years
tạo
ahead of
máy
their
phát điện.
time.
Sau đó thế điện lần
Turbochargers
đầu
that
tiên được sử
screamed,
dụng để hành hình tù
engines
nhân
pushed
vào
beyond
năm
logic,
1890
and
tại bang
designs
New
that
York.
shocked
Đến
farmers
năm
when they first appeared.
1940 công nghệ dò tìm
Some
sử dụng
became
sóng điện từ
legends,
đã được ứng dụng ngoài
others
chiến trận
vanished
bởi
into
lực lượng
history,
không quân hoàng gia.
but all proved
Tuy
one
nhiên
thing:
trong trong tự nhiên cũng tồn tại
Innovation
một sinh
never
vật có
starts
khả
safe.
năng tạo ra điện một
If
cách
you
tự
enjoyed
nhiên
this
và cực
journey
kỳ
into
mạnh mẽ.
turbocharged
Sinh vật đó
madness,
đứng đầu chuỗi thức ăn
don't
ở
forget
khu
to
vực phía
like,
nam sông
subscribe,
Amazon.
and share.
Nó được gọi là
Because
lươn
the
do có ngoại
strangest
hình tương tự
machines
nhưng thực chất
always
lại
tell the
tiến hóa
greatest
theo một
stories.
hướng hoàn toàn khác. Đó chính là cá chỉnh điện. Và Adolf chính là người được cấy DNA của loài cá chỉnh điện này. Khi chiến đấu với
Tractors
lũ
are
sơ
usually
rán, vì
practical,
lo sợ các chiến
reliable
binh sử dụng
machines.
súng sẽ bị cướp
But
mất
every
nên
so
các nhà
often,
khoa học đã trang bị
engineers
cho
let
Adolf một bộ
creativity
vũ khí
run
đặc biệt
wild.
chỉ mình anh mới
Today
có
we're
thể sử
diving
dụng.
into 8 of the
Adolf lập tức rút
strangest,
ra những
most
chiếc phi tiêu đặc
bizarre
biệt trên
tractors
người và
ever
liên tục
built.
ném vào lũ
From
giàn khiến chúng bị
amphibious
găm đầy phi tiêu
wonders
khắp cơ
to
thể.
steam-powered
Mọi giàn lúc này
monsters
vẫn khá ngơ
and
ngác không
pivoting
hiểu mấy cái phi
agricultural
tiêu nhỏ
marvels.
xíu này dùng để làm
Each
gì.
one defies
Tuy nhiên chúng
convention.
không biết rằng cá chỉnh
Buckle
điện
up,
sở hữu
because
một loại
these
tế
aren't your
bào đặc
ordinary
biệt gọi
farm
là cực điện
tractors.
phân. Mỗi tế
They're
bào có điện
machines
thế
you
khoảng
have to see to
150
believe.
mV và khi hàng nghìn tế bào kết hợp lại chúng có thể tạo ra một nguồn điện cực lớn. Một con cá
Number
chỉnh
8.
điện nặng khoảng 20
Happy
kg
Farmer.
có thể tạo ra
At
điện áp
first
lên tới
glance, the name Happy
860V,
Farmer sounds
đủ sức
friendly,
làm choáng
even
thậm chí giết
reassuring.
chết những sinh vật
But
lớn
behind
hơn
that
nó rất
cheerful
nhiều.
label
Toàn
hides
bộ
one
cơ
of the
thể của
most
Adobe
bizarre
có tới
tractors ever
88
built.
kg cơ bắp và
Produced
tất cả
between
đều hoạt động như những cơ
1916
quan
and the
phát điện
early
khổng lồ.
1920s
Chỉ với
by
một
the
cú
Lay
kích nhẹ
Cross
nhàng,
Tractor
toàn bộ
Company,
những con rắn bị
the
liên
Happy
kết bởi
Farmer
chuỗi phi
Model
tiêu
B
của anh
and
lập tức
Model
bị giật
G
cháy cả hệ
quickly
thần kinh bên
became
trong và gục
infamous
ngã
for
ngay
their
tại chỗ.
strange engineering
Một năng lực
and
phải nói là
frustrating
cực kỳ
real-world
bá đạo,
performance.
thậm chí còn có phần
Under
đáng
the
sợ
hood
hơn
was
cả
a
năng lực của loài
two-cylinder
cua mà
gasoline
Allis-Chalmers
kerosene
đang sở
engine,
hữu. Tuy nhiên khi cá
water-cooled,
chỉnh điện giải
rated
phóng
at
nguồn điện
12
ra ngoài
drawbar
thì chính bản thân
horsepower
nó cũng
and
sẽ bị ảnh
24
hưởng,
belt
nhưng nhờ lớp
horsepower,
mỡ dày hoạt động
12
như lớp
to
cách điện nên
24
nó không bị tổn
HP.
thương nghiêm trọng.
On
Và
paper,
tương tự
those
như vậy,
numbers looked
Adobe cũng
promising
được
for
trang
the
bị
era.
các trụ cách điện đặc biệt
In
trên cơ thể
practice,
để
the
bảo vệ
tractor
anh khỏi
relied on
chính
a
dòng điện của
friction
mình
disc
mỗi khi
drive
sử dụng kỹ
transmission
năng phóng điện.
with just one
Adobe
forward
lúc này
gear
nhớ
and
lại
one
quá khứ
reverse,
của mình. Cha
controlled
của
by a
anh đã hy
lever that
sinh sau khi
demanded
thất bại trong
constant
một cuộc phẫu
attention
thuật
and
cấy
patience
ghép
from the
DNA
operator.
của loài bọ. Chính vì
Then
vậy
came
mà
the
từ
truly
nhỏ Adobe đã trở
unconventional
thành con chuột
features.
bạch cho các thí
The
nghiệm nghiên
tractor's
cứu của
frame
chính phủ.
doubled as a
Cuộc đời
muffler,
của anh gần
an
như bị
idea
định sẵn là
rarely
một vật
seen
thí nghiệm
even in
sống.
early
Vì
tractor
thế sâu
design.
thẳm trong lòng anh luôn
It
có một
used
mong muốn duy nhất,
independent rear
đó là
wheel
một ngày
brakes
nào đó
after
sẽ
the
tìm cách vượt
differential,
qua hệ thống an ninh
allowing
để
one
trốn
wheel to
thoát
be
khỏi
locked
chính
so the
phủ.
machine could
Thế
pivot
nhưng rồi một
almost
cô
on the
gái
spot.
đã xuất hiện trong cuộc đời
Some
anh và làm
versions
thay
went
đổi
even
tất cả.
further,
Người con
offering
gái mà
remote
lúc đó
line
anh
drive
tin rằng
controls,
chính là ánh sáng
letting
trong
the
cuộc đời
driver
mình.
steer the
Thậm chí
tractor
còn nghĩ
using
rằng đó
reins,
sẽ là người vợ
like
tương lai
handling
của
a
anh.
horse instead of a
Tưởng rằng cô
machine.
người yêu của Adobe
Visually,
tưởng chừng
many
thực sự
units
yêu thương
featured
anh,
an
không
offset
mang vẻ bề
three-wheel
ngoài khuyết điểm
layout,
trên khuôn mặt của
instantly
Adobe mà
marking
xa
it
lánh
as
anh
something
thực
out of
ra
the
lại đi
ordinary.
ngoại tình với một người
Despite
khác.
bold
Ra là
advertising
vậy,
claims,
cô ấy thực
real
chất cũng chỉ là
testing,
người của chính phủ
including
cày và
University
kết
of
thân với
Nebraska
anh giúp
trials,
anh khơi vực được tinh thần muốn
exposed
sống,
poor fuel
muốn ở lại làm
efficiency
chuột bạch
and
để họ
disappointing
nghiên cứu
power
thêm và
output.
không có ý định trốn chạy nữa.
Farmers found it
Tôi thật
difficult to
là tội nghiệp
operate,
anh chàng
hard
Adobe
to
ngầu lòi của
maintain,
tôi.
and
Tôi ghét
deeply unreliable.
NTG của anh em
A dark
hu hu.
joke spread
Ở
through
phía
farming
sau lưng
communities.
Adobe, thành viên
The two
Isabel đang
happiest
chiến đấu
days
với
of
một
owning a
con sư
happy
rán nhằm
farmer
chiếm lại
are
chiếc
the
phi
day
thuyền
you
Trung
buy
Quốc.
it and
Cô
the
còn
day you
trêu chọc
finally
con
get
rán
rid of it.
rằng nó có thân hình cơ bắp
So
cực kỳ đẹp.
unwanted was
Nếu
this
như nó không
tractor
phải là
that
một
some
con rán bốc
Wisconsin
mùi thì
dealers
có khi cô
refused
đã
to take
yêu nó
them
luôn
back,
rồi. Nói thật
forcing
thì cơ
owners to
bắp
keep
của
them
bọn
as
rán này
spare
đôi khi
parts
tôi cũng hơi
machines.
ghen tị anh em ạ.
With its
Tập
strange
phim mấy năm
design
chưa
and
chắc đã
troubled
được như
legacy,
chúng nó đâu.
the happy
Sau
farmer
đó
earns its
Isabel
place
tiêm
among
thuốc
the
DNA
bizarre
vào cơ thể
tractors
và biến hình
you
thành
won't
một loài
believe are
côn
real.
trùng ăn thịt hung dữ ở Izoisia có tên khoa học là phê dóc, một loài châu chấu săn
Number
mồi với đôi
7,
chân cực kỳ
Fitch
khỏe
four
và bản
drive.
tính vô cùng hung tợn. Isabel lập tức bay vút lên không trung.
Long
định
before
tận dụng
four-wheel
đôi chân
drive
siêu
became
khỏe của
standard
mình
on
để
modern
tung một cú đá
tractors,
bay thẳng vào
one
mặt
machine
con rán.
dared to do the
Nhưng ôi
impossible.
không, kịch bản đẹp đẽ
Introduced
đó
in
không xảy ra.
1914,
Chỉ
the
với một
Fitch
cú
four
đấm
drive
vô
was
cùng nhẹ
invented
nhàng,
by
con
Michigan
sư rán
farmer
đã đấm
John
nát người
H. Fitch
Isabel ngay giữa
and
không
produced
trung.
by the Four
Cô
Drive
ấy thậm
Tractor
chí còn
Company.
chưa kịp thể hiện được
At a
nhiều thì
time
đã
when
bay
most
màu chỉ
tractors
sau vài
struggled
câu
with
chuyện.
rear-wheel
Đúng kiểu nhân
drive
vật
or
vừa xuất hiện đã
unreliable
phải đi bán
chains,
muối luôn vậy.
this machine
Sau khi vừa
delivered
dứt điểm
something almost
Isabel một cách
unbelievable
quá
for its
nhanh
era.
gọn, con siêu rán lập
True,
tức xoay người
fully
lao vút đi
gear-driven
và tung ra
four-wheel
một cú
drive.
đấm lé nhắm thẳng vào chỉ
Power
huy
came from a
Adobe. Vì
four-cylinder
đang phân tâm
gasoline
nên
engine,
Adobe không kịp
sourced
phản
from
ứng.
builders
Cú
like
đấm trời giáng của con siêu rán nện
Beaver,
thẳng vào
and
mặt
later
anh đau điếng.
Climax,
Nhưng
depending on the
Adobe cũng
model.
không phải dạng vừa. Ngay
Output
lập tức
varied
phản
across the
công bằng cách
lineup,
chọc thẳng tay
from the
vào mắt
early
con
12
siêu
to
rán rồi truyền
25
một luồng điện cực
horsepower,
lớn thẳng
the
vào não
Fitch,
nó, khiến
to
nó
the
đau
highly
bắn chỉ trong
successful
chớp mắt.
Model D,
Dù bộ đồ đặc
rated
biệt
at
giúp
20 to
Adobe tránh
35
bị điện giật
horsepower.
ngược lại,
But
nhưng việc
horsepower
xả ra
was
lượng
only
điện
part
quá
of the
lớn cũng
story.
khiến anh bắt
The
đầu
real
choáng váng
magic
và
was the
dần mất đi
drivetrain.
khả năng nhận thức.
No
Dù
chains,
vậy
no
Adobe vẫn
belts,
chưa gục ngã,
just solid
anh gắng gượng
gears
đứng dậy và
transferring
tuyên bố
power
sẽ
to
tiêu diệt sạch
differentials
lũ
on
siêu
both
rán
the
gớm
front
ghiếc
and
này.
rear axles.
Nhưng đúng lúc đó từ
Weighing
xa lại
around
xuất hiện thêm
3,000
vài đàn
pounds in
siêu rán
early
lái xe
form
lao tới
and
tiếp
up to
tục nghênh chiến.
6,000 pounds
Trên
in
vách
larger
đá cao
versions.
còn có một con
The
siêu
Fitch
rán mặc
four
bộ đồ
drive
giống nhà
featured
sư
a
đang đứng lẩm
3-speed
bẩm ra lệnh
gearbox
gì đó.
and
Có vẻ đây chính là
astonishingly
con đầu đàn
tight
chỉ huy
8-foot
toàn bộ
turning
bầy rán
radius
đang vây bắt hạ
and
đội của
rugged
Adobe
axle
lần này.
construction
Tình hình lúc
designed to
này bắt đầu
survive
căng
brutal
rồi anh
conditions.
em ạ.
And it
Adobe
did.
vẫn tiếp tục hạ thêm vài
In a
chục con nữa
famous
nhưng số lượng của
1918
chúng quá đông.
demonstration,
Chúng
a
vừa dò
Fitch
xét vừa
tractor
từ từ tiến
reportedly
tới từng con
plowed
một khiến
100
Adobe
acres
dần kiệt sức rồi
nonstop
gục
in
xuống
just
đất.
88
Các đồng đội
hours,
của anh không thể
powering
đứng
through
nhìn chỉ
mud
huy
and
bị hạ gục nên
obstacles that
lần lượt
left
từng người
other
xông lên
tractors
chiến đấu.
hopelessly obviously
sẵn
stuck.
sàng hy sinh để câu
What
giờ
makes
cho
it
Adolf
truly
và Eva
bizarre
chạy
isn't
trốn.
failure.
Nhưng sự thật
It's how
quá
far
phũ
ahead
phàng,
of its
họ
time
hoàn
it
toàn không
was.
thể hạ nổi một con
Even
siêu
after
giá
John
nào.
Fitch's
Bọn
sudden
chúng
death
vừa đông vừa
shortly
mạnh,
after the
từng người
company's
lần
founding,
lượt bị đánh bại.
production
Tuy
expanded
nhiên lũ
and
gián
sales
không
reached
giết họ may
international
mà trói lại
markets.
để mang về nghiên
Simple,
cứu sau này.
brutally
Eva
effective,
lúc này nhận
and
ra tim của
shockingly
Adolf đã
advanced.
ngừng đập,
The
tưởng
Fitch
chừng
4
anh cũng đã
drive
đau
wasn't
sức
just
thật rồi.
strange.
Nhưng không,
It was a
trong cơ thể
traction
Adolf được
revolution.
trang bị một thiết bị khử dung tim tự động. Khi tim ngừng đập, thiết bị lập tức kích hoạt và tung
Number
ra những
6.
cú sốc điện cực
Square
mạnh để khởi
turn.
động lại nhịp tim. Sau một pha suýt bay màu, Adolf bật dậy trở
Imagine a
lại và tuyên
tractor
bố
that
sẽ
doesn't
đá bay
turn.
toàn bộ lũ siêu
It
rắn dám
pivots.
làm hại đồng đội của mình.
Built by Albal
Anh rút ra
Dover
hàng loạt
between
ống thuốc
1917
DNA
and
rồi tiêm thẳng vào cơ
1925,
thể, đẩy
the
sức mạnh
square
lên tới
turn
cực
was
hạn.
designed to
Lúc
solve
này
one of
cơ
early
thể Adolf
farming's
chẳng khác
biggest
gì một con quái
frustrations.
vật sấm sét.
Massive
Anh bảo
machines
Eva
that
chạy
struggled
vào
to
phi thuyền,
maneuver.
còn bản thân thì
What
lao lên
emerged
chiến
was
đấu.
one of the
Chỉ
strangest,
với một
most
cú vò
agile
nhẹ, con siêu
tractors
rắn trước
ever
mặt
put
đã
to
bị
work in
đánh
a
gãy
field.
cổ chết ngay tại chỗ.
At its heart
Sau
was
đó
a
Adolf
massive
phóng ra hàng
Climax
loạt phi
Model
tiêu
K
dẫn điện ra mở
4-cylinder
cơ thể
engine.
lũ rán.
displacing an incredible 510.5 cubic inches, 8,366 cubic centimeters, capable of running on gasoline or kerosene. Output reached around 18 drawbar horsepower and 35 belt horsepower, more than enough to handle heavy implements. The tractor weighed a hefty 7,800 pounds, with 90% of that mass resting on the two huge rear drive wheels, maximizing traction where it mattered most. The real shock came from its patented giant grip drive, friction disc transmission, with one forward speed and one reverse, and no conventional clutch or complex gearbox. The system allowed something unheard of at the time. One rear wheel could move forward while the other moved backward. The result was a near instant 90-degree turn, or a full spin within the tractor's own length. Visually, the square turn was just as odd. Its offset three-wheel layout, with a single small front wheel and two massive rear wheels, looked more like a mechanical experiment than a farm tractor. Yet it worked. A 180-degree rotating seat, engine-powered foot control lift, and strong hill climbing ability made it ideal for orchards, tight headlands, and wet ground. Marketed as better than a team of horses, the square turn proved that radical design could deliver real results. Number 5. Brian's Steam. Just as gasoline tractors were taking over American farms, one machine stubbornly looked backward and somehow pushed steam technology further than ever before. Built around 1919 by the Bryan Harvester Company of Peru, Indiana, the Bryan steam tractor was one of the last and most radical attempts to make steam power commercially viable for agriculture. Designed by George Bryan, drawing on his railroad locomotive experience, this tractor used a two-cylinder, double-acting steam engine with 4-inch bores and a 5-inch stroke. But the real headline was its boiler. Instead of the massive fire tube boilers of traditional steam engines, Bryan used a patented flexible water tube boiler capable of operating at an astonishing 600 psi and reportedly tested safely at 1,200 psi. For a farm tractor, that pressure was almost unheard of. Fuel was equally unconventional. The Bryan steam burned liquid fuel, kerosene or vaporized gasoline, eliminating coal, wood, ash, and soot. Steam exhaust was routed through a condenser system, capturing water and returning it to the tank, drastically reducing water loss. The result was a steam tractor that started quickly, ran clean, and stayed compact. Rated at 20 drawbar horsepower and an incredible 70 belt horsepower, it weighed just 5,500 pounds, far lighter than most steam tractors of the era, and that's what makes it truly bizarre. While the industry raced toward internal combustion, Bryan doubled down on steam, but refined it to near perfection. Fast steam generation, sealed oil-bathed components, shock-resistant boiler design. Problems that plagued steam power were suddenly solved. Number 4. Minneapolis Moline 445. The Minneapolis Moline 445, produced between 1956 and 1964, might look like a standard, reliable farm tractor at first glance. A workhorse of its era, it came with advanced features, multiple configurations, and solid performance. But among collectors and historians, one hidden story makes the 445 truly bizarre. Powering the 445 was a 4-cylinder, liquid-cooled engine offered in gasoline, diesel, or LP gas variants with 206.5 or 221.1 cubic inch displacement. Output reached around 38.48 drawbar horsepower and 41.95 belt horsepower, as tested by the University of Nebraska. The tractor featured a 10-speed transmission with an optional ampli-torque power shift, allowing gear changes without using the main clutch, a modern convenience in mid-20th century agriculture. Configurations included universal, U,
Trong toàn
narrow
bộ phi
front
đội chỉ có
N,
một mình anh
and
là người duy
standard
nhất sống
tread
sót quay trở về
E,
trái đất.
and standard
Tất cả
weight
những
hovered
người còn
around
lại, bao gồm cả những đồng đội thân thiết nhất
4,871
của anh,
pounds,
thậm chí cả người phụ nữ mà anh dự
2,209
định sẽ kết hôn
kilograms.
sau khi nhiệm
So
vụ
where's
kết
the
thúc,
bizarre
đều đã bỏ
twist?
mạng tại hành
It's
tinh này.
all in the
Nhìn thấy
prototype
hai loại DNA quen
X231.
thuộc kia,
Unlike the
những ký ức đau
production
đớn trong
models,
quá khứ của cô Massey lập tức
X231
ùa về.
incorporated
Hai
unique
con siêu
engine
sán
and
đột biến lúc
drivetrain
này từ từ
components
tiến lại
never
gần
used
đội của cô
again,
Massey.
creating
Tư
a
thế của
mystery
chúng
for
vô cùng bình thản,
restorers
thậm chí
hunting rare
còn mang theo
replacement
vẻ tự
parts.
tin rằng chúng hoàn toàn
Even
có
more
thể giành chiến
curious,
thắng.
a military
Cô Massey
version
lúc
of
này
the
cũng đã hoàn toàn nổi giận.
445 tipped
Anh
the
biết rõ
scales
hai
at
con quái vật trước mặt nguy hiểm
7,900
đến mức
pounds,
nào nên lập tức ra
nearly
hiệu cho
double the
Marcos lùi
civilian
lại
weight
phía sau.
due to added
Anh nói
ballast
rằng
for
trận này
traction
hãy
and
để anh một
stability,
mình xử lý hai
an
con quái vật
unusually
này
heavy
trước.
adaptation
Con sư
for a
sán đỏ
tractor of
cứng
this
cơ bắp
size.
không hề chần
The
chừ.
Minneapolis
Nó lập tức
Moline
lao tới tung ra
445
một
isn't
cú đấm cực
bizarre
mạnh
for
nhắm thẳng
eccentric
vào
wheels
cô
or steam
Massey.
engines,
Nhưng với
but
kinh nghiệm
for its
chiến đấu
hidden
của mình,
variance
cô
and
Massey chỉ
technical
cần lùi lại
anomalies.
nửa bước là
The
đã tránh
rare
được cú đấm đó một cách dễ
X231
dàng.
prototype
Ngay
and
sau đó
heavier
con sư
military
giám nhiệm cũng
models
không đứng yên.
give collectors
Nó
a
lập tức
peek
vung
into a
sợi tơ bột đá
forgotten
bay
path
thẳng
of
tới tấn công anh từ
experimentation,
phía bên kia.
making this
Nhưng cú
dependable
tấn công
farm
này cũng bị
machine
cô
an
Massey né gọn một cách
unexpectedly
đơn giản.
fascinating piece of
DNA
tractor
được
history.
cậy.
Number 3. Hefty Model G. In the 1970s, Holtan axle and transmission co-makers Haxco of Juneau, Wisconsin, set out to modernize and replicate the legendary Allis-Chalmers Model G. The result was the Hefty Model G, a truly bizarre, highly specialized cultivation tractor, instantly recognizable by its rear-engine layout, ultra-low speeds, and rare replacement parts. At its core was a four-cylinder Continental Teledyne gasoline engine, manufactured by Renault, producing 27 PTO horsepower. The tractor featured a 6-speed transmission with an optional creeper gear, allowing operators to move at painstakingly slow speeds. So slow that a walking person could easily outpace it. Weighing approximately 2,100 pounds, the tractor had a 72-inch wheelbase, extendable to 89 inches for mid-mounted implements. Rear wheel spacing was adjustable from 40 to 108 inches, while ground clearance varied from 18 to 48 inches depending on the variant, including G18, G22, G27, and high G. The rear engine design created a large open frame in the center for mid-mount cultivators, a radical departure from front-engine tractors and a hallmark of its unusual configuration. Combined with the ultra-low-speed transmission, this allowed precision cultivation in spraying impossible for conventional tractors. Its rarity adds to the intrigue. Produced in limited numbers between 1973 and 1978, sourcing replacement parts beyond the engine and Spicer transmission is a challenge for collectors and restorers. Although Haxco updated the design with modern components, the mixture of parts from various manufacturers makes maintenance complex even today. The Hefty Model G remains a bizarre masterpiece of agricultural engineering, combining specialized mid-mount design, crawling precision, and scarce components, making it a coveted collector's item and a standout in tractor history. Number 2. County Seahorse. In the 1970s, County Commercial Cars of the UK unveiled one of the most unusual tractors ever built, the County Seahorse, a fully amphibious four-wheel drive tractor designed for aquaculture farms in Scotland and Ireland. Born from modified Ford Series 10 tractors, likely Ford 7610, the Seahorse could operate seamlessly on land, mud, and water, a feat almost unheard of in agricultural machinery. Power came from a robust diesel engine adapted from the Ford chassis, paired with County's four-wheel drive system, engineered to handle both soft mud and saltwater conditions. The tractor's entire lower body was encased in a fiberglass hull, forming a flotation chamber that allowed it to stay afloat. At the rear, a propeller, powered by the PTO or a separate drive shaft, provided propulsion through water, transforming the Seahorse into a hybrid between a tractor and a boat. The fiberglass hull added weight but distributed it evenly, preventing the tractor from sinking into mud or soft tidal flats. What makes the County Seahorse truly bizarre is its dual environment capability. It could traverse tidal flats, float on the water surface, and pull nets or equipment while partially submerged. A design specifically tailored for the niche demands of shellfish and salmon farms. Its appearance, with a bulky enclosed hull and rear propeller, resembled a miniature mechanized boat, standing in stark contrast to conventional tractor silhouettes. Although highly effective in its intended environment, the Seahorse's specialized design limited its use for standard farming tasks, cementing its reputation as a rare, one-of-a-kind tractor. By merging engineering ingenuity with a strikingly unconventional form, the County Seahorse remains one of the most memorable bizarre tractors ever created. Number 1. Farmall 1026. Produced briefly from 1970 to 1971 by International Harvester, the Farmall 1026 may not look bizarre at first glance, but it holds a unique place in tractor history as a technological pioneer. It was the first row crop tractor over 100 horsepower to feature a fully hydrostatic drive system, offering infinitely variable speeds without the need for a clutch. A bold step into the future of tractor engineering. Under the hood sat a 6-cylinder IHD-407 diesel engine with a displacement of 407 cubic inches, delivering around 112 PTO horsepower. Impressive for its era. The tractor was produced in Farmall row crop in International Standard or Wheatland configurations, but all models were hydrostatic only, highlighting IH's commitment to this innovative technology. Its hydrostatic transmission gave operators smooth, precise control, a stark contrast to the gear-driven tractors of the time. Driving the 1026 produced a distinctive audio signature, combining the turbo whistling of the engine with the soft hum of the hydro system. An unmistakable and somewhat bizarre soundscape. Production numbers were low. Only about 2,414 Farmall units and 158 international units were made, making the 1026 a rare collector's item today. Its combination of high horsepower, cutting-edge hydro technology, limited production, and unique driving experience earned it a spot among the most notable, bizarre tractors. Not for its looks, but for the groundbreaking engineering that set it apart in the early 1970s. The Farmall 1026 remains a testament to IH's daring innovation. A tractor that rewrote the rules for high-powered, hydrostatic farming machines and earned its place in history as one of the bizarre tractors you won't believe are real. These 8 tractors prove that farming history is full of surprises. From the floating County Seahorse to the high-powered Hydro Farmall 1026, each machine pushed the boundaries of design, engineering, and imagination. Whether admired for ingenuity or laughed at for quirkiness, they've all earned a place in the Hall of Bizarre Tractor Legends. Which one would you dare to drive on your farm? Tractors are supposed to be boring, right? Think again. Some tractors were half car, half machine. Some shook the ground just by idling. Others were so small they could turn almost on the spot, or so advanced they had 4-wheel drive before anyone else dared try it. These weren't experiments. They weren't mistakes. They were real tractors, built to work real farms. Today we're counting down 8 of the weirdest vintage tractors you've never seen before. And trust me, each one gets stranger than the last. Number 8. Austin Model R. Introduced just after World War I, the Austin Model R is widely regarded as one of the weirdest vintage tractors ever built. Produced in Britain from 1919 to 1924 and later in France until the early 1930s, this machine instantly stood out thanks to its low, enclosed chassis and unmistakable automobile-inspired design, something almost unheard of in early agricultural tractors. At its heart was a 4-cylinder side valve engine with a displacement of 3,610 cubic centimeters, delivering around 26.5 horsepower at 1,000 revolutions per minute in petrol form, or 25 horsepower at 1,200 revolutions per minute when running on paraffin/TVO. Like many tractors of its era, it started on petrol and then switched fuels, but the engine itself was derived from the Austin Heavy 20. empty
rõ
car.
ràng không dễ dàng chút
Featuring
nào.
a 5-main
Con rán bọ
bearing
cứng sở hữu lớp
crankshaft,
vỏ quá
it
dày
was
và cứng.
technically
Còn con
advanced for
rán
its
nhện thì
time,
liên tục dùng tơ để
yet
tạo thành những
infamous for
tấm chắn tạm thời
reliability
khiến nhiều
issues,
cú đấm của
including
cô Massey không
crankshaft
thể gây ra
failures.
sát thương thật
The
sự.
drivetrain
Nhận thấy
added
tình
another
hình
layer
không
of
ổn,
oddity.
Ma-cốt người mang
British-built
DNA của
Model
loài nhện thợ
Rs
săn cùng
used
một
a
thuyền viên
two-speed
khác tên là
forward,
cây
one
501
reverse
lập tức lao vào
gearbox,
hỗ trợ.
while French
Họ dồn
versions
dập tấn
gained
công con
3
siêu
forward
rán bọ
gears.
cứng để kéo nó ra xa khỏi
Unusually,
hiện
the
trường.
gearbox was
Đồng thời
mounted
họ cũng nói với cô
horizontally,
Massey rằng
unlike
hãy
the
để họ
inline
rút một tay,
layouts used
bởi
by
họ cũng
rivals
là
such
những
as the
thuyền viên
Forza.
đáng tin cậy và sẵn sàng
Power
chia
was
sẻ gánh
managed
nặng
through a
với đội
steel
trưởng.
cone clutch
Cô
with
Massey nhìn
removable
thấy quyết
Ferodo
tâm của hai người
segments,
nên cuối cùng
and
cũng gật
braking
đầu
came
đồng
from
ý.
independent
Anh quyết định
metal-to-metal
giao
rear
con siêu
brakes.
rán bọ cứng cho
Its
Ma-cốt và
stance
cây
was just as
501 xử
strange.
lý. Còn bản thân anh
42-inch
sẽ tập
rear
trung giải quyết
wheels,
con siêu rán nhện.
30-inch front wheels,
Ma-cốt và cây
and a
501
narrower
lập
rear
tức lao
track
vào
in the
tấn công
front,
con siêu rán bọ
despite
cứng.
an
Hai
impressively
người
tight
phối hợp
turning
liên tục tung
radius.
ra các đòn đánh nhằm tìm ra
Weighing
điểm
about
yếu của lớp giáp tưởng chừng như không
1,270
thể phá vỡ
kilograms,
kia.
some
Ma-cốt
French
nhanh trí
variants
nhận
were
một
even
hòn đá
adapted
lớn
for
dưới
road
đất rồi
transport,
sút thẳng nó bay
complete
vút
with
lên nhắm
headlights
vào
and
mắt
dual
con siêu
passenger
rán bọ
seating.
cứng. Bởi
This
trong chiến đấu
bizarre
thì đôi
fusion
mắt
of
luôn là
car
điểm yếu
engineering
chí
and
mạng
farm
của hầu hết các
utility
sinh vật.
is
Nhưng
exactly
điều
why
khiến
the
anh không
Austin
thể
Model
tin nổi là
R
hòn đá vừa
remains one
va
of the
vào mắt
most
con quái vật kia
unforgettable
liền bật ngược ra
and
như thể vừa đập vào
unbelievable
một tấm thép cứng.
vintage tractors
Không
ever
chỉ lớp
made.
vỏ bên ngoài, mà ngay cả mắt của nó cũng cứng tới mức khó tin. Không chịu
Number
bỏ cuộc,
7,
Ma-cốt lập
Field
tức
Marshal
vòng ra phía
Series
sau
2.
con siêu rán và thực hiện một đòn khóa tay theo kỹ thuật nhu thuật.
Few
Cố gắng
vintage
bẻ khớp tay
tractors
của
feel
nó
as
để khống
raw,
chế.
mechanical, and downright bizarre as the
Anh
Field
dồn hết
Marshal
sức lực
Series
cũng không
2.
thể khiến cánh tay của
Built
con
in
quái vật
Britain
kia
from
nhúc nhích dù chỉ một
1947
chút.
to
Trong mắt con siêu
1949
rán bọ
by
cứng,
Marshall,
Ma-cốt
Sons
chẳng
and
khác nào
Company.
một con nhện nhỏ bé đang
Of
bám trên người nó.
Gainsborough, this machine
Nó chỉ
wasn't
cần vung tay
designed to be
nhẹ một cái đã
refined.
hất văng
It
Ma-cốt
was
bay thẳng
designed
ra
to
xa như một
survive,
món đồ chơi.
and everything
Ngay
about
sau
it
đó
feels
con siêu
different
rán
from a
bọ cứng
normal
giơ cánh
tractor.
tay khổng lồ của mình
At
lên
its
cao.
core
Toàn
is
bộ
one of
cơ
the
bắp trên người
strangest
nó
power
căng phồng
plants
lên,
ever
rồi
fitted
nó
to a
nện một
farm
cú trời
machine.
giáng thẳng xuống
A
mặt đất.
horizontal,
Cú đập khủng khiếp
single
ấy khiến
cylinder,
mặt đất rung chuyển dữ
two-stroke
dội.
diesel
Lớp đất
engine
đá bên dưới sụp
with an
xuống tạo thành
enormous
một cái hố lớn lõm
5.1
sâu
liter,
xuống so với bề mặt xung quanh.
310.4
Cô Massey,
cubic inch
cây 501 và
displacement.
Ma-cốt đều
It
đang đứng
produced
gần đó
around
nên
40
cả ba người lập
horsepower
tức
at
bị kéo
just
tụt xuống cái hố
750
vừa hình thành.
RPM.
Lúc này
Instead
Ma-cốt
of
mới chợt hiểu
smoothness,
ra kế hoạch
this
của bọn
engine
siêu rán.
delivered brute
Con siêu
force,
rán bọ cứng kia không chỉ
simplicity,
mạnh mà còn
and a
cực kỳ thông
slow,
minh.
thunderous
Nó cố tình lợi
firing
dụng địa
rhythm
hình
that
để tạo
defined
ra
the
một cái
tractor's
bẫy.
personality.
Bằng cách tạo ra cái hố
Power
sâu
was
này,
sent through
nó
a
đã nhốt 3
3-speed
chiến binh
forward,
mạnh nhất của
one
đội vào
reverse
cùng một chỗ.
gearbox,
Trong khi
giving
đó,
the
những con siêu
standard
rán
Mark
còn lại
I
trên
a
mặt
top
đất sẽ
speed
có
of
cơ hội
just
tấn
6
công
miles
các
per
thuyền viên
hour,
yếu hơn của đội
while
khi
the
không còn
heavier
ai
Mark
bảo
II
vệ.
contractor
Nhận
version
ra tình
could
hình nguy
reach
cấp,
9 miles
Ma-cốt
per
lập tức
hour
đưa ra quyết
with a
định
rare
cực
10
nhanh.
miles per
Anh
hour
quay sang
option.
nói với cây 501
Depending on
rằng hãy giao con siêu
configuration,
rán bọ
the
cứng lại
tractor
cho
weighed
anh ấy xử
between
lý.
2.25
Bởi lúc này quan trọng
and
nhất là phải quay lên mặt
2.75
đất để
tons,
bảo vệ những đồng đội
adding
còn
to
lại.
its
Ma-cốt
unstoppable,
tin rằng cây
almost
501
industrial
có đủ sức
presence.
để cầm chân
But
con
what
quái
truly
vật
makes
kia
the Field
một mình trong
Marshal
một khoảng
Series
thời
2
gian.
legendary
Nói
is
xong,
its starting
Ma-cốt lập tức
procedure.
tăng tốc lao thẳng
Instead of a
lên miệng
starter
hố.
motor,
Với sức lực của
operators
DNA
used a
nhện thợ
special
săn trong cơ
12-gauge
thể,
blank
anh nhanh
shotgun
chóng leo ngược
cartridge.
trở lại bề mặt.
The
Và
explosion
đúng lúc
created
vừa
hot
lên tới nơi,
gases that
anh đã
forced the
kịp
piston
nhìn
into
thấy một
motion,
hòn đá khổng lồ
bringing
đang
the
bay thẳng
massive
về phía
diesel
một đồng
engine
đội
to
của
life
mình.
in a way that
Không
felt
chần chừ
more
một
like
giây
firing a
nào,
weapon than
Ma-cốt nhảy
starting a
tới tung một
tractor.
cú đấm phá tan hòn
Once
đá ngay
running, the
trên không,
single-cylinder
cứu đồng đội
engine's
trong gang
violent
tấc.
power pulses
Có lẽ
caused
nhiều người đã
intense
quên mất
vibration.
rằng trước khi trở thành thuyền
Left
viên trong
idling
nhiệm vụ
too
sao hỏa
long,
này,
it could
Ma-cốt
literally
vốn là một
shake
người nhập
itself
cư
into
với ước
soft
mơ trở
ground.
thành cầu thủ bóng
Yet
chày
with
chuyên
only
nghiệp.
66
Chính vì vậy
moving and
anh
wear
có thiên
parts,
phú đặc biệt
the
với việc sử
Series
dụng
2
gậy
was
bóng chày.
nearly
Ngay lập
indestructible,
tức Ma-cốt rút
easy
ra
to
cây gậy
repair,
bóng chày được
and
thiết kế
brutally
riêng cho
efficient.
mình làm vũ khí
This
chiến
wasn't
đấu.
just a tractor,
Bất cứ hòn đá
it was
nào
a
mà lũ siêu
mechanical
rán ném
ritual
tới đều bị
and
anh
one of
đập
the
văng đi
weirdest
bằng
vintage
những cú đánh
machines
chuẩn xác
ever to
như
work
đang
a
đứng trên
field.
sân vận động. Từng cú vung gậy mạnh mẽ khiến những hòn đá bay ngược trở lại và tan
Number
đợt tấn công
6,
bằng đá của lũ
Saunderson
siêu
Model
rán.
G.
Nhưng chiến trường lúc này không chỉ có mình Ma-cốt chống trả.
Long before
Đột nhiên
tractor
giữa không
design
trung
became
vang lên một tiếng
standardized,
xe gió
the
cực nhanh.
Saunderson Model G
Xẹt một vài,
dared to
một
break
bóng
every
người lao vút qua
convention.
chiến trường với
Built
tốc
in
độ kinh
Britain
hoàng,
between
nhanh đến mức mắt thường
1913
gần
and
như không thể nhìn
1924
rõ.
by Saunderson
Chỉ trong nháy
and
mắt một
Mills
con siêu
Tractor
rán đã
Company.
bị cắt phăng người và
Of
đổ gục xuống đất.
Bedfordshire, this
Đó
machine
chính là
briefly
Kanako.
became the
Cô là một
best-selling
thành viên
tractor
khác
in the
trong đội
UK,
và sở hữu
while
DNA
also also
của
earning
loài
a
chim én cánh
reputation
bạc,
as
một
one of
trong
the
những loài
weirdest
chim có
and
tốc
most
độ bay nhanh nhất
experimental
thế giới.
tractors ever
Loài chim
produced.
này có hành trình 501
Power came
phút
from a
kéo dài từ
vertical
Đông Âu cho tới
two-cylinder
tận Úc,
engine
và trong quá trình
displacing
lướt ngang
roughly
chúng có thể đạt tới
6.2
vận tốc
liters,
khoảng 300
380
km/h.
cubic inches,
Với tốc độ
running
đó,
on petrol
Canaco
for
trên bầu
starting
trời
and
chẳng khác nào một mũi tên
paraffin/TVO
sống.
for work.
Lũ sư rắn hoàn toàn bị
Output
bất ngờ
ranged
trước tốc
between
độ khủng
20 and
khiếp này.
25
Chúng cố
horsepower,
gắng ném đá lên
delivered
để
through a
tấn công cô,
3-speed
nhưng tất cả
forward,
đều
one
trượt mục
reverse
tiêu.
gearbox.
Một vài
The
con thậm chí
tractor
còn
rode
cố
on a
gắng
heavy
bay lên
channel
để truy đuổi
section frame
Canaco, nhưng
with
vô ích.
3-point
Sự
suspension,
chênh lệch về tốc độ
weighed
là
around
quá lớn. Liên tiếp
1,660
những âm thanh xé gió
kilograms,
vang lên khắp
and
chiến
used a
trường,
sealed
và mỗi
worm
lần
and sector
Canaco
steering
lướt qua lại
system,
có thêm một con siêu rắn
robust,
ngã xuống.
simple,
Chỉ
and
trong thời
built
gian
for
ngắn,
brutal farm
hàng loạt xác rắn
conditions.
đã nằm la liệt trên
What
mặt đất
truly
trong
set
khi
the
chúng
Model
còn
G
chưa kịp
apart,
hiểu chuyện
however,
gì đang xảy
was
ra.
its willingness to
Sau một lúc quan
experiment.
sát, lũ siêu rắn
Early
cuối cùng
versions
cũng nhận
even
ra một
tested a
điều.
three-wheel
Chừng
drive
nào
layout,
Canaco còn
an
giữ được
almost
tốc độ cao
unheard
và
of
bay lượn
concept
trên
in
không trung,
agricultural
cô gần như
machinery of
không
the
thể
era.
bị bắt hay bị tấn công.
Stranger still
Chính
was
vì
the
vậy chúng
operator
nhanh chóng thay
position.
đổi chiến thuật.
Instead of
Một
sitting
nhóm
at the
rắn bắt đầu
rear,
phối hợp
some
dựng lên
Model
một
G
tấm lưới lớn
variants
ngay trên
placed
không
the
trung để
driver
chặn đường bay
midships
của
or
cô.
forward,
Trong lần lao
giving the
xuống tấn
tractor
công
a
tiếp theo,
layout that felt
Canaco
more
không
like an
kịp né
industrial
tránh và
engine
vướng
than a
vào tấm
farm
lưới
vehicle.
đó. Tốc độ khủng khiếp
Marketed
của cô
as a
lập tức bị
universal
chặn lại và
tractor,
cô rơi
the
xuống đất
Model
trong
G
tình trạng
was
bị lưới
designed
quấn
to
chặt.
plow
Lũ
fields,
sư gián
haul
lập tức lao
equipment,
tới định
and
bắt
travel
giữ cô.
roads with equal
Nhưng điều kỳ
confidence.
lạ là gương mặt của
Its
Kanako
rotating
lúc
rear
này vẫn hoàn
drawbar
toàn
allowed
bình tĩnh,
implements to
không hề
work
có chút
offset
hoảng
from
loạn
the
nào.
tractor's path,
Bởi vì cô tin
so the
chắc một
machine
điều,
didn't even need to
đồng đội
drive
của cô
straight.
sẽ không để chuyện đó xảy
Massive
ra.
steam
Và
engine
đúng như
style
vậy,
cast
chỉ trong
iron
khoảnh
wheels
khắc tiếp theo
completed the
Marcos
look,
đã lao tới.
making it feel like
Anh
a
vung
bridge
cây gậy
between
bóng chảy
steam
của mình
power
đập
and
bay những
modern
con sư
tractors.
gián đang vây quanh Kanako,
The
phá
Saunderson
tan vòng
Model
vây và
G
giải
wasn't
cứu
just
cô khỏi tấm
unusual.
lưới.
It
Chỉ
was
sau vài
fearless
đợt giao tranh đầu tiên,
experimentation on
số lượng
wheels,
sư gián trên
and
mặt
one of
đất
the
đã giảm đi
strangest
gần
stepping
một nửa
stones
so
in
với ban
tractor
đầu.
history.
Trận chiến tại khu vực này đang dần nghiêng về phía đội của cô Massey. Quay lại
Number
chiến trường
5.
bên dưới cái hố
Bates
bẫy,
Steel
nơi
Mule.
cây 501 đang phải một mình đối đầu với con sư gián bọ
At a
cứng,
time
một
when
đối thủ
tractor
cực kỳ
design
khó
was
nhằn.
still wide open,
Lượng phô
the
tên cùng
Bates
khối cơ
Steel
bắp khổng
Mule
lồ
pushed
của con quái vật này
experimentation to
khiến
the
những cú đấm
extreme.
của nó vừa
First
nhanh vừa nặng
introduced
đến mức
around
khủng khiếp.
1916
Nó
by
liên
the
tục lao tới
Joliet
tung
Oil
ra những
Tractor
cú
Co.
đấm trời
of
giáng nhắm
Joliet,
thẳng vào cây
Illinois,
501.
later renamed
Chỉ
Bates
cần dính
Machine
đúng một
Tractor
đòn
Co.
thôi cũng đủ khiến một
This
người bình
American
thường đang rút khỏi
oddball
trận
earned its
chiến ngay
place
lập
as
tức.
one of the weirdest
Thế nhưng
vintage
cây
tractors
501
you've
lại liên
probably
tục né
never
tránh
seen.
một cách cực kỳ gọn
Under
gàng.
its tubular
Mỗi lần
steel
Beck vừa tránh
frame sat a
đòn, anh
vertical
lại lập tức phản công
four-cylinder
bằng một cú
valve
móc
and
cực
head
mạnh vào
engine
bụng con sư gián
designed
khiến
to
nó
run
ngày
on
càng trở
kerosene.
nên tức tối.
Depending on
Nhìn
the
cách
model and engine
501 chuyển vào ra đòn
configuration,
của anh, có
output
thể
ranged
thấy
from
rõ ràng
roughly
trước đây cây
15 to 22
501 từng là
horsepower,
một võ sĩ
with
quyền Anh
later
vô cùng
versions
chuyên nghiệp.
reaching 18 to
Sau khi liên tục
25
ăn phải nhiều
horsepower.
cú đấm vào phần thân,
Power was
con sư
sent through
gián
a
bọ cứng bắt
two-speed
đầu cảm
forward,
thấy đau
one
và hơi
reverse
khuỵu xuống.
gearbox,
Nhưng đến lúc đó nó
prioritizing
bỗng
pulling
khựng lại
force
một
over
cách kỳ
speed.
lạ khiến cây
The Model
501
F weighed
cũng bất
about
ngờ trong thoáng
2.2
chốc.
tons,
Và chỉ cần một giây mất tập trung đó
4,850
thôi,
pounds,
uỳnh,
giving
một
it
cú đấm cơ
serious
bắp
ground
khổng lồ
pressure
của
to
nó
work
đã
with.
vung thẳng vào người cây
What made the steel
501.
mule truly
Cú đánh nặng như
bizarre
búa tạ
was
khiến
its
anh bay văng
half-track
đi rồi
layout.
đập thẳng vào vách
Instead
đá
of
phía
rear
sau.
wheels, it used a
Chúng ta
single
hãy nói một
large
chút
track
về quá
unit at
khứ
the
của cây
back,
501.
while two small
Anh sinh
front
ra và
wheels
lớn
handled
lên trên một
steering
hòn
via
đảo
a
nhỏ
column
nằm
and
cách xa
steering
đất
wheel.
liền. Từ
The
nhỏ
rear
anh
track
đã theo
wasn't
đuổi con
rigid.
đường quyền Anh
It
và
was
trở thành
hinged at
một
the
võ sĩ
back
cực
and
kỳ chăm
tensioned
chỉ,
with
luôn
heavy
luyện tập
coil
không ngừng nghỉ
springs at
với
the
ước mơ
front,
một ngày nào đó
allowing it
có
to
thể
follow
vươn lên
uneven
trở thành nhà
terrain
vô địch
and
thế giới.
maintain constant
Trong giới
ground
quyền Anh,
contact.
anh từng được gọi
Even
bằng biệt
stranger,
danh
the
ông hoàng
drawbar
hồi
was
nhạt,
mounted
bởi
at the
dù
front
thường
of the
xuyên
track
chiến thắng
frame.
nhưng hầu hết các
As
trận đấu của
pulling
anh
loads
đều kết thúc
increased,
bằng tính
the
điểm khi hết hiệp
geometry
trừ hiếm
forced the
khi hạ
track
lóc
harder
ốc
into
đối
the
thủ.
soil,
Ít ai biết rằng
automatically
lý do thật
increasing
sự là
traction.
bởi cây 501
The
vốn không
operator's
phải
setup
kiểu
was
người có
just
thể
as
thẳng tay tung
unconventional.
ra những cú đấm
A
giúp
long
lực để
steering
hủy hoại đối
column
thủ
allowed
của
the
mình.
driver to sit
Anh
on
là
the
người có trái
implement
tim
being
mềm yếu
towed
hơn
rather
vẻ
than on
ngoài.
the tractor
Ngày qua
itself.
ngày, từng bước luyện
Backed
tập
by
gian
bold
khổ giúp kỹ năng
advertising
của
that
cây
claimed it worked
501
equally
ngày
well
càng
in
tiến bộ.
dry or muddy
Nhưng rồi một
conditions,
biến cố bất ngờ
the
xảy ra
Bates
khi
steel
võng mạc của
mule
anh bắt
looked
đầu
less
gặp
like a
vấn đề nghiêm
tractor
trọng khiến thị lực
and
suy
more like a
giảm nhanh chóng.
mechanical
Cây
experiment on tracks.
501 phải vay mượn
And
tiền
that's
khắp nơi để
exactly
thực
why
hiện
it
ca phẫu
remains
thuật
one of the
mắt.
strangest
Ca phẫu
machines
thuật
in
giúp cải
tractor
thiện
history.
phần nào nhưng không thể đưa thị lực của anh trở lại như trước. Chưa dừng lại ở đó, một tin dữ khác tiếp tục ập đến
Number
khi người
4,
mẹ của anh qua đời.
Bungard's
Cú
T7.
sốc kép khiến cây 501 buộc phải từ bỏ sự nghiệp quyền Anh
Among
mà anh đã
vintage
theo đuổi suốt
tractors,
cả cuộc đời.
few look as
Từ đó anh
impossibly
sống qua
small
ngày bằng công
and
việc giao
strangely
hàng bình thường.
capable as
Sau
the
này khi được
Bungard's
NASA mời
T7.
tham gia dự án
Built
phẫu
in
thuật
Germany by
DNA để trở
Bungard's
thành
and
thuyền viên
Peschke
trong
of
nhiệm vụ
Munich
sao
from
hỏa,
roughly
cây
the
501 đã
1950s
có
through
một
the
mong ước rất giản dị.
1970s,
Anh
this
hy vọng
machine
mình sẽ
wasn't
được
meant
cấy
for open
DNA của
fields.
một loài sinh
It
vật
was
có thị lực
engineered
thật
for
tốt, như
vineyards,
một cách bù đắp
greenhouses,
cho đôi mắt đã
and
làm
steep
tan vỡ giấc
hillsides.
mơ quyền Anh
And
của
that
anh năm xưa.
ultra-specialized
Tuy nhiên
mission
Michael đã
made it
nói
one of
thẳng
the
rằng
weirdest
việc lựa chọn
tractors
là gần
ever
như
put
không
into
thể,
production.
bởi loại DNA nào
Power
được cấy
came
còn
from a
phụ thuộc vào
compact
khả năng thích
air-cooled
nghi của cơ thể
Hatz
anh.
AKD
Và giờ đây,
10Z
ngay tại
single
sao hỏa,
cylinder
khi
diesel
đang
engine,
chiến đấu với con sư
producing an
gián bọ cứng,
estimated 10 to
chúng ta
12
mới biết
horsepower.
được loài sinh vật đã
While
được cấy
modest
vào
on
cơ thể
paper,
của
the
cây
engine was paired with
501.
an integrated
Một loài vô cùng
gearbox
quen
and a
thuộc mà có
PTO
lẽ nhiều
drive,
người trong chúng ta đều biết
either
tới
through
đó
the
chính là tôm
transmission
tít.
or directly
Nghe
from the
đến tên
engine,
tôm tít thì có vẻ
allowing
khá
the
phè, nhưng
T7
đừng
to
vội
power
xem thường.
specialized
Tôm
implements
tít là
despite
loài
its
sở hữu thị
size.
lực cực kỳ
A
đáng kinh
single
ngạc.
plate dry
Cổ ánh
clutch,
sáng mà chúng có
locking
thể nhìn thấy
differential,
rộng hơn rất nhiều
electric
so với con
starter,
người hay phần
and
lớn
12-volt
côn trùng
lighting
khác.
system
Chúng
added
có thể nhìn
surprising
thấy cả tia cực
sophistication.
tím, tia hồng
The
ngoại
true
và nhiều
shock,
bước sóng
however,
ánh sáng
is the
mà mắt
scale.
người hoàn toàn không
Some
thể hiện ra.
T7 variants
Trong khi con
measured
người
just
chỉ nhận diện được
0.9
ba màu
meters
cơ bản
wide,
của ánh
with
sáng
front
thì tôm
tires tires
có thể phân biệt tới
4.00
12
by
sắc màu khác
15
nhau.
and rear
Đặc biệt
tires
hơn nữa, trong toàn bộ
6.50
sinh
by
vật trên
20.
trái đất, tôm tít là
Yet it
loài
was
hiếm
this
hoi có khả
narrow
năng nhìn
stance
thấy
that
ánh sáng
unlocked
phân
its
cực lại ánh
strangest
sáng thường
ability,
được sử dụng trong các
90
thiết bị điện tử
degree
hiện
steering
đại.
angle.
Một thị lực dị
Combined
thường và
with
gần như hoàn
independent
hảo.
rear wheel
Tuy vậy,
brakes,
loài
the
tôm tít
operator
cũng có
could
một
break
điểm
one
yếu chí
wheel
mạng.
while turning,
Nếu đôi mắt
causing
nổi
the
to của nó
tractor
bị
to
tấn
pivot
công trực
sharply,
tiếp, ý chí chiến
almost
đấu của
spinning
nó
around
sẽ
its
sụp
own
đổ ngay lập
axis.
tức.
The
Sau khi
turning
ăn
radius
trọn
could
cú đấm
shrink to
của con
roughly
sư rắn họ cứng, mắt phải
1.75
và cánh
meters,
tay trái của
an
cây
almost
501 đã bị
unbelievable
thương khá
figure
nặng.
for a tractor.
Nhưng dù vậy anh vẫn vượt đứng
Adjustable
dậy.
rear track
Trong đầu
width
anh lúc này
improved
chỉ có một
stability
suy
on
nghĩ duy nhất,
slopes,
anh phải
while a
nghiền nát con
spring
quái vật
suspended
này để
seat
không
kept
phụ
the
lòng tin
operator
của
in
ma cốt
control
người
on
đã giao
uneven
phó đối
ground.
thủ này cho anh.
Watching a
Con sư
Bungert's
rắn bọ cứng tiếp
T7
tục lao
maneuver
tới.
inside a
Nhìn qua
greenhouse
thì có
or
vẻ nó
between
định
vineyard
tung ra một
rows
cú
feels
đạp bình
unreal.
thường nhắm thẳng vào người
Less
cây
like a tractor,
501.
more like a
Nhưng không,
mechanical
đòn tấn
insect.
công này hoàn toàn không đơn giản như vậy.
Purpose-built, ultra
Từ lúc nào đó,
compact, and
chân của
wildly
cây
unconventional,
501 đã bị buộc
the
vào một
Bungert's
sợi tơ.
T7 proves
Con
that
dàn kéo
sometimes
mạnh
the
sợi tơ
weirdest
khiến
tractors
cây
are also the
501 mất
smartest.
thăng bằng trong tích tắc. Chính anh cũng bất ngờ trước như thế này. và không cho anh kịp
Number
phản ứng.
3.
Uỳnh.
IH
Một cú
Auto
đạp trời
Buggy.
giáng lập tức vút thẳng vào người anh khiến cây 501 bị đá
Long
bay lên
before
không trung.
International Harvester
Nhưng cảnh
became a
này ai
tractor
cũng phải
giant,
thốt lên rằng
it
con siêu
shocked
dán này
farmers
đúng
with
là quá
something
khó chơi.
completely
Đã cứng
unexpected.
như thép lại còn cực kỳ
Introduced in
khôn ngoan. Nó
1907,
tưởng rằng cú
the
đá vừa rồi
IH
đã
Auto
đủ để hạ
Buggy,
gục cây
also known
501.
as the Model D
Nhưng
High
không.
Wheeler,
Một lần
was the
nữa cây
company's first
501 lại đứng
self-propelled
dậy.
vehicle
Anh không thể
and one
gục
of
ngã
the
đơn giản
strangest
như vậy khi
machines
nhớ tới
ever
những người
linked to
đồng đội
tractor
đang tin
history.
tưởng và gọi tên anh
It
trên chiến
wasn't
trường.
quite a car,
Lúc nãy chúng ta
not
đã nói
really
về
a
kỷ lục đáng
tractor,
kinh ngạc
and
của loài
definitely
tôm
not a
tít.
wagon.
Nhưng điểm nổi bật
Yet
nhất
it
của
was
sinh
all
vật
three
này
at
lại
once.
chính là cú đấm của
Produced
nó.
from
Chỉ với một
1907
cú
to
vung từ hai càng
1912,
trước, tôm
the
tít có thể
auto
làm vỡ
buggy
kính của
used
bể
an
đá.
air-cooled,
Dưới nước, cú
horizontally
đập của nó đủ
opposed
sức bẻ
two-cylinder
gãy ngón tay
engine
của một thợ
with a
lặn.
displacement
Với
of
cơ thể
about
chỉ dài khoảng 15
3,218 cubic
nó vẫn có
centimeters,
thể tạo ra lực tương đương với một
195
viên đạn
cubic
súng lục.
inches.
Và đó còn
Depending
là
on
khi nó
rating
bị
method,
cản
it
trở bởi
produced
lực cản
roughly
của nước.
14 to 20
Hãy tưởng tượng
horsepower.
nếu sức mạnh đó
Power
được
went
hóa
through a
trong cơ thể
two-speed
con người và
planetary
không còn bị lực
transmission
nước kìm
with
hãm
one
nữa thì
reverse,
sẽ khủng khiếp đến
driving
mức
the
nào.
rear wheels via chains,
Cây
a
501
setup
tung ra một
borrowed
cú
straight
đấm
from
thẳng
early
vào chính giữa
automobiles.
cơ thể con siêu
Steering
dán bạo
began
cứng.
with a tiller
Con
before
quái vật
later
lãnh trọn
models
toàn bộ
adopted the
sức mạnh
steering
của cú
wheel,
đấm tôm tít
and the
không hề
vehicle
bị
could
cản trở
reach
bởi
an
nước.
astonishing
Lực
20
va
miles
chạm
per
kinh
hour,
hoàng khiến nó bị đánh
32
văng ra xa.
kilometers per hour.
Chỉ với một đòn
The
duy
most
nhất, cây
eye-catching
501
feature,
đã hạ gục
however,
con siêu
was
dán
its
có lớp vỏ
wheels.
cứng như thép kia.
Massive wooden
Trong
buggy
khi đó,
wheels with
trận chiến
solid
của đội
rubber
trưởng
tires,
Massey với
some
con siêu
measuring
dán
up
nhện
to
cũng đang
44
diễn ra.
inches at the rear.
Marcos ban đầu khá
This
lo lắng
high
bởi
wheel
con siêu dán
design
nhện
gave
này
the
rõ
auto
ràng
buggy
thuộc một đẳng cấp
extreme
nguy hiểm
ground
hơn nhiều
clearance,
so với con bọ cứng.
allowing it to crawl
Anh sợ
through
rằng
deep
đội trưởng
mud
sẽ gặp
where
khó
early
khăn khi
cars
đối đầu
failed.
với nó.
Even
Nhưng có vẻ đó
stranger
chỉ
was
là
the
những lo
layout.
lắng không cần thiết.
The engine sat
Lúc này
beneath the
con siêu
floor,
dán nhện đang
while
gục
the
xuống
front
đất, cơ thể
hood
run rẩy sau khi
wasn't a hood
bị
at
trích
all.
nọc độc từ
It
cô
was a
Massey,
fuel
người sở
tank
hữu
disguised as a
DNA của
bonnet.
ong bắp cày khổng lồ.
Marketed
Không
as
cho
the
đối thủ có
farmer's
cơ hội
auto,
hồi phục,
it
cô
could
Massey
carry
liên tiếp
4
tung ra những cú
passengers,
đấm và những
haul
cú
light
trích cực kỳ
loads,
đau đớn.
and
Từng
introduce
mũi kim độc
rural
cắm
buyers
thẳng
to
vào cơ thể
internal
con siêu
combustion
dán.
without
Nó phải
abandoning
hứng chọn hàng
familiar
loạt cú
wagon
đấm,
design.
những phát chích và cả lượng nọc
Officially a
độc khổng lồ
passenger
từ loài
car,
ong bắp
the
cày.
IH
Ai từng
Auto
bị ong
Buggy
chích chắc cũng biết
became
cảm
the
giác đau
unlikely
đến mức nào.
ancestor of
Nhưng đây lại
International
là ong bắp cày
Harvester's
khổng lồ với
legendary
kích thước của
tractors.
con người.
A
Cơn đau đó chắc chắn
gasoline-powered
còn
horse
khủng
buggy
khiếp
may
gấp nhiều
sound
lần.
absurd,
Và thế là
but it
trận chiến
helped
kết thúc
drag
khá nhanh
farming
chóng.
into the
Cô
motorized
Massey
age,
đã xử lý
earning
gọn
its
con siêu
place
dán
among
nhện
the
đột biến
weirdest
mà gần
vintage
như không tốn
tractors
quá
ever
nhiều công
seen.
sức, khiến các đồng đội cũng phải ngán ngẩm trước sức mạnh ong chúa của anh. Ở một
Number
nơi
2.
khác trên sao hỏa, phi đội
Ogun.
của lão tướng Allis-Chalmers lúc này đã tiến sâu vào bên trong tòa tháp có hình
At
dáng
first
giống
glance,
như
the
một
Ogun
kim tự tháp
tractor
khổng
doesn't
lồ
look
để
strange
điều
at
tra
all.
tình hình.
Its
Nhưng càng
layout
đi sâu
echoes
vào trong
classic
họ càng
market
cảm thấy
garden
kỳ lạ,
machines like
bởi
the
nơi này gần như không
Allis-Chalmers
có bất
Model
cứ
G.
dấu hiệu nào của lũ
But
sờ
look
dán.
closer,
Không có tiếng
and the
động, không
Ogun
có truy
earns
đuổi,
its place
thậm chí
among the
cũng chẳng
weirdest
thấy một con
tractors
nào
ever
xuất
built.
hiện. Tại
Not
đây
for how it
Allis-Chalmers
looks,
phát hiện
but
ra
for
một
what it
thứ rất kỳ
represents.
quái. Đó
This
là
is a
một con
tractor
này.
that rewrote the
Nhưng con
rules
này
of
này không
ownership.
hề bình thường.
Developed
Nó
by
có thể
Kleber
bay lượn và
LLC,
trên
the
thân của nó
Ogun,
còn mọc ra
originally
những
known
ngón
as
tay
the
nhỏ
Iron
trông
Horse
cực kỳ
tractor,
dị dạng.
later
Tiếp tục
Ronnie
tiến
Ball
sâu hơn
tractor,
vào bên trong,
RBT,
Allis-Chalmers cùng các
was
thuyền viên lại
designed as
phát
a
hiện thêm một thứ
low-cost,
còn đáng
highly
kinh ngạc
repairable
hơn nữa.
machine for small
Một con
farms
tàu vũ trụ.
worldwide.
Lúc này
Power comes
Allis-Chalmers
from a
mới dần hiểu
reliable
ra sự
22
thật.
horsepower
Những thứ
Honda
mà lũ
gasoline
siêu dán
engine,
đã cướp được từ các
driving
phi
the
hành gia
wheels
trước
through
đây đặt chân
independent
lên sao
hydraulic
hỏa không
motors.
chỉ đơn giản là súng ống,
This setup
phương
gives
tiện,
the Ogun
giúp men
true
hay trang
zero
bị
turn
sinh tồn.
capability,
Chúng còn có
allowing
trong
it
tay
to
nhiên
pivot
liệu cho
in
hành
place
trình
with
quay trở
uncanny
về trái đất,
precision.
vũ khí chiến tranh
Hydraulics
và
are
thậm
at the
chí
heart of
cả
the
bản vẽ
machine.
chi tiết về kế hoạch chia
Implements
thành 6
mount at
phi đội
both
của đoàn thám
mid-belly
hiểm
and
hiện
rear
tại.
three-point
Nhận ra
hitches,
điều đó,
fully
Allis-Chalmers
Category
lập tức
1
nổi giận,
compatible,
bởi có một
while
điều chắc chắn
hydraulic
rằng
brakes
lũ
without
siêu dán
traditional
không thể
brake
tự mình
linings
hiểu và
reduce
tổ
wear
chức
and
được mọi thứ
maintenance.
phức tạp đến
The
mức này.
simple modular
Điều đó chỉ
chassis
có
can
thể
be
có một
stripped
lời
down
giải
and
thích duy
rebuilt
nhất.
quickly,
Trong hàng
even
ngũ
in the
loài người
field.
đang có một kẻ
What
phản
makes
bội.
the Ogun
Và
truly
bù,
bizarre
tưởng
is
chừng
its
như phía đội của
philosophy.
cô Massey
It
đã
is
tạm
built on
thời an toàn
open
sau khi
source
đánh bại hai con
manufacturing.
siêu dán đột biến
Kleber
là bọ cứng
openly
và
shared
rắn nhện thì bất
designs,
ngờ từ trên
part
bầu trời
lists,
hàng
and
loạt quả bom rơi thẳng
specifications,
xuống khu vực của họ.
encouraging farmers
Tiếng
to
nổ rội vang
repair,
khắp chiến trường khiến đất
modify,
đá bắn tung
and
tóe.
even locally
Rất
build their
may
own
những quả bom đó
tractors
rơi lệch
using
mục tiêu nên cả
off-the-shelf
đội không ai
components
trúng trực
from
tiếp.
standard
Nhưng rõ
auto
ràng
or
đây là
farm
một
supply
đòn tập
stores.
kích được chuẩn bị sẵn.
No
Và chưa
proprietary
kịp định
parts,
thần thì một
no
con siêu
dealer
dán đột biến
lock-in,
khác lại xuất hiện.
no
Con
branding,
này sở hữu
literally.
DNA của một loài
The
côn
tractor
trùng có khả
wears
năng
no
ngụy trang
logo,
cực kỳ hoàn hảo với môi trường
reinforcing the
xung quanh,
idea that
gần
it
giống như
belongs to
tàng
the
hình.
farmer,
Thoát
not
ẩn
the
thoát hiện giữa không
manufacturer.
gian. Nó lao vụt
In an
qua chiến
industry
trường và
built
chỉ
on
trong một đường lớp đã
exclusivity,
cắt đôi
the
một thuyền
Ogden
viên khiến
became
mọi người
something
còn chưa
radical.
kịp nhận ra
A
chuyện gì
tractor
xảy ra.
defined not by
Phía Ma
steel,
Cốt cũng rơi vào
but
tình
by
thế bất
freedom,
ngờ.
making
Từ
it
dưới
one of
lòng
the
đất bỗng nhiên
strangest
hàng loạt con
machines
xe
ever
dán
to
khác
wear
độ
the
trội
tractor
lên,
name.
bao vây phục kích xung quanh khiến anh trong khoảnh khắc gần như bị dồn vào đường cùng.
Number
Sau trận
1,
chiến vừa rồi, hầu hết mọi người
MAN
đều đã kiệt sức.
Ackerdiesel
Nếu bây giờ lại phải đối đầu
AS448.
thêm một đợt tấn
When
công
most
nữa thì tình
tractors
hình
of the
đúng là cực kỳ nguy
1950s
hiểm.
were still
Cả
simple
đội của cô
rear-wheel
Massey
drive
tưởng chừng như
workhorses,
đã tới lúc tiêu đời.
MAN built
Thế nhưng
something
đúng
that
lúc đó
felt
xẹt một
decades
tiếng,
ahead of its
một vật
time.
thể bay vụt tới
The
với tốc độ
Ackerdiesel
khủng khiếp và xuyên thẳng qua cơ thể con sơ rán đang chuẩn bị
produced
tấn
in
công Ma
post-war
Cốt.
Germany
Cú
by
ném
machine
mạnh tới mức
fabric
cơ thể
Augsburg
con rắn bị
Nuremberg
xé toạc khiến những
wasn't
con còn
weird
lại
because
cũng
of
không
its
kịp
shape.
phản ứng.
It was
Người
weird
vừa
because
ra
of
tay
its
không ai khác
technology.
chính là Alex,
At its
người bạn
heart
thân
sat a
chí cốt của Ma
water-cooled
Cốt, cũng là
four-cylinder
người đã
diesel
cùng anh theo
engine,
đuổi giấc mơ
drawing
bóng chảy
directly
từ
from
khi khi còn nhỏ.
MAN's
Có
heavy-duty
vẻ như
truck
đội của
and
chỉ huy
industrial engine
Michael và
experience.
Akaji cuối cùng cũng đã
Output is
tới kịp để chi
estimated at
viện.
around 40 to
Allis sở
44
hữu DNA
horsepower,
của loài đại bàng.
consistent with the
Đôi tay khỏe mạnh
440
của con người kết
designation.
hợp với hệ cơ
Power
phản
flowed
thân
through a
loài chim săn mồi
multi-speed
cùng với thị lực
gearbox,
siêu việt của đại bàng
typically
khiến khả
offering
năng
6
ném của anh
forward
trở nên
gears
khủng khiếp.
and 1 reverse,
Những cú ném của
giving
Allis
the
nhanh và
tractor
mạnh tới mức gần
flexibility
như ngang
well
với
beyond
hợp khẩu
most
đại
farm
bác.
machines of its
Hàng loạt
era.
vật thể được anh ném
What
ra liên
truly
tiếp lao
set
tới
the
chiến trường, và
AS440A
mỗi cú
apart
ném đều
and
đồng nghĩa
earned
với
it
việc thêm một
legendary
con siêu rán
status
bị hạ gục.
was its
Lũ
full-time
rán gần như
four-wheel
bất lực
drive
trước những
system.
cú ném vừa nhanh vừa
In the
chính xác
early
đến mức khó tin này,
1950s, nearly
bởi chúng
all
thậm chí còn không
agricultural
xác định được người
tractors
ném
were
đang đứng ở đâu.
2WD,
Marcos cũng
relying
lập tức
solely
tận
on their
dụng
rear
cơ hội
wheels
đó.
for traction.
Anh cầm gậy
The
bóng chạy
A
lao
in
vào chiến đấu, phối hợp cùng
ACE440A
những cú ném
stands
của
for
Allis
all-road
để tạo
entry,
ra những pha
meaning
đánh bóng
all-wheel
cực kỳ
drive.
đẹp mắt.
This
Mỗi
allowed
khi
the
một vật
tractor
thể
to
bay tới
maintain
từ
grip
phía
in mud,
Allis,
on
Marcos
steep
lại vung gậy
hillsides,
đánh bật nó
and
như
in
như
heavy
đang đứng
draft
trên sân
work
bóng
where
chảy.
others simply
Chỉ
spun
khác là lần
helplessly.
này quả bóng không
This
phải để ghi
advanced
điểm mà là để
drivetrain
đập
made
nát
the
đầu những con siêu rán.
AS440A
Hai người bạn thân
heavier,
dường
more
như đang chơi
complex,
một
and
trận
more
bóng chảy
expensive
giữa
than
chiến
its
trường sao
competitors,
hỏa, dùng
but
chính kỹ
also
năng bóng
far
chảy
more
của mình
capable.
để tiêu diệt những
In
con
many
quái vật
ways,
gớm
it was
ghiếc kia. Cuối
over-engineered
cùng
for
thì quân
farming,
liên đội Mỹ-Nhật
built
cũng
with
đã
the
hội
same
quân lại với nhau.
philosophy as
Akaji,
MAN's trucks.
Michael cùng toàn bộ thành viên
Durability
còn lại nhanh
first,
chóng tập hợp đội
innovation
hình.
second,
Sau tất cả những
cost
gì vừa
last.
xảy ra, họ càng
Even
quyết tâm
more
phải
unusual
dọn
was
sạch
the
lũ
brand
siêu rán đang
itself.
hoành hành trên sao hỏa này.
Seeing a company
Chỉ huy
famous for
Michael
heavy
lập tức lao
trucks
tới
and
chiến trường
marine
tiếp
diesel
theo.
engines
Có vẻ
producing a
cô đã quyết
high-tech
định chọn con siêu
agricultural
rán đột
tractor
biến có khả
was
năng ngụy trang làm
unexpected.
đối thủ của mình.
The
Con
MAN
rán
Acker
tàng hình vừa
diesel
định cắt dây tơ để tẩu thoát thì
AS440A
Michael đã xuất
wasn't
hiện ngay
just
trước mặt
rare.
và tung một cú
It
đá.
was a glimpse of the future, making it one of the weirdest and most forward-thinking vintage tractors ever built. From high-wheeled auto buggies to shotgun-started diesels to tractors that looked simple but changed everything. These machines weren't just odd, they were bold ideas on steel wheels. Some failed, some succeeded. All of them proved that tractor history is anything but ordinary. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the weird side of farming, like, subscribe, and comment below. Which tractor blew your mind the most? More unbelievable machines are coming next. Don't miss them. Tractors were built to work hard, but some were born in an era when safety simply didn't exist. Long before rollover protection, guarded PTOs, or emergency shutoffs, these machines dominated the fields with raw power and zero forgiveness. Today, we're counting down 10 tractors so dangerous they were banned. From legendary classics to forgotten steel beasts, these weren't just farm tools. They were accidents waiting to happen. Number 10. Kubota L175. Built between 1973 and 1976, the Kubota L175 was an early subcompact utility tractor from Kubota's L series, designed to be tough, lightweight, and easy to maintain. It ran on a Kubota Z750A diesel engine, two-cylinder, liquid-cooled, producing 17 horsepower at 2,800 RPM. Power was sent through a manual transmission with 8 forward and 2 reverse gears, paired with fully manual steering. Weighing only 650 to 850 kilograms, it featured a Category 1 3-point hitch, making it capable of handling real farm implements despite its small size. But this simplicity came at a terrifying cost. In factory form, the Kubota L175 lacked a ROPS rollover protection structure, meaning a single mistake on a slope could be instantly fatal. The exposed PTO shaft, with no safety shield, was notorious for grabbing clothing or limbs in seconds. Its relatively high center of gravity and aggressive clutch response made it vulnerable to sudden rear flipovers, earning tractors like this the grim nickname Widowmakers. Add to that outdated braking systems, minimal lighting, and no road-legal safety equipment, and the L175 quickly fell afoul of modern regulations. In many regions, machines like the Kubota L175 were banned from road use or forced into retirement unless heavily modified. A reminder that in the old days, durability mattered more than safety, and sometimes that made tractors deadly. Number 9. Deutz D9006. Built from 1967 to 1970, the Deutz D9006 was a flagship of the legendary 06 series, representing peak late 1960s German tractor engineering. Power came from the iconic Deutz F6L912, a massive 5.7-liter, 6-cylinder air-cooled diesel delivering around 92 horsepower at 2,300 ERPM. This engine was famous for relentless torque and endurance, paired with a 6-speed manual transmission or an optional 12-speed gearbox with crawler ranges for heavy draft work. With hydraulic power steering, a curb weight between 4,200 kilograms, 2WD, and 4,500 kilograms, 4WD, and a 3-point hitch lifting nearly 3,000 kilograms, the D9006 was built to dominate large fields and pull oversized implements without mercy. But that brute strength came with serious risks. In original form, the D9006 featured an open operator platform with no ROPS, making rollovers one of the deadliest threats in uneven terrain. The fully exposed PTO shaft, spinning at extreme speeds, posed a constant danger of entanglement. Its celebrated air-cooled engine, while incredibly durable, could become a fire hazard if dust and crop debris clogged the cooling fins. Add outdated brakes, minimal lighting, and non-compliant emissions, and the D9006 no longer fits modern safety regulations. What was once admired as unstoppable farm power now stands as a reminder of how unforgiving machines could be before safety came first. Number 8. White 2-135. Produced from 1976 to 1982, the White 2-135 Field Boss was pure American brute force on wheels. Power came from a massive Hercules 7.8-liter, 6-cylinder turbocharged diesel, delivering around 135 horsepower at the PTO. That power flowed through an aggressive 18 forward/6 reverse transmission using White's famous 3-range over/under system, giving operators enormous pulling flexibility. With a huge 310-liter, 82-gallon fuel tank, the 2-135 was built for endless days on vast fields. Fully ballasted, its weight ranged from 6,500 kilograms to well over 7,500 kilograms, backed by a high-flow hydraulic system designed for oversized plows and seeders. But this raw strength was also its biggest danger. With so much torque available instantly, high hitching or improper drawbar use could cause a violent rear rollover in seconds, even crushing the cab. Early versions offered minimal rollover protection by modern standards. The engine noise was extreme, often exceeding safe limits, leading to permanent hearing damage without proper insulation. Aging hydraulic brakes and transmission components, if poorly maintained, could fail catastrophically when hauling massive loads downhill. On top of that, the Hercules engine produced heavy black diesel smoke, lacking modern emissions controls and violating today's EPA standards. The White 2-135 wasn't dangerous because it was flawed. It was dangerous because it was too powerful for an era with too few safety rules. Number 7. Oliver 1750 Diesel. Built from 1964 to 1969, the Oliver 1750 Diesel was one of the most popular row crop tractors in North America. Instantly recognizable by its deep green paint and muscular stance. Under the hood sat a Waukesha 5.1-liter, 6-cylinder liquid-cooled diesel, producing around 80 horsepower at the PTO. Power was sent through a 6 forward/2 reverse manual gearbox, with the option to upgrade to 18 speeds via the hydropower drive. With full hydrostatic power steering, a Category 2 3-point hitch, and operating weights ranging from 3,800 to 5,200 kilograms, the 1750 was built to work long days between tight crop rows. But beneath that reputation lurked serious dangers. Many 1750s were sold with the infamous narrow front configuration, allowing razor-sharp turns but dramatically reducing stability on slopes, a leading cause of deadly side rollovers. Operator visibility was limited by 1960s cab design, while the unshielded PTO shaft earned a grim reputation for entanglement accidents. Even worse, the tractor could start while already in gear, lacking a neutral safety switch. One wrong move during ground-level starting could send the machine lunging forward without warning. With no factory ROPS, machines like the Oliver 1750 failed to meet modern OSHA standards, proving that what once defined farming efficiency could later be seen as dangerously unforgiving. Number 6. Case 930